Number 1200, no ability. Next. Number 1201, no ability. Next. Number 1202, no ability. Next. The cold electronic voice echoed across the awakening plaza of Xinghe City's No. 42 High School. All the teachers and students stared at the awakening apparatus on the high platform, hardly daring to breathe. The principal stood at the very front, his brows tightly furrowed. Oldly, we've already tested more than 1,200 students. The vice principal's face was filled with worry. Could it be that this year's cohort at No. 42 High can't even produce the most useless grade ability? The principal irritably waved his hand. Stop making noise, just keep watching. At the back of the crowd, Xinghe shook his dazed head. Am I not fully awake, or did I drink fake liquor? He looked at the students around him wearing technologically advanced school uniforms and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, an immense flood of memories surged into his mind like a bursting dam. Damn, I really transmigrated. Xinghe rubbed his face, somewhat speechless. I actually jumped straight to the future world 10,000 years later. According to his memories, the human race had long entered the great cosmic era. Their footsteps spanned the Milky Way, ruling over millions of life-bearing planets. Martial experts can shatter stars with a wave of the hand. Rending sun and moon with bare hands isn't just a legend. Xinghe smacked his lips. That sounds kind of cool. In this era, cultural subjects were directly implanted via consciousness transmission technology, filling the brain in 3 seconds. So what schools truly tested were martial arts and abilities. Let me see what this bogus capital is. Xinghe closed his eyes to sense himself, and his expression instantly collapsed. Started practicing martial arts at 12 and trained for a full 3 years. Strength 340 kilograms. 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds. Xinghe began doubting his life. If this were the 21st century, I'd definitely sweep all the gold medals at the Olympics. But this is 10,000 years later. With results like this, I probably can't even beat the Annie next door. He was clearly the unshakable bottom of the class. The martial arts exam was in 3 days, and the threshold for advanced martial academies was a full 500 kilograms of strength. I'm still 160 kilograms short. How am I supposed to play this? Xinghe sighed. Looks like I can only pin my hopes on today's ability, awakening. If I fail to awaken, I'll be tightening screws on an assembly line for the rest of my life. Just then, the awakening apparatus on the high platform suddenly emitted a deafening roar. All eyes in the plaza were instantly drawn to it. A red-haired girl stood at the center of the awakening apparatus, her entire body erupting in blazing flames. The firelight cast her figure in a scorching, enchanting silhouette. Her long, slender legs, a waist that could be encircled with a single arm, and the proud curves that inadvertently revealed themselves made it impossible for anyone to look away. Whoa, who is that? Such a commotion. It's an elemental type ability. A teacher shouted excitedly. Elemental abilities are extremely rare, even at the lowest third grade. Everyone recognized the girl on the platform. She was none other than No. 42 High's famed genius school beauty, Xinghe. Senior Class 3, number 1526, Xinghe, successfully awakened Blaze ability rated crate. The instant the electronic voice sounded, the whole school erupted in cheers. The principal's face flushed with excitement. Good. Excellent. A crate Blaze ability. Xinghe City hasn't seen one of these in years. The vice principal waved his arms around in glee. Xinghe will definitely get into the Provincial Key Advanced Martial Academy. No. 42 High is going to make a big name this time. The students below the platform looked on with envy, as expected of the daughter of the Sioux Group's chairman. She's beautiful, her family is rich, and now she has awakened a crate ability. The Sioux Group is going to soar this time. Standing on the platform, the flames around Xinghe gradually receded. Her expression remained calm. Her family had long tested her talent and predicted a high chance of blaze. Even so, receiving a crate evaluation was still a tremendous surprise. Xinghe watched Xinghe descend from the platform from within the crowd, raising an eyebrow. A rich second generation with more than 800 kilograms of strength. Tisk, she's really not in the same league as the current me. Even so, the two of them had indeed crossed paths a few times at school. Senior Class 3, number 1527, Xinghe. The emotionless electronic announcement rang out. Xinghe took a deep breath and stepped out from the crowd. Everything rides on this system. Old Grandpa, hurry up and come save the day. He grumbled as he walked toward the awakening apparatus. He happened to brush past Xinghe walking in the opposite direction. Xinghe paused, turned her head to look at him. Xinghe, good luck. The girl's voice was clear and pleasant. Xinghe was slightly stunned, then grinned. Thanks, I'll borrow your good omen. Without hesitation, he stepped into the awakening apparatus. With a low hum, the awakening apparatus released a mysterious wave that instantly enveloped Xinghe. He felt an extremely faint force burrow into his body, like being bitten by a mosquito. The force came as quickly as it went, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Even the principal, standing just a few steps away, did not notice anything unusual. The The principal sighed and shook his head. How could we possibly get 2 ability users in a row? Looks like this one is another no ability case. He even turned away ready to call out the next student. Senior Class 3, number 1527, Xinghe, successfully awakened ability, cellular resuscitation. Rated F grade. The moment the electronic voice sounded, the entire plaza fell into a bizarre silence. The next instant it exploded into an uproar even more intense than before. Whoa, F grade. This guy really stepped in dog crap luck. 2 awakenings in a row. What kind of day is this? The student's eyes turned red with envy. Although cellular resuscitation was at the very bottom tier among F grades. As long as one awakened an ability, one received unconditional admission to an advanced martial academy. It was practically a single step to the heavens. Standing inside the awakening apparatus, Xinghe felt the changes within his body. Cellular resuscitation. So it's just faster healing for minor cuts and bleeding. He clenched his fists, sensing his strength increase by just a tiny margin. It's a bit pathetic, but at least I've secured a ticket to an advanced martial academy. A person shouldn't be too greedy. Xinghe consoled himself. Just then a cold voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his soul. Ding! Detected host possesses F-grade ability, cellular resuscitation. Upon analysis, this ability contains 12 trillion vulnerabilities. Repair vulnerabilities. Xinghe's eyes widened like copper bells. What the yay? 12 trillion vulnerabilities. Is this ability a sieve come to life? He quickly reacted, his heart pounding wildly. My cheat has finally arrived. The standard issue system of a transmigrator had finally descended. A few lines of translucent prompt text appeared directly before his eyes. Suppressing his excitement, Xinghe silently and cautiously asked in his heart, System, if I repair it now, will it trigger some exaggerated heaven and earth phenomenon? I really don't want to end up as a lab rat on the dissecting table. In such a public place, if some earth-shattering commotion broke out, he'd be on Xinghe City's headlines by tomorrow. The system's cold voice sounded again. Rest assured, host. Any phenomena caused by the repair will be visible and perceptible only to you. The outside world cannot detect them. Moreover, the repair process will be completed within an instant. Xinghe finally relaxed completely. Then what are we waiting for? Do it. Fix it to death if you have to. Let me see just how ferocious you can be. He issued the command without hesitation. The instant the command was given, Xinghe suddenly realized that everything around him had come to a halt. The principal's hand froze in midair. The open mouths of the nearby students were suspended in place. Even the wind stopped flowing. Time had frozen. Then an indescribably majestic power surged madly into his limbs and bones. Boom. Xinghe felt as if his body had detonated in an instant. Every single cell, every inch of flesh and blood writhed and tore violently. It was a frenzied sublimation at the level of life itself. Cellular activity, recovery speed, and physical resilience all skyrocketed at a rate that defied common sense. 10,000 times. 100,000 times. Xinghe could even hear a roar like surging rivers echoing from within his body. Ding. Vulnerabilities successfully repaired. Grade ability, cellular resuscitation. Successfully evolved into SS grade ability, immortal divine body. Time immediately resumed its flow. Only a millisecond had passed in the outside world. The surrounding clamor flooded back into his ears. Xinghe stood where he was outwardly unchanged, but within a tempest raged. SS grade. Immortal divine body. He hurriedly opened the system panel to read the ability description. Immortal divine body allows the fleshly body to reach the level of indestructibility. At the host's current level, if bodily destruction exceeds 99%, it cannot yet be repaired. Xinghe drew in a sharp breath. Even if I'm reduced to just 1% of flesh pulp, I can still come back. This wasn't an ability. It was a literal life-locking cheat. He continued reading. Once the host's strength reaches a high-tier level, even if both flesh and soul are completely ground away, as long as there remains someone in this world who remembers the host can, by relying on the memories of others, reassemble and resurrect from the void. This system is quite something. A mere F-grade cellular recovery forcibly upgraded to SS grade indestructible divine body. He swallowed hard, desperately suppressing the grin threatening to split his face. This ability is too insane. I can't reveal it now. If some careless star overlord targets me and drags me to a lab for dissection, I'll be trouble. I must lie low. Keeping a low profile and silently reaping rewards is the way. He gently clenched his fist, feeling as if an ancient tyrannosaur was slumbering within, ready to awaken. His power had surged, but he hadn't grasped the key to unleashing it substantially. System, bring up the personal panel. A soft hum. A translucent panel only he could see materialized before him. Host Xinghe. Chi and blood 3. For effects, strength, defense, recovery, speed, soul 1. For normal person 1, a mental strength, soul intensity. Talent, indestructible divine body, SS grade. Martial skill, basic body tempering, fist technique, unranked proficient, 12100. Special boost chi and blood burst, 300 soul intensity 300. Lu Xing's eyes widened, his breath caught. Chi and blood burst 300. A normal high school senior with 1 point of chi and blood could unleash about 100 kilograms of force. That meant even without cultivation, each point of chi and blood could produce a devastating 300 kilograms of force. Is this the standard treatment for a transmigrator? Lu Xinghe almost laughed like a pig in the awakening chamber. This is just straight cross-rank crushing. With this triple burst, even against those arrogant geniuses in the elite class, I can grind them into the ground. The light of the awakening chamber gradually faded. Lu Xinghe managed his expression perfectly, walking down the platform with a composed but slightly surprised look. The principal strode over his face, beaming, and patted his shoulder firmly. Lu Xinghe, right. Good work. Even though it's only grade cellular recovery, awakening and ability secures you a ticket to a top martial arts academy. Several nearby teachers also offered their encouragement. For an ordinary student, this was a life-changing event. The students below were already in an uproar, eyes red with envy. Damn, why did that bottom feeder awaken? Grade is still an ability. With a top martial arts academy, he's guaranteed to be a federal officer at least. What rotten luck. Lu Xinghe listened to the sour remarks, feeling amused inside. If these people knew his grade had transformed into an SS grade, indestructible divine body, the principal and all the classmates would probably have a collective stroke on the spot. The testing continued. By sunset, all 6,000 plus senior students had been tested, including Su Liyue and Lu Xinghe. Only 6 ability users emerged from the entire No. 42 high school cohort. The principal stood on the platform, cleared his throat, his voice carrying across the venue. Students, don't be disheartened if you haven't awakened an ability. In martial arts, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. In 3 days, the Xinglan City Unified Martial Exam begins. Go back and prepare well. Dismissed. The crowd surged out of the school gates like a tide. As Lu Xinghe stepped onto the street, the smartwatch on his wrists, ding, your Xinglan City bank account, ending in 9527, has received a credit of 100 star coins. Below was a note from the school's academic affairs office. Basic awakening reward for grade ability user at our school. Keep up the good work. Lu Xinghe stared at the string of zeros on the screen, unable to help but smack his lips. The treatment of martial artists in this cosmic era is really astonishing. 10,000 star coins is enough for an ordinary poor family's expenses for a year or two. This money came just in time, solving his immediate urgent needs. Without hesitation, he hailed a public hovercar. The hovercar zipped through a steel forest of neon lights and shadows. 20 minutes later, it stopped at a dilapidated high-rise slum on the edge of Xinglan City. The air here perpetually carried a smell of oil and mold, the buildings decrepit and broken. According to his memories, Xinghe was still an orphan in this life. His parents had died years ago in a beast wave outside the city. The only family left was his young sister Lu Yuran. Familiar with the route, Lu Xinghe climbed to the 13th floor and pushed open a rusty iron door. The room was small but exceptionally clean and tidy. Brother, you're back. A girl in a faded school uniform poked her head out of the narrow kitchen, her face dusted with flour. Though slightly thin from long-term malnutrition, her features were exquisitely delicate and pure. How did the awakening test go today? Those classmates didn't make fun of you, did they? She said as she placed 2 bowls of plain nutritious noodles on the table. Lu Xinghe looked at his obedient sister, warmth stirring in his heart. Could your brother be any less? I casually awakened in grade ability and already got a guaranteed admission. Lu Yuran's chopsticks fell onto the table, her mouth agape. Really? The school also gave a bonus of 10,000 star coins. He'll transfer it all to your account later. Buy some synthetic meat tomorrow to nourish yourself. Lu Xinghe walked over and ruffled her hair. Brother is a bit tired from school. I'm going to lie down for a while. You eat first. Without waiting for his sister to snap out of her shock, Lu Xinghe slipped into his cramped bedroom and locked the door. Family affection aside, it was time for business. He sat cross-legged on the hard bed, eyes gleaming with excitement. The system can fix ability flaws, but what about physical objects? Lu Xinghe looked down at the old-fashioned smartwatch on his wrist. System scan this thing. Ding. Detected type civilian smartwatch. Inspection reveals 1468 types of flaws. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Over 1,400. He immediately compared this number to the 12 trillion flaws in his Cell Regeneration. A sharp conclusion formed in his mind instantly. I get it. The higher the original potential of an item or ability, the more terrifying the number of flaws it contains. After repair, the upper limit is naturally even more insane. A broken watch had only 1,000 flaws. Even after repair, it would at most become an advanced optical brain. Not significant, just a waste of time. Lu Xing's heart suddenly pounded twice as a wild idea surged into his mind. Abilities can be fixed, inanimate objects can be fixed. What about my own physical body? The original trained for 3 years and only got 300 kilograms of force. This talent is definitely a leaky sieve. If he could also fix his physical talent, wouldn't that be a complete takeoff? System. Scan my physical body for flaws. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a cold, melodious notification sound exploded in his ears. Ding. Detected 46 million flaws in the host's physical body. Xinghe sucked in a breath, his eyes red like a gambler's. 15 million plus flaws. Good grief, was my body cobbled together from discarded scraps? Stop wasting words, fix it. Fix it to death. The instant the command was given, a power even more profound and violent than the previous ability, awakening, engulfed his entire being. Crack, crack, crack. Xinghe gritted his teeth, bones popping like beans. He felt every cell exploding and then recombining into a more perfect form. His flesh and blood underwent a brutal baptism. Painful but extremely satisfying. Large amounts of black, foul impurities oozed from every pore. It was a true rebirth, marrow cleansing and bone refining. During the transformation, Xinghe was astonished to find that the ambient primal energy in the air was pouring into his body like crazy. Previously, this body could sit in meditation all day without sensing a single shred of primal energy. Now it was like a torrential rain of energy cascading into his limbs and bones. His internal strength began to skyrocket at a visible rate. After an unknown duration, the system's prompt arrived like heavenly music. Ding. Physical body flaw repair complete. Congratulations, host, your physical constitution has automatically evolved to S grade innate saint body. Xinghe's eyes snapped open, a faint golden light flickering in his pupils. He endured the pungent smell and quickly checked the description of this constitution. Innate saint body. Attribute 1, host comprehension permanently increased by 1,000 times. Attribute 2, host cultivation speed permanently increased by 1,000 times. Attribute 3, this constitution has extremely strong growth potential, and effects can continue to stack as the host's strength increases. Reading these 3 lines, Xinghe covered his mouth, laughing like a writhing worm on the bed. Holy crap. Holy crap. 1,000 times comprehension. 1,000 times cultivation speed. And can stack infinitely. This is fate spoon-feeding me with a wok. This was the ultimate training cheat tailored for him. His mind was now extremely sharp, rapidly calculating the martial exam, 3 days away. Ordinary students, even with decent talent, can only train a few hours a day at most. With my 1,000-fold speed boost. If I cultivate for 5 or 6 hours in seclusion, my strength will surge by at least 300 kilograms. In 3 days if I train day and night. Xinghe's eyes grew brighter like 2 searchlights. Enough for me to break through the apprentice barrier and step into the 3rd level of body tempering before the martial exam. According to the world's exam standards, a basic strength of 100 kilograms qualified one to officially step onto the martial path and become the 1st level of body tempering. The 3rd level of body tempering meant a terrifying 3000 kilograms of basic strength. But that wasn't all. Xinghe clenched his fists, knuckles widening. Add the 300 chi and blood burst from the indestructible divine body. With 3000 kilograms base, one punch will deliver a devastating 900 kilograms of killing power. What does 900 kilograms mean? It was equivalent to the full force strike of an ordinary 7th or 8th level body tempering martial artist. In this exam, not to mention those sharp students at the 4th or 5th body tempering level. Even the super geniuses guaranteed by the top martial academies. I can slap them against the wall, and they won't come off. After the wild elation, Xinghe calmed down, went to the cramped bathroom to wash off the black grime. Looking in the mirror, he saw a more symmetrical, taller figure with muscle lines like a perfect hunting leopard. He was extremely satisfied. After drying off, he looked hotly at the old school bag nearby. Since abilities could be fixed, objects could be fixed, and the body could be fixed. What about the basic martial techniques and guidance cultivation method issued by the school? Should I also exploit a flaw in the basic technique and fix it? System, open the interface for me to inspect. In host Xinghe. In cultivation realm martial arts apprentice. In vital chi 5 effects, strength, defensive capability, and wound recovery speed. In soul strength 5 baseline for an ordinary person is 1, governs mental acuity and spiritual resilience. Innate talents, indestructible divine body SS rank, primordial saintly body S rank, insight 1000, cultivation speed 1000. In martial techniques, foundational body refining fist unranked, proficiency 12100. In special augmentation, vital chi burst at 300, soul strength amplification at 300. My vital chi has surged directly to 5, and my soul strength too. And Xinghe's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. And under the special augmentation, each point of his vital chi could unleash a staggering explosive force equivalent to 300 kilograms. With 5 points of vital chi, his destructive power now reached a thunderous 1500 kilograms. In good heavens, 1500 kilograms. and Lu Xinghe drew a sharp, involuntary breath. The threshold for entering the first tier of the body-refining realm stood at merely 1,000 kilograms. Yet he hadn't even begun formal training, and already far surpassed ordinary practitioners at that level. Even those bald martial instructors at school probably don't exceed this standard. And would it be excessively cruel to use this physique to intimidate high school students? Lu Xinghe shook his head with a sigh, but the grin tugging at his lips refused to be suppressed. And within less than an hour of the system's activation, decades of arduous detours had vanished. Never mind. Let's test whether I can refine this foundational fist technique as well. And he focused his entire consciousness upon the foundational body-refining fist residing in his mind. System, scan it ending. Undetected martial technique, foundational body-refining fist. N1254 flaws identified. In repair confirmation required. Lu Xinghe slammed his thigh in astonishment. Damn, it actually works. And though only 1254 flaws existed, dwarfed by the 15 million imperfections within his physical body. What did this prove? And that his hypothesis was utterly sound. And even if this fist technique held limited potential, it confirmed that superior cultivation arts and martial techniques acquired later could likewise be transformed into peerless legacies. Most critically, he desperately needed this technique now. And possessing raw destructive power of 1500 kilograms meant little without a refined martial art to channel and amplify it. In actual combat, unstructured force would dissipate uselessly, leaving him barely matched against someone wielding only 100 kilograms. And this simply won't do. Brutes brawl with wild punches. We embrace precision and artistry, and repair it. Now ending. In daily repair quota exhausted. Host has no remaining repair attempts today. Host possesses 2 repair opportunities per day. And please attempt again tomorrow. And the system's cold, emotionless notification fell like ice water. Lu Xinghe froze for 2 seconds. And gone. Only twice a day, yet instead of anger his eyes sparkled with cunning, and a broad, triumphant smile spread across his face. So what if it's only twice a day, and I am the bearer of the SS rank indestructible divine body, and so long as he wasn't obliterated instantly he would endure, unbroken and unending. An ordinary mortal lives 2 centuries, postnatal realm cultivators 3, those attaining the primordial realm may survive 500 years. Once I reach the primordial realm, 5 centuries equals 180,000 days, which means over 300,000 repair opportunities. Is this not an inexhaustible wellspring? Lu Xinghe's excitement mounted, his earlier disappointment evaporating into thin air. With such heaven-defying talent, attaining the primordial realm was no distant dream. And since refinement is impossible today, we shall resume tomorrow. For now, intensive cultivation must begin. Can my S-rank primordial saintly body break through into the body-refining realm before nightfall? And he took a deep centering breath and assumed his stance. Fists clenched tight, he launched a devastating punch. And whoosh! Na gale erupted spontaneously within his cramped bedroom, and the concussive blast reverberated deafeningly. Lu Xinghe never paused, repeating the foundational body-refining fist relentlessly throughout the room. In this technique bore extraordinary lineage and originally crafted by the legendary Dragon Emperor of the Interstellar Human Alliance. All martial apprentices began their journey with it, and though officially classified as unranked, it was indisputably the pinnacle among unranked arts. Why? And because it was more than mere fist work. It was a genuine vital energy forging art. In each strike, cultivated chi through every cultivation session manifested as precise kinetic expression. For apprentices laying their foundations, this seamless fusion of form and function was nothing short of sublime. Nas Lu Xinghe's movements accelerated. A relentless chorus of sonic booms filled the chamber. And pang, pang, pang. Into his astonishment, ambient primordial energies, once nearly imperceptible, now surged toward him like sharks scenting blood. They flooded into his body with frenzied intensity. Exhilarating. And this absorption rate exceeds everything I accumulated over dozens of prior days combined. Lu Xinghe grew increasingly enthralled, fully immersed in the technique's profound intricacies. In previously unfathomable points of biomechanical leverage now felt as intuitive as breathing. A 1,000-fold boost to insight transformed him into a living vessel of epiphany. 1 hour later. Ending. And congratulations, host. Foundational body refining fist proficiency elevated to mastery. Cultivation speed increased by an additional 20%. And Lu Xinghe froze mid-motion, eyes wide with disbelief. In 1 hour. In just 1 hour of practice. And I've achieved mastery. Proficiency levels were paramount, both for techniques and cultivation arts. And higher proficiency in arts accelerated cultivation, higher mastery in techniques magnified combat efficacy. These tiers progressed from novice to proficient to masterful to perfect, and finally to the mythic transcendent mastery. No. 42 middle school among its 6,000 students, fewer than 50 had ever attained proficiency in this foundational art, and those who reached mastery, and even among salaried martial instructors, perhaps no more than 3 could claim such attainment. And if the principal learned I mastered it in an hour, the entire Xinghe city would tremble. Lu Xinghe smacked his lips thoughtfully. In mastery-level foundational body-refining fist has catapulted my cultivation speed to 1,200 times its original rate. From now on, I must cultivate vital qi, and simultaneously deepen my comprehension of the technique. And he ignored sweat dripping from his brow and the dark impurities exuding from his pores. Resuming his stance, he moved like an indefatigable engine, punching without pause. And pang, pang, pang. And sweat dripped steadily from his jaw onto the floorboards. An hour and a half later. Ending. In-host's vital qi increased by 1 point. And Lu Xinghe's spirit surged. Incredibly swift. By my earlier estimation, even with the primordial saintly body, I'd need nearly 2 hours to gain a single point. Now with mastery-level technique augmenting me, that time shrank by 30 minutes. Not only now did he grasp, in sheer overwhelming terror of transcendent biological superiority. His predecessor's 3 years of grueling cultivation yielded only standard-tier strength. But for Lu Xinghe, each point of vital qi equaled 300 kilograms of destructive force, forged effortlessly by others' lifetimes of toil. This was his ultimate trump card, elevating him far above all so-called prodigies. Continue. Lu Xinghe's eyes burned crimson, fatigue forgotten, resolve unshaken. For him, nothing mattered more than ascending in power. Time slipped away, day bled into deepest night. Within his narrow rented room, the sound of tearing air never ceased. 7.5 hours straight. Lu Xinghe swung his fists, relentless, tireless, unyielding. As the fifth vital qi increased, chime resonated. System's voice underwent a profound transformation. Ending. Congratulations, host, vital qi has reached 10 points. Cultivation realm ascended successfully to body refining realm, first tier. Lu Xinghe abruptly halted, fists drawn tight at his sides. He sensed an invisible seal within his being, shattered in an instant. At last, I am a true martial cultivator. He understood precisely what this signified. Within the interstellar alliance, the gulf between apprentice and cultivator was absolute, chasm deep, and irrevocable. Upon official certification, even if one lay idle at home all day, the alliance disbursed 10,000 star credits monthly as cultivation stipend. Festivals brought generous provisions and resource allocations. From now on, my younger sister may drink nutrient solution in whatever flavor she desires. Lu Xinghe chuckled softly, but continued practicing without pause. Even having broken through to the body-refining realm, he drilled the fist technique with obsessive fervor. Instinct whispered he stood on the cusp of another breakthrough. Nays closed, his expression hardened with unwavering determination. He gathered the nascent vital qi surging within him, the definitive hallmark of a body-refining realm cultivator. Knit roared through his meridians like a torrential river. His right arm swelled visibly, then exploded forward in another strike. This time, faint yet unmistakable arcane resonance shimmered about his knuckles. Subtle yet suffused with palpable dread, this aura pressed upon the air itself. Just as the technique neared its next evolutionary leap, a thunderous muffled detonation erupted throughout the room. Boom! The surrounding objects trembled, and the water in the cup rippled in waves. What a commotion! Lu Xinghe wiped the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, even the sound insulation in the slums is military grade these days. If this were the 21st century, I would have probably been rubbed against the ground by the old lady downstairs by now. He took a deep breath, feeling his blood and energy surge within him like a dragon. With one final heavy punch, the air was ruptured with a thunderous crack. Ding! Basic body refinement fist proficiency upgraded to perfect level. Cultivation speed increased to 150% of the original base. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. This mediocre fist technique can achieve perfect level and even increase my cultivation speed by 50%. If I fix its flaws tomorrow, won't I soar to new heights? He couldn't imagine how terrifying his cultivation speed would become once this fist technique transformed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Xinghe walked to the window. The night had long descended. Outside the window, a massive moon radiating a crimson glow hung high in the sky. I really am in another world. Lu Xinghe sighed, a trace of melancholy stirring in his heart. The once familiar Big Dipper was nowhere to be seen. However, according to history textbooks, Earth seems to still be a tourist destination in some star region 100,000 years later. Once I trample all the giants of the universe underfoot, I must go back home to see if the Great Wall has mutated. He glanced down at his own body. The impurities expelled during the cleansing process had formed a layer of grimy dirt on his body, emitting a pungent odor. Ugh, this smell is terrible. Lu Xinghe hurried into the narrow bathroom. Intellect activate the highest level of Family Central cleaning mode. With a click, the micro nozzles around the walls instantly sprayed a large amount of special transparent bubbles completely enveloping him. Wow, these bubbles can even automatically avoid my nostrils. These high-tech bubbles not only didn't hinder his breathing, but also squirmed rapidly, crazily absorbing the dirt from his pores and clothes. In less than a minute, the transparent bubbles turned pitch black and slid down the drain. The shower technology 100,000 years later is far superior to that of Earth. Xinghe touched his smooth skin, unable to help but marvel at the advanced technology of the Interstellar Alliance. After changing into clean clothes, he stepped out of the bedroom. Under the dim light of the living room, a little girl with a single ponytail was resting her chin on her hands, dozing off at the dining table. 13 or 14-year-old Lu Yuran had exquisitely delicate features. Although she was slender, she was undoubtedly a beautiful girl. If this girl grows for another 2 years, she will definitely outshine those so-called talented school beauties in Xinghe City. Xinghe thought to himself. Ahem. He deliberately cleared his throat. Lu Yuran jolted awake, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Bro, you're done washing up. Looking at the food on the table, Xinghe put on a stern face. Didn't I tell you to eat first if I'm late in my cultivation? You don't have to wait for me. Lu Yuran pouted in grievance. When you're not here, eating alone at the table feels like chewing on would I lose my... On the table was regular synthetic nutritional rice accompanied by 2 plates of bland vegetables. Xinghe picked up a bowl and took a big mouthful, finding it dry and hard to swallow. The martial arts gap in this vast universe is all contained within this bowl of rice, he secretly complained. There are specially made high-grade nutritional meals in this era, which could fill a person for a month with just one meal. What's more, they could significantly enhance a warrior's blood vitality and cultivation speed. But that stuff costs tens of thousands of star coins per meal, far beyond what an ordinary family can afford. Eating this E. coli and carbohydrates every day, it's practically impossible for the children in the slums to become warriors. Lu Yuran held her bowl, her big eyes darting around. Bro, I want to tell you something. She spoke cautiously. Go ahead. Today we had physical testing in the middle school department, and my strength reached 320 kilograms. Lu Yuran stared closely at Lu Xinghe's expression, fearing that she might provoke this bottom-ranked king brother. The principal said I could go directly to the genius class at Xinghe No. 1 high school tomorrow. Bang. The chopsticks in Lu Xinghe's hand fell directly onto the table. How much? 320 kilograms. He stared wide-eyed at his frail sister. You're only 13, and you've already reached 320 kilograms. Based on this talent, give you 2 more years, and you will absolutely break through the 900-kilogram threshold for aspiring warriors before graduating high school. This is definitely a great talent for a key provincial martial arts school. Xinghe excitedly grabbed his sister's shoulders. He completely regarded Lu Yuran as his own sister, genuinely happy for her. But then he thought. He now had a base strength of 1,000 kilograms, and with the triple explosion of the undying divine body, that meant a terrifying battle power of 3,000 kilograms. In 2 days during the martial arts exam, don't even mention entering the key provincial school. At that time, if I show a little of my true abilities, the principal of the key provincial school will probably come personally in a hovering war machine to recruit me. Bro, don't be upset actually. Lu Yuran, seeing Xinghe lost in thought he was feeling down. Actually, when I tested for the first time, I hit a full 400 kilograms. The chopsticks he had just picked up fell to the table again with a thud. What? You were holding back. He looked completely bewildered. Lu Yuran shrank her neck timidly. I saw the principal and the teachers nearly drop their jaws to the ground, looking at me like I was a monster. I was afraid of being taken apart for study, so I quickly reduced my strength by 20%. Holy crap, 400 kilograms at 13. Xinghe gasped in shock. He recalled how he had to exert every ounce of strength during each of his tests, only managing to break 300. Is this the gap between a true genius and a failure? Who taught you to hold back during physical tests? Xinghe glared at her. Lu Yuran puffed her chest out defiantly. You did. You've taught me since I was little that we have no parents, no background, and we must be low-key and careful when going out. Xinghe was rendered speechless by her rebuttal. This excuse is truly irrefutable. All right, being careful is correct. Xinghe waved his hand. Tomorrow I will personally take you to report at Xinghe No. 1 high school. No way. Lu Yuran shook her head repeatedly. You have the citywide unified martial arts exam the day after tomorrow. You need to practice more in this last bit of time to make a final push. I can just take the maglev bus by myself. Looking at her sister, who was always thinking of him, Xinghe couldn't help. What are you pushing for? I already have no need to prepare for the martial arts exam. Lu Yuran paused her movements, blinking in confusion. But bro, didn't you say this afternoon that you only awakened the most basic Flevel special ability? Although Flevel can guarantee admission, the ranking is too low. In a high-level martial arts school, you would still be assigned to the lower class and bullied. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow mimicking her earlier confident tone. Who taught you that awakening means you can't hold back? Lu Yuren's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Bro, are you also? Lu Xinghe smiled mysteriously and nodded. That's right on the surface, level, but in reality this special ability has a horrific enhancement to my physical body. Don't mention being the bottom ranked. Even securing a spot in a top-tier class is a done deal. That's wonderful. Lu Yuren screamed in excitement, dropping her food and diving into Lu Xinghe's. I knew my brother could do it. The little girl was so excited that her eyes turned red, clinging to him tightly. Lu Xinghe smiled and ruffled her hair. From now on, my brother is going to a high-level martial arts school. You have to work hard to protect your brother later. Lu Yuren waved her small pink fist, looking serious. Don't worry. Once I get stronger, anyone who dares to touch a hair on my brother, I'll turn them into a pig's head. A warm rush filled Lu Xinghe's heart. Both in this life and the last they were orphans, and this sister was his only concern in this world. Watching his sister's excited expression, Lu Xinghe's thoughts shifted. System check if this girl has any flaws. Ding. Detected that this human girl has 12 million flaws in her physical body. Current repair attempts insufficient. Please try again tomorrow. Over 12 million flaws. Lu Xinghe was slightly taken aback. It seems that as fellow humans the number of flaws in the original genes is quite similar. But he quickly suppressed the impulse in his heart and did not intend to fix his sister immediately. If this girl suddenly turns into a congenital holy body like mine once exposed, she will definitely be targeted by the giants of the starry sky. She doesn't have my SS level undying divine body to lock her blood and protect her life. I must wait until I am strong enough to walk openly in this world before I can repair her body. Right now the most important thing is to desperately enhance my own strength. After dinner, Lu Xinghe urged his sister to sleep, then once again locked his room door. In the deep of night, it was the perfect time to grind. Bang, bang, bang. In the room the dull sound of breaking air echoed again, and the airflow swirled violently. The efficiency of the perfect level basic body refinement fist is indeed astonishing. Lu Xinghe was drenched in sweat, his gaze firmly fixed on the chi and blood progress bar on the virtual panel. He only needed 1 hour and 15 minutes to forcibly increase his chi and blood. At this terrifying speed, by the time the sun rises tomorrow morning, I will definitely break through the barrier and step into the second level of the body refinement realm. But what he cared about most right now was not the breakthrough. It was time. While he punched furiously, he kept an eye on the electronic clock on the wall. As the clock's hands quietly passed midnight, a cold, melodious prompt tone finally echoed in Lu Xinghe's mind. Ding. Repair attempts have been refreshed. The host currently has 2 repair attempts. Lu Xinghe suddenly halted his punches, his eyes bursting with extreme fervor. Finally refreshed. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the attribute panel in his mind, his gaze locked tightly on the martial arts section. System. Scan the basic body refinement fist. Ding. Detected the basic body refinement fist has 1234 flaws. Host, do you wish to repair? Lu Xinghe took a deep breath, his clenched fist making cracking sounds. Repair it to death for me. Let me see what kind of earth-shattering divine skill this broken fist technique can transform into. Boom. A torrent of violent information surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Hiss, my head hurts. Lu Xinghe gritted his teeth and groaned. Within this vast stream of information was an entirely new martial skill. Compared to the previous low-tier basic fist technique, it was infinitely more exquisite and domineering. In the depths of his mind it seemed as if a golden figure was frantically practicing. Starting moves, exerting force, circulating chi and blood routes, even the methods for refining the physical body. All the techniques and mysteries were imprinted into Lu Xinghe's muscle memory as if stamped with a steel brand. The proficiency of the martial skill skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the barriers of intra-level skilled and proficient. Ding. Flaw repair completed. The basic body refining fist technique has been successfully optimized to 4th tier lower grade rare level martial skill. Titanium steel battle formula. Lu Xinghe gasped sharply, his eyes nearly bulging out. What the hell? 4th tier lower grade. And it's rare level. He was completely stunned. System, you just turned a broken tricycle into an interstellar fighter jet. He was well aware. Martial skills had an extremely strict hierarchy. 1st tier corresponded to body refining, 2nd tier to acquired, 3rd tier to innate. 4th tier corresponded to the legendary master realm. Master. Lu Xinghe swallowed hard. In a small 3rd tier city like Xinglan City, a master was undoubtedly a supreme figure capable of controlling an area. Even the mayor would have to bow and scrape. Not to mention that martial skills of the same tier were further subdivided into ordinary, good, excellent, rare, and legendary qualities. Rare level martial skill. Even the outstanding geniuses from provincial key advanced martial schools would struggle to even touch the surface of this. Let me see how powerful you really are. Lu Xinghe eagerly began to check the information. Titanium steel battle formula can significantly enhance training speed, quickly strengthen physical body intensity. Training to perfection can trigger a special combat state, titanium steel battle body. Xinghe's heart raced. Battle body, attribute C level. After activation, speed increases by 300% for a short time. Defense increases by 500%. The physical bonus resistance to damage multiplies geometrically. Xinghe looked at these ridiculously absurd statistics, his lips curling into a wild grin. Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This isn't fighting at all. It's clearly transforming into a human tank to ram into people. With this terrifying defense, if I just stand there and let those top students hit me, they won't break my defense and count it as a win. Wait a minute. Xinghe suddenly raised an eyebrow, a bold thought emerging in his mind. Since it evolved from the basic fist technique, then my previous perfect proficiency. The system's cold voice gave him a reassuring feeling. Ding! Titanium steel battle formula has successfully inherited the proficiency of the original martial skill. Current proficiency, perfect level. Additionally gained chi and blood training speed boost 300%. It's settled. Xinghe swung his fist hard, his knuckles cracking. Now with the perfect titanium steel battle formula in hand, he could unleash an unmatched titanium steel fist. Coupled with the 300% abnormal chi and blood explosion of the indestructible divine body. Once the titanium steel battle body was activated. Don't even mention just crushing opponents of the same tier. I could slap people across a whole realm, and they would have to accept it obediently. Xinghe grinned widely internally, raising his estimation of that low-tier basic fist technique several notches. If the foundation isn't solid, no matter how powerful the system is, it can't possibly produce a fourth-tier martial skill all at once. This thing can simultaneously encompass fist techniques, body refining, and chi and blood guidance. No wonder those highborn young masters dare not skip it when building their foundation. He stroked his chin. The textbooks said this was a popular technique devised by the legendary Dragon Emperor of humanity, taking 1,000 years to develop. Old Dragon Emperor, you've truly opened up the pattern here. You've benefited all of humanity, and as your junior, is it too much for me to exploit a loophole for an upgrade? System, bring up the panel. Buzz. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded before his eyes. Host Xinghe. Realm, first layer of body refining. Chi and blood 11. 5. Soul 5. Talent SSS level, indestructible divine body SS level, innate sacred body, C level titanium steel battle body. Martial skill titanium steel battle formula 4th tier, lower grade rare perfect level chi and blood training speed boost of 300%. That's more like it. Xinghe looked at the refreshed panel, feeling immensely satisfied. With 1,000 times the training speed of the innate sacred body plus this titanium steel battle formula's threefold boost. That means I only need 35 minutes to force out a bit of chi and blood. This is simply more outrageous than cheating. Xinghe's eyes were bloodshot like a gambler on a rampage. If I continue training this way as long as the nutritional resources keep up, by tomorrow morning, they'll directly flip over from the second layer of body refining to force into the third layer. Enough nonsense, let's keep going. Xinghe's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately took up his stance. He took a deep breath and the chi and blood within his body surged wildly along the route of titanium steel battle formula. Bang! A titanium steel straight fist was unleashed with ferocity. A dull sonic boom suddenly erupted in the air. The narrow bedroom space was instantly swept by a violent wind. Boom. As his punch grew increasingly violent, the entire room began to tremble slightly. Refreshed, Xinghe felt every bone in his body rejoicing, his muscles exploding with terrifying power amidst tearing and reassembling. At this moment, in the living room, Lu Yuren, who was originally lying down and ready to sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. What's going on? An earthquake. She felt the entire floor shaking slightly, the water in the cup on the table swaying. The little girl's first reaction was to roll over and jump out of bed. Could it be that the star beast herd outside has broken through the defense network? She quickly activated the smart device on her wrist, instantly bringing up the real-time defense alert for Xinghe City. A green light. No star beast invading and no earthquake warning. Lu Yuren muttered softly, confusion written all over her face as she stepped out of her room. Barefoot, she followed the source of the tremor, inching her way to Lu Xinghe's bedroom door. Bang! Boom! The muffled sound of collision mixed with the howling wind continuously came from the crack in the door. Lu Yuren stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise. What is my brother doing in there? Is he demolishing the house? She bit her lip, and a wildly absurd guess suddenly popped into her mind. The principal said that Flevel Cell Revival is just a useless ability for healing superficial injuries. But can a useless ability make such a big commotion? Could it be that my brother has concealed some earth-shattering talent? The little girl increasingly felt it was possible, her eyes sparkling with stars. But she understood and didn't knock on the door. The martial exam is coming up the day after tomorrow. My brother is definitely pushing himself to the limit. I absolutely cannot disturb him. Lu Yuran clenched her delicate little fists. Since my brother is working so hard, I can't slack off. For tomorrow's genius class report, I must shine brilliantly. She tiptoed back to her room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, starting her own training. In the room, Lu Xinghe was completely unaware that he had become the extraordinary figure in his sister's eyes. He was currently in a state of extreme excitement. Ding! Qi and blood value increased by 1. Ding! Qi and blood value increased by 1. The system's notification sounded like the most beautiful symphony ringing madly in his mind. 11, 5, 13, 15, 16. Just as Lu Xinghe prepared to continue squeezing out qi and blood with a high sweeping kick. Gurgle. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from his stomach. What the hell? Lu Xinghe froze mid-action. Following that, an incredibly terrifying dizziness washed over him like a tsunami. His vision went dark, his legs turned weak, and with a thud he crashed against the wall. He could only cling to the wall, gasping for air. What the hell is happening? Beep, beep, beep. The smartwatch on his wrist suddenly flashed a glaring red light. The cold electronic voice of the smart device sounded urgently. Warning. Detected severe energy deficiency in the user's body. The body functions are about to face a crisis of shutdown. Please eat immediately to replenish high-energy nutrient substances. Otherwise, irreversible damage will occur to the cells. Lu Xinghe slid down the wall to the ground, holding his empty stomach, utterly bewildered. Energy deficiency. He shook his dizzy head vigorously. That can't be right. I just gritted my teeth and spent 3,000 star coins half a month ago to buy a basic nutrient meal. That's the standard compressed energy meal for martial artist apprentices. Normally, even if I train like a dog, every day it would be enough to cover an entire month's basic consumption. How could it be depleted in just half a month? Lu Xinghe took a deep breath and a flash of inspiration hit him as he slapped his thigh. Damn it, I forgot about this. Qi and blood aren't just falling from the sky. The enhancement of muscles, the strengthening of bones, the transformation of the body. All of it requires energy to fuel it. In a single day, my qi and blood skyrocketed from 3, 4 to 16. This rocket-like speed of improvement directly drained all the energy that had been stored in my body. Lu Xinghe smiled wryly as he rubbed his stomach. If I were to eat those ordinary meals in the kitchen with hardly any oil, I'd probably have to eat 4 or 5 buckets just to barely replenish a bit of qi and blood consumption. Then I might as well change my name to Rice Bucket Xinghe. In a day of 24 hours, he couldn't possibly waste 20 hours just on eating and digestion right. Training resources. This is the critical bottleneck. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming poor in culture, rich in martial arts. The ancients did not deceive me. Fortunately today, I awakened my abilities and the school just awarded me a bonus of 10,000 star coins. I originally intended to save this money for Yuran to improve her living conditions. Forget it, I absolutely cannot stop training right now. As long as I can dominate the martial exam, get into a provincial key advanced martial school, then I won't have to worry about making money. At that time, just getting some resources will be enough for me and my sister to soar. He struggled to raise his heavy arm, activating the smart device. Smart device opened the Alliance Mall for me. In this era of the vast universe, the Martial Artist Alliance's mall covered hundreds of millions of life planets. As long as you have enough star coins and sufficient permissions. Don't even mention high-tier gene potions. If you want to buy a private planet to be a local emperor, that's no problem. However, Lu Xinghe's current foundational permission of the first layer of body refining only allowed him to purchase the most basic living and training supplies. Search for low-grade energy meals. Swipe. A semi-transparent light screen shifted. A capsule box radiating a faint blue glow appeared before him. Low-grade energy meal priced at 3,000 star coins per serving. Martial artist apprentices can sustain basic training consumption for 30 days. Acquired martial artists can sustain for 5 days. Innate martial artists can sustain for 1 day. Lu Xinghe looked at this introduction, smacking his lips. This is just outrageous. It costs as much as half a year's worth of food expenses for ordinary commoners. The smart device's confirmation prompt popped up. Would you like to spend 3,000 star coins to purchase a low-grade energy meal? 3,000 star coins for a day's worth for a congenital level martial artist. Robbery. Lu Xinghe's mouth twitched as he listened to the prompt from the smart brain. At this rate of consumption, a big shot at the congenital level would burn over 1 million star coins a year just by eating this low-tier takeout. If those at the bottom don't get into a higher martial arts school, they won't even have the qualifications to serve the big shots for their entire lives. Smart brain, what's the price for intermediate and advanced energy meals? Intermediate energy meal priced at 100,000 star coins per serving. It can sustain an ordinary person for a year and a congenital level for a month. Advanced energy meal priced at several 100 million star coins per serving with no fixed market price. It can keep a congenital level martial artist from hunger for 10 years. Hearing this quote, Lu Xinghe nearly spit out a mouthful of old blood. 100,000. Several hundred million. With over 700 billion people in the entire Xinglan city, there are probably less than 700 at the congenital level. A 1 in a billion chance. No wonder those at the congenital level are all worth at least 100 billion. It seems they were forced by their appetite. Forget it, aiming too high is likely to backfire. Smart brain, place an order for a low-level energy meal expedited. Beep. Order confirmed, expected delivery within 10 minutes through the household reception port. 10 minutes. That delivery speed is impressive. Lu Xinghe wiped the sweat from his brow. He braced his shaky legs and moved to the corner of the living room to wait by the delivery reception port. In less than 5 minutes, with a light click, the alloy door on the wall popped open and a beautifully designed gift box with a metallic sheen slid out. It's already here. The logistics system of the great cosmic era is indeed absurd. Spaceships deliver goods to a community transfer station, then pipelines connect directly to thousands of households. If those living in standalone villas are any indication, private drones probably deliver goods directly into their mouths. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together, eager to open the gift box. Inside was a crystal glass tube containing a blood-red liquid lying quietly on a velvet cushion. Just a tiny sip, 3,000 star coins. The smart brain kindly chimed in. The low-level energy meal is extracted from the essence of a first-tier star beast's blood and flesh. One first-tier star beast can produce about 10 servings. Oh, Lu Xing's eyes lit up instantly. One star beast can make 10 servings. That's 30,000 star coins. After the martial arts exam, I can go out and kill a few. The income speed will be 1,000 times better than working. However, for now, he had to survive the hunger first. He was about to twist off the cap and gulp it down. His hand suddenly paused. Wait, I have a system. Since this thing is a physical object, can it be repaired? System, scan this bottle of red sugar water for me. Ding. Detected low-level energy meal with 5451 vulnerabilities. Lu Xinghe gasped sharply, his eyes wide as saucers. Over 5,000 vulnerabilities. Goodness, this must have been refined with the heel of a foot. But the greater the number of vulnerabilities, the more excited he became. A broken watch had just over 1,000 vulnerabilities, but this thing had over 5,000. After repairing it, let alone loadier, it wouldn't be a problem to defeat even those advanced energy meals priced at several hundred million. Right. Repair. This is the last chance. Make sure it's done thoroughly. Ding. The moment the command was issued, a brilliant golden light visible only to him enveloped the entire glass tube. As the light faded, the originally viscous blood-red liquid transformed into a clear and translucent light golden potion. Even through the glass, he could feel a terrifying vitality rolling within. Ding. Vulnerabilities repaired. Low-level energy meal successfully upgraded to 4th-tier intermediate rare grade advanced strengthened energy meal. This item can sustain a congenital level martial artist's energy consumption for 50 years. After consumption, it can continuously provide and convert to 50,000 points of vitality reserves. Bonus attributes doubled cultivation speed, and it eliminates the risk of explosive body failure. Even ordinary people can absorb it perfectly. Listening to the system's continuous announcements, the sound of Lu Xinghe swallowing saliva was particularly loud in the quiet living room. 4th-tier intermediate. 50,000 points of vitality reserves. It even doubles the cultivation speed. The most outrageous part is that even ordinary people can drink it. He felt his hands trembling as he held the vial of potion. If this were sold, the big shots at the congenital level in Xinglan City would probably go crazy. Even master-level powerhouses would be envious to the point of madness. Gurgle. His stomach protested thunderously once more. Forget it, let's drink it first to pay respects. Lu Xinghe had twisted off the cap, tilted his head, and swallowed it down. Boom. The moment the light golden potion entered his throat, it transformed into an extremely gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful warm current. It surged through his limbs and bones. The soreness, hunger, and fatigue brought on by extreme physical strain vanished in an instant. He could even hear the cheers of his cells feasting greedily inside him. So refreshing. Having drunk more than half the bottle in one go, Lu Xinghe forcefully stopped himself. He looked at the last remaining amount at the bottom of the bottle. This last sip can easily keep a congenital big shot sustained for 5 to 6 years. Year 1 is at that age when she's growing and laying the foundation. Without any hesitation, he found a clean ceramic small bowl and poured the last sip of light golden liquid into it. Holding the bowl, Lu Xinghe walked to his sister's bedroom door. He pressed the smart doorbell. Ding. The door opened quickly. Lu Yuran peeked out her little head, looked at Lu Xinghe, then suspiciously glanced at his bedroom. Brother, did you just finish tearing the house apart? The little girl had already heard the commotion earlier, and her heart was itching like a cat's paw. Adults' matters are not for children to meddle in. Lu Xinghe directly brought the bowl to her mouth. Open up, drink this. Lu Yuran sniffed the indescribably fragrant aroma, and her eyes lit up. But she still cautiously shrank back. What is this? It looks golden and shiny. How, it's not poisonous, is it? Though she said this out of absolute trust in her brother, she took it and gulped it down in one go. She even smacked her lips, savoring the taste. It's sweet, and it tastes quite good. Of course. Xinghe rolled his eyes. This sip was bought with the 10,000 star coins prize from my school. 1/10 of the amount cost me a whole 10,000. What? Lu Yuren's little face instantly fell, and she felt heartbroken. 10,000 star coins. Just for this sip? Brother, are you crazy? This is our food allowance for over 2 years. She hurriedly bent down to lick the bottom of the bowl, afraid of wasting even a tiny bit. Get a grip. Xinghe ruffled her hair and laughed. Your brother is about to become a student at a higher martial arts school. Making money is just a matter of time. You're also a promising student in the genius class now. After eating this, you won't need to eat or poop for half a year. Use all the time you save to cultivate. Hearing that she wouldn't need to eat for half a year, Lu Yuren, though heartbroken over the money, knew she couldn't waste the effects of this valuable 10,000 star coins potion. I'm going to practice right away. When I become a big shot in the future, I'll buy you a ton to drink like water. The little girl shoved the bowl into Lu Xinghe's arms and slammed the door shut. Listening to the sounds of her cultivating energy coming from behind the door, Lu Xinghe smiled with satisfaction. When I can walk through the starry sky, I'll also turn your leaky physique into a divine body. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. He gathered his thoughts and turned back to his room. He currently had a full 50,000 points of vitality reserves, feeling an endless supply of strength coursing through him. Let's keep going. He locked the door. A sound of breaking air exploded again. Bang, bang, bang. The titanium steel battle technique was flowing effortlessly under the 1,000-fold comprehension boost of the S-level congenital sacred body, plus the previous double cultivation speed buff. The system's prompt sound was absolutely frantic. Ding. Vitality points increased by 1. This time he only needed 20 minutes to forcibly raise his vitality by 1 point. Outside the window, the 3 blood moons slowly descended, and the starlight pierced through the clouds. The entire night, Lu Xinghe, like an unyielding pile driver, rampaged for 7 or 8 hours. Boom. When the final whip kick exploded through the air, a miniature storm whirled up in the room. Lu Xinghe let out a breath of turbid air. The sweat on his body evaporated instantly due to the high temperature of his skin. This speed of improvement is simply outrageous. He clenched his fists, feeling that he could now punch yesterday's self into a pile of mush. System, bring up the panel. Buzz. A light screen popped up. Host Lu Xinghe. Realm Body Refinement, Realm 3rd Layer. Vitality 35 effects, Strength, Defense, Injury, Recovery Speed. Soul 5, Normal Person 1, Mental Strength, Soul Intensity. Talent, Undying Divine Body SSS, Level 300, Vitality 300, Soul, Congenital Sacred Body SS, Level Comprehension 1000, Cultivation, Speed 1000, Titanium Steel Battle Body, C Level 300, Speed 500, Defense. Martial Skills, Titanium Steel Battle Technique, 4th Year, Low Grade, Perfect, 300 Cultivation Speed. Lu Xinghe looked at the magnificent attributes, his lips curling into a wild smile, extremely satisfied. With this strength, the bald principal of No. 42 High School probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a punch from me, right? The principal of No. 42 High School is only at the 4th level of body refinement realm. If Lu Xinghe unleashes his full power with 3 times the explosion of the undying divine body, coupled with the battle body enhancement, he was absolutely confident that he could slap the principal against the wall, unable to get down. This system is really unreasonable. In just 1 day, I've soared to this level. If I could steadily grind for another week, who among my peers in Xinglan City could withstand a single move from me? I would consider that as my loss. Lu Xinghe was in high spirits. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, I almost forgot the important matter. I still need to take you Ran to report at the genius class in No. 1 High School today. He hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, skillfully activating the highest cleaning mode. In just 3 minutes he was done. After drying off and changing into clean clothes, Lu Xinghe quickly walked out of the room. In the living room, Lu Yuren had already put on the tech-savvy uniform of No. 42 High School's junior high department. The little girl was sitting obediently on the sofa, her small hands tightly gripping the corner of her clothes, her face filled with uncontrollable shock and confusion. Brother, you're out. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe, Lu Yuren sprang up from the sofa like a spring. Brother, I feel like I took the wrong medicine last night. The little girl lowered her voice, her big eyes wide open. I feel like I'm strong enough to punch a cow to death. I just tested a little, and overnight my strength has increased by a full 300 kilograms. Lu Yuren's voice trembled. It's worth noting that in the past, she would be grateful to gain 10 kilograms after practicing hard for 2 or 3 months. Gaining 300 kilograms in 1 night was simply challenging her understanding. It was even several times more intense than her brother's progress over 3 years of hard training. Lu Xinghe looked at his sister's naive expression and couldn't help but pinch her little face. Stop being so surprised. That was an intermediate energy meal bought for 10,000 star coins. How could its effect not be amazing? Lu Yuren's eyes lit up in realization, and she nodded excitedly. So intermediate energy meals are that powerful. Although she felt the speed of her improvement was outrageous, she had no doubts about Lu Xinghe's words. After all, having grown up in a slum, she had never encountered such high-end goods. She had only heard rich kids boast about the extraordinary power of high-tier resources. If I absorb at this rate, brother, I will definitely break through the 1,000-gene barrier before the college entrance examination and become a true martial artist. Lu Yuren clenched her small fist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Xinghe affectionately ruffled her hair. This is quite a bit of ambition. Once I start earning big money in the future, I'll buy you high-end energy meals to drink every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuren shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, seriously calculating with her fingers. That won't do. High-end energy meals cost several 100 million star coins. Even buying 1% of it would cost several million. We couldn't even afford to sell ourselves. Lu Xinghe chuckled and didn't explain further. He simply took her small, all right, little money grubber, let's hurry up. If we're late, we'll be tardy for the report. As he pulled his sister out the door, Lu Xinghe's mind was racing with thoughts. If the system can even create glitches in low-level energy meals, the enhanced effects are already so freakish. If I manage to acquire genuine mid to high-level resources in the future, or even those legendary high-tier genetic medicines, and then use the system to refine them again, wouldn't that effect be explosive? With this thought in mind, he immediately started planning his future money-making routes. Once the martial arts examination is over the day after tomorrow, I will register for a formal identity in the Martial Artist Alliance. Then he'll head straight out of the city to the Star Beast area to reap the harvest. Hunt star beasts to earn money, then buy resources for refinement, a perfect cycle. The two of them hailed a public magnetic levitation bus and sped off. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at the entrance of the first intermediate martial arts school in Xinghe City. Lu Xinghe got off the bus with his sister. Looking at the towering laser school gate, which stood 100 meters high, and the massive Sipha-themed buildings within, he couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder it's one, but it's truly grand. This is the top academy in Xinghe City, a holy place that countless common students aspire to enter. No, one high school selects the best from hundreds of ordinary high schools each year. As long as they meet the standards, they can directly transfer to the genius class and be treated like treasures. The instructors here all start at the 10th level of body refinement realm. The principal of one high school is also one of the top 10 powerhouses in Xinghe City, said to be a terrifying existence at the 3rd level of postnatal realm. In the past, this place was something I could only dream about. Lu Xinghe smacked his lips. But now, with the system and the undying divine body in hand, these so-called top instructors at one high school probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from me. Just as Lu Xinghe was lost in thought, a gentle and refined voice suddenly sounded nearby. Yuren. The two turned to look. A middle-aged man in a high-end custom suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses was walking toward them with a beaming smile. Principal Sidhu, hello. Lu Yuren quickly bowed to greet him. Lu Xinghe subtly raised an eyebrow. This man was Sidhu, the principal of 42 High School's junior high department. He was also the benefactor who recommended Lu Yuren to the genius class at one high school. However, looking at his smiling face, Lu Xinghe instinctively felt a sense of vigilance and disgust. His intuition told him that this old man was smiling too insincerely. He was definitely not a good person. Sidhu approached and scanned Lu Xinghe with his eyes. Xinghe, I heard you successfully awakened and level cell revival yesterday. Congratulations, you've secured a guaranteed admission slot at the Advanced Martial Arts School. Lu Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he replied blandly. It was just luck. Thank you for your concern, Principal Sidhu. Sidhu smiled and turned his attention back to Lu Yuren. Your admission procedures have already been taken care of in advance, Yuren. When you enter the school, a guide robot will take you to report to the genius class. As he said this, he paused and looked at Lu Xinghe again. Xinghe, don't leave just yet. I happen to have time today. Let's find a place to discuss Yuren's future. Lu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Sure. He wanted to see what scheme this old fox was concocting. If he dared to have any designs on his sister, his fists were itching for action. At worst, he could just punch him out and eliminate the thread in the cradle. Lu Yuren, being innocent, didn't think much of it. Then, brother, wait for me outside the school gate. After you finish talking with the principal, don't wander off. After giving this instruction, the little girl excitedly turned and walked into the massive laser school gate. Watching Lu Yuren's figure disappear completely, the gentle smile on Sidhu's face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a high and mighty arrogance. Let's go, we'll talk in my private aircraft. Sidhu didn't even bother to look at Lu Xinghe again, turning around and leaving. Lu Xinghe stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed with a cold smile. Sidhu walked ahead, filled with disdain. A mere awakened level ability waste. Just because he got a guaranteed admission slot, he really thinks he's something. He's not even worthy to carry the shoes of a true genius. The two quickly boarded an extremely luxurious private hovercraft. In less than a minute, the hovercraft docked midair, and the two entered a fully enclosed luxurious office cabin. Click. The smart cabin door immediately locked tightly. It cut off all sounds and sights from the outside. Situ Hao sat down on a luxurious leather sofa, crossing his legs. Xinghe, it's indeed not easy for you to take care of your sister while living in the slums all these years. The bond between you siblings is touching, and I admire it. Xinghe pulled up a chair and sat down directly, somewhat impatiently interrupting him. Principal Situ, can we skip the pleasantries? Everyone's time is valuable. Let's get to the point. Situ Hao's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it and raised his wrist to operate the smart device. Beep. Lu Xing's smart watch vibrated simultaneously. Your Xinglan City bank account has been credited 100,000 star coins. Xinghe raised an eyebrow, looking at Situ Hao with a half smile. Principal Situ, what do you mean by this? Could it be that this is a relocation fee for admitting my sister to know? Even if there is such a rule, this money should go directly to my sister, right? Situ Hao sneered, finally losing the pretense, revealing his ulterior motives. Don't play dumb with me. This 100,000 star coins is a buyout fee and also a gag order. Situ Hao fixed his greedy and calculating gaze on Xinghe. I have already submitted an application for the forced change of guardianship. Starting today, Lu Yuren's legal guardian will be me. Take this money and get out of Xinglan City, immediately disappearing forever from Yuren's sight. Cut off all ties. After hearing this, Lu Xing's heart instantly became clear. This old dog was calculating even more loudly than an abacus. A 13-year-old who could unleash 400 kilograms of basic strength. As long as she didn't meet an untimely end and managed to get into a provincial key, or even a top martial arts academy across the galaxy, it was absolutely certain. The resources involved and the enormous benefits behind this would be enough to drive anyone mad with envy. Situ Hao wanted to take Lu Yuren under the guise of guardianship, treating her as a cash cow, using her as a stepping stone for his future rise. Who knows if this old scoundrel had any even more disgusting ulterior motives? A layer of frost instantly covered Lu Xing's eyes. Seeing that he didn't speak, Situ Hao assumed he was scared, and his tone became even more unrestrained. Don't worry, I'm not someone who drives people to desperation. I've already inquired. There's a very suitable low-level martial arts school in a satellite city on the other side of Blue Water Star. The further you take the money and leave, the better. Don't waste my time training Yuren here. Xinghe was directly angered to laughter. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Situ Hao as if he were a dead man. As a teacher, you secretly engage in disgusting human trafficking. Principal Situ, I can hear your schemes. Xinghe keenly sensed that since the other party was so blunt, this situation definitely wouldn't end without achieving their goal. Faced with being exposed, Situ Hao's expression darkened to the extreme. He completely tore away the last layer of disguise. You little beast, I'm giving you face, and you don't want to take it. Take the money and leave and bury today's matter in your stomach forever. Situ Hao slammed a red button on the table, his expression extremely sinister. You and Flevel Waste better recognize the situation. This is a heavily fortified signal jamming zone. As a powerless and insignificant low-level insect, even if you die in this cabin today, no one outside will ever know. Situ Hao pointed 2 fingers down at the table, looking down at Xinghe like he was a beggar. They'll give you one last chance. Oh, another 100,000 star coins. Don't be ungrateful for the kindness of a mere Flevel Waste. Situ Hao stared at Xinghe. Take the 200,000 and get the hell out of Xinglan City immediately. Don't force me to make it so you can't even leave this hatch. Xinghe glanced at the smart wristwatch on his wrist. The weak signal had completely disappeared. A jamming zone. He chuckled. I must say, Principal Situ, you really are like a lantern in a toilet. What do you mean? Situ Hao was taken aback, sensing something was off. Xinghe stood up and shook his neck. Seeking death, are we? Since there's no signal, I won't hold back. Just you, a waste with a strength of only 300 kilograms. You want to fight me? I am a 6th level refining body practitioner. Before he finished speaking, Xinghe moved. Bang! The alloy floor beneath his feet was crushed into a deep pit. Xinghe charged forward. His speed was astonishing. What kind of speed is that? Situ Hao completely failed to react, not even able to prepare his defenses. The solid wood desks along the way were shattered by Xinghe. Slap! A hand gripped Situ Hao's neck. Xinghe lifted this muscular man off the ground with one hand. Situ Hao's face turned red, his legs flailing in the air. You're not an ordinary person. The sense of suffocation made it hard for him to breathe. He had messed with the wrong person. He let out a roar, his entire body surging with blood and chi, his right leg sweeping towards Lu Xing's head with a force of 6 or 7 tons. Die for me. This was a life or death strike from a 6th level refining body practitioner. Xinghe simply swept his hand towards that leg. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the cabin. Situ Hao's right leg bent backward at the knee. Lu Xing's left hand reached out, grabbing Situ Hao's right arm. With a squeeze. Bang! Blood splattered. Situ Hao's entire right arm was crushed. Damn, this titanium steel battle body combined with the indestructible divine body feels really good. Lu Xinghe held up the half-conscious C2 Hao. Now I ask you answer. He said, why do you want to adopt my sister? What are your true intentions? If you dare to tell even half a lie, you'll crush every bone in your body. C2 Hao's face turned pale, covered in sweat. His voice trembled. Don't kill me. He'll tell you everything. I am from the C2 family in Motian province. This is just my alias in Xinglan City. Lu Xinghe gazed at him. A powerful family from Motian province. What are you doing in Xinglan City? The family. The family wants to arrange a marriage with other super families. C2 Hao gasped in pain. The other party specifically requested a pure Yin girl of high awakening talent from the clan. Lu Yuran's age and talent perfectly meet the requirements. Lu Xinghe remained silent. C2 Hao, enduring the pain, continued, Xinghe, listen to me. This is a tremendous opportunity for you and your sister to leap into prosperity. If Yuran marries into such a super family, she will live a life of wealth and honor. You can benefit from it too. Since you know the truth, you will definitely agree, right? Lu Xinghe laughed. You want to use my only family member as a bargaining chip for marriage. And you want me to thank you for it? Old man, is your brain squeezed by the door or kicked by a horse? C2 Hao panicked. He shouted, you can't kill me. I am the nephew of the head of the C2 family. If you kill me, the C2 family will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Lu Xinghe ignored him, and C2 Hao continued, just let me go. I can guarantee you a direct admission quota to the top martial arts school in the imperial capital. That's the most prestigious academy in the entire star system. Lu Xinghe replied, the top of the imperial capital. Is that impressive? He was quite clear in his mind. This cabin was jamming the signal. Even if he chopped C2 Hao into minced meat now, no one would find out for a while. As for the C2 family's investigation, by the time they realized something was wrong and traced it back to him, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. 10 days, Lu Xinghe said. With my horrific cultivation speed, in 10 days a mere C2 family can be wiped out with a flip of my hand. Lu Xinghe clenched his fingers. Crack. C2 Hao's neck was snapped. His head drooped, eyes still wide open. Lu Xinghe tossed aside the corpse and punched C2 Hao in the chest. Bang. C2 Hao's heart was shattered. He was dead beyond any chance of revival. If you want to plot against my sister, go find the king of hell to arrange a marriage. Lu Xinghe tore off a nearby wet wipe and cleaned the blood from his hands. He picked up the remote control on the table and set the status of the principal's office to close for meditation. Please do not disturb. Having taken care of everything, Lu Xinghe straightened his clothes and walked out of the office building. As he walked through the campus, Lu Xinghe was deep in thought. The C2 family from Motian province. He remembered from history class that the strongest figure in Motian province was the Chief Justice, a peak innate practitioner of the 7th level. The strongest of the C2 family should be below the level of the Chief Justice. With the system in hand plus my extraordinary innate talent, in 10 days I can break through to the innate realm. At that time, who will eliminate whom is still uncertain. He checked the time and realized Lu Yuran was still handling paperwork. Lu Xinghe turned into a high-level self-cultivation room near the first middle school. He locked the alloy door. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of air being broken echoed in the room. 3 hours later, Lu Xinghe emerged drenched in sweat and exhaled. System, bring up the panel. Buzz. A light curtain appeared. Host Lu Xinghe. Realm 4th level of refining body. Chi and blood 44 effects, strength, defense, and injury recovery speed. Soul 5, 1 for a normal person, spiritual power, soul strength. Talent, indestructible, divine body, SSS level 300, Chi and blood 300, soul, innate, holy body, SS level, comprehension 1000, cultivation, speed 1000, titanium steel battle body, C level 300, speed 500, defense, martial skills, titanium steel battle decision, 4th year lower grade, perfect, 300 cultivation speed. Refreshing. Lu Xinghe clenched his fist. After more than 3 hours, he had forcibly pushed his realm to the 4th level of refining body. With the enhancement of talent, this cultivation speed was astonishing. The intelligent device on his wrist vibrated slightly. It was a message from Lu Yuran. Brother, I've completed the paperwork. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the first middle school. Lu Xinghe wiped off his sweat, exited the cultivation room, and arrived at the entrance of the first middle school, which stood 100 meters tall with laser gates. Lu Yuran stood in the shade with a small backpack. Brother, did you finish talking with Principal C2? The little girl glanced behind him. Huh, where's Principal C2? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Xinghe replied, the principal said he was busy and went back to meditate. Lu Yuran nodded. Oh, that's why I couldn't find him to sign before. Lu Xinghe smiled and rubbed her head. All right, forget about him. Today is your big day entering the first middle school, so I'm taking you out to eat. Lu Yuran's eyes lit up, but she covered her small wallet. Eating out? Isn't that expensive? Our family doesn't have much money left, brother. Let's just go home and eat. Besides, I only start classes tomorrow, so I can spend more time cultivating at home today. Lu Xinghe took her hand and walked out. Listen to your brother today, everything is on me. I can still afford a few meals. Seeing his insistence, Lu Yuran had no choice but to follow him, muttering to herself, when I go to the genius class tomorrow and get the enrollment bonus, they'll give all the money to you for household expenses. Lu Xinghe almost laughed at these words. Silly girl, your beloved Principal C2 is probably queuing up for reincarnation right now. That enrollment bonus is likely going to be wasted. Of course, he would never say this out loud. The two siblings chose a nice restaurant and had a hearty meal. Around noon, Lu Xinghe sent Lu Yuran back home, settled her down to continue her cultivation, and set off alone towards the city center of Xinglan City. Half an hour later, Lu Xinghe stood in the bustling city center looking up. In front of him was a black alloy building towering over 1,000 meters. The holographic projection plaque displayed the 4 large characters, Warrior Alliance. This is the headquarters for accepting tasks and certifications in the interstellar age. Lu Xinghe looked at the building. His purpose for coming here was simple: to certify as a formal warrior. In this world, only by becoming a warrior could one enter the outer city's star beast area to hunt star beasts for profit. With money, he could buy higher-level resources, pills, and weapons. The most crucial part was, as long as he had money, he could exploit the system's loopholes, madly turning all those low-level items into godly equipment. To deal with the C2 family in 10 days. Lu Xinghe strode through the entrance. The hall was packed and noisy. The entire first-floor certification hall was as large as several football fields. There were at least hundreds of thousands of warriors coming and going. Beep. The intelligent device issued a notification. Your identity has not been certified. You can only move around in the first-floor hall. Lu Xinghe glanced at the notice. There are quite a few rules. But it doesn't matter, once I get the warrior badge, these annoying rules will have to change for me. He looked at the time and walked towards the center of the hall to the warrior real name certification area. Just in time to catch the latest batch of warrior assessments today. Let me see just how deep the waters of the Warrior Alliance really are. I want to register as a formal warrior. Lu Xinghe walked to the certification registration point deep in the hall and knocked on the marble surface. The young female receptionist sitting behind the desk lifted her head. She was wearing an extremely tight professional short skirt uniform. The alluring curvature on her chest swayed slightly as she looked up, quite eye-catching. The receptionist gazed at Lu Xinghe's overly youthful face, which still bore traces of a student. She was clearly taken aback. In this day and age, intelligent robots had already become widespread. However, institutions like the Warrior Alliance, which dealt with life and death assessments and advanced operations, still retained human reception. They emphasized a serious demeanor. She instinctively felt that this kid was either unaware of the dangers and was just here to fool around, or he was among the rare few true super geniuses. But in Xinglan City, there were hardly any individuals who could pass the warrior certification at this age. Little brother, the warrior certification assessment is not a game. The receptionist kindly reminded him. The registration fee for a single assessment is a whopping 1,000 star coins, and the mortality rate for a single assessment exceeds 30% with a mere 10% pass rate. She pointed to the nearby screen where the list of casualties was rapidly scrolling. I advise you to think it over carefully. You only have one life. After hearing this, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. 1,000 star coins. This alliance really knows how to fleece people. My sister's basic nutrition meal costs 3,000. If it weren't for the 100,000 I just swindled from that old dog Situ as a relocation fee, I wouldn't even be able to cross this threshold. But on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor. He raised his wrist, projecting his identity code from his smart wristwatch. No worries, I'm not short on money, and his attitude was calm and resolute. Swipe the card. Seeing his decisiveness, the receptionist no longer wasted words. In this era, authorized institutions could directly check details through the identity code. She skillfully operated the device, deducting 1,000 star coins directly from Lu Xinghe's account. Ding! The procedure is complete. Your assessment will officially begin in 10 minutes at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The receptionist handed him a specially made magnetic card embedded with a chip. Assessment room No. 8. Good luck. Lu Xinghe thanked her, took the card, and turned to walk toward room No. 8. At that moment, over 100 people were already gathered at the entrance of room No. 8, looking tense. All of them had serious expressions, with some even trembling. Lu Xinghe glanced at the assessment schedule beside him. 10 assessment rooms were operating simultaneously, switching batches every hour. That meant at least 10 hours of continuous assessments each day. While if you calculate it this way, the Warrior Alliance headquarters in Xinglan City must receive over 10,000 people for assessments every day. Lu Xinghe quickly calculated in his mind. If the pass rate is truly 1 in 10, then over 1,000 formal warriors could emerge in a single day. That's 300,000 a year, which means 3 million in 10 years. He stroked his chin. But when I looked at the scrolling data outside earlier, the population of Xinglan City is so vast, yet the proportion of registered formal warriors is pitifully low. What about the remaining millions? Were they all taken away by aliens for dissection? Just as Lu Xinghe was pondering this, a burly middle-aged man with dark skin approached him. The strong man exuded a palpable aura of warrior's blood and pressure. He grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Brother, is this your first time participating in the warrior certification? Were you startled by this spectacle, thinking the pass rate and the actual number of warriors don't match? Lu Xinghe turned to look at him. Seeing no malice from the man, he nodded humbly. I'm indeed a bit bewildered. Is the 1 in 10 pass rate calculated with their heels? The middle-aged man patted Lu Xinghe's shoulder heartily. Not quite. The Warrior Alliance wouldn't go as far as to falsify such data. The mortality rate for a single assessment is 3 to 4 times, and that's the real data. The strong man's voice lowered and his tone grew grave. But little brother, you are overlooking one critical issue. This is just the data for a single assessment. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, immediately catching on. You mean? The strong man sighed, and his eyes became somewhat forlorn. Those who can successfully pass the warrior certification in one go are either seasoned veterans with exceptional strength or those unseen a million prodigies. But most ordinary people, when they first come in, are basically just cannon fodder. If they fail the first time, if they're lucky, they might make it back with their lives. But once you embark on the path of a warrior, who would be willing to just remain a useless person? The strong man pointed to a few warriors in the crowd, visibly injured and still bearing old scars. Look at that bald guy over there. He's lost 2 fingers on his right hand, and this is his 4th time here. And that woman in gray, she lost an eye in her last assessment, and is back here risking her life again. Every assessment could cost a life. Lu Xinghe was suddenly enlightened. I understand. So many people don't actually die on their first attempt. They die in the repeated attempts, fueled by their unwillingness to give up. This is no assessment, it's a bottomless meat grinder. They keep sending people in. The strong man nodded. In truth, very few people manage to survive through countless assessments and successfully earn their formal warrior badge. Let alone once you become a warrior, that's when the nightmare truly begins. Once you become a warrior, you can take on missions to hunt star beasts outside the city to earn money. But that place is a real hell of death. Many fresh recruits who just passed the assessment never return after their first trip out of the city. The strong man looked at Lu Xinghe's youthful face and couldn't help but add, little brother, judging by your age, you should still be a senior in high school, right? Being here for certification shows your talent is indeed above average. But if you don't have absolute confidence, I advise you to wait another 2 years. Wait until you steadily cultivate to the 2nd or even 3rd level of the body refinement realm before coming back. The chances of survival will be much higher. After hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt a bit of fondness for this rough man. Meeting someone who can share such heartfelt words upon a chance encounter is someone worth associating with. However, his determination was unwavering. This guy is nice, but his insight is a bit lacking. I'm currently at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. With the abnormal boosts from my undying divine body and titanium steel battle body, I can unleash over 10,000 kilograms of destructive power with a single punch. This assessment is merely a minor hurdle for me, okay? Lu Xinghe kept a calm expression, smiling as he nodded at the strong man. Thanks for the reminder, brother. My name is Lu Xinghe. Since I've come this far and paid the registration fee, I must go in and experience it. Seeing that he wasn't taking his advice, the strong man could only sigh helplessly. All right then. My name is Wu Yong. If you're not bothered, just call me Brother Wu. If you encounter trouble inside, try to stick close to me. Although I'm not a big shot, I've been here to take the assessment twice already, so I have picked up a few tricks. Wu Yong secretly thought to himself. Last year there was a highly praised young genius from Xinglan No. 1 high school. He charged in with the same confidence, and in the end left without a complete corpse. I hope this little brother has enough luck to avoid following in that person's footsteps. Wu Yong shook his head. Just then a sharp electronic buzz suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker above the hall. All assessment participants in assessment room No. 8, please proceed to the assessment point immediately. The emotionless electronic voice from the broadcast echoed in the hall. The originally bustling crowd suddenly fell silent, and then, as if guided by some unseen force, they orderly surged towards hall No. 8. Lu Xinghe was squeezed among the crowd, casually scanning his surroundings. While the age range is quite large, he murmured to himself. Most of the people around were in their 20s, but there were also quite a few elderly men with gray hair looking to be in their 70s or 80s. The average lifespan of ordinary people is generally around 170 to 80 years. These old folks probably took years to save enough money and muster the courage to come for this test, Lu Xinghe remarked with a smirk. Just surviving the Star Beast Zone or the assessment would be like a blessing from their ancestors. If it weren't for the system, this indestructible divine body, and the innate holy body, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but wonder if he would also become one of these trembling old men in a few decades. That scenario is too beautiful, well, I can't even dare to imagine it. He quickly shook his head. Being amidst this group of old veterans and seasoned warriors made Lu Xinghe feel like a glowing white rabbit mixed in with a flock of sheep. Almost everyone's gaze inadvertently swept over him, filled with various doubts and a sense of amusement. Lu Xinghe remained unfazed as he strode into Hall No. 8. The hall was cold and sterile with rows of high-tech testing equipment neatly arranged. There were no human examiners at all. The entire assessment was conducted by an intelligent system emphasizing absolute fairness and ruthless efficiency. Beep. Attention, all test participants. This basic test consists of strength, speed, and impact resistance. All 3 scores must meet the passing line to enter the practical assessment phase. Please find an available device and scan your identity code to begin testing. The cold electronic voice finished announcing the rules and then fell silent. Everyone's expression turned serious with breaths echoing in the tense atmosphere. Wu Yong stepped closer to Lu Xinghe, lowering his voice to warn him. Lu, listen up. The passing line for the first strength test is a hefty 1,500 kilograms. But don't panic. The machine allows for the use of techniques and martial skills as long as you can hit that number. Wu Yong was worried that Lu Xinghe, being so young, might lose focus and slacken his strength. Don't rush in and watch how those veterans exert their strength first. Lu Xinghe nodded with a smile, his eyes clear and focused. 1,500 kilograms. He was quite clear in his mind. The standard seemed daunting, but as long as one's basic strength reached around 1,300 kilograms, combined with even a mediocre skilled attack technique, could unleash an additional 200 kilograms of power, giving him a chance to barely pass. This testing device was far superior to the simple force testers found in ordinary schools. It measured your true explosive power in an instant, not just raw physical strength. The mastery of martial skills was crucial here, determining life and death. With the same basic strength, some could only deliver weak strikes, while others could unleash terrifying force far beyond their own. Some could tap into their martial skills to explode with power far exceeding their normal capacity. This was precisely why everyone was so desperate to practice their martial skills. Lu Xinghe recalled a story his teacher had mentioned in history class. It was said that over 100 years ago in Xinglan City, there was a powerful figure. That guy had managed to master the basic body training fist technique to an advanced level before the college entrance exams. It created a sensation in the education sector, and he was immediately snatched up by a key provincial martial arts school. An advanced level was treated like a treasure. If I told them that I had not only mastered the 4-ear titanium steel battle technique, but also pushed it to the perfect level, would they not kneel down and bow to me right there? Lu Xinghe chuckled to himself. A perfect level martial skill could serve as a stepping stone for admission to the top martial school in the imperial capital. But now was not the time for idle fantasies. Lu Xinghe approached an available testing device and scanned his identity code with his neural interface. Beep. Identity verification successful. Tester Lu Xinghe, please begin the strength test. As the electronic voice faded, the ground in front of Lu Xinghe suddenly split apart, and a heavy black alloy punching target slowly rose, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Standing inside this approximately 10 square meter testing chamber, Lu Xinghe moved his wrists. This target looked sturdy enough, which should hold upright. He had originally planned to casually hit around 2,000 kilograms to pass. But after a moment's thought, he realized that he had just learned the 4-tier lower-grade titanium steel battle technique and was itching to try it out. This is a rare-level martial skills accompanying fist technique. It would be a shame not to show it off. I want to use all my strength, just a little bit of power. Lu Xinghe was filled with excitement. He slightly bent his legs, his toes digging into the ground. The chi and blood within him surged wildly along the mysterious path of the titanium steel battle technique. Buzz. His right arm's muscles seemed to inflate in an instant, a dangerously intense aura gathering fiercely at the tip of his fist. Without any flashy motions, Lu Xinghe threw a powerful punch at the alloy target. Boom. A sound so loud it seemed to tear through eardrums erupted in Hall No. 8. The air was directly shattered, and a visible white shockwave spiraled outwards from the target. The testing device, weighing over 10 tons, surprisingly shifted back under this inhuman strength. It violently trembled. Then came a sound that grated on the teeth. This massive machine was actually pushed back by Lu Xinghe's punch, moving a full 3 centimeters. And that so-called indestructible alloy target. With a crisp cracking sound, it shattered like it had been struck by a heavy sniper rifle, exploding into a shower of metal fragments. What? Did I use too much strength? Lu Xinghe stared at the scattered debris, feeling a bit dazed. He hadn't intended to break the machine. This thing won't make me pay for damages, will it? He suddenly felt a chill. The 100,000 in relocation expenses might not cover it. At this moment, the entire Hall No. 8 fell into a deathly silence. The participants, who had been grunting and exerting themselves on other machines, were all frozen in shock by this earth-shattering noise. Even the aspiring warriors outside waiting for their turn were all turning their heads in unison, staring intently at the testing chamber where Lu Xinghe was. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. What the hell? What happened? Is there an earthquake? That testing device was actually pushed back. A sharp-eyed muscular man nearly had his eyes pop out as he pointed and roared at the device Xinghe had used. How is this possible? That thing's base weight is over 4,000 kilograms of special alloy. To move that machine, the explosive power must have exceeded 4,000 kilograms. As soon as these words were spoken, gasps of disbelief filled the air. What kind of international joke is this? Over 4,000 kilograms of explosive power. That would mean he's at least a master in the 5th or even 6th stage of body refinement. Does someone of that level really need to take this ridiculous basic certification test? He could teach as a mentor, even with his eyes closed, you know. Among the crowd, Wu Yong swallowed hard, trembling all over. He pointed at the testing chamber, his voice cracking. No, it's not a master. The one who just went into that machine was that student who looks barely in his teens. At that moment, every mind in the crowd felt like they had just been hit with a heavy bomb. Dozens of eyes turned towards Xinghe as he walked out, each face reflecting a mix of disbelief and shock. In his teens, a single punch with over 4,000 kilograms of destructive power. Which freakish family did this unrivaled monster sneak out from to conduct an undercover visit? While the aspiring warriors below were left with their scalps tingling in shock. At the 4th floor of the Martial Artist Alliance building, this was the core area responsible for monitoring and data analysis. In a holographic monitoring hall the size of half a football field, more than 20 staff members dressed in high-ranking Alliance uniforms were sitting at their stations. Those who could sit here were all seasoned warriors, at least in the 6th or 7th stage of body refinement. Usually they held themselves in high regard. But at this moment the atmosphere in the hall was filled with a sense of lazy boredom. A few of them were even sipping coffee and chatting casually. I say the standards of aspiring warriors in Xinghe City have really become unbearable lately. Isn't that the truth? A chubby guy chimed in, his face full of disdain. We've been staring at the screens for almost a month now, and not a single genius with exceptional talent has shown up. All we get are those who barely scrape by with 1,500 kilograms. It's so boring to watch. The tall, lean guy sighed, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the luxurious leather executive chair. Sitting in the chair was a middle-aged man with closed eyes, exuding a terrifying aura of chi and blood like a deep abyss. This was the head of the certification department, a genuine postnatal realm powerhouse. It's only because the boss is diligent and insists on personally overseeing the assessments. The tall, lean guy whispered to the chubby man. In my opinion, there's no need to waste time personally overseeing this bunch of rubbish. On the 4th floor of the Warrior Alliance building in Xinghe City, the Warrior Certification Department, a massive data screen on the wall was scrolling wildly. A tall, thin staff member yawned, his face filled with weariness. Minister, we've been watching this for a whole month. Not a once-in-a-century prodigy in sight, not even a single candidate worthy of an excellent rating. The chubby one beside him, holding coffee, disdainfully agreed. Exactly, watching this group of mediocre fighters in the hall, I'm about to fall asleep. In the front of the hall, on a wide, genuine leather chair, the minister of the certification department, Qian Wu, had his eyes closed, emanating a heavy aura. He is one of the 10 most renowned powerhouses in Xinghe City. A genuine powerhouse at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm. Qian Wu slowly opened his eyes, his voice deep and powerful. What's the rush? The candidate in hall no. 3 is quite good. The tall, thin one's eyes instantly lit up. Are you talking about Zhu Shaowen, who entered the provincial key school last year? I heard he has already reached the threshold of 1600 kilograms in pure strength. He is the top genius from our school. The chubby one said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. If he can achieve a clever genius certification at this age, our Xinghe City Alliance branch will gain great honor. The tall, thin one shook his head, sighing. Wanting to be rated as a clever genius. It's not that easy. The criteria for genius in the Alliance are rigid. Either awaken a clever or higher ability, or at the age of 16 one must achieve a monstrous level of 300 kilograms in pure strength. Zhu Shaowen hasn't awakened any abilities, but if he can get a high-level elite rating today, it would be a miracle. Everyone nodded in agreement. All eyes were locked on the surveillance screen of Hall No. 3. In the footage, Zhu Shaowen was taking deep breaths. His blood and energy surged as he gathered strength and threw a powerful punch. At the moment, everyone was expectantly waiting for the numbers to fluctuate. A piercing electronic alarm blared, echoing like thunder throughout the hall. Beep. Warning. The strength of the candidate has exceeded the limits of the testing device. The entire 4th floor hall fell into a deathly silence. The next second, a roar erupted. Holy cow! Qian Wu abruptly sprang up from the leather chair. Even the precious alloy armrest had 5 deep indents from his unintentional explosive energy. He gasped in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. Exceeding the limits of the testing device. That machine's capacity limit is a staggering 4000 kilograms of instantaneous explosive power. Qian Wu trembled with excitement. What a kid! Hitting 4000 kilograms at 16. He must have been hiding his true strength, just waiting for this moment to shine. This is not just a genius. This is a super prodigy that breaks all conventions. The staff members were all flushed with excitement. The tall, thin one didn't even notice that he spilled coffee on himself, fervently banging the table. I said Zhu Shaowen is a once-in-a-century talent from our school. Quick, pull up the data. I want to give him the highest level genius certification at the first opportunity. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, the cold electronic voice abruptly sounded again. Location of the power exceeders hall no. 8. The air in the hall seemed to be instantly drained. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. It felt like they had just been slapped twice across the face, leaving them bewildered. Hall no. 8. The chubby one swallowed hard, his voice cracking. Isn't it Zhu Shaowen from Hall no. 3. The tall, thin one slumped in his chair, waving his hand in disdain. Forget it, what a waste of excitement. You all know what kind of candidates are in Hall no. 8, right? It's all a bunch of washed-up veterans who have been scraping by at the bottom for decades, only daring to take a gamble as they approach their graves. Everyone nodded in agreement. I bet it's some old-timer in their 70s or 80s finally daring to come for certification after a lifetime of training. Hitting 400 kilograms at 70 or 80, they've long since seen the end of their potential. Don't even mention genius certification. Oh, at their age, they can't even step through the doors of a martial arts school. Amidst the sighs of disappointment, everyone slumped back into their seats. Just then the real data for Zhu Shaowen in Hall no. 3 popped up. 2200 kilograms. Qianwu glanced at the screen and snorted dismissively. Using a first-level martial skill at the proficient level, barely received a mid-level elite rating. Not even close to high-level and miles away from being a genius. Qianwu had personal matters to attend to today, and he no longer wanted to waste time here. Pull up the data on that power exceeder from Hall no. 8. Let's just go through the motions and give him the basic badge that needs to be issued. The tall, thin one, lacking enthusiasm, quickly typed on the keyboard. Swish. A semi-transparent data hologram projected right in front of Qianwu. He carelessly picked up his teacup and glanced at the resume. Graduated from the 42nd Middle School in Xinghe City. He sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. That bottom-tier school can't even touch the threshold of the top school. This old geezer's talent when he was young was indeed terrible. He's clearly a washed-up veteran with no potential left. Qianwu took a sip of tea casually, sliding his gaze down. His gaze landed on the age section of the basic information. Drip. Tea dripped from the corner of Qianwu's mouth onto his expensive tailor-made suit. Qianwu froze as if he had been struck by a spell, completely stiffening. His pupils constricted violently. He even rubbed his eyes hard, pressing his face against the hologram. The next second, 15 years old, Qianwu roared. The sound shattered the air, causing the glass in the entire hall to vibrate. He pointed at the hologram, his finger trembling wildly like he had seen a ghost. All the staff members were stunned by this sudden roar. Minister, what's wrong with you? The chubby one cautiously leaned his head out. The tall, thin one scratched his head, mumbling. Zhu Shaowen is 16, that's the age we enroll students at our school. Not Zhu Shaowen. Qianwu's eyes turned red, roaring like an enraged lion. Hall no. That power exceeder who shattered the 4000 kilogram testing device with a single punch is just a 15-year-old high school student. Boom. Over 20 seasoned warriors in the hall felt as if a heavy nuclear bomb had been dropped into their minds. Everyone's minds were blown. What a 15 years old shattered a 4000 kilogram device. Is this some sort of interstellar joke? The tall, thin one fell off his chair, landing hard. The cup in the chubby one's hand fell to the ground, shattering into a million pieces. The entire hall plunged into a suffocating frenzy. Qianwu didn't have time to wait for these fools to regain their senses. The terrifying blood and energy of a postnatal second-level powerhouse erupted. He crushed the control panel in front of him. Activate the highest level of confidentiality. Immediately cut off all external data streams for this candidate. From now on, anyone who dares to look at his data, I will chop him down on the spot. Qianwu rushed towards the exit like a whirlwind. He didn't even notice that he lost one of his shoes while running. You all stay here. No one is allowed to leave. I'm going to get the president right now. Qianwu's footsteps echoed wildly in the corridor. Meanwhile, outside Hall no. 8 on the first floor, hundreds of prospective warriors who had just been sweating it out on the testing device now stood like wooden stakes, staring intently at the massive alloy door. The air was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The screech of the heavy machine that had just moved was still buzzing in the minds of this group. Creak. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open. A pair of ordinary flat shoes stepped out. Following that, a young boy who looked no more than 15 or 16, still bearing the distinct aura of a student. With his hands in his pockets, he walked out leisurely. The entire place was dead silent. Hundreds of eyes, red with anticipation, were fixated on him. Not a single person dared to breathe heavily. Those eyes were like staring at a prehistoric beast clad in human skin. Wu Yong stood at the very front of the crowd, his jaw nearly unhinged. The sound of him swallowing was particularly loud in the hushed crowd. Xinghe felt a chill run down his spine under the gaze of the hundreds. He discreetly touched the tip of his nose. This is bad. Why do these people look at me as if I'm the murderer of their fathers? He couldn't help but complain wildly in his heart. It's just that I exerted a bit of strength and my movements were a tad exaggerated. Who could have imagined that the instruments used by the headquarters of the Warrior Alliance would be of such poor quality? A few thousand kilograms, and they sparked. Xinghe appeared calm on the surface, walking with an incredibly steady pace. Not even a sideways glance escaped his eyes. His unperturbed demeanor made everyone gasp in awe. An unparalleled expert. But internally Xinghe was bleeding. I only have a total of $1.00 that I swindled from old dog Situ for settling down. This piece of junk better not make me compensate at full price. He gritted his teeth and walked, thinking, if they dare to extort my money, I'll come back tonight and tear down this dilapidated alliance building's load-bearing walls with my bare hands. Xinghe, under the gaze of the crowd, steeled himself as he approached the speed and impact resistance testing device. This time he had learned his lesson. He casually ran a few steps before standing still and allowing the machine to strike him twice. Even though he was holding back, the test results were easily satisfactory, lighting up the green indicator. This means I've earned a ticket for the practical assessment. Xinghe glanced at the test report displayed on his wrist. Strength, 4,000 kilograms, exceeding limit. Speed, satisfactory. Impact resistance, satisfactory. Looking at that glaring 4,000 kilograms, Xinghe couldn't help clicking his tongue in surprise. I clearly didn't even exert my full strength, only utilizing a little over 1,000 kilograms of base power. This perfect grade titanium steel battle art actually granted me a 400 increase in destructive power. This is just too over the top. Xinghe calculated carefully. This was merely the enhancement from martial arts. If he activated the 300 bloodline explosive power of the indestructible divine body and the entire titanium steel battle body, his speed would surge by 300 and his defense would increase by 500. This isn't just fighting, it's practically turning into a human meat grinder. Xinghe swallowed hard. If I unleash my full power now, I should be able to easily crush a second or even third layer expert of the post-heaven realm, right? This was equivalent to directly crossing a major realm for a dimensional strike. The system's ability to patch loopholes was simply outrageous. At this moment, the atmosphere in Hall 8 was nearly boiling. The aspiring warriors stared intensely at Xinghe, their eyes practically glowing green. My goodness, 4,000 kilograms of explosive power. How on earth did this kid train? The load limit of this testing device is 4,000. He must have broken the machine to stop at 4,000, not that he can only hit 4,000. Could it be that his base strength has reached the 3,000 threshold? How old is he? An old hand with a face full of scars shook his head. It's impossible that it's purely base strength. He must have trained in an incredibly terrifying martial art, and at least to a proficient or even perfect level. Everyone gasped in astonishment. At around 16 years of age, not only was he terrifyingly strong, but he could also master advanced martial arts to perfection. Where on earth did this extraordinary genius spring from? Wu Yong stood at the front of the crowd, wiping the cold sweat from his face. He was so excited that he rubbed his hands together and rushed 2 steps toward Xinghe. Brother Lu, you truly are hiding your talents. Wu Yong's voice trembled, filled with genuine awe. Xinghe maintained his harmless demeanor. He smiled and patted Wu Yong on the shoulder. Wuga, how did it go? Did you pass the first round of basic testing? Wu Yong saw that Xinghe had no air of an extraordinary genius, which made him feel much more at ease. Oh, my brother, I've taken the test 3 times already and my basic physical fitness has long passed. Wu Yong let out a bitter laugh. I'm just stuck on the practical assessment, which is really the tough part. The surrounding aspiring warriors turned red with envy as they watched Wu Yong and Xinghe chatting and laughing. What the hell, when did Wu Yong latch on to such a powerful ally? Damn, with such an extraordinary genius backing him, this old fox might really turn his fortunes around. Various envious and jealous glances akin to daggers pierced Wu Yong. At that moment, a cold electronic prompt echoed through the hall. The first round of basic physical tests has concluded. Those who did not meet the standards, please leave the assessment area immediately. Those who meet the standards, please follow the ground indicator lights to the second round of practical assessment area. With that, about 40% of the aspiring warriors lowered their heads in despair. They sighed helplessly and turned to walk towards the exit. Even if their strength had touched the threshold of the warrior apprentice without the practical badge, they would forever remain ordinary people. They simply had no qualification to enter the Star Beast Zone to earn big money. The remaining 60% of those who met the standards tightened their nerves. They followed the flickering blue indicator lights, striding towards the massive gate that slowly rose ahead. Xinghe and Wu Yong were squeezed in the crowd moving forward. After passing through a lengthy passage, their vision suddenly opened up. A massive dome-shaped white alloy space appeared before everyone's eyes. The most astonishing sight was a colossal sky mothership parked right in the center. The cold black armor and gigantic cannons exuded an overwhelming sense of oppressive war. Lu Xinghe glanced around and noticed a total of 10 passage entrances with the other 9 assessment hall participants continuously converging. There are indeed quite a few people. Lu Xinghe swept his gaze across. The vast majority of the crowd were adults in their 20s and 30s with many muscular men. After scanning for a while, he finally spotted a 15 or 16-year-old boy among the crowd from Hall 3. The boy had delicate skin and his chin was almost pointing to the sky, exuding an air of arrogance. It was none other than the pride of Xinglan City No. 1 High School Zhu. So there really is someone my age here taking the test. Lu Xinghe muttered to himself. Just as various groups were gathering and sizing each other up, the hatch at the belly of the sky mothership let out a heavy mechanical rumble and slowly descended. A line of fully armed elite soldiers from the Alliance rushed out first, forming 2 lines. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man dressed in a black high-grade combat suit, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, striding down the gangway. With each step he took, the surrounding air seemed to twist slightly. The terrifying pressure of his bloodline made the 1,000 aspiring warriors present momentarily gasp for breath. My heavens! It's Minister Qianwu! Someone exclaimed in a hushed voice filled with disbelief. It really is Lord Qianwu, one of the top 10 powerhouses of Xinglan City, a post-heaven realm master. How could the practical assessment attract such a formidable figure to personally oversee it? The crowd erupted into chaos. Various whispers rose and fell. Many people turned their gazes towards the boy from Hall 3 with his chin in the air. I see now. Lord Qianwu must have come specifically for the first genius of No. 1 High School Zhu. I heard Zhu achieved a terrifying score of 1,600 kilograms today. It's only natural that it caught the attention of the higher-ups. Zhu, hearing the discussions around him, could not hide the pride on his face. He even puffed out his chest, trying to attract Lord Qianwu's attention. However, the expressions on the faces of the more than 100 people coming from Hall 8 were bizarre, to say the least. They were struggling to suppress their laughter. A group of them looked at those praising Zhu as if they were fools. 1,600 kilograms. Is he just showing off here? The people from Hall 8 communicated wildly, with their eyes fully aware of the truth. What kind of genius is Zhu? The monster that could smash a 4,000 kilograms testing device is standing right here with us. And they think it's towards Zhu that he's come. He wouldn't even be worthy to carry this young master's shoes. At that moment, a staff member exuding the pressure of the 4th layer of body refinement stepped to the front of the line, raising a loudspeaker. Everyone quiet down. The second round of martial artist practical certification assessment is about to begin. The specific location and content of the assessment have been encrypted and sent to each person's smart wristwatch. I sternly warn everyone, the assessment content is the highest secret of the Alliance. Anyone who dares to leak even a single word will be executed on the spot for treason. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Minister Qianwu, standing on the gangway, scanned the crowd with sharp eyes like a hawk. Everyone who made eye contact with him couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly. However, Minister Qianwu's gaze merely skimmed over those people. Finally, he locked his gaze with an intensity that seemed to treat Lu Xinghe as a rare treasure. Minister Qianwu fixed his eyes on Lu Xinghe for a full 3 seconds. Then he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Everyone board the ship immediately. Prepare to depart. With that, Minister Qianwu turned and strode back into the sky mothership. The crowd began to line up to board the ship. Wu Yong was so excited that he was trembling all over. He grabbed Lu Xing's arm and elbowed him vigorously. Bro, did you see that? Lord Qianwu was just looking at you. A figure of that level must have come out specifically to see you. You've officially made a name for yourself in the Alliance now. Lu Xinghe remained calm and collected on the surface, responding lightly, oh really? I didn't notice. His demeanor stable as a mountain left Wu Yong in total admiration. Now that's what you call a true master, being stared at by a post-heaven realm master without even blinking. But in reality, Lu Xing's heart was... He stared at the hatch where Minister Qianwu had disappeared, his mind racing with thoughts. Why was he looking at me? That old man's gaze was so intense, he was staring right at me. He must have come to ask me to compensate for the testing device. Lu Xinghe fretted, his teeth itching. That thing is made of special alloys. I wonder if the 100,000 housewarming money I took from Old Dog Situ is enough to cover it. I should have used less strength earlier. Lu Xinghe mingled among the crowd as he walked towards the sky mothership. His heart. That testing device was made of pure alloy. If I were to compensate at the original price, the 100,000 star coins I received from the Old Dog Situ would barely cover the base. Wu Yong walked beside him, observing Lu Xing's worried expression, his skin twitching. I say, Lu, can you at least have the awareness of a prodigy? Lord Qianwu looked at you just now as if he wanted to treat you like a treasure. Wu Yong lowered his voice, saliva flying as he spoke. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes. The way he looked at me was calculating how to deduct my money planning to make me compensate for that broken testing device. Wu Yong was momentarily speechless. The Martial Alliance was wealthy, and they wouldn't care about a few tens of thousands of star coins for equipment. To have someone like Lu Xinghe, who could crush a testing device with a single punch, was a significant boon for the Alliance's upper echelons. As long as he showcased outrageous talent. Not to mention smashing a testing device, even if he demolished a load-bearing wall in the lobby, the Alliance president would help hand him a hammer. The 100-meter-thick armored dome above slid open to the sides. The mothership trembled slightly. The anti-gravity engine erupted with a roar. The mothership lifted off the ground, breaking through the atmosphere of blue water star and entering the starry sky. This speed is exhilarating, Lu Xinghe exclaimed, standing by the window and marveling at the meteors whizzing by. The technology of the Great Universe era was no joke. The spaceship accelerated to millions of kilometers per hour within minutes. 10 minutes later, the mothership slowed down, diving into a dense atmosphere. The ship landed on a planet filled with towering giant trees. Lu Xinghe gazed at the 100 soft-meter tall trees outside the window, feeling perplexed. Where the hell is this? Wu Yong leaned closer, glancing at the updated location on his smart wristwatch. There are still such pristine green belts in the defense zone outside Earth. His chubby body trembled, and his face turned pale. What the heck? Star Beast Star No. 10. What is that? Lu Xinghe asked. Wu Yong's forehead broke out in sweat, his voice trembling. Lu, did you sleep through your high school history class? There are 10 high-risk planets at the edge of the solar system, tightly sealed off by the Alliance's forces. Oh, I remember now. Lu Xinghe rubbed his chin, recalling some historical knowledge. It's the tragedy where the first fleet sent out to exploit outer space was crushed by a barrage of star beasts when the Great Universe era began thousands of years ago. Human technology exploded, martial arts rose, and countless blood was shed to suppress that group of stars. The star beast zones outside Earth have long been plowed through by human armies 100 times over. But Star Beast Star No. 10. Lu Xinghe squinted at the primitive, dense forest outside. This place has not been heavily ravaged by human military forces. It is said that a second or even third-level high-ranking demon pulled from here could crush a heavy armored mech with a single slap. The thousands of aspiring martial artists in the cabin also received updates on their smart wristwatches. The cabin erupted in chaos. Are they crazy? Come to Star Beast Star for assessment. This is just sending us to our deaths. The star beasts here have not been cleared out at all. If we encounter a high-level star beast, we who aren't even first-level martial artists wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. Weren't we just supposed to hunt a few first-level star beasts at the edge of Earth to qualify? I want to file a complaint. I want to go home. The aspiring martial artists shouted at the top of their lungs. A few ordinary people hoping for luck collapsed on the deck, their legs weakening. On this planet, if they were unlucky enough to run into a fourth-level star beast king comparable to a master, they might as well just wait to die. Everyone shut up. A thunderous shout rang out in the cabin. Qianwu stepped forward. The aura of the second layer of the postnatal realm pressed down on everyone's head. The faces of the thousands of aspiring martial artists turned pale, and they all shut their mouths, not daring to breathe. Qianwu scanned the room, the oppressive atmosphere reaching its peak. In reality, he was also sweating behind the scenes. What kind of nonsensical situation is this? Qianwu cursed inwardly. He had just reported Lu Xing's astonishing achievements to the president, expecting that the president would send someone to protect the kid and directly award him a special badge. Instead, the president issued a death order instructing him to throw this batch of candidates on a Star Beast Star No. 10. He, being a second-layer postnatal realm, didn't dare venture deep into such a primitive, deadly star. If he encountered a second or third-level star beast king, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. Qianwu had no authority to defy military orders. He could only brace himself and take on this task. The Alliance's high command has made a temporary decision to modify this practical assessment's rules. Qianwu's voice echoed throughout the cabin, throwing out a new piece of news. Listen carefully. The passing standard for this practical assessment is no longer hunting 5 first-level star beasts. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Qianwu continued, as long as you can survive on this planet for 24 hours. When the time is up, regardless of whether there are any kill records, all will be awarded the formal martial artist badge. The crowd stirred again. Surviving for 24 hours was all it took. Qianwu looked at the aspiring martial artists, each with their own thoughts. Of course, the current landing position of the mothership is merely the outer edge of the planet where the star beasts are the weakest. If anyone feels they can't hold on, you can refuse to disembark now and forfeit your assessment qualification. Stay on the ship and return to Earth safely with me. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Qianwu paused for a moment. However, the one who performs best in this assessment will receive a mysterious reward approved by the high command of the Alliance. This statement had an effect. The aspiring martial artists who had originally planned to back out suddenly brightened up. Wu Yong swallowed hard and grabbed Lu Xing's arm. We don't even need to kill monsters, we just have to survive for 24 hours to pass. The passing rate is much higher than going out to fight Hedon. Let's find a hidden cave, dig a pit, and bury ourselves. It's just a matter of holding in our pee for a day. The people around him were basically thinking the same way. One by one they rolled up their sleeves, their faces showing eagerness once again. Since all we need to do is survive without killing monsters, this fortune is worth the risk. Qianwu nodded at the crowd whose morale had been rekindled. You have 10 seconds to decide. Prepare to disembark for the assessment. The crowd tightly gripped their weapons, preparing to dash into the primitive forest as timid turtles. A hand was raised in the crowd. Xinghe squeezed half of his body out from the crowd, looking at Qianwu on the gangway. Lord Qianwu, I have an important question. All eyes in the room turned to him. Qianwu's eyelids twitched. He was worried about finding a reason to talk to this kid. Go ahead, what's your question? Qianwu tried to make his tone sound. Xinghe rubbed his hands and smiled. If I have the strength to hunt star beasts and don't want to waste 24 hours in this godforsaken place, may I ask, can I directly hunt enough star beasts, then submit my paper early and leave? The cabin fell silent. Everyone stared at Xinghe. On the primitive star beast star, everyone was thinking about how to be a turtle for a day. This guy was actually thinking about hunting monsters and wants to submit early. Is this kid out of his mind? Everyone is thinking about how to survive in the jaws of the star beast, and he is actually thinking about hunting monsters, even submitting his answer in advance. Does he think this is a math exam in a classroom? The crowd internally ridiculed. Qianwu stood on the gangway stunned for several seconds. This kid is playing by his own rules. Qianwu cleared his throat. Fine. As long as you independently kill 5 first-level star beasts and bring back their cores, you will pass with full marks. But Qianwu's tone turned cold. Even if you kill them in a second, you still have to wait down there for a full 24 hours, or the mothership will only come to pick you up once everyone is dead. Xinghe's face instantly darkened. So it turns out I still have to stay in this damned forest for a day. Seeing Xinghe's disappointed expression, Qianwu couldn't help but add more. However, if you have the strength, kill more. The more you kill, the better you perform, and the more generous the mysterious rewards from the higher-ups will be after you get out. Xinghe's eyes instantly lit up. Mysterious rewards. If I accidentally get rewarded a few million star coins, then the compensation for the power tester will be settled right. Xinghe stroked his chin. This deal is worth it. Boom. The mothership shook violently and finally landed heavily on the ground of Star Beast No. 10. The enormous hatch slowly opened with a sound of mechanical grinding that made one's teeth ache. A raw, foul smell of the jungle instantly rushed into the cabin. What are you all dawdling for? Get down. Qianwu roared, his voice like thunder. The noise from the mothership's landing is enormous, and the high-level star beasts within dozens of miles have already heard it. They will surround this place within 10 minutes. Those who don't want to die get down immediately and scatter to escape. Those who wish to stay here as bait, do as you please. As soon as these words came out, the would-be martial artists who had planned to stay put for a day turned pale. What the hell? This is a trap. The crowd surged towards the hatch like a swarm of disturbed hornets. Yet still about 30% of them, legs trembling, clung tightly to the pillars of the cabin. I'm not taking the exam anymore. I want to go home. Let me go back. Whoa. Qianwu snorted coldly, completely ignoring these scared softies. Xinghe strode down the gangway with the flow of people. As soon as his feet stepped onto the muddy ground covered in decaying leaves, a loud rumble came from above. The mothership did not linger for a moment. It shot out a dazzling blue tail flame, directly soaring into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The entire primitive jungle instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Hundreds of would-be martial artists stood alone beneath towering trees, dozens of meters high. Cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. They were truly abandoned in this dead place. Brothers, take my advice. A muscular, scar-faced man jumped onto a mossy boulder. This place is very cursed. We won't survive an hour fighting individually. Everyone huddled together back to back, forming a circle. Even if a second-level star beast comes with hundreds of us attacking together, we can chop it into meat paste. His words seemed to inject a dose of adrenaline into the panicking crowd. Yes. There is strength in numbers. Everyone gather around quickly. Many people rushed towards the scar-faced man as if they had grasped a lifeline. A bunch of fools. A cold laugh suddenly rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. It was Zhu Shaowen, the top genius of Xinghe No. 1. He looked at the group huddling together with mockery. Did your history teacher teach you that? The sense of smell and hearing of star beasts are hundreds of times greater than that of humans. Gathering together like this with your blood surging, are you hoping to die even faster? This is like turning on a several thousand-watt super spotlight in this dark forest. Zhu Shaowen's words were like a bucket of cold water, thoroughly chilling everyone. The scar-faced man's face turned a deep purple. The crowd fell into even greater panic. Whether they huddled or scattered, they were doomed. Zhu Shaowen enjoyed this feeling of crushing intelligence. He laughed smugly twice. Just wait here to die, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he grabbed his sword and prepared to dive into the bushes on the left. A sudden change occurred. Roar. A terrifying and frenzied roar exploded directly in everyone's ears. The dense bushes on the left suddenly exploded. A black giant beast standing 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long leaped out like a bolt of black lightning. Its speed exceeded the limits of the would-be martial artist's eyesight. What is that thing? Everyone froze and placed their hands and feet cold. The shadow flashed past Zhu Shaowen. He hadn't even had time to retract the smug smile on his face. The chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. A foul wind blew. Blood shot up like a high-pressure water gun spraying several meters high. The massive black beast crashed to the ground. In its mouth full of fangs, it was feasting. It was actually Zhu Shaowen's half-body. His lower body still stood upright. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Silent. Deadly silent. Then came the heart-stopping scream that erupted to the extreme. Zhu Shao is dead. He was eaten. A few would-be martial artists who recognized the monster had their eyes nearly popping out. It's a peak first-level black shadow leopard. Run. Run quickly. This is not a monster we can fight against. The crowd completely collapsed. They fled in all directions like headless flies. The black shadow leopard's crimson vertical pupils locked onto the fleeing crowd. It snorted. Its emerald green eyes were filled with human-like disdain. This was simply a one-sided massacre feast. The black shadow leopard extended its crimson tongue, licking the fragments of flesh by its mouth. Its gaze suddenly fixed on a figure not far away. There stood a person. Lu Xinghe. While hundreds of people were scared out of their wits, this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old boy stood there foolishly. His hands were even stuffed in his pockets. In the eyes of the black shadow leopard, this was a prime piece of tender meat, completely terrified and unable to move. Roar. The black shadow leopard's hind legs suddenly pushed off the ground. Hundreds of pounds of soil were instantly tossed into the air with its violent strength. Its massive body turned into a black cannonball, its mouth wide enough to swallow a cow, and it bit down fiercely towards Lu Xinghe. Little brother. Quickly dodge. Wu Yong, who was rolling and crawling to escape in the distance, turned back just in time to see this scene, his eyes wide with panic. It's over. This talented little brother is going to be swallowed whole. Just as the black shadow leopard's fangs were less than half a meter from Lu Xinghe's head, Lu Xinghe finally moved. With that foul smell, you must have eaten a lot of garlic, right? Lu Xinghe frowned. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground. Boom. The soil beneath his feet exploded into a deep pit the size of a basin. Lu Xinghe's entire body shot up several meters into the air as if he defied the laws of physics. He narrowly avoided the black shadow leopard's bite. In midair, Lu Xinghe exerted force at his waist, his right leg like a steel whip infused with mercury. It cut through the air with a piercing sonic boom. A simple, unadorned turning roundhouse kick. It struck hard against the black shadow leopard's massive head. Boom. A dull tooth-aching sound erupted. It was as if someone swung a 1,000-pound iron hammer and smashed a rotten watermelon to pieces. Blood mixed with white brain matter exploded in the air like a torrential rain. The black shadow leopard didn't even have time to let out a scream. That massive body weighing 2 tons was sent flying by this kick like a kite with a broken string. It flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the mud, breaking 3 trees as thick as water barrels. Its limbs twitched a couple of times. It was utterly dead. A peak first-level star beast. Killed in a single kick. The escaping would-be martial artists heard the commotion and couldn't help but look back. Upon seeing this, everyone froze in their fleeing postures. What the hell? What just happened? How did the terrifying beast which had just been called a genius lose its head? Then they looked at Lu Xinghe, who stood in the rain of blood unharmed and even with his clothes unsoiled. Sounds of gasping echoed through the crowd. Did he just kick the black shadow leopard to pieces? Am I seeing things? That was a peak first-level star beast. Even peak experts in the body refining realm wouldn't dare to take it heated. Could it be that this black shadow leopard is still not fully grown? Is it a preemie? Nonsense. Look at its size, it is clearly in its prime. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Xinghe completely changed. Earlier in the No. 8 examination hall, they only thought this boy's strength was absurd. But killing an object is completely different from killing a living creature. Now with this kick, it shattered the worldview of this group of seasoned individuals. A monster. This is truly a monster in human skin. Lu Xinghe didn't care about the ghostly looks from those around him. He leisurely walked to the headless corpse of the black shadow leopard. Fortunately, I held back, or I would have smashed the demon core too. He muttered to himself. He drew the standard weapon issued by the Alliance from the sheath on his back. A silver-white alloy long knife. This is a free benefit that every would-be martial artist who passes the basic test can receive. I heard this lousy knife can sell for over 1,000 star coins outside. It barely makes up for the registration fee. Lu Xinghe flicked the knife and prepared to extract the star core from the black shadow leopard's head. After all, Qian Wu said earlier that physical proof is required for it to count. Just as he grasped the knife handle, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is using a mundane item, a first-level ordinary alloy long knife. Scanning. Scan complete. Found that this weapon has 754 fatal flaws, such as internal structural collapse, metal fatigue, and forging impurities. Would the host like to repair it immediately? The cold mechanical voice echoed incessantly in Lu Xinghe's mind. He gripped the standard alloy long knife issued by the Alliance, his eyes twitching. 754 types of vulnerabilities. He curled his lips, his mind racing with calculations. The number of vulnerabilities in this system is definitely strictly linked to their levels. Vulnerabilities within 10 will result in at most a first-tier piece of junk corresponding to the lowest grade abilities. Vulnerabilities from 10 to 100 correspond to second-tier grade. From 100 to 1,000 vulnerabilities, that's third-tier corresponding to grade abilities. Lu Xinghe quickly calculated this outrageous pattern in his mind. To create a fourth-tier quality item corresponding to grade core talent, the vulnerabilities must start from at least 10,000. As for those over 100,000, Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. That must be treasures of 5th tier or above. In the open market, they correspond to the lifeblood of grade grandmasters. He glanced down at the standard long knife he received for free. It was shiny and impressive, yet in his eyes it was just a piece of scrap metal. With over 700 vulnerabilities, its potential is too low. Even repairing it would only yield a medium-quality third-tier weapon. I only have 2 repair opportunities a day. Am I really going to waste them on this piece of junk? Do I look like a fool to you? Lu Xinghe firmly denied in his heart. Once I get out of this damn forest, I'll spend at least 80 to 100,000 star coins to buy a high-quality weapon with great potential and then repair it. That's how you use good steel on the cutting edge. Determined, Lu Xinghe no longer hesitated. He wielded the long knife and casually walked over to the massive headless corpse of the shadow leopard. He stabbed the knife into its chest, giving it a vigorous upward flick. An egg-sized crystal emitting a faint blue glow flew out directly. He caught it steadily in his hand, still sticky with blood, radiating a violent energy fluctuation. Wow, this thing really exists. Lu Xinghe grinned. He had learned in class that this was called a star core, the energy core of a star beast. It was the most valuable part of a star beast, with 60 to 70% of its worth concentrated in this pearl. In his mind, the system fell silent for less than half a second. A prompt sounded like thunder. Energy core detected, peak, first-tier star core. Fatal vulnerabilities present, such as internal energy disorder and mixed genes, 4,754 types. Do you want to repair it immediately? Lu Xinghe's hand trembled violently. His eyes widened in shock. Over 4,754 types. His breath became heavy in an instant. What the hell, what the hell? Close to 5,000 vulnerabilities. If I finish repairing this, it would definitely be a 4th-tier master-level star core. Lu Xinghe felt his heart pounding wildly. What does a 4th-tier intermediate star beast represent? It was a terrifying monster comparable to the 4th layer of human masters, let alone this small star-Luan city. Even if you searched through all the human powerhouses on the surface of Blue Water Star, such high-level figures would still be exceedingly rare. If this pearl truly becomes a master-level star core, I could casually take it to an underground black market or a top trading firm and sell it. Hundreds of billions, even over 1,000 billion star coins. Lu Xinghe swallowed hard. Then why the hell should I even bother with martial schools? Why not just buy the martial school and make myself the principal? However, Lu Xinghe forcefully suppressed the impulse to repair the star core immediately. He frowned slightly, his mind cooling rapidly. No, stay steady, don't be reckless. He recalled the low-grade energy meal he had bought for 3,000 coins. After repair, it not only became a high-quality item, but it also nonsensically mutated to provide a doubling of cultivation speed. This system's repairs don't follow basic principles at all. Lu Xinghe muttered to himself. What if this star core, when repaired, also undergoes some ridiculous special mutation? What if it causes a mountain-shaking event or some kind of cosmic phenomenon when I take a bite? That would be quite a mess. As for selling it directly to the Martial Alliance, Lu Xinghe wasn't really afraid of the Alliance's leakage of information. After all, in this day and age, the recovery system was entirely operated by artificial intelligence. Those at the highest levels of the Alliance who had top-level confidentiality rights to check transaction records wouldn't care about a mere 4th-tier star core. Those in the mid to low tiers who would value a 4th-tier star core also lack the authority to investigate Lu Xinghe. What I fear is the word mutation. Lu Xinghe casually wiped the star core on his clothes. Such an effect far exceeds that of normal items, though once exposed it would cause a huge uproar. I absolutely cannot carelessly flaunt it. He looked at the time on his wrist. When midnight strikes, my repair opportunities will refresh. He'll try this 1st-tier star core as a test. If I'm lucky, I can hunt another 2nd-tier beast during the day. Repairing 2 star cores side by side, I can finally fully understand the mutation rules of this system. Determined, Lu Xinghe unhesitatingly stuffed this potentially billion-dollar treasure into his pocket as carelessly as if it were trash. He straightened up, shaking the blood off the long knife. He looked around. The would-be warriors who had been petrified with fear were now frozen in place. Hundreds of eyes were staring intently at Lu Xinghe. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, chilling to the bone. Lu Xinghe felt a bit unnerved under their gaze. He rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at?" "Waiting for me to pay your wages." No one dared to speak. Even Wu Yong, who usually loved to shout, was tightly covering his mouth, afraid that a louder breath would alert this living devil who had just obliterated a star beast. Lu Xinghe couldn't be bothered with this group of terrified veterans. He slung the long knife over his shoulder, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked leisurely into the dark, primitive jungle with an air of indifference. After a few steps, his figure completely vanished behind the dense, towering trees. It wasn't until his back was entirely out of sight that the air which had solidified in the clearing finally came to life. Countless people exhaled a long sigh of relief. A few with shaky legs plopped down in the muddy ground, their clothes soaked in cold sweat. "My dear mother." A seasoned warrior trembled. Who exactly was that earlier? The people beside him shook their heads frantically. Wu Yong swallowed hard, feeling a fiery sensation in his throat. He stared in the direction Lu Xinghe had disappeared. At such a young age to possess such terrifying strength. Even in the most prestigious martial school in the imperial capital, he would undeniably be a dominant force. Someone chimed in. "No kidding. In a place like Starry City, it's absolutely impossible to cultivate such a celestial being. I think this guy is probably a young master from some super martial clan in the imperial capital, just passing through Starry City to take a test for fun." The crowd nodded in agreement, their imaginations running wild. No wonder. I thought the Alliance's practical assessment rules had suddenly changed. They even allowed us to submit our answers early and leave. This isn't about changing the rules for us. It's clearly the higher-ups in the Alliance fearing that rigid rules would limit the performance of this top genius. Hundreds of people grew increasingly anxious as they thought about it. At this moment, a deep and terrifying beast roar suddenly erupted from deep within the jungle. The bloodthirsty and violent aura was rapidly approaching. Damn! The bloody scent from the dead earlier attracted other star beasts. Run! Spread out quickly. Staying here is a sure death. The crowd, who had just been enthusiastically gossiping, instantly scattered like birds and beasts. They scrambled into the forest, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Scene transition. Outside the atmosphere of Star Beast Star 10. In the vast pitch-black space, the massive space mothership that had just thrown everyone into hell was now quietly hovering in orbit. The huge black hull gleamed with a cold metallic luster. In the core area of the mothership, the control room was filled with an array of advanced equipment. Hundreds of uniformed Alliance staff members were rapidly typing on keyboards at the control panel. Beep. Signal search complete. Locking onto the coordinates of Star Beast Star 10. Ground information successfully connected, synchronizing visuals. The cold electronic voice of the AI echoed in the hall. Due to the extremely strong magnetic field interference in the atmosphere of Star Beast Star, the signals were briefly shielded during the ascent. The ground information received at this point was a full minute behind the actual events. A minute ago, Lu Xinghe had just left with style. The massive holographic screen at the front of the hall lit up instantly. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of small images arranged neatly like a honeycomb. These were all first-person perspectives transmitted from the low-level combat devices worn by the assessors below. This was standard high-tech issued by the Martial Alliance. The low-level version could only share perspectives and provide simple danger warnings. If it were the high-level version, it could not only identify the species and level of star beasts, but also automatically scan for fatal weaknesses. If it were the top version, it could even display the opponent's current vitality and specific combat power directly in data form. Qianwu stood at the main control panel, hands behind his back, standing with the poise of a general. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Keep a close watch on all assessors' movements. Immediately pull up that first-person perspective of Lu Xinghe. Display it on the main screen. Yes, Minister. The tall, thin operator's fingers flew across the keyboard. The screen switched instantly. A giant high-definition display showed the scene before Lu Xinghe. Towering ancient trees, rotting leaves, and dim light. In the image, Lu Xinghe was walking through the forest at an exceedingly leisurely pace. His viewpoint was even taking in wildflowers and grass, breathing steadily without a hint of disturbance. Qianwu, what's the situation now? In the control room of the mothership, the air in front of the holographic screen shimmered, and a virtual projection materialized. It was the highest authority of the Xinghe City Warriors Alliance branch, the president. Qianwu put aside his usual demeanor and stood upright. Report, President. The mothership has successfully landed, and Lu Xinghe has entered Star Beast Star No. 10. The stealth probe has locked onto the target, and the entire battle record is being filmed. The president stared at the hundreds of camera angles on the big screen. Qianwu, you better be on high alert. This grand spectacle appears to be for the rookie's warrior certification, but in reality, it is a genius assessment tailored for Xinghe. His combat data must be transmitted back to the Lanshuixing Warriors Alliance headquarters without any discrepancies. The president's tone was stern. I only need one result. Even if he fails the genius assessment, you must ensure he returns alive. Our Xinghe City Alliance branch cannot afford to lose such a prodigy. Qianwu wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in agreement. He knew that if Xinghe truly perished down there, his position as department head would be over. After the president finished his instructions, he brought up another topic. By the way, I heard that the promising talent named Xu from your school is also in this batch. Does he have any hope of touching the threshold for genius certification? Qianwu sneered. President, that kid is nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. He stands no chance. He just scored only 1600 kilograms in the power test. He is far from it. Qianwu turned and waved at the control panel. Switch Xu first-person perspective to the main screen and let the president see what that kid is up to down there. Understood. The operator tapped on the keyboard. Within 2 seconds his face turned pale. Minister, something's wrong. What happened? Xu life signs disappeared less than a minute after the mothership took off. The control room, Qianwu's eyes widened. This just landed for a minute. Rewind the footage. Hurry. The holographic screen rapidly rewound the footage and then began playing. In the footage, Xu had just arrogantly taunted others and entered the bushes alone, only to be pounced on by a massive black beast over 3 meters tall. With a crunch, Xu was bitten in half before he could utter a sound. The screen was splattered with blood. A peak first-tier star beast. A shadow leopard. Qianwu stared at the shadow leopard on the screen and turned to yell at the operator. How did you detect the landing point? Why is there such a dangerous beast at the landing point? The operator stammered an explanation. Minister, please calm. According to Alliance regulations, the safety detection system in low-level areas only filters out star beasts of second tier and above. This shadow leopard, while close to the second tier, is still a peak first-tier beast and doesn't fall within the radar alert range. That's not right. Qianwu slammed the table, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Quickly switch back to Lu Xinghe's footage. Qianwu shouted. That kid's perspective was moving at incredible speed. He must have encountered a star beast too. Power team, prepare to return to the surface immediately. Get ready for a forced rescue. The control room was in chaos. The president's virtual projection fixed its gaze on the main screen. This was an unseen-a-century prodigy. If he was bitten to death by a beast right after stepping out, who would he go to for help? The screen lit up as Lu Xinghe's first-person perspective re-entered. The blood-soaked shadow leopard opened its jaws to bite down on Lu Xinghe's head. It's over. Someone closed their eyes. Even a regular first-tier warrior wouldn't be able to dodge at this speed. Then Xinghe jumped up, twisting his body in midair. One leg struck down on the head of the shadow leopard. Bang! A dull sound reverberated through the control room. In the footage, blood mixed with brain matter sprayed out. A peak first-tier star beast had its skull shattered by a single kick. The control room fell eerily silent. Hundreds of staff members stared at the screen. Qianwu stood there speechless. The president's virtual projection was also taken aback. A single kick had shattered the skull of a peak first-tier star beast. This was something a 15-year-old boy accomplished. An ordinary acquired stage warrior couldn't unleash such explosive power without going all out. The people in the control room had yet to recover from the shock. Beep. The mothership's intelligent mainframe emitted an electronic alarm. The control room lit up with red lights. A mechanical voice began to sound. Detected that the examinee's power output has surpassed normal limits. Bone density exceeds maximum thresholds. Comprehensive combat data analysis is complete. Preliminary assessment of the examinee, Lu Xinghe, genius level A grade or above. Top secret protocols activated. All records and combat data of the target are immediately upgraded to Alliance level confidential. Amidst the alarm, the image on the main control screen cut off. Lu Xinghe's first-person perspective turned into a red snow screen. Warning. Current control room personnel's highest authority is level. Insufficient permissions. Real-time positioning and footage have been forcibly cut off. After the prompt sound finished, all screens went black. The hundreds of people were left dumbfounded. The control room erupted in chaos. What the hell? Did I just hear things? A grade genius. Is this malfunctioning artificial intelligence? In our Matian province, we haven't seen a single grade genius in the last 50 years. The people around looked at each other. This was certainly a matter that could be recorded in the annals of the Xinghe City Martial Arts history. Qianwu looked at the president. This kid's talent exceeded the limits that Xinghe City could manage. Qianwu turned around, releasing the pressure of the second layer of acquired stage. Everyone shut your mouths tight. You all know what level confidentiality means. I don't need to teach you. From now on, if anyone dares to leak even a word about Lu Xinghe, they will be treated as traitors and dealt with on the spot. His subordinates nodded repeatedly. After Qianwu shouted, he looked at the black screen and slapped his thigh. This is bad. The permissions are locked now. We don't know which direction he has gone. The positioning signal is gone. Qianwu panicked. President, if he encounters an unbeatable monster deep in Star B's star, we won't even know where to rescue him. The president sighed. Level confidentiality permissions are too high. Not just you and me. Even my mentor at the headquarters in the imperial capital is not qualified to access his files. The president gazed at the starry sky outside. There's no other way now. Since the mainframe has determined, he has the potential for a great genius. We can only hope he doesn't provoke any fourth-tier monsters with his own strength in this place. At the same time on Star B's star no. 10. In the primitive jungle, Xinghe walked on the dry leaves wandering through the forest. He glanced down at his smart wristwatch which had updated the area divisions of the holographic map. This thing is quite useful. Xinghe looked at the color legend. The white area is for first-tier star beasts meant for the rookies outside to practice on. He was currently in a large yellow area. The yellow area has second-tier star beasts roaming. Deeper in is the orange area where third-tier monsters reside. The core red zone is the territory of fourth-tier monsters. Xinghe was aware that this map surely had inaccuracies. The star beast star's magnetic field is chaotic with high-level monsters always hiding in low-level areas to ambush. He had no intention of avoiding them. Since I've come, I can't just let a few easy ones go. I owe it to my explosive strength. Xinghe jumped onto a thick tree branch from the trunk using the leverage. He stood firm on a thick branch and closed his eyes. The surroundings darkened. A vision appeared in his mind. Within a 4-kilometer radius, 1 by 1 red light balls signifying life lit up. This function is interesting. Xinghe thought. He could distinguish the strength of these light balls. The size of a rice grain indicated ordinary wild animals. The brighter light balls were first-tier star beasts. 2 kilometers away there were several particularly large light balls. Their aura was significantly stronger than that of the earlier shadow leopard. Self-contained living radar scanning prey within a 4-kilometer radius. Xinghe opened his eyes. He had not learned any sensing-type martial arts. He could achieve this solely due to his S-grade innate holy body. The physique developed by the system is 2 against the heavens. The data on the attribute panel is just basic enhancements. Beneath the 1,000-fold comprehension lies vast range perception. Xinghe smacked his lips. To have full visual range in this forest is like a dimensional strike. He continued to contemplate, since the S-grade innate holy body has undeclared abilities. What about the SS-grade indestructible divine body? Besides the 300% blood surge, there must be other hidden functions. Xinghe closed his eyes, feeling the bright sphere of blood and qi in his mind. Ouch, this red light is a bit dazzling. He opened his eyes and smiled. This aura is definitely much stronger than that shadow leopard from before, undoubtedly a second-tier star beast. Just when I was worried about not having anyone to practice with, you'll do nicely. Xinghe raised his wrist and tapped the low-level combat instrument twice. Shut down. The AI's voice echoed in his earpiece. Warning. You are currently in the data collection phase for the Warrior Certification Assessment and Genius Certification Assessment. Once you deactivate the real-time recording function, your combat data will not be uploaded. This will severely impact your chances of passing the Warrior Certification and may significantly lower your final rating for the Genius Certification. Lu Xing's hand froze in midair. Genius Certification Assessment. He stroked his chin, piecing it together. I thought so. How could that old man just toss us onto this desolate and dangerous planet? So it was because I smashed the power tester with a single punch, triggering the legendary Genius Certification. Xinghe had heard Wu Yong boast about the generous rewards of the Genius Certification. Even the lowest level class geniuses receive resources from the Alliance that would make ordinary warriors envious. Of course, the more rewards the better. Who wouldn't want free gifts? But compared to this, I still prefer making money quietly. Xinghe pressed the shutdown button. The scene of me kicking the shadow leopard's head must have already been sent back. 15 years old, a first-tier peak star beast killed in one kick. With such achievements, as long as the higher-ups in the Alliance aren't foolish, I should at least be rated as a class genius, or maybe even in a class. Enough. If I expose myself any further, I won't be able to hide my immortal body and perfect-level martial skills anymore. I don't want to be dissected for research. Xinghe dusted off his pants. He pushed off the trunk with his toes. He leaped into the dim forest. Let's see just how strong this second-tier star beast really is. The sky had darkened. The nights on the Star Beast star are more dangerous than the days. Xinghe ventured deeper into the woods. Roar! An 8-meter-tall star beast let out a cry. A loud crash echoed. The second-tier lower-grade star beast fell to the ground. The ground trembled, raising clouds of dust. Xinghe stepped on the star beast's head, drawing out his alloy-long knife. That's the fourth one. He flicked the blood off the blade and let out a breath. After a day of fighting, his combat experience was rapidly increasing. At first, he had to think a bit to deal with these second-tier star beasts. Now he could exploit weaknesses and take them down with a single strike. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has operated the titanium steel combat art for 3 cycles in combat, increasing chi and blood value by 3 points. Congratulations, host. Your realm has officially broken through to the 7th layer of body refinement. Lu Xinghe felt a surge of warmth spread throughout his body. His muscles and bones cracked loudly. Oh, that feels great. Lu Xinghe stretched lazily, feeling full of strength. The instructor said that true warriors grow through life and death battles. The speed of cultivation during battles was much faster than hiding away in a basement. The instructor really wasn't lying this time. Using this perfect level titanium steel combat art, in actual combat the efficiency of my chi and blood increase is indeed astonishing. Lu Xinghe kicked the star beast's corpse on the ground. What a pity this second-tier lower-grade star beast is too weak. There's no pressure at all. Without the sense of crisis between life and death, the speed of my chi and blood increase has slowed down. Looks like I need to find something more stimulating to entertain myself. Lu Xinghe leaned against the star beast's corpse and brought up his attribute panel. Host Lu Xinghe. Realm 7th layer of body refinement. Chi and blood 71 effects, strength, defense, and injury recovery speed. Soul 5 normal human is 1 mental strength soul intensity. Talent immortal body SS level 300 chi and blood 300 soul, innate sacred body S level comprehension 1000, cultivation, speed 1000, titanium steel battle body level 300 speed 500 defense. Martial skills titanium steel combat, art low grade 4th year perfect 300 cultivation, speed titanium steel fist technique low grade 4th year perfect 400 fist power. Looking at the data, Lu Xinghe chuckled. 71 points of chi and blood. Ordinary 7th layer of body refinement might only have a strength of around 1,000 kilograms at most. But with my immortal body talent, I directly gain a 300 chi and blood explosion. Lu Xinghe clenched his fist and swung it at the air. A sonic boom erupted in his ears. With my current pure physical strength, I can at least unleash 20,000 kilograms. This is already far beyond the ordinary peak of body refinement. I could probably pin down the big shots of the postnatal realm. Lu Xinghe retracted his fist. He turned and sliced open the star beast's chest. Inside he rummaged and pulled out a crystal glowing with a ghostly blue light. He wiped it on his clothes and casually stuffed it into his combat suit's pocket. His pocket was already bulging. It contained over 20 star cores. These were all the crystals from the 1st-tier upper-grade and elite star beasts he had killed during the day. Every time he killed these star beasts, he would deliberately keep the combat instrument on for a short while. Since it's for earning points for the genius certification, I should at least put on a show. Killing 2nd-tier star beasts is too astounding, but surely it's fine if I casually kill a few 1st-tier peak ones, right? This is called reasonable point control, a high IQ operation. Lu Xinghe patted his pocket, listening to the sound of the star cores clinking inside. I'm rich. Over 20 1st-tier elite star cores plus these 4 2nd-tier ones. If I sell them at the black market in Xinghe City, I can at least exchange them for millions of star coins, right? Lu Xinghe calculated while counting on his fingers. First, I'll get myself a 2nd-tier elite weapon. This broken alloy knife has already twisted into a spiral after chopping through 4 2nd-tier star beasts. With the rest of the money, I'll buy high-grade nutrient solutions. Ooh, I want to drink nutrient solutions like water. A roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Roar. The sound shook the leaves off the trees. The ground trembled in response. Low-level star beasts several kilometers away were scared off by this roar. Oh, Lu Xinghe perked up. This powerful aura of chi and blood was not something an ordinary 2nd-tier star beast could emit. He leapt onto a nearby tree over 30 meters tall. Standing at the treetop, he pushed aside the branches to look. With the starlight, he could clearly see the scene ahead. 3 kilometers away, a silver-scaled Tyrannosaurus over 10 meters tall was rampaging through the forest. With a sweep of its tail, ancient trees as thick as a person's embrace were snapped. This creature looks quite impressive. Lu Xinghe recognized this monster at a glance. It was a dangerous species marked in textbooks. 2nd-tier high-grade star beast, Silverlight Tyrannosaurus. This type of monster has hard scales, and ordinary thermal weapons leave no mark on its body. Its chi and blood strength could rival that of a human at the 7th layer of postnatal realm. In Xinghe City, this being would be a calamity. Lu Xinghe watched the roaring Silverlight Tyrannosaurus. The chi and blood strength of a 7th layer postnatal realm. That sounds amazing. Lu Xinghe stretched his neck, the bones cracking. With my 7th layer of body refinement and an explosive power of 20,000 kilograms. I was just thinking that killing those 2nd-tier lower-grade weaklings was boring. And now you big guy have come right to my door. Lu Xinghe gripped his knife tightly. Tonight let's see just how strong I really am against you, this giant lizard. Big fellow, you certainly run fast. Lu Xinghe stood atop a treetop, watching the colossal figure barreling recklessly into the distance. This Silverlight Tyrannodragon's speed far exceeded his expectations. After all this time, I've finally found a living sandbag to test the absolute limits of my combat prowess. Think you can just flee? Lu Xinghe flashed a grin. Not a chance. Though he knew full well that this star beast, possessing postnatal 7th rank blood and chi, might not guarantee victory. With his SS steer indestructible divine body as an unshakable safety net, what was there to fear? Even if I can't overpower you, my regenerative capacity alone will exhaust you to death. Just as Lu Xinghe prepared to launch himself forward, he realized, in his ordinary state, he simply could not close the gap on that rampaging lizard. Damn it, those two massive legs are faster than cheetahs. A fierce glint flared in Lu Xinghe's eyes. Activate now. Boom. He instantly unleashed the dormant, titanium steel war chi coiled deep within his body. A torrent of dark golden aura erupted violently from him like a volcanic explosion. His entire skin visibly transformed into an impossibly dense dark golden alloy. Even the surrounding air trembled under the sheer force of his overwhelming presence, rippling outward in concentric waves. So this is the awe-inspiring might of a fully activated Class C war body. Lu Xinghe clenched his fist, sensing he could now shatter a mountain with a single blow. Swish! He gave the branch beneath him the lightest tap, and the entire trunk, thick enough for several men to embrace, shattered instantly under the terrifying recoil force. Lu Xinghe shot forth like a streak of dark golden lightning tearing through the night veil as he surged toward the Silverlight Tyrannodragon, his speed now bordering on the incomprehensible. Even Qianwu, a second-rank postnatal realm cultivator, standing here would barely catch a blinding flash of golden light before it vanished. Elsewhere deep within the shadowed thicket, the Silverlight Tyrannodragon's copper-bell's eyes burned crimson with fury as it relentlessly pursued its quarry. Dozens of meters ahead, a diminutive star beast, barely over 2 meters tall, raced desperately through the underbrush, every fiber straining. This was a Tier 2 low-rank oviraptor, small in stature, yet its entire physiology had been optimized for one singular trait: agility. Weaving deftly through the labyrinthine forest, it managed, barely, to maintain a safe distance from the colossal Silverlight Tyrannodragon. What drove the Tyrannodragon into utter frenzy, however, was the fact that the oviraptor clutched tightly in its arms a silver egg the size of a wash basin. It had fled for over 20 kilometers, clutching that stolen treasure with desperate resolve. At last, it spotted the familiar landmark of its territory. AOW. The oviraptor threw back its head and unleashed a piercing shrill cry. The sound pierced the night sky with razor-sharp clarity. Instantly answering cries echoed from every direction. Then came the rustling tide, a wave of scuttling, scraping, surging movement. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 oviraptors, varying wildly in size, emerged from bushes and burrows surrounding the clearing. Some stood barely over a meter tall, others towered 4 or 5 meters high. Without hesitation, they arched their backs, forming a protective shield around the egg-bearing comrade at their center. Clearly they were preparing for a coordinated assault against this unwelcome intruder. Crunch! The Silverlight Tyrannodragon stomped down, pulverizing a boulder, and halted before the assembled pack. At the sight of these ancient nemesis, its rage ignited beyond all measure. Over the past century, it had laid eggs 7 or 8 times. And each time these accursed oviraptors had stolen them all, through deceit, ambush, and every underhanded trick imaginable. To date, only a single hatchling had miraculously survived. They truly treated this honest dragon as nothing but a walking larder. Roar! Consumed by centuries-old grudges, the Silverlight Tyrannodragon lunged forward, jaws wide, heedless of consequence. Snap! An overeager, reckless oviraptor charging headlong into the fray had its neck severed clean by those monstrous fangs. With a violent jerk of its massive skull, the corpse flew like a rag doll and slammed into a giant tree, splattering into a grotesque, pulpy ruin. Aoru, the 5-metertal alpha oviraptor leader of the pack, roared in unmitigated fury, its own blood and chi surging with terrifying intensity, unmistakably a Tier 2 high-rank star beast. At its furious bellow, the entire pack charged without hesitation, swarming the colossal Tyrannodragon in an unstoppable tidal wave of claws and teeth. These two Tier 2 high-rank titans, one embodying raw crushing power, the other honed to blinding speed, were now locked in brutal combat, while over 20 fanatical underlings harried, bit, and slashed from all sides. Though the Silverlight Tyrannodragon's defenses were legendary, it was immediately thrust into a desperate, grueling struggle. The battle turned savage beyond measure, and in less than a minute, its famed silver scales were already gouged with over a dozen deep bone-exposing wounds, blood streaming profusely across its massive frame. Yet the oviraptor clan paid an equally horrific price. 7 or 8 of their kin lay crushed beneath the Tyrannodragon's feet, or cleaved cleanly in two by its whip-like tail. Amidst this apocalyptic clash, Lu Xinghe finally descended, golden light blazing, as he landed gracefully upon the crown of a towering ancient tree. Surveying the carnage below, he paused stunned. Holy hell, is this some gang turf war? Perched on a sturdy branch, he watched utterly absorbed. I thought you were chasing a snack, but turns out you've stumbled into a hornet's nest and gotten swarmed. Just as he settled in to observe quietly, waiting for both sides to cripple each other before stepping in to claim the spoils, his peripheral vision caught something distinctly sneaky. The very oviraptor that had first clutched the silver egg had slipped away from the battlefield. It crept furtively to the base of a large tree dozens of meters away, dug a sizable hole with frantic haste, then carefully buried the gleaming silver star beast egg beneath the soil. Having done so, it stamped the earth twice to conceal its deed, then turned and rushed back into the fray, shrieking defiantly. Xinghe sucked in a sharp breath. His eyes widened to saucers. That's the Silverlight Tyrannodragon's egg. Textbook knowledge of elite star beast progeny instantly flooded his mind. This was no ordinary hatchling. It was guaranteed Tier 2 high rank, and with sufficient resources held extraordinary potential to ascend even to Tier 3. Good heavens! A live star beast egg, if hatched and bonded with a human martial artist from infancy, would yield an utterly loyal elite tier combat companion. Xinghe's pupils dilated into shimmering starcoin shapes. His breathing grew ragged. If auctioned at the Starlawn City Grand Auction, 30 million, 50 million, even over 100 million stellar coins, top-tier clans would bid fiercely. His hands trembled with excitement. This isn't just an egg, it's a mountain of pure gold. I'm rich. This is divine fortune falling from the heavens. Without hesitation, Xinghe dismissed his flamboyant titanium steel war body with a mere thought. Then like a phantom, he slid silently down the trunk, gliding through shadows until he reached the base of that very tree. He dug frantically into the freshly filled mound with bare hands. But as he dug deeper, something felt profoundly wrong. His legs weakened uncontrollably, and his face paled. Damn it, what's happening? Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Xinghe probed inward and nearly cursed. This titanium steel war body drains spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. I activated it for less than 5 minutes, just to sprint here. And yet, my 70-level cultivation of profound blood and chi has been depleted by half. Xinghe frowned deeply. Yes, the Class C war body was formidable, but its staggering consumption rate made it little more than a celestial energy vampire. If his blood and chi ran dry, how could he possibly compete for the remaining star core once these two lizard factions finished slaughtering each other? No, I need to replenish fast. As his fingers clawed feverishly at the dirt, he smoothly circulated the perfect tier titanium steel war art, attempting to draw ambient primordial energy to restore his vitality. The moment he completed his first full cycle of cultivation, an abrupt transformation occurred. A searing, exquisitely pure warmth surged from his abdomen. Like a breached dam, the torrential heat flooded his limbs and meridians. And in an instant, his previously desiccated channels brimmed once more with overwhelming sovereign blood and chi. At that precise moment, the system's cold mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Detected severe depletion of host's blood and chi. Advanced reinforcement energy meal reserve, 50 days worth, automatically consumed. Host's blood and chi restored to peak condition, instantaneously. Xinghe's digging hand froze midair. His eyes widened. Then an uncontrollable wave of euphoria crashed over him, surging straight to his crown. Holy shit. You can do that. Xinghe vividly recalled repairing that flawed energy meal. It contained a staggering 50,000 units of stored blood and chi reserves. He'd always assumed it served merely as supplementary nourishment during secluded cultivation. Yet the system now revealed it functioned as an instant on-demand life restoration elixir during combat. This isn't just accelerated nutrition. It's a boundless portable super regeneration vial. Xinghe trembled with exhilaration. As long as those 50,000 units remain intact, I could sustain the titanium steel war body indefinitely, even fighting elite monsters, and my blood and chi would refill in the blink of an eye. A broken energy meal can be used as a super invincible blood bottle. Xinghe squatted in the tree pit holding soil in his hands, his eyes growing brighter. Then what kind of heaven-defying ability does my so-called top-level SS grade indestructible body hide? Previously, he was too focused on experiencing the 300% violent enhancement. It now seems that this talent is by no means as simple as piling up panel data. Click. The movement of his hand stopped as he encountered something hard. Xinghe nimbly dug up all the surrounding soil. A giant egg more than a meter tall and covered in mysterious silver patterns appeared before him. The eggshell emitted a faint glow, and he could even feel a strong heartbeat from within. Is this the offspring of the second-tier advanced star beast Silverlight Tyrannosaurus? Xinghe's eyes sparkled as if he were gazing upon a mountain of gold. In his mind, the system's cold prompt sounded right on time. Ding! Detected a living height-year star beast egg. Detected fatal flaws in the existence of this creature 240 million kinds. Host, would you like to repair it immediately? Lu Xing's hand, which was originally touching the eggshell, suddenly trembled. He gasped. How many? More than 200 million. Lu Xinghe was completely stunned as the calculations in his mind were shattered by this statement. To be aware that his extremely perverse S-grade innate holy body only had over 10 million flaws. The potential of this broken egg is surprisingly dozens of times more terrifying than the innate holy body. After a brief shock, Lu Xinghe frowned. System, stop playing dead with me. How exactly are the number and level of these flaws calculated? Lu Xinghe questioned in his mind. The 12 trillion flaws in my broken cells, you say, are SS grade. The innate holy body has 10 million flaws, which is S grade. Now this egg has 200 million flaws. Could it also be S grade or SS grade? There's a difference of over 100 million in quantity, and you just use level 1 to brush me off. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Host permission too low. This system only uses the current highest cognitive system of the blue water star human race for classification. In the cognition of the human race, SS grade is already an untouchable peak. But among true SS grades there exists a gap as vast as the heavens and the earth. The host's indestructible body has long surpassed the ordinary definition of talent. Once the host comes into contact with a higher dimensional cosmic system, the true level will naturally unlock. Lu Xinghe has suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It's not that my indestructible body is lacking, it's that the rating system of this blue water star is too primitive. He smacked his lips. I said, how could a heaven-defying ability that can reconstruct and revive based on someone else's memories only be one level higher than 1,000 times the cultivation speed? This is simply a dimensional strike. So this egg with 200 million flaws, once it hatches, isn't it bound to be an unparalleled divine pet that can obliterate all human geniuses? This world has not only warriors, but also a pet system that specializes in cultivating star beasts for battle. A pet with extraordinary talent often has combat power far more terrifying than that of the warrior itself. Cultivate. It must be cultivated. Lu Xing's eye sparkled. However, he quickly suppressed the urge to repair it immediately. He needed to save his last repair opportunity for verifying mutation patterns. Moreover, how could he go and claim heads while holding such a large meter-high egg? Precious one, bear with it a bit longer in the soil. Without hesitation, Lu Xinghe grabbed a handful of soil and quickly buried the giant egg again. He even stepped on it a couple of times, covering it with a layer of decaying leaves. He patted the dirt off his hands and leaped back up to the treetops like a nimble cat. In the distance, on the open ground, the battle between the silver light Tyrannosaurus and the egg-stealing dragons had reached its climax. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening wail of despair, the massive body of the silver light Tyrannosaurus finally collapsed. It fell to the ground with unblinking eyes, crushing an unfortunate egg-stealing dragon into a meat pie. The second-tier advanced star beast that once rampaged around the outskirts of Xinghe City had completely breathed its last. The remaining egg-stealing dragons went insane in an instant. They let out piercing screams and rushed forward, tearing the corpse of the silver light Tyrannosaurus into a bloody mess. And not far away on a large rock, the 5-meter-tall leader of the egg-stealing dragons was raising its bloodied head high. Roar! It let out an extremely piercing long howl, venting the fervor of final victory. Although they won, the cost for the egg-stealing dragon group was also devastating. Originally more than 20 dragons, now only a pitiful 10 or so remained standing. Moreover, almost every one of them bore extremely terrifying wounds down to the bone. Only the leader, hiding behind and frantically moving, was still in a relatively intact state. Making quite a racket, aren't you? Lu Xinghe squatted on the tree branch, a twisted smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After defeating the boss, you want to divvy up the loot. Have you asked about the knife in my hand? Boom. The dark golden aura that had been dormant within Lu Xinghe erupted like a volcano. Crade talent, all-out titanium steel battle body. He transformed into a blinding dark golden stream of light, carrying immense power as he dove directly down from the treetop. The leader of the egg-stealing dragons heard the sound of air being sliced and suddenly turned its head. But before its pea-sized eyes could see clearly who was coming, the blinding light of the knife had already exploded through its group like a meat grinder. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh was dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lu Xing's figure was like a specter. Every time he paused, a large egg-stealing dragon's head would soar into the sky. Those already heavily injured second-tier, inferior, and intermediate egg-stealing dragons had no time to react. In just a breath's time, 10 crimson pillars of blood shot up into the sky. 10 heads rolled uniformly onto the muddy ground. Silence. The entire battlefield instantly fell into an eerie stillness. 10 crimson pillars of blood shot up into the sky. 10 heads rolled uniformly onto the muddy ground. Silence. The entire battlefield instantly. Lu Xinghe stomped down hard, utilizing the terrifying recoil. He gripped the first-tier alloy long knife tightly and chopped down fiercely towards the head of the leader of the egg-stealing dragons. A family should be together. Go down and keep them company. The blade was wrapped in an explosive force of 20,000 kilograms, ripping through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Roar! The leader of the egg-stealing dragons finally reacted. It let out an extremely furious roar, a trace of fierce red light flashing in its eyes. As a second-tier advanced star beast with maxed-out speed talent, its reaction speed was terrifyingly high. Just as the long knife was about to cleave through its head, it suddenly jerked its neck, opening its blood-filled jaws lined with fine serrated teeth. Crack! The sound of metal snapping painfully echoed. Lu Xinghe's pupils constricted sharply. That free first-tier alloy long knife provided by the Alliance was actually bitten in half by this beast. At the moment, the blade broke a massive recoil shot through the handle, leaving Lu Xinghe's hand numb. Before he could abandon the knife and retreat, the leader of the egg-stealing dragon's tail, thick as a steel whip, was already slicing through the air with a shriek. Like a high-speed freight train, it slammed into Lu Xinghe's chest. Bang! With an incredibly dull sound, Lu Xinghe's whole body was launched like a cannonball. He flew back at a speed even faster than before. Boom! Boom! He smashed through 3 large trees that could be embraced by several people before being forcefully embedded deep into the trunk of a 100-meter giant tree. Leaves fell in a flurry, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Lu Xinghe coughed up a mouthful of bloodied saliva from the trunk, feeling as if his organs were about to shift. He glanced down. The tough combat suit on his chest had been completely torn apart, and even his sternum was. This beast's strength is ridiculously great. I was careless. Lu Xinghe grinned, taking a sharp breath. What the books say is indeed true, but the same realm star beast's power and speed completely crush ordinary warriors. This second-tier advanced egg-stealing dragon's pure physical strength definitely exceeds 20,000 kilograms. If he hadn't activated the titanium steel battle body with 500% defensive enhancement, that last tail whip would have surely split him in two. The leader of the egg-stealing dragons, having discarded the broken knife from its mouth, charged over with its 2 massive legs. With an extremely terrifying killing intent, it rushed madly towards the direction Lu Xinghe had been knocked away. It wanted to devour this damned human. At this moment, the cold prompt sound from Lu Xinghe's mind rang out right on time. Ding! Detecting that the host's bodily functions have suffered damage, reaching the edge of light injury. Beginning to draw from energy meal reserves to perform injury repairs. A surge of extremely violent yet warm blood energy erupted from Lu Xinghe's abdomen. Like a raging river, it flowed through every limb and bone. Crack, crack, crack. His concave sternum rapidly restored at a visible speed. The torn muscle fibers and damaged internal organs perfectly healed within less than half a second. Even the stamina consumed earlier was restored to its peak. The system's prompt continued. This repair consumed 500 days' worth of energy meal reserves. Due to the host's extreme repair from light injury, blood energy foundation has been greatly stimulated. Congratulations, host. Blood energy value increased by 5 points. Current high-level enhanced energy meal reserves remaining 13,450 days. Lu Xinghe was stuck in the tree trunk, initially grimacing in pain, but upon hearing the commotion, he was rendered speechless. Wait, is this even possible? His wounds began to close up and his stamina was fully restored. His vitality increased by 5 points. Calculating based on his current explosive power, this 5 points of vitality provided him with an additional 1,500 kilograms of strength. So getting hit not only restores health, but also boosts combat power. Lu Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't just an indestructible body, it's basically the ultimate evolution of a scion. Each time he nearly gets killed, he grows stronger. This is absurd. Lu Xinghe immediately thought of another issue, his face twitching. My internal organs are half shattered, and I have over a dozen broken bones. And the system calls this a minor injury. Lu Xinghe finally understood the criteria for the SS level indestructible body. In the system's view, as long as he wasn't turned into minced meat, he wouldn't qualify for severe injury status. He had only consumed 500 days worth of energy meal reserves just now. He still had over 13,000 days of reserves left in his belly. More than 10,000 days. Lu Xinghe counted on his fingers. If I use all of it to take hits and accumulate injuries, I could at least gain over 100 points of vitality. The more Lu Xinghe thought about it, the more excited he became. In the distance, the thieving egg dragon leader was rushing this way. Lu Xinghe's gaze towards it changed from before. This giant lizard was now a living super experience pack. Big lizard, he shouted. Today either you die or I take off right here. Lu Xinghe stomped down, breaking the tree trunk that had trapped him. The towering 100-meter tree, already on the verge of falling, creaked ominously. Lu Xinghe charged out, creating a sharp sonic boom in midair. His clever talent, the titanium steel battle body, was fully activated. A dazzling dark golden aura enveloped him like a shell. Come and try my titanium steel fist technique. Lu Xinghe twisted his waist in midair, channeling all his power into his right fist, aiming directly at the thieving egg dragon leader's head. The thieving egg dragon leader's eyes darted, appearing somewhat dazed. It didn't grasp the situation, having just nearly killed a human with its tail. Now this lively human seemed even more formidable than before. Roar! The second-tier advanced star beast didn't understand retreat. The thieving egg dragon leader let out a loud roar. Its powerful hind legs stomped down, sending a cloud of mud flying. Its massive body spun in place, and with a tail that swung with 70 to 80 tons of force, it struck against Lu Xinghe's fist. The fist and tail collided. A shockwave pushed outward, shattering tree trunks within a dozen meters. A tremendous force surged through Lu Xinghe's body via his fist. Holy crap, that's some serious power. A cracking sound echoed. All the bones in his right arm shattered. The excess force sent Lu Xinghe flying backward. This time he flew even faster backward, crashing through several tree trunks before finally colliding with the previously damaged 100-meter tree. The massive tree, capable of being wrapped around by a dozen adults, could no longer withstand the impact. It toppled to the ground, burying Lu Xinghe beneath falling leaves and dust. The thieving egg dragon leader also cried out in pain. Its tall body slid backward on the ground for several meters, leaving 2 deep trenches. Scales on its long tail were crushed inwards, flesh torn apart. The star beast leader, in pain, thrashed its tail, truly afraid now. Just moments ago it had easily stomped on the human, but a single punch almost broke its tail in two. There was movement in the pile of broken wood ahead. Lu Xinghe pushed aside the debris and crawled out from under the fallen tree trunk. His right arm was bent at an odd angle, and he was covered in blood. His legs were also injured by the fallen tree. Hiss! If this were an ordinary person, they would be dead 100 times over. Lu Xinghe inhaled sharply. Just as he crawled out, the recovery effect of the indestructible body activated. His broken bones reconnected, and all his wounds healed. By the time Lu Xinghe stood upright, there wasn't even a mark on his skin. Apart from his tattered low-level battle suit, he looked perfectly fine. His stamina was in better condition than before he was blasted away. Ding! The system notification chimed in. This repair consumed 1,000 days of energy meal reserves. Current remaining high-level enhanced energy meal reserves 12,450 days. The host has fully recovered from severe minor injuries. Vitality increased by 10 points. A new surge of vitality rolled through Lu Xinghe's body, causing his bones to crack. Congratulations, host. Your realm has officially broken through to the 8th layer of body refinement. Lu Xinghe clenched his fist to test his strength. An increase of exactly 10 points of vitality. This means a surge of over 3,000 kilograms of combat power. My current vitality value stands at 86 points. Lu Xinghe looked down at his hands. With both legs nearly turned to mush, and this is still considered a severe minor injury. Indestructible body, do you have a misunderstanding of the term severe injury? He was merely voicing his thoughts. The rate at which he grew stronger from taking hits was simply exhilarating. What's there to run from? Today I'm going to strip you bare for all the effort you put into hitting me. Lu Xinghe tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular physique. He stepped out of the smoke and dust, striding towards the thieving egg dragon leader. Seeing Lu Xinghe in this state, the thieving egg dragon leader was invigorated. This human's clothes were completely shredded, and his protective gear was ruined. One more hit, and he'd likely be turned into mush for dinner. What the thieving egg dragon didn't know was that the torn clothing was merely a cheap garment worth a few hundred star coins. Roar! The thieving egg dragon leader let out a roar. With powerful strides, its hind legs pounded the ground as it charged at Lu Xinghe. Come at me. Lu Xinghe grinned widely. As he watched the 5-meter beast charge at him, he stepped forward to meet it. However, this time Lu Xinghe held back a bit. He had the defensive power of his titanium steel battle body. This is what tactical operation looks like. His vitality value had reached 86 points. His basic explosive power was 25,000 kilograms. With this body base, if he had the full 500% defense of the titanium steel battle body, the thieving egg dragon leader would only be able to scratch him. Without taking damage, he wouldn't be able to exploit the system's loophole to boost his attributes. Endure some discomfort for a better tomorrow. Lu Xinghe clenched his fist and threw a punch. Bang! The sound of the impact echoed far and wide. The human and the dragon collided again. With only half of his defense active, Lu Xinghe could still withstand 50,000 kilograms of impact. But the thieving egg dragon leader used a running start to swing its tail. The force exceeded 60,000 kilograms. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. When Lu Xinghe's fist struck the thieving egg dragon, his right arm, right rib, and shoulder couldn't withstand the recoil and were all shattered. Lu Xinghe was sent flying, once more landing in a distant mud pit. The impact splattered mud everywhere. The thieving egg dragon leader was also in bad shape. The explosive force of 25,000 kilograms crashed down, folding its injured tail in half, with bones piercing through the scales and visible on the outside. Ow! The second-tier advanced star beast rolled around on the ground in pain. Just when it caught a breather, footsteps were heard approaching from the distant mud pit. Splash! Xinghe wiped the mud off his face and stood up from the pit. The half of his body that had been shattered earlier had fully healed thanks to the indestructible body and energy meal reserves. Ding! The system notification chimed in. This repair consumed 800 days of energy meal reserves. Current remaining high-level enhanced energy meal reserves 11,650 days. The host has fully recovered from light injuries. All surface and internal injuries have been healed. Vitality increased by 8 points. Current total vitality value raised to 94 points. The vitality within Xinghe continued to rise. The heat radiating from his body warmed the air around him. Congratulations, host. Your realm has officially broken through to the 9th layer of body refinement. Xinghe crawled out of the mud pit, hearing the prompt sound from the system. Only 8 points of vitality added. He smacked his lips and looked down at his body. It seems that even though I've lost half my body this time, it's still not as bad as the last time, when a big tree nearly turned me into mush. However, this breakthrough speed is simply outrageous. This indestructible body is like an official cheat code. The wounds closed instantly, and before the pain could even register, he was already full of vigor. As long as I don't die, I can take a beating and bounce right back. He looked up at the thieving egg dragon leader, who was still rolling on the ground in pain. Is this a fierce star beast? This is clearly a hard-working, top-notch tool dragon. Little dragon, here I come. Xinghe grinned, looking like a hungry wolf that just spotted a meat bone. With a thought, the dark golden aura around him instantly extinguished. Deactivate titanium steel combat body. Not only that, he deliberately suppressed his power, leaving only 50%. With a push of his foot, he shot forward like a cannonball. The thieving egg dragon leader had just caught its breath when it turned its head and saw the human coming at it lively and ready to fight. Roar! Its long tooth-filled mouth let out an extremely furious roar. How long is this going to go on? Its massive body leaped again, and its strong hind legs kicked fiercely at Xinghe. Bang! A human and a dragon once again collided heavily like meteors. This time Xinghe had no defensive enhancements. He even halved his power. The tremendous impact force instantly pierced through his body. He was like a ragged sack spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Every bone in his body cracked simultaneously. His organs felt like they were tossed into a washing machine being violently stirred. Boom! Xinghe smashed into a massive rock, embedding himself deep into the soil. Just at the moment of this deadly injuries burst, the familiar mechanical sound arrived as expected. Ding! This repair consumed 1300 days of energy meal reserves. The host recovered from a severe light injury to the limit. Vitality increased by 13 points. Current total vitality increased to 107 points. A terrifying heat flow exploded within him. Xinghe felt all the cells in his body cheering with joy. Congratulations, host. Realm officially breakthrough to the 1st layer of acquired realm. Dirt flew everywhere. Xinghe flipped up like a carp. He moved his neck, producing crackling sounds. 13 points. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. With the same severe light injury, why did I get more vitality this time? He stroked his chin and suddenly understood. I get it. My realm has risen, and the foundation of my physical body has thickened. The system requires more energy meals to repair injuries of the same severity. Naturally, the feedback in vitality increases would be more insane. Xinghe nearly jumped up in place. If I reach the peak of the acquired realm, just a minor injury could add dozens of points of vitality, right? He stared at the thieving egg dragon leader with shining eyes. Tool dragon, you want to get off work today? Xinghe shouted and charged at it barehanded once again. The thieving egg dragon leader was truly dumbfounded this time. It looked at the human who had just been nearly smashed. At this moment, he was completely unscathed, and his momentum was 10 times more terrifying than before. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? It finally panicked, a hint of fear flashing in its enormous vertical pupils. Seeing Xinghe charging towards it, it no longer chose to confront him head-on. Instead, it suddenly opened its gaping maw capable of swallowing an SUV and lunged at Lu Xing's head with a fierce bite, trying to kill him in one blow. Damn, why aren't you playing by the rules? Xinghe looked at the stinking mouth in disbelief. I wanted you to hit me and gain experience, and you actually want to bite my head off. Do you really think my indestructible body can revive without a head? This is a gamble I cannot take. Xinghe was furious. You're asking for trouble. Titanium steel combat art roared to life. The perfect titanium steel fist technique erupted instantly. His current vitality reached an astonishing 107 points. His pure base strength had already reached a terrifying 3100 kilograms, coupled with a 400 increase in power from the titanium steel fist technique. This seemingly casual punch directly produced an abnormal figure of 1200 kilograms. What does 1200 kilograms mean? Comparable to a full strike from a powerhouse of the 3rd or 4th layer of acquired realm. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. Lu Xing's fist solidly struck the thieving egg dragon leaders. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, the massive head of the thieving egg dragon burst like a rotten watermelon hit by a hammer. It exploded on the spot. Bone fragments, blood, and brain matter mixed together, turning into a bloody storm in the night sky. Its body, as massive as a mountain, was directly blasted into the air by the terrifying force of 120 kilograms. It soared over 10 meters high before crashing down heavily to the ground. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Lu Xinghe, due to the extreme impact force from the collision, felt his right arm's muscles instantly burst. His entire arm exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. But he didn't even frown. Before the thieving egg dragon's corpse hit the ground, new bones and flesh had already grown on his shattered arm. Ding. This repair consumed 500 days of energy meal reserves. Remaining nutrient liquid energy reserves 9850 days. The host recovered from a minor injury. Vitality increased by 5 points. Current vitality increased to 112 points. Lu Xinghe shook his newly grown right arm and looked at the ground full of shredded meat, sighing helplessly. What a wasteful thing. I told you to kick me, but you insisted on biting. Now look what happened, you got killed. Where can I find such a useful tool dragon again? But he also knew in his heart. The thieving egg dragon leader's tail and hind legs were severely damaged, basically rendered useless. Even if he didn't kill it just now, it would probably flee. Forget it. Rather than wasting time for this little vitality, it's better to find a tier 3-star beast to continue farming. Lu Xinghe licked his lips, his eyes filled with extreme fervor. This wave is simply a blood profit. I directly reached the first layer of acquired realm. But then again, the energy meals dropped too quickly. There are less than 1000 days of reserves left. This amount of stock is barely enough for me to reach the second layer of acquired realm. Lu Xing's face was filled with pain. If I had known taking hits consumed so much energy, I should have just endured it back then. But I can't blame myself, though I was broke before with no money to buy high-grade nutrient liquids. He made up his mind. This time out I must make money. Even if I have to rob, I must get the highest grade nutrient liquid. Otherwise, how can I live up to my indestructible body's flashy passive skill? As Lu Xinghe mumbled, he skillfully walked to the incomplete chest of the thieving egg dragon leader. After a few gropes, he pulled out a second-tier premium star core radiating a rich blue glow. He casually pocketed it. Let's see what the current panel looks like. With a thought, he summoned the attribute light curtain. Host Lu Xinghe. Realm, first layer of acquired realm. Vitality 112. Soul 5. Talent, indestructible body SSS, innate sacred body SS, titanium steel combat body C. Martial arts, titanium steel combat, art perfect, titanium steel, fist technique perfect. Repair count, 3 times. 1 time remaining. Lu Xing's gaze slid down the light curtain. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the last section. Huh. Repair count changed from 2 times a day to 3 times. Lu Xinghe stared intently at the attribute panel, suspended in midair, almost pressing his eyes against it. He joyfully slapped his thigh. I understand. As long as I break through a major realm, not only will the limit of daily repairs increase, but I will also be rewarded with an immediate usage opportunity. System, you truly are a conscientious enterprise. He continued to read, his gaze falling on the innate holy body section, and his breath instantly stalled. Comprehension multiplied by 300. Cultivation speed multiplied by 300. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading from ear to ear. This innate holy body can actually grow and upgrade along with my realm. At this rate, even if I don't actively seek out fights, just lying down and breathing every day will allow my cultivation speed to soar. Turning off the astonishing panel, Lu Xinghe happily turned around. Let's go, it's time to collect protection fees. He sneaked over to the side of the shattered-headed thief egg dragon leader. Although he had just casually taken a top-grade star core, he felt that there was still something valuable in this large creature. Lu Xinghe struck the resilient chest of the thief egg dragon with a hand blade, directly reaching into the still slightly pulsing massive heart to explore. While there really are good things growing here. He forcibly pulled out a crystal the size of a fist, radiating a pure blue glow. A second-tier superior companion star core. With this color and energy fluctuations, if I take it to the black market in Xinglan City, it can at least sell for 10 million star coins, right? Lu Xinghe grinned. He turned around to survey the ground filled with thief egg dragon corpses. This was more than 20 second-tier star beasts. After spending a few minutes digging out all the star cores, he found that he simply couldn't fit any more in his pockets. Just then a few oblivious gale wolves came over, hoping to pick up the scraps. Lu Xinghe casually gave them a few slaps, skinning the wolf pelts off. He quickly fashioned a simple large bundle and took some scraps to make himself a rather stylish beast skin short skirt. I am the wild boy of the great universe era. Lu Xinghe finished packing the star cores, glanced down at his blood-stained and muddy self, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not only do I lack a durable top-tier weapon, but my clothing is also a major issue. When I get back, I must buy a set of high-grade combat gear with automatic cleaning functions. As he walked through the forest, he mentally calculated, I've heard that those advanced artifact masters can forge space rings with storage space, but the prices are exorbitant. Once I have money, I'll get the cheapest one. Then I'll use the system to directly repair the flaws, and by then I'll have a large villa of several hundred square meters to carry around that would be comfortable. Reaching a small stream, Xinghe had jumped in for a refreshing cold bath. After washing up, he donned the wild beast skin skirt and carried the bundle full of star cores, humming a tune as he returned to the big tree where he had buried the egg. Come out, my 2 billion flaw little treasure. Xinghe quickly threw the dirt off the pit, revealing a giant egg glowing with silvery light, standing 1 meter tall. He just happened to have the one-time repair opportunity as a reward for breaking through the realm. Repairing this egg with 2 billion flaws would be exhilarating. In his mind, the system's cold mechanical voice immediately rang out. Ding! Detected a high-tier star beast living egg. There are 240 million deadly flaws present. May I ask the host, should the repair commence immediately? Xinghe took a deep breath and issued the command without hesitation. Repair it to the fullest. Boom. As soon as the words fell, an endless void seemed to be forcefully torn open. A brilliantly radiant golden light, like a beam from a divine being, instantly enveloped the entire silver light Tyrannosaurus egg. Holy crap! Xinghe was forced to retreat repeatedly by the blinding light. The sight before him was so shocking that his jaw nearly dropped. The giant egg, originally just over a meter tall, began to rapidly expand like a balloon being inflated under the infusion of golden light. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, this egg had grown into a small mountain over 10 meters high. An indescribable and terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption wildly spread out from within the giant egg. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening thunderous sound rumbled from the sky without warning. Xinghe abruptly raised his head. The already dim night sky had now become oppressively dark like a black hole. Thunderclouds from all directions were rapidly gathering at a terrifying speed that defied logic. A phenomenon of heaven and earth. What kind of ancestor has been birthed here? Xinghe gasped in cold air. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that whatever was about to hatch from this egg was absolutely beyond the understanding of the entire blue water star. At this moment, the phenomenon was not limited to this small forest. The perspective widened. The entire atmosphere of Star Beast Star No. 10 was completely covered by thick, black-purple thunderclouds. The raging thunder rolled madly within the clouds like the wrath of doomsday. On the planet, countless high-tier star beasts that roamed arrogantly during the night were all darting into their caves like frightened quail. Even in the unfathomable depths of the Black Ocean, a deep-sea behemoth several hundred meters long and radiating a terrifying aura at the peak of the 3rd tier had fearfully burst out of the water. Its enormous vertical pupil, larger than a lighthouse, was fixated on the continent where Xinghe was trembling uncontrollably. Outer space. Inside the control room of the Sky Mothership, alarms blared. Qianwu stood before the holographic screen, watching the apocalyptic thunderstorm outside, his face pale. What the hell is going on? Qianwu's voice trembled. The entire planet's celestial phenomena are in chaos. Could it be that the legendary 4th tier heavenly materials and earth treasures have appeared? Or could it be that the thunder dragon occupying the planet's core area is about to give birth? He abruptly turned his head and shouted angrily at the control panel. Quick, give me the coordinates for the source of this abnormal energy fluctuation. The operator was sweating profusely, his fingers leaving trails as they moved over the keyboard. Report, Minister. It's impossible. The thunderstorm magnetic field on the planet's surface is too strong. All our detection radars are severely interfered with. It's impossible to lock onto a specific location and energy intensity. Bang! Qianwu smashed his fist into the alloy railing in front of him, furious and gritting his teeth. Useless. All of you are useless. He stared intensely at the screen, his heart feeling like it was on fire. Xinghe, that little monster, please don't end up in the crosshairs. That kid is a genius above Class A, or if this little ancestor inexplicably dies in this phenomenon, I'll be the one losing my head at the headquarters. At this moment, he had no choice but to watch helplessly from the ship, unable to go down for a rescue. Meanwhile, the instigator Xinghe stood at the center of the eye of the storm. The wild wind in the forest had already lifted countless massive stones into the air. The giant egg, over 10 meters high, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Through the blinding golden light, Xinghe clearly saw that on the giant egg's originally silver surface, a multitude of densely packed black mysterious runes began to rapidly emerge. These runes spread and intertwined like living veins. In just a few breaths, they completely covered the entire giant egg. The originally silver Tyrannosaurus egg had now transformed into a pitch-black giant egg that devoured all light. It seemed that anyone who looked at it would have their soul sucked in. Rumbling. The thundercloud above could no longer contain the destructive, earth-shattering, violent power. The thunderclouds erupted violently. A gigantic purple lightning bolt unlike anything Lu Xinghe had ever seen roared down like a thunder dragon directly tearing through the void. The target of the lightning was this pure, black, giant egg. Boom. The moment the lightning struck the giant egg, a terrifying energy storm erupted right at the spot. The ground within 100 meters was instantly evaporated by this force, creating a bottomless massive pit. Damn, you can't play like this. Lu Xinghe watched as the terrifying shockwave mixed with countless lightning fragments surged towards him like a tsunami, turning his face pale. Are you striking me too? He had no time to evade and let out a wild roar. The C-class titanium steel battle body erupted with a bang. The blinding dark golden aura instantly enveloped him, forcing his defense to the ultimate limit. In the next second, the violent thunder shockwave crashed mercilessly into Lu Xinghe. Boom. Lu Xinghe was sent flying like a bullet ejected from a cannon hit Hedon by an interstellar battleship traveling at full speed. Countless shards of purple lightning surged wildly into his body, wreaking havoc between his meridians. A powerful impact struck forward. Lu Xinghe flew backward over 200 meters. The noise spread through the night. A deep pit more than 10 meters wide was created on the distant small hill. With hundreds of tons of force pressing down, a large cloud of dust was stirred up. In the pit, Lu Xinghe, who had been scorched black by lightning, was nearly falling apart from this blow. At this moment, only a pile of charred flesh remained at the bottom of the pit. If it were any ordinary warrior suffering such injuries, there would be nothing left but ashes. Even a peak postnatal realm practitioner would find no path to survival against that lightning. Sounds began to emerge from the pile of smoking flesh, pushing upward. A bloody arm stretched out from the shredded meat, grabbing onto the nearby muddy ground. Lu Xinghe lifted his head, gasping for breath. The wounds on his body closed and scabbed over, and in no time both skin and flesh grew back, allowing him to stand upright. After a bout of coughing, Lu Xinghe reached for his chest. He turned his head to look at the dark giant egg in the distance, feeling a chill running down his back. The egg was absorbing the surrounding source energy of the world. Is this striking the egg or striking me? If it weren't for my indestructible divine body that hit just now, would have turned me to ashes. After cursing a couple of times, Lu Xinghe sensed something was wrong with his body. He felt an uncomfortable hunger, even feeling slightly weak. His legs went soft, and he nearly knelt in the pit. What's going on? Why can't I muster any strength? The injuries had healed, but he felt his body was empty and powerless. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Warning. The host has suffered a devastating blow, triggering the extreme near-death repair. This repair consumed 9,850 days of advanced enhancement energy reserves. At the same time, 90% of the host's blood energy was forcibly extracted. Current energy reserve remaining 0 days. All injuries have been completely healed. Lu Xinghe gasped for breath after hearing this. Losing 10,000 days of reserves just like that, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? This also brought him back to his senses. The indestructible divine body is not invincible at all. As long as I'm injured enough or the system's energy reserves can't keep up with consumption, I could actually end up dead. Before he could fully recover, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Due to the host's extreme repair from an absolute near-death state, the physical foundation has been strained. Congratulations, host. Blood energy value has surged by 100 points. Current total blood energy value increased to 212 points. Congratulations, host. Realm has officially broken through to the second layer of postnatal realm. A warm current surged from his marrow, alleviating the feeling of weakness a little. Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up. Wow, 100 points. Directly jumped to the second layer of postnatal realm. The pain of losing his reserves vanished entirely. Well struck. Well done. If that lightning comes a few more times, I could become invincible today. He clenched his fists and tested the strength within his body. With 212 points of blood energy combined with the 300% enhancement of the indestructible divine body, a single punch could probably turn that dragon leader into minced meat. But running out of energy is indeed a problem. Lu Xinghe sighed. He sat cross-legged in the pit, operating the titanium steel combat technique, intending to absorb source energy from the world to restore his strength. After practicing for 2 full cycles, he opened his eyes and stopped. Not good, too slow. With my current drained state, just relying on meditation would take at least 3 to 4 hours to restore to peak condition. He lifted his head and looked again at the giant egg. The system's prompt tone echoed in his mind. Ding. The fatal flaws of this item have been completely repaired. The current divine pet is undergoing deep incubation. Estimated incubation time no less than 5 hours. No specific description. Lu Xinghe smacked his lips. With over 200 million flaws repaired, the system is still playing the mysterious card. It was obvious that this egg belonged to the Silver Light Tyrant Dragon. With the system's modifications, the Star Beast hatched from it would definitely not be inferior. Dragon-type star beasts are tough, and with the system's repairs it might truly soar. Lost in thought, Lu Xing's stomach growled again. Damn it, the energy is gone or I can eat meat to replenish. He looked at the nearby corpses of the tyrant dragons he had slain. The nutrient solution is also extracted from the blood and flesh of high-level ferocious beasts. Since the extract can replenish the system's reserves directly, gnawing on fresh meat should work too. Lu Xinghe crawled out of the pit and ran to the tyrant dragon leader's corpse. He sliced open the skin and tore off a large piece of meat. Raw eating is one thing, but it's too uncivilized. He gathered a few dry branches, rubbing them together, igniting sparks from the friction of his blood energy. In no time, a bonfire several meters high was lit. The noise from the recent thunderstorm was too great, and the aura emitted by the black egg was not weak either. Star beasts within dozens of miles probably fled long ago, and Lu Xinghe was not worried about the fire attracting trouble. Besides, Qian Wu had said that the strongest in this area were only tier 3 star beasts. With my current second layer of postnatal realm foundation, considering those enhancements, if I were to encounter a tier 4 monster, I could either fight or run. Ordinary star beasts would be just a bonus meal. He sharpened a twig, spearing the several hundred pounds of meat and placing it over the bonfire to roast. As he turned the stick, he closed his eyes to practice and restore his blood energy. After a while, he opened his eyes to glance at the distant black egg. After roasting for 20 minutes, the aroma of star beast meat spread through the forest. The surface of the meat was golden and sizzling, looking quite appetizing. Lu Xinghe swallowed hard. Forget it, let's eat first. He tore off a piece of meat and took a big bite. The scalding juice burned him, making him gasp as the hunger in his belly surged. Lu Xinghe chewed and gnawed, his eating style quite unrefined. While eating, he noticed something unusual. The star beast meat, once swallowed, didn't require digestion in the stomach, dispersing into energy upon entering his body. He devoured the several hundred pounds of meat cleanly, and his stomach didn't feel overly stuffed. Instead, both his physical strength and blood energy had been replenished, almost restored to 90%. Is this a stomach or a black hole? Lu Xinghe was a bit dazed, then laughed. Keep going. He ran to the tyrant dragon leader's corpse again and sliced off 3 more pieces of several hundred pounds of meat to roast over the fire. Half an hour passed. Lu Xinghe let out a satisfied burp. With 3 pieces of meat down, his body was finally back to normal. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has devoured a large amount of high-level star beast flesh. Excess energy has been automatically converted. Current system energy reserve, 35 days. It can even store automatically. Lu Xinghe slapped his thigh, genuinely delighted. I get it now. This is the hidden attribute of the indestructible divine body. It can eat meat to restore injuries and stamina, and also stuff all the excess energy into the system storage like recharging. Then why would I buy any nutrient solution? This entire mountain is just a self-service buffet. Lu Xinghe looked at the corpses of the second-tier star beasts scattered around. We can't waste this. While he was starting the fire and roasting meat, he spent a full 2 hours thoroughly cleaning the tyrant dragon leader. Occasionally, a few system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. System energy reserves increased. Current total reserve, 742 days. Comfortable. Lu Xinghe patted his belly. He exhaled, feeling relieved from the previous urgency of running out of energy. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lu Xinghe calmed down and felt the circulation of blood energy within his body. Simply eating meat can stack reserves, but the energy converted from star beast meat has quite a bit of impurities. This purity is far inferior to the advanced enhancement energy meals he had prepared before. Lu Xinghe frowned. The conversion speed is too slow. Typically, eating after a fight to replenish stock is fine. But in life and death situations, relying on this for healing could easily go wrong, much slower than advanced nutrient solutions. He stroked his chin. A second of slowness and my opponent's knife could slice my throat. Star beast meat can only serve as regular food. If I truly want to use it as a blood bottle in life and death battles, I still need to obtain advanced nutrients. He had already planned it in his mind. After the assessment ends and he returns to the city, he must get a few boxes of high-grade nutritional liquids. By then, using the system to patch up the loopholes thoroughly, his energy reserves would be completely filled. As long as there are enough blood bottles, it'll be like a rampaging dump truck when I go out in the future. Lu Xinghe looked at the black egg in the distance that was still absorbing the world's source energy. That thing wouldn't come out anytime soon. He simply sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and operated the titanium steel battle technique. Time passed second by second. The effect of the innate holy body revealed itself once again. Lu Xing's realm stepped into the second layer of the postnatal realm, and his cultivation enhancement increased accordingly. He could feel his blood and qi circulating much faster than before. After about 20 minutes, his qi and blood value surged by 3 points. In an hour, it will be 9 points. If I keep practicing without rest for a day, they'll directly gain over 200 points of qi and blood. Lu Xinghe exclaimed in excitement. This isn't just cultivation, it's like drinking qi and blood as if it were plain water. The night deepened. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. After sitting in meditation for 4 hours, Xinghe emanated a layer of dark golden light. He opened his eyes. The system timely sent a notification. Ding. Detected that the time has surpassed midnight. The number of system loophole repairs has been refreshed. Current available repair times, 3 times. Perfect timing. Xinghe called up his attribute panel. Host Xinghe. Repair times 3. Realm second layer of postnatal realm. Chi and blood 248. Soul 5. Talent immortal body SSS level innate holy body SS level titanium steel battle body C level. Martial skills titanium steel battle technique low grade tier 4 perfect titanium steel fist technique perfect. With 248 points of chi and blood. Considering the 300% boost from the immortal body, Xinghe could now easily crush an ordinary postnatal realm 4th layer warrior with just his physical body. He closed the panel and prepared to stretch his muscles. Crack. A sound of cracking echoed. Xinghe looked up at the black egg hundreds of meters away. The once smooth surface of the eggshell was now covered in cracks. Dark red light seeped out from the cracks. It's about to come out. From the 240 million loopholes repaired, if it emerged as a bizarre creature, Xinghe would definitely smash the system. Boom. A loud explosion erupted. The 10-meter-high black egg was shattered from within, and the broken shell exploded everywhere. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated. The sound wave swept outward, uprooting dozens of tall trees around. Xinghe squinted against the wind. He couldn't help but curse. In midair, a 20-meter-tall creature with a wingspan of over 40 meters was howling at the sky. This monster was covered in black scales with barbs. With a flap of its 2 bony wings, sand and stones flew everywhere. Even more terrifying was that this creature had 3 heads. 6 glowing red eyes scanned downwards, exuding immense pressure. At this moment, within 100 star beasts that had come out to forage regardless of their tier trembled to the ground upon hearing the dragon's roar. Some lower-tier star beasts even urinated themselves. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xinghe's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully hatched the pet beast Hell 3-headed dragon. Bloodline level SSS level. Current strength, low, tier 3. Note: beasts hatched through system repair are 100% loyal to the host. Low tier 3. Xinghe was somewhat stunned. Just hatched, and already at low tier 3. That's equivalent to a human in the innate realm. If it grows up, won't it swallow the entire Starlawn city in one bite? Xinghe rubbed his hands together. With a bodyguard comparable to the innate realm, what was the C2 family? He could just stride over with the dragon and tear down their door. In midair, the Hell 3-headed dragon finished its howl, its 6 eyes turning to look at Xinghe on the ground. Roar! The fierce demeanor of this giant beast softened. Its massive body landed before Xinghe, shaking the ground. The 3 large heads leaned in, rubbing their spiked noses against Xinghe's shoulder. The thick tail behind it wagged like a dog, smashing several pits into the ground. Ouch, be gentle, don't break my... Xinghe reached out and patted the middle dragon head. It felt cold and hard to the touch. You look pitch black like a coal ball. Xinghe rubbed his chin. From now on you'll be called Little Black. A cheap name is easy to raise but settle. Upon hearing this name, the Hell 3-headed dragon stopped its movements. The heads on either side turned to look at the middle head. Alo. All 3 heads let out whimpering sounds. Protests are ineffective. Xinghe shot at a glance. Calling you Little Black is a compliment, or should I call you Iron Bull instead? He circled around Little Black twice. The name is easy, but your size is too big. Standing over 20 meters tall in the forest, it looked like a mountain. Big brother, such a huge lump, where am I supposed to hide you? Xinghe felt troubled. This is an assessment monitored by the mothership. Even if I want to take you back to Earth on a leash, those examiners have to agree. Dragon-type star beasts are hard to find. If it got out that a high school student was carrying a live demon dragon, those people in the Imperial capital would probably come in droves to snatch it. If it really doesn't work, you'll just have to endure being a wild child on this broken planet for a while. When I strike it rich in the future, ill by a private spaceship and come back for you. Upon hearing this, Little Black became anxious. Roar. It threw its head back and let out a howl. A large cloud of black mist burst forth, enveloping its 20-meter body. In no time, the black mist began to shrink. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. In a few seconds, the black mist dissipated. The mountain-sized Hell 3-headed dragon was gone. On the ground lay a fist-sized black lizard with 3 heads and flapping flesh wings. It wobbled its long tail and flew to Xinghe. It landed on his shoulder with a thud, nuzzling its head against Xinghe's face. Xinghe looked at it. You can shrink. This configuration is too high. He cradled the smaller version of Little Black in his hands. This solved the problem. As long as Little Black didn't emit any aura, no one would associate this palm-sized 3-headed 4-legged lizard with an innate realm star beast. Alright, since you can shrink, then follow me. Xinghe placed Little Black back on his shoulder. This time he truly had struck a big fortune. Xinghe looked around. The commotion from Little Black's birth had been too great. The star beasts within 20 miles had long vanished. Although the repair times have refreshed, there's not even a broken stone in this wilderness. For now, there's nothing to repair. Xinghe glanced at his tactical watch. About half a day is left until the first survival assessment ends. I can't just sit here and stare into space, right? Let's go change places and continue wandering around. Holding the Tier 3 Little Black, he himself was also in the second layer of the postnatal realm. As long as he didn't seek out those Tier 4 Star Beast Kings for a unknown, it would be fine to stroll around in the peripheral areas. Xinghe dusted off his pants and walked towards another patch of forest with Little Black. One man and one dragon vanished into the night. Xinghe had just walked for about 10 minutes. Boom. A flaming paw crushed the black mud where the giant egg had hatched. A heat wave swept over, igniting several scorched tree trunks nearby. It was a giant wolf over 30 meters tall. Its fur flowed like molten lava. When it exhaled, sparks flew from its nostrils. A Tier 3 Star Beast, the explosive flame demon wolf. It was the overlord of this peripheral area. The explosive flame demon wolf lowered its head to sniff the place where Little Black had hatched. Its nose twitched, catching the remaining scent in the air. The pure dragon scent made it tense all over. If it could eat this newly hatched little dragon, its bloodline would surely evolve, directly breaking through to Tier 4 and above. The explosive flame demon wolf sniffed a few more times. It turned its head to look in the direction Xinghe had left. There was the scent left by the newborn dragon. Roar! The explosive flame demon wolf let out a roar. With 4 powerful legs, it pushed off the ground. The soil was scorched black. It took large strides following the scent in pursuit of Xinghe. Xinghe withdrew his fist, gazing at the second Tier 7 star giant bear lying in a pool of blood, its head smashed to bits. With the foundation of the latest Foundation establishment and the support of the undying divine body, killing a second-tier beast is as easy as crushing a chicken. He shook off the blood from his hands. Looking at the bear carcass, which resembled a small mountain, Xinghe stroked his chin in contemplation. I checked online before. A bottle of low-grade nutrient solution requires the essence of nearly a ton of second-tier star beast flesh. Does that mean I'm sitting on a gold mine while begging for scraps? Since the nutrient solution can be used by the system to patch flaws and maximize effects, what about this raw star beast meat? It doesn't make sense for middlemen to profit while I, the source manufacturer, suffer losses. Without hesitation, Xinghe drew the bone knife he had previously sharpened with the ribs of a thieving dragon. With a swift motion, he carved open the giant bear. He rummaged through the stinky blood and flesh, extracting a star core the size of his fist, emitting a faint white glow. Holding it in his hand, Xinghe felt a bit surprised. Such pure spiritual energy. If this thing were refined, it might be used as a restorative for spiritual power. However, my spiritual power is still sufficient. Good steel must be used on the cutting edge, so we'll keep it for now. Xinghe tucked the star core into his pocket and turned to slice off a large piece of bloody thigh meat from the giant bear. System, please examine this piece of meat. Instantly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected a piece of second-tier star beast flesh. Direct consumption can convert to 70 points of energy reserve. There are currently 6,451 types of lethal flaws that can be repaired. Would you like to repair them immediately? Lu Xing's eyes brightened instantly. This is amazing. This small piece of meat has 6,451 flaws. If repaired, wouldn't it be a guaranteed panacea? The essence of nutrient solutions is to purify blood and flesh. Directly refining this raw meat will undoubtedly outperform the high-grade nutrient solutions on the market. Xinghe smiled in delight, as if envisioning a golden path to wealth. However, he had the advantage of after the initial euphoria, he carefully calculated the numbers. One piece of meat yields 70 points. Consuming an entire second-tier star beast would only provide a few thousand points of energy reserve at most. A complete second-tier advanced star beast sells for at least several 100,000 star coins in the market. If I dedicate time to hunting second-tier star beasts as food, the cost-effectiveness seems a bit unworthy. Moreover, I can only repair 3 times a day. Using that to repair second-tier meat seems like a waste of resources. Xinghe shook his head. Unless I can obtain blood and flesh from star beasts of Tier 4 or above, then repairing it would truly be a profitable venture. Otherwise, it's better to directly spend money to buy ready-made nutrient solutions for repairs. Having realized this, Xinghe casually tossed the bear meat aside. System, honestly tell me, if I want to repair, can I repair the entire bear at once? Ding. Yes. The host can repair an entire individual in one operation. The whole corpse of a star beast is considered a single entity. Xinghe beamed with joy. As expected of my own system, its vision is grand. Since one whole beast counts as one chance, then my several 100 pounds of second-tier bear meat is nothing to be concerned about. He now felt confident with a third-tier divine pet, Xinghe, comparable to the innate realm by his side. Second-tier meat is unfit even for a dog. If I'm going to do it, let's go big. The corpse of a third-tier star beast would be worth at least dozens of bottles of mid-grade nutrient solution, right? Hunting a third-tier beast for repairs would truly be a lucrative business. Xinghe directly activated the combat visor, calling up the distribution map of star beasts. Instantly, a three-dimensional holographic projection appeared before him. His current coordinates were less than 5 kilometers from a vast orange area. On the map, the orange color represented a high-risk warning. It indicated that powerful star beasts of tier 3 or above were definitely lurking there. Xinghe was not flustered. Instead, he licked his lips. After breaking through to the latest Age Foundation establishment, even second-tier 7 stars beasts no longer qualify to warm me up. Only third-tier star beasts can slightly test my current limits. He simply closed his eyes. The S-grade innate holy body operated at full capacity. A buzzing sound echoed. The world in his mind instantly transformed. Colorful auras flowed through the void. Every movement within a 20-kilometer radius was meticulously fed back to his perception. Low-tier star beasts appeared in his mind as red orbs radiating a bloody glow. Suddenly, Xinghe raised his eyebrows. At the edge of his perception, a massive blood-red orb several meters in diameter was violently tearing through the void, hurtling towards him. Wow, this aura must be at least a low-tier 3. And its target is unmistakably me. Xinghe opened his eyes, not dodging in the slightest, but rather an intense fervor surged in his gaze. I was just worried about not being able to find you, and here you come offering yourself up as a blood vessel. He turned his head to glance at Xinghe, who had been obediently lying on his shoulder. Xinghe, watch from above, but don't interfere. This prey I want to personally take down. Xinghe seemed to understand, letting out a howl. That pair of little wings flapped fiercely, transforming into a streak of black lightning soaring several hundred meters high. Boom, boom, boom. A series of intense rumbling sounds erupted from the distant primitive forest. It was as if a heavy armored vehicle was rampaging through everything. The ground began to tremble rhythmically and massive trees were violently snapped in half. A scorching wave of fire mixed with a ferocious might crashed towards him like a tsunami. A gigantic creature engulfed in blazing flames suddenly leaped out from deep within the forest, crashing heavily 100 meters in front of Xinghe. It was a giant demonic wolf nearly 30 meters long. Its fur flowed like molten lava, and its 4 sturdy claws were wrapped in crimson flames. With every breath, fiery sparks erupted from its nostrils. Its cruel crimson eyes fixated intently on Xinghe. Beep, beep, beep. The combat visor began to blare alarms. A series of glaring red data streamed across Xinghe's vision. Species: explosive flame demonic wolf. Level assessment: tier 3 1 star to tier 3 3 stars. Extreme danger warning. This star beast has awakened high-level flame abilities. It possesses immense area effect lethality and keen sense of smell. Host is advised to immediately activate the distress signal and evacuate swiftly. Shut up. Xinghe disdainfully curled his lips, directly silencing the warning alarm from the combat visor. A mere tier 3 explosive flame demonic wolf dares to make me flee. Xinghe gazed at the imposing creature before him, his eyes akin to those of a treasure hunter. Awakened flame, that's fantastic. This means its internal energy reserve is richer than that of ordinary tier 3 star beasts. If I can repair it completely and extract some premium flame essence, then this haul would be a tremendous windfall. Roar. The explosive flame demonic wolf seemed to sense the greed and disdain in the eyes of the tiny human before it. As a tier 3 apex predator, it felt a provocation like never before. With a furious roar, the flames surrounding it surged several meters high. The terrifying wave of fire instantly ignited the surrounding trees, turning them into a sea of flames. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the explosive flame demonic wolf transformed into a massive flaming meteor, opening its gaping maw to pounce down upon Xinghe. This momentum would certainly terrify any other latest Age Foundation establishment martial artist to the core. Yet Xinghe did not retreat an inch. His blood surged like a furnace, boiling wildly. Come at me. Xinghe laughed maniacally, his fighting spirit exploding. Faced with the full-force strike of the tier 3 apex predator, he chose not to employ any flashy evasive maneuvers. He stomped deeply into the ground. Titanium steel battle body. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a dark golden aura erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. The crate titanium steel battle body fully unleashed its power. The raging shockwaves spread out in all directions, as if solidified. The trees burning within dozens of meters were instantly crushed to powder by this unmatched pressure. Without any hesitation, Xinghe exerted force beneath his feet and pushed off. With a loud boom, the ground beneath him caved in, creating a pit several meters deep. Xinghe transformed into a blinding dark golden streak of light, shooting towards the massive fireball like a fired armor-piercing projectile. In midair, the crimson cruel eyes of the blazing magic wolf flashed with a hint of human-like disdain. Just moments ago, it had been briefly cautious of the opponent's momentum. But now seeing the approaching human a mere 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, it completely dropped all vigilance. According to the iron rules of the star beast, world size often represented absolute foundation and strength. This little figure, before it could at most be a slightly faster, yet pitifully weak, two-legged sheep. It was nothing even worth using to fill a gap in its teeth. The blazing magic wolf let out a disdainful howl. The crimson flames on its body instantly became even more violent and turbulent. Its enormous body descended like a gigantic fireball from the sky, bearing down on Xinghe in midair with terrifying might. Rated F grade. The moment the electronic voice sounded, the entire plaza fell into a bizarre silence. The next instant it exploded into an uproar even more intense. He let out a low growl from his throat, unleashing all the power hidden within his body as he threw a punch, without any flourish. Boom! The dark golden streak of light collided fiercely with the crimson fireball in midair. A terrifying explosion loud enough to shatter human eardrums echoed across the entire land. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, the enormous blazing magic wolf with a third-tier 1-star strength and control over fire abilities was unexpectedly sent flying by Lu Xinghe's overwhelmingly powerful punch. Its body traced a long parabola in the air as it was propelled backwards. It flew back several hundred meters. Finally, with a loud crash, the blazing magic wolf heavily smashed into a small hill behind. Its heavy body was forcibly embedded into the hard rock layers of the mountain. Its originally fearsome head was now smashed to pieces by Lu Xinghe's punch. After convulsing a few times against the rock wall, its massive body lost all signs of life like a lump of mud. A third-tier star beast with immense lethality was unexpectedly killed on the spot by a human of the second-tier postnatal realm. The battlefield was still engulfed in raging flames. Accompanied by a steady sound of footsteps, Lu Xinghe, covered in black smoke, slowly walked out from a sea of fire. Cough cough, damn, this dog's fire burns really fiercely. He patted the charred rags on his body. His originally fair skin was now burnt over a large area, looking extremely disheveled. Fortunately, the passive effect of the undying divine body activated immediately. The charred dead skin on his body began to peel off little by little, revealing fresh muscle underneath. This repair speed is a bit touching though. Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly as he felt the dryness within. With the energy reserves in the system exhausted, it was equivalent to having no healing potions left. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He clearly sensed the source chi of the universe in the surrounding void rushing into his body like a shark that had smelled blood. What the hell? Why has my absorption speed of the source chi suddenly surged by at least several hundred times? Lu Xinghe felt invigorated. He immediately understood. In the absence of extra energy reserves within his body, once he was injured, the undying divine body would forcibly siphon all surrounding source chi to repair the flesh. This isn't just an undying divine body, it's clearly a domineering humanoid pump. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this rate of absorption, my burns will recover completely in less than an hour. This is the terrifying foundation of surpassing SS class physiques. Even in dire situations, it can forcibly extract vitality. Lu Xinghe leisurely walked to the small hill that had been smashed. Looking at the corpse of the blazing magic wolf that couldn't even be scraped off, he wore a face full of smugness. Tisk tisk tisk, you just underestimated me too much. Relying solely on your size, you had to rush over and confront me directly. If you had maintained your distance and kept bombarding me with fireballs from afar. With the power of your fire abilities, even a typical third-tier 2-star star beast might not be able to handle you. If it had been like that, although I would eventually have killed you, I would have at least sustained serious injuries. He clapped his hands covered in black ash, gaining a clear understanding of his combat power. With his current foundation combined with several extraordinary talents and perfect martial techniques, killing such ordinary third-tier star beasts would be completely effortless. The value of my second-tier postnatal realm is indeed a bit excessive. Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows. If this combat power were to be placed back in Xinglan City, those so-called top 10 powerhouses would probably line up to offer me cigarettes. Even if I went to a first-tier big city, I would definitely be a ruler-level presence. Just as he was happily contemplating, a series of extremely anxious whimpering sounds came from the sky. Whoa! A black lightning bolt suddenly swooped down. The miniature version of the little black creature flapped its fleshy wings urgently, landing on Lu Xinghe's shoulder. Its three small heads leaned and rubbing against Lu Xinghe's scorched cheek. Its large eyes were filled with panic, clearly frightened by Lu Xinghe's smoke-filled appearance. All right, stop. Your father is tough enough. This little spark can't take my life. Lu Xinghe laughed as he rubbed the hard little head of the little black creature. Hearing Lu Xinghe's strong voice, the little black creature finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Immediately after, the little guy's expression changed. The three heads turned in unison, fixating on the blazing magic wolf embedded in the mountainside, their eyes shining with ferocity. Whoa! The little black creature angrily shouted. It suddenly flew off Lu Xing's shoulder, turning into a blur as it dashed forward. The tiny body no larger than a palm hovered before the massive corpse of the blazing magic wolf, and then without hesitation it raised its short leg and kicked it fiercely. Boom! A terrifying muffled sound that sent chills down the spine erupted. The dozens of tons heavy corpse of the blazing magic wolf was actually blasted out from the mountainside by this kick. The massive body shot straight towards several hundred meters into the sky. Then under the force of gravity it plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Bang! The earth trembled violently. A pit over 10 meters deep was smashed into the ground. The wolf's corpse was now completely transformed into a bloody mess. Lu Xinghe watched from the side, his eyelids twitching. What the hell? Your little temper is even more social than mine. I know you're a third-tier divine pet, but this power disparity is simply outrageous. He hurriedly ran to the edge of the pit, feeling a bit pained. My little gray tant, take it easy. That wolf is my top-notch healing potion. If you shatter the good stuff inside, who will I cry to? Upon arriving at the pit's edge, a cold mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a corpse of a third-tier 1-star star beast. Current existing flaws, 21204. Would the host like to repair immediately? Note this repair only considers the flesh shell of the star beast, excluding the core star nucleus. Lu Xinghe was taken aback. Oh, your system has learned to keep detailed accounts. The corpse and the star nucleus are actually calculated separately. He stroked his chin contemplating, when suddenly his eyes lit up. There were over 20,000 flaws in the corpse. The system specifically separated the star nucleus, indicating that this thing's potential far exceeded this flesh. Without any hesitation, Lu Xinghe jumped into the pit. After a violent search, he directly pulled out a fist-sized star nucleus from the pile of rotten flesh. This star nucleus was entirely crimson, feeling like he was holding a block of scalding magma with extremely rich fire energy swirling wildly inside. Ding! Detected a third-tier 1-star fire attribute ability, star nucleus. Current existing critical flaws, 740000. Would the host like to repair immediately? Lu Xing's breath momentarily halted. 740,000. My dear mother, this number is off the chart. His heart raced wildly, excitement coursing through him. The star nucleus with just a few thousand flaws had already been worth a fortune. What kind of divine treasure would this fire attribute star nucleus with 740,000 flaws yield if repaired? Repair. Fix it to the max. Lu Xinghe boldly issued the command. Ding. Command received, beginning repairs. As the mechanical voice fell, the void was suddenly torn apart. Two solid golden energy pillars crashed down with a thunderous roar. One directly enveloped the mangled corpse of the demon wolf at the bottom of the pit, while the other firmly locked onto the crimson star core in Lu Xing's hand. This commotion is always thrilling to watch. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together, his eyes wide with excitement. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth had yet to fully bloom before it froze in place. Wait, isn't this size a bit off? He saw that the demon wolf's corpse, originally only about 30 meters long, was now expanding as if injected with a super growth serum under the golden light. Dozens of meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. This thing was still growing wildly. In just a few breaths, this dead wolf had transformed into a terrifying meat mountain towering hundreds of meters high. The massive body flattened a large area of the surrounding primeval forest. Lu Xinghe tilted his head back, staring at the majestic meat mountain before him, silently swallowing his saliva. Big brother system, are you trying to kill me? It dawned on him that the size of high-tier star beasts was already absurdly exaggerated. The energy contained within this fifth-tier star beast's flesh was indeed terrifying. But with such a massive chunk, how long would it take for me to eat this? Even if my immortal body can store energy like a bottomless pit with this appetite, am I just going to sit here for the rest of my life gnawing on meat? Just as he was worrying about the meat mountain, the commotion in his hand pulled him back to reality. The crimson star core had completed its metamorphosis. Its size hadn't changed much, it was still about the size of a fist. However, the originally pockmarked surface was now covered with dense, extremely intricate golden runes. These runes flowed within the star core like living blood vessels. Almost the instant the star core took shape, Lu Xinghe wiped his forehead, realizing he was actually sweating. He keenly sensed that it wasn't the star core in his hand that was heating him like a stove, but rather the temperature of the world within 100 miles was rising unreasonably and synchronously. Even the moisture in the surrounding air was evaporating at a visibly rapid rate. This area seemed to be forcibly transforming into a hell of blazing heat. Ding! The mechanical voice of the system rang out again, sounding like heavenly music to Lu Xing's ears. Repair complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5th-tier low-grade star beast. One complete corpse of the Crimson Flame Sky Wolf. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th-tier rare star core, a Sunstar Flame Star Core. Hiss! Lu Xinghe gasped in shock. He didn't even glance at the fifth tier meat mountain, his gaze fixated firmly on the star core in his hand. Sixth tier, and it's rare. Lu Xinghe felt invigorated. While having a fifth-tier corpse as a food source was certainly satisfying, this sixth-tier star core was a true treasure that could elevate his combat power. He hurriedly opened the detailed attributes of these two items. Crimson Flame Sky Wolf Corpse Introduction Adult Stage Minimum 5th Tier Low Grade inherently controls a grade Crimson Flame power. Once the mutated kings of the tribe break through their bloodline limits, they can directly evolve into the Sunstar Flame Wolf mastering grade Ultimate Flames, the Sunstar Flame. Wow, turns out this wolf's ancestors were quite impressive. Lu Xinghe grinned, then looked at the attributes of the star core. Sunstar Flame Star Core's 6th tier rare introduction. All fatal flaws have been perfectly repaired. After consumption, the host can 100 directly awaken grade abnormal ability, the Sunstar Flame, and simultaneously gain massive spiritual energy in return. Ability Sunstar Flame, known as the domineering fire that can melt everything in the world. It possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It is also the supreme sacred fire that countless top alchemists and artifact masters in the starry sky yearn to obtain. Grade abnormal ability. Moreover, it's a combat-type talent that excels in both area and single-target attacks. Lu Xinghe's hand trembled slightly as he held the star core. He knew that the Crade Titanium Steel battle body he had awakened was already enough for him to crush third-tier overlords. If he had grade abnormal ability, wouldn't I just soar into outer space? Lu Xinghe couldn't help but grin widely. He had previously regretted using up 2 repair opportunities, but now it seemed like he had hit the jackpot. Wait a minute. A flash of inspiration struck Lu Xinghe's mind. He looked up at the 5-tier Crimson Flame Sky Wolf Meat Mountain and then down at the star core in his hand. Isn't the Sunstar Flame said to be able to melt everything? Then why do I need to gnaw on this 100,000 chunk of raw meat piece by piece? He suddenly slapped his thigh. They'll just use fire to refine and purify it all at once, so wouldn't it be more delicious as jelly? With his mind made up, Lu Xinghe couldn't wait for even a second. Let's do this. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and directly stuffed the fist-sized, terrifyingly hot star core into his mouth. Gulp. There was no feeling of choking as he had imagined. The moment the star core hit his throat, it transformed into an extremely pure and wildly intense crimson golden energy liquid. It surged down his esophagus. Boom. A wave of terrifying heat that felt like it could ignite his very soul erupted from within him. The dark golden titanium steel battle chi instinctively erupted from his body, attempting to resist this blazing heat. But in just 1 second, the defenses of the Crade titanium steel battle body were ruthlessly crushed by this frenzied grade flame energy. Crimson golden flames erupted from every pore of Lu Xinghe's body, enveloping him entirely in a burning firestorm. Holy crap, it's hot, it's hot. Lu Xinghe winced in pain, but his gaze remained remarkably calm. He was well aware of the consequences of an ordinary person recklessly consuming Star Beast star cores. Abnormal ability star cores were notoriously volatile. Historically, 99 of those who attempted to awaken abilities by eating star cores ended up exploding into fireworks. The remaining 0.01 became individuals even their mothers wouldn't recognize. But I have the system backing me up. Lu Xinghe gritted his teeth and sneered. It even smoothed out the risks of exploding and the extremely low awakening probability. This bit of heat is nothing. Just as he endured the searing heat, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt a loud buzzing in his head. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck hard against his crown. He abruptly shut his eyes, and his powerful divine sense instantly plunged into his sea of consciousness. The once calm sea of consciousness was now completely transformed. The sky was filled with violent crimson golden flames. These were the Sunstar Flames not of this world. They raged through Lu Xinghe's sea of consciousness, as if they sought to completely burn through this mental space. But Lu Xinghe was not worried at all. In fact, he even set up a small stool in his sea of consciousness to watch the show. Come on, show me. As his words fell, the rampaging flames seemed to respond to some supreme command. Countless flames began to converge frantically towards the center of the sea of consciousness at an astonishing speed. Those originally chaotic and violent Sunstar flames began to be forcibly compressed and refined. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a fired light point the size of a fingernail above the sea of consciousness. But this was just the beginning. As more and more massive spiritual energy and flame essence surged in that fired light, point began to expand rapidly like a balloon, fist-sized, basin-sized, and finally a gigantic sphere with a diameter of 10 meters burning with crimson golden sun star flames. It hung like a true miniature sun at the center of Lu Xinghe's sea of consciousness. Is this the core of my abnormal ability? Lu Xinghe gazed up at this sun, exuding endless pressure in the sea of consciousness. The arc of his lips widened. He knew that only the most extraordinary elemental ability users could condense a solid core of abnormal ability in their sea of consciousness. Lu Xinghe attempted to activate it, finding the solar star flame easy to use, devoid of any awkwardness. His mind was clear. He could perceive the sounds of the wind and movements of the grass within a radius of several miles. Even the floating dust in the air was vividly clear in his mind. A mechanical voice from the system rang in his mind consecutively. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed the Tier 6 ability Star Core Awakenings level ability Solar Star Flame. The soul value increased significantly. An increase of 500 points. Current soul value, 505 points. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has broken through to latest stage Hotian 5th layer. Simultaneously received a system reward 7000 points of mental energy reserves. Ding. Detected that the host data is vast. The system's energy reserve calculation method has automatically changed. The original consumption of days has been changed to energy points. 1 energy point is equivalent to the consumption of energy for 100 days. Current energy point reserves 0 points. Lu Xinghe looked at the 0 on the panel and frowned. System, your calculations can be heard even in Xinglan. So all the food rations I painstakingly gathered by eating beast meat for several hundred days weren't even enough to convert into a single energy point, and were simply rounded down to 0, right? The explosive increase in soul value makes that little bit of pain seem trivial. No wonder my perception has strengthened so much. A normal person's soul value is only 1 point. He now had 505 points. A 500-fold increase in mental strength. His spiritual realm had also shot up to the latest stage Hotian 5th layer. This level ability relies on massive mental strength to activate. If I only had single-digit soul value, even if I awakened this solar star flame, just igniting a flame the size of a lighter would drain me completely. At most I could only burn a few small calami of the 7th or 8th layer of body refinement. But now, Lu Xinghe clenched his fist. With my current spiritual foundation at latest stage Hotian 5th layer combined with the tyrannical power of this solar star flame, even if I encounter a true innate realm powerhouse, I can incinerate him in one blaze, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Xinghe wanted to test the power of this ability. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A thumb-sized deep red flame flickered to life at his fingertips. Just that tiny spark. The temperature in a radius of several miles began to rise. The surrounding charred remains of the dead would not even touched by the spark turned to ash under the intense heat. Good heavens! Lu Xinghe widened his eyes. I haven't even tried hard, and just the radiation from this temperature is already outrageous. Go! He flicked his finger. The deep red flame shot out, heading straight for a small hill 2 kilometers away. With a series of thunderous booms, a tremendous sound echoed. The ground shook slightly. A plume of dark red flame erupted, illuminating the night sky. Everything within 100 meters that touched the flames was completely incinerated. A fire pillar dozens of meters high shot into the sky. Lu Xinghe waited for the wind to die down a bit, looking forward. The hill had been flattened. A large pit remained in its place. Lava was still bubbling from the bottom of the pit. Holy crap! Lu Xinghe stared at the commotion caused by that strike. Was that a thumb-sized flame? This power is far greater than if I had unleashed all my might in a punch. He had a newfound confidence in his current combat power. With a physical realm of latest stage Hotian 2nd layer, he had a solid foundation. However, his spiritual realm was at latest stage Hotian 5th layer. Adding the solar star flame as a weapon. Combining both aspects, he would not fear anyone. This solar star flame can also be applied to my physical body. If I were to use my titanium steel body to deliver a standard attack. Lu Xinghe grinned. I'm basically a humanoid walking nuclear bomb. The small black hovering in midair sensed the energy fluctuations. It plummeted from the sky and landed on Lu Xinghe's shoulder. 3 small heads huddled together, letting out a couple of howls. Calm down, keep it basic. Lu Xinghe patted the little black's head. He brought up the attribute panel. Host Lu Xinghe repair attempts 1-3 times per day. Martial realm latest stage Hotian 2nd layer. Spiritual realm latest stage Hotian 5th layer. Chi and blood 251. 1.300 kilograms. Strength soul 505. Talent undying divine body. SS grade combat power 300. Innate holy body S grade boosts 3000 times. Titanium steel body grade 300. Speed 500. Defense solar star flame. Grade martial techniques. Titanium steel martial decision tier 4 lower grade perfect 300. Cultivation speed. Titanium steel fist technique tier 4 lower grade perfect 400. Fist power. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Xinghe sighed, rubbing his neck. How lonely it is to be invincible. With this panel I have the confidence to face a tier 3, 6, or 7-star beast Hedon. I don't look like a high school student here for the martial artist assessment. I resemble a monster disguised in a student's skin. Turning off the panel, Lu Xinghe turned to the side. There lay a meat mountain hundreds of meters high. That was the corpse of the tier 5-star beast Crimson Flame Wolf restored by the system. Such a big lump, eating it directly would surely burst my stomach. Wasting is shameful, and letting it rot is even more shameful. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. Since this solar star flame is the holy fire of alchemists and weapon refiners, then apart from killing and robbing, it should also be fine for refining and purifying. With this thought, Lu Xinghe prepared to take action. The ability core in his sea of knowledge began to operate. The crimson solar star flame spread from his body. A large expanse of flame directly enveloped the hundreds of meters high meat mountain. If it had been ordinary flames, the star beast's corpse would have turned to charcoal. But the solar star flame was different. Under this intense heat, the enormous carcass did not char. The outer layer of flesh began to melt. Impurities within the blood and flesh were scorched away by the flames. What remained was the essence of the blood energy within the crimson flame wolf. This works. Lu Xinghe clapped his hands. I'm self-taught and definitely a promising alchemist. He sat cross-legged on the ground, controlling the heat, continuously channeling mental energy outward. An hour passed. The hundreds of meters high meat mountain was refined into a blood sphere with a diameter of 50 meters. Its surface glowed red, emanating a meaty aroma. Phew. This task truly requires a lot of brain power. Lu Xinghe wiped his sweat. This process consumed over 1,000 points of mental energy. The system subsequently rewarded him. Just after refining, his soul value increased by over 50 points. Can I gain attributes while working? Lu Xinghe was momentarily stunned. Looking at the 50-meter blood sphere, he smacked his lips, finding the size too large. No, it needs further purification. There are too many impurities, making it hard to consume. He focused his mind and continued to activate the solar star flame to purify the blood sphere. Another hour passed. That 50-meter blood sphere continued to shrink. Finally, only about 1 meter remained. A translucent, smooth blood sphere radiating a wave of blood energy floated in midair. Lu Xinghe retracted the flames, panting. He naturally sat down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Looking at the 1-meter blood sphere, he shook his head. This is my limit. 1 meter is still large. I can't just pop it like candy. I still need a stronger foundation. I can't casually refine a corpse into a pill. Lu Xinghe complained a bit. If a martial artist outside heard this, they would likely roll up their sleeves and come at him. No one could ascend from a high school student with a strength of less than 500 kilograms to being able to crush innate realm powerhouses in a single day, daring to use the corpses of tier 5-star beasts for fire. If that's considered weak, other martial artists might as well just slit their throats. That was careless, really careless. Lu Xinghe sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the 1-meter large blood sphere, suspended in midair, patting his thigh. Now he finally understood. Had he known that the 6th-tier star core could unleash such a unique ability as the solar star flame, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of purifying the 3rd-tier explosive flame demon wolf. He should have taken the medicine first. Awakening this glass flame and then burning it over would have been a matter of minutes. The essence refined from the solar star flame would barely be the size of a urine-soaked meatball. One bite at a time. Convenient and not messy. Now, however, he had produced such a large lump. Lu Xinghe shook his head and opened the item information provided by the system. Ding. Item 5th-tier low-grade star beast blood essence purified version. Attribute consuming it all at once grants a reserve of energy points totaling 20,000. Additional effect, the consumer will permanently gain a 500% increase in cultivation speed. Looking at the description on the panel, Lu Xinghe smacked his lips twice. Tisk, only 20,000 energy points. But it was reasonable. That 6th-tier star core was already a rare and unique core. Over 90% of the energy contained within was likely taken by the system to help him awaken his abilities. A normal 6th-tier star core has at least 1 million level of spiritual energy reserves. It was drained by the system to create divinity. Having 2,000 left as stored food was quite generous of the system. The key is this 500% increase in cultivation speed. This was truly a priceless treasure. From now on, even if he lay in bed sleeping all day, his vitality would soar. But happiness aside, Lu Xinghe frowned at the 1-meter diameter blood ball. How am I supposed to eat this? Holding it like a watermelon and munching on it would be so uncouth. Just as he was troubled by the blood sphere, a plop sound echoed. A drop of sticky liquid fell on Lu Xinghe's collarbone, flowing down. Lu Xinghe turned to look. Perched on his shoulder, Xinghe, with 3 little heads, was staring intently at the giant blood essence. 6 eyes sparkled with green light, drooling excessively. Damn, the drool is almost washing my face. Lu Xinghe wiped his neck. This little creature was driven mad by the essence of the 5th-tier star beast. Being a dragon-type star beast, it simply couldn't control itself when faced with such a nourishing substance. Well, Lu Xinghe waved his hand. Who told you to have such a lavish master? He pointed at the large blood sphere. Anyway, once I reach the innate realm, let alone 5th tier, I can easily get 6th tier and 7th tier star beast corpses. If you want to grow up quickly, merely relying on drinking the northwest wind won't do. Lu Xinghe gestured with his hand in the air, making a small angle. In that case, I'll cut off 1/5 to taste the flavor myself. The remaining bulk is all yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinghe let out a dragon's roar. Its palm-sized body sprang off Lu Xing's shoulder. In midair, a cloud of black mist dispersed. Xinghe's size rapidly increased. 5 meters. 10 meters. Over 30 meters. A giant dragon appeared under the night sky. It opened its massive maw and swallowed 4/5 of the gigantic blood sphere in one gulp, chewing not at all. After consuming the essence, an energy wave radiated from Xinghe. This wave spread through the air. Lu Xinghe stood below watching. The black scales on Xinghe became the bone spines on its back crackled as they elongated. Under the catalysis of this energy, its size grew even taller. This absorption efficiency is utterly unreasonable. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Notification: the beast pet has received high-tier energy replenishment. Class exclusive talent super evolution forcibly activated. Currently entering rapid growth mode. The growth speed of the beast pet is permanently increased by 10,000 times. Note this state will last until the beast pet is fully matured or its internal energy reserves are exhausted. How much? 10,000 times. Lu Xinghe took 2 steps back. He calculated in his mind. This meant that if Xinghe lay down and slept for a year, it would be equivalent to other high-tier star beasts cultivating for 10,000 years. This talent was absurdly overpowered. Thinking it through also makes sense. Lu Xinghe organized his thoughts. Xinghe is a divine pet with SSS tier potential, naturally having a high innate limit. To reach its peak state as an adult, the energy required is astronomical. He had read in his high school textbooks that a certain martial god of humanity took 70,000 years to reach his current state. If Xinghe matures with its SSS tier bloodline, its combat power could easily surpass that of the martial god. A starry beast of such caliber would normally take hundreds of thousands of years to mature. Even if it now had a 10,000 times acceleration, it would probably still take decades to develop into its complete form. However, for a beast pet with potential, that was already fast enough. Lu Xinghe slapped his thigh. Wait a minute. The 5th tier blood essence not only provides energy, but also comes with a 500% increase in cultivation speed. If Xinghe's super evolution talent can stack with this 500% boost, he swallowed hard. Wouldn't that mean that if it cultivates for a year, it would be equivalent to struggling for 50,000 years? With this calculation, Lu Xinghe felt elated. This is at this time I've truly struck it rich. From now on, I'll find more high-tier star beasts for it as supplements. Xinghe's strength will surely soar. At that time, even if I don't intervene, just letting Xinghe out could sweep away those powerful beings in Xinglan City. In midair, Xinghe finished digesting the energy and let out a satisfied belch with black smoke. It rolled twice in the clouds and called out once. Its massive body transformed into a black light, shrinking back to the size of a palm, landing back on Lu Xing's shoulder. Having eaten too much, the little guy rubbed against Lu Xing's neck a couple of times and fell asleep. Dark mist flowed around its mouth and nose with each breath. Lu Xinghe nodded at the sleeping Xinghe. Not bad. With the super evolution talent as a safety net, it can finally keep pace with me. Otherwise, even as an SSS tier potential divine pet, it would eventually be left far behind. Xinghe slept soundly. Lu Xinghe turned his gaze to the remaining 1/5 of the blood essence in midair. Time for me to have a feast. This time he didn't reach out. The unique ability core in his sea of consciousness rotated. Crimson golden flames erupted from within him, enveloping the essence and delivering it to him. This solar star flame feels great. I thought it was just a destructive fire-type ability, but it can actually manipulate objects like psychic energy. Previously, he had heard teachers talk about it in school. The telekinetic force of psychics has a strict level classification, from F grade to S grade. With the same soul value, the higher the telekinetic level, the stronger the physical suppression and object manipulation power. Most combat-type abilities are rated based on the multiplier of their combat power. Since my solar star flame is classified as an S-class combat ability, the accompanying object manipulation effect is likely not as strong as telekinesis of the same level. At least it should be equivalent to the strength of a great object manipulation ability. Lu Xinghe thought more positively, using the flame to send the refined blood sphere into his mouth. The blood sphere dissolved. A massive surge of energy flowed down his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed high-tier blood essence. Due to the influence of the system's repair mechanism, energy point reserve gained 40,000. Received a cultivation speed boost 500%. Ding. The injuries have been fully healed. Consumed 20 points of energy, increased vitality by 20 points. Lu Xinghe heard the system's voice and opened his eyes. The lingering dark injuries and fatigue from the recent battle with the explosive flame demon wolf were completely swept away. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, filled with explosive power. Wait a minute. Consumed 20 points to give me 20 points of vitality. Lu Xinghe reacted, his eyes shining with astonishment. Previously, after suffering minor injuries, the system was slow to add 5 or 10 points. Now it was a one-to-one exchange. He quickly brought up the system's energy reserves to take a look. 40,000 points. Holy crap. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim. With 40,000 points in reserve, if I use it all to fix my injuries, wouldn't that be 40,000 points of vitality? What does 40,000 points of vitality even mean? 1 point of vitality equals 300 kilograms of strength, not to mention the 300% bonus from the indestructible divine body. Lu Xinghe gasped. If I were to cash all this out just with my physical strength, I could exceed a million kilograms of combat power. This was no longer a threshold that could be touched by someone in the acquired realm. This was definitely master-level combat power. And this was only the first day? Lu Xinghe grinned widely. No wonder those rich young masters cultivate as easily as drinking water. It turns out that as long as there are enough resources to pour in, even a pig can become a flying divine pig. The growth path regarding vitality was becoming clear. But Lu Xinghe soon thought of another issue. What about soul value? He had now awakened this class ability Solar Star Flame, which relied on spiritual energy. Vitality could explode by taking hits and exploiting system bugs. If he wanted to significantly increase his spiritual energy, would he also have to let his soul suffer some damage before it could be repaired? Lu Xinghe pondered while stroking his chin. How to get hurt? Should I find a star beast skilled in mental attacks and just stand there while it unleashed 100,000 volts on my forehead? This idea was quickly extinguished. If his physical body were to shatter, the system could reconstruct it. But if his soul were to be shattered, who knows what the system would bring back? What if it ends up reconstructing a body with a physical quality of 1,000,000 kilograms, but is just a drooling idiot? That would be quite the mess. Lu Xinghe shook his head, casting this dangerous thought aside. I can't just try this recklessly. Once I get back to Xinglan City, I'll check the Alliance's database to see if there are any specialized cultivation techniques for the soul. Being poor in culture and rich in martial arts, now I'm also a wealthy man with resources. Buying a couple of top-tier techniques shouldn't be a problem. After coming to this realization, Lu Xinghe stood up. He turned to glance at his shoulder. The small creature Little Black had eaten its fill and was curled up, sleeping soundly with black smoke rings puffing from its nose. Sleeping quite soundly. Lu Xinghe flicked its little forehead, which was covered in fine scales. Let's go, you little freeloader. We need to continue our shopping. With 40,000 points of reserve in hand, Lu Xinghe now felt confident enough to punch a hole in the sky. Man and pet plunged into the night. The next afternoon, at the edge of Star Beast Star No. 10, the initial gathering point. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the massive transport-type aerospace mothership broke through the clouds and landed steadily on the wasteland. The hatch opened wide. Over 300 high school students participating in the martial artist assessment could return standing. Only about 70 remained. A group of 17 or 18-year-olds, tattered and bloodied. Some crawled onto the mothership's deck, kneeling on the ground and wailing loudly. Others collapsed in a corner, laughing and crying in a neurotic manner. This was not only a matter of surviving a disaster, but a collapse after their worldview had been utterly reshaped. In fact, more than half of these 70 individuals had never properly engaged with the Star Beast. Just 2 minutes after the descent yesterday, Lu Xinghe had kicked apart a peak first-tier shadow leopard. The bloody scene had terrified these greenhouse flowers. These individuals had stubbornly survived for 24 hours in tree hollows and mud pits. Qianwu led a team of fully armed Alliance guards as he strode out of the control room. Looking at this group of tragic high school students, there was not a shred of emotion on his face. Are you done crying? Qianwu shouted, the pressure of his acquired realm vitality shaking the entire area. All the students shivered in fear and quickly closed their mouths. Injured individuals go to the left medical cabin to lie down. Those who aren't injured rest in place. Once everyone still alive is aboard, we will immediately return. Qianwu handled the situation with great composure. He had seen this kind of scene far too many times. Decades ago, the martial artist assessments of the Alliance were not this extreme. As long as one met the strength criteria, they would be certified as a martial artist and receive substantial allowances from the Alliance every month. And what was the result? With no one filling the ranks at the front line, the Star Beast's reproduction rates skyrocketed. Several human strongholds were trampled flat, and the national treasury was nearly devoured. To survive, the Alliance's higher-ups had to grit their teeth and initiate bloody reforms. Since then, martial artist certification had become a tangible battle. Those who dared not kill Star Beasts were all sent to factories to turn screws, with no chance of wasting even a shred of the Alliance's resources. Anyone who could survive this meat grinder, even if just barely, had undergone a transformation in mindset. In the coming years, the Alliance also imposed mandatory practical kill quotas. This is why martial artists today enjoy the highest privileges while ordinary people can only look up. However, Qianwu was currently too preoccupied to care about the lives of these newcomers. He stood at the hatch, his eagle-like gaze fixed on the wild jungle outside. Time passed second by second. Lu Xinghe still hadn't returned. Cold sweat had soaked through Qian Wu's back. During this day and night his private communicator had nearly been blown up. All because of that boy named Lu Xinghe, 17 years old. A prodigious talent of a grade or above. This news could not be concealed from the higher-ups. The true power brokers above Xinglan City, including the provincial inspectors, were all aware. Several powerful figures capable of controlling the fate of a province personally contacted him. The offers were increasingly terrifying. Earth-grade techniques. Top-tier nutrient pods. They even promised to allow Lu Xinghe to enter the military's core elite ranks. This was no longer a true dragon that could be retained in such a small place as Xinglan City. The big shots from various provinces were harboring fierce intentions, wanting to forcibly snatch Lu Xinghe away. They were counting on him to represent their province in the national martial artist competition, to crush the geniuses of other provinces. Why hasn't this ancestor returned yet? Qian Wu clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white. If Lu Xinghe were to inexplicably die on Star B Star at this critical moment, Qian Wu would surely be flayed alive by those furious inspectors. Minister. The assistant strode, overlooking extremely grim. 24 hours are up. We can't wait any longer, we must take off immediately. Qian Wu turned his head, his eyes fierce enough to devour. Nonsense. Some people are still missing. Keep waiting for me. The assistant grew anxious, pointing at the screen flashing frantically outside the mothership. Minister, this is a troop transport ship, not a main battleship. The defensive energy shield is only at the most basic level, and our heavy firepower is pitifully low. The roar of the engines is so loud that star beasts within a dozen kilometers are madly converging here. The detection radar just issued a warning. A top-tier beast horde of second tier is approaching. If we wait any longer, if a third-tier terrifying presence is attracted, all of us on this ship will die here. Qian Wu tightly clenched his back teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He knew the assistant was right. But in the eyes of those lofty power brokers, that boy's life was worth 100 times more than all the people on this ship combined. Just as Qian Wu was preparing to issue a desperate order to hold the line, a roar erupted. The shrill alarm echoed wildly within the battered sky mothership. Warning. High-energy reactions detected in the radar zone. Target identified, a mid-grade, third-tier star beast. All personnel abandon ship and evacuate immediately. The quasi-martial artists who had just survived a catastrophe were left bewildered. Their youthful faces turned as pale as paper. Who would have thought that as the assessment was coming to an end, a mid-grade third-tier star beast would appear in this marginal area? Wasn't this clearly a death sentence for them? Qian Wu stood before the main control panel, his expression changing dramatically as cold sweat soaked his back. Quick! Redirect all auxiliary power. Qian Wu roared at the operator. Increase the shield power to 120%. Boom. A thunderous, furious roar echoed from the sky. The terrifying sound wave turned into a tangible gale, uprooting dozens of trees that were several meters tall. Through the portholes, everyone finally saw clearly. It was a massive griffin over 30 meters tall. Its fleshly wings spread over 60 meters, blocking out the sun as it rapidly swooped down from the sky. In its blood-red vertical eyes there was a madness thirsting for blood. Bang! The mid-grade, third-tier griffin slammed down with its claw. The shield of the sky mothership, which was said to withstand peak second-tier attacks, could not hold for even a second against this claw, shattering into countless shimmering fragments. It's over. Qian Wu's eyes turned blood-red, his heart sinking. The residual power of the beast's claw struck down hard on the hull, which was several hundred meters long. The piercing sound of metal tearing filled the air. The massive ship was violently flipped over 7 or 8 times. The cabin turned into a hellish nightmare. Students were struck by the powerful shockwave, bleeding from their heads. A few unlucky ones were crushed into meat paste by the contorted walls of the cabin. The survivors collapsed to the ground, unable to even cry, consumed by endless despair. The griffin flapped its wings again and ascended into the air. Its massive body hovered directly above the ship, and a violent energy glowed on its claws. It was preparing to crush the ship into scrap metal with one blow. The operators in the control room were all slumped in their chairs. Even Qian Wu, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, wore a look of terror. He usually struggled against second-tier star beasts. Facing this mid-grade third-tier overlord, he felt unworthy to even serve as an appetizer. Warning. The ship's damage rate has exceeded 70%. The system can no longer withstand another physical impact. It is about to crash. Hearing the alarm in his mind, everyone closed their eyes. At that moment, roar! A dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the horizon. Following that, a black beam as thick as a barrel and unimaginably deep descended violently from the ninth heaven. Boom! The black beam enveloped the arrogant mid-grade, third-tier griffin. The large griffin didn't even have time to let out a cry. Its massive body silently dissolved within the black light. A gentle breeze blew through. In midair there was nothing left, not even a feather. Qian Wu and the operators in the control room were left in a daze. After a full half-minute, Qianwu finally swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. No one felt the slightest bit of relief from narrowly escaping death. Instead, they were even more terrified. What? What was that? One strike to kill a mid-grade, third tier. Could it be that there is an even more perverse dark overlord on this star than the Thunder Dragon King? Everyone trembled in their seats, fearing that the mysterious dark giant would jump out any second and eat them as appetizers. But as time ticked by outside, there was nothing but the howling wind. Beep, beep, beep. The radar system suddenly emitted a crisp, alert tone. Detection of the assessment target approaching. Qianwu reacted. The only quasi-martial artist who had not boarded the ship was the living ancestor Lu Xinghe. He couldn't care less that the ship was still smoking. He kicked open the deformed hatch and rushed out. What greeted him was a scene of utter devastation. And there stood Lu Xinghe swaggering on a piece of shipwreck. He wore a wild, heavy beast skin, and on his shoulder perched a three-headed black lizard that was blowing smoke rings. Wow, Brother Wu, how did you guys park this ship? Lu Xinghe innocently pointed at the upside-down mothership. Could it be that flying a ship now requires passing the second driving test? Qianwu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart. Just now a mid-grade third-tier star beast passed by and casually smashed the ship. But fortunately it was taken down by an even fiercer overlord, so it was just a false alarm. Qianwu casually fabricated. However, his sharp eyes remained fixated on the beast skin on Lu Xinghe. Through the covert scanning of the combat device, the data feedback indicated that it was the complete hide of a mid-grade second-tier star beast, the mighty crazy bear. Qianwu's eyelids twitched violently. 15 years old. You spent a whole day and night outside and not only came back unscathed, but also skinned the mid-grade second-tier overlord. Qianwu gasped. He could now be 100% certain that this kid was no ordinary grade genius. He was definitely an A-level monster. As for the black lizard perched on Lu Xinghe's shoulder, Qianwu glanced at it and dismissed it. He thought it was just a first-tier pet that Lu Xinghe had casually caught, not connecting it to the black beam that had just annihilated the griffin. Where have you been all day? Qianwu asked irritably. You made me search for you on the monitor for a whole day. Lu Xinghe shrugged, looking completely sincere. I was hiding in the hollow of that big tree up front all day, or it's... Qianwu rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? Wearing the skin of a mid-grade crazy bear and telling me you hid for a day. However, he didn't point it out. Geniuses always had their secrets. Qianwu stepped forward and affectionately patted Lu Xinghe's shoulder. Brother, you really soared to new heights this time. With the potential you've shown, I'll have to call you bro next time we meet. Don't call me anything like senior in the future. If you respect me, just call me Brother Wu. Lu Xinghe wasn't one to be ungrateful, immediately climbing the social ladder. Brother Wu is being too modest. Ooh, I'll need your help going forward. Qianwu chuckled bitterly. I'm just a small certification minister. How could I have the qualifications to take care of you? You know, with your achievements, all the inspectors from various provinces are about to blow up my communicator. Qianwu's expression turned serious. Several top-tier provinces have privately offered 100 million in training funds per year. And this is just the starting price. The stronger the ability, the more terrifying the resources offered. These big shots are determined to poach you from our Motion province. Qianwu fixed his gaze on Lu Xinghe's expression. If it were any other boy from a slum, hearing such astronomical figures would probably make him kneel and call for a sugar daddy on the spot. But Lu Xinghe merely responded calmly, 100 million a year. That's just a pittance for beggars, he thought to him. Brother Wu, don't worry. I was born and will die as a person from Motion province. Lu Xinghe casually made a grand statement. Qianwu was greatly moved by this. Good brother. You're loyal. Rest assured our Motion province's Inspector General Sir Tianshu will not mistreat you. Qianwu's eyes were filled with fervent admiration. Sir Tianshu is one of the 7 masters of Blue Water Star. With him around, those old geezers from other provinces won't be able to take you away. Master. Lu Xinghe was genuinely surprised this time. He had only known about postnatal and innate realms, thinking that was the ceiling for humanity. He never expected that among the 30-plus provinces of Blue Water Star, there were only 7 individuals of master level among tens of thousands of innate experts. While the two were chatting, Lu Xinghe's exceptionally strong spiritual sense suddenly stirred. He looked up at the sky above him. The originally clear sky had darkened. A mighty wave crushed through the thick clouds. A super-giant battleship with a diameter of over 10,000 meters and enveloped in countless mysterious runes slowly descended. The enormous shadow covered the surrounding primitive forest for several kilometers. Motion ship. Qianwu's voice trembled. It's Sir Tianshu's 4th-tier private warship. Whoosh. A blue beam as thick as a barrel projected down from the bottom of the battleship, enveloping Lu Xinghe and Qianwu along with the half-destroyed sky mothership below. A massive sense of weightlessness hit. Lu Xinghe's vision blurred as he was forcibly pulled into the interior of this steel beast. As the hatch slammed shut, the Motion ship erupted with a roar that tore through space, disappearing beyond the atmosphere of the star beast, heading straight for Blue Water Star. A few minutes later, in the most central private chamber of the Motion ship, a guard exuding terrifying blood energy brought Lu Xinghe to a heavy metal door before respectfully retreating. Lu Xinghe took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter. The chamber was spacious but empty. In midair, an old man in a gray robe was floating cross-legged with his eyes closed, floating freely without any external support. A master-level powerhouse. Lu Xinghe glanced and immediately understood. This person was definitely the leader of Motion Province, Inspector General Sir Tianshu. Standing before the old man, Lu Xinghe quietly assessed his current combat power. After the frenzied stockpiling last night, and this morning using the system to exploit energy card bugs, his physical realm had forcefully been raised to the 9th level of postnatal realm. His spiritual realm had even reached the 7th level of postnatal realm. With just a little more opportunity, he could condense innate true chi and step into the ranks of true powerhouses. As for the little black creature perched on his shoulder after indulging in a luxurious feast from the 5th-tier star beast, and with the system's 10,000-fold acceleration, in just half a day this little fellow's level had skyrocketed to a terrifying 3rd-tier 9-star. Even if Little Black can unleash destructive power comparable to a 1st-tier master. But with our foundation facing a true master, I estimate the odds are still pitifully low. Lu Xinghe was very clear in his mind. The realm of a master and that of an innate being are worlds apart. Even the weakest 1st-tier master could crush 10 innate 9th-level powerhouses with one hand. Little Black had only just been born and had almost zero combat experience, and its innate skills had not been fully developed. If a confrontation occurred with this old man, his chances of victory would be terribly slim. Stay steady, don't act recklessly, Lu Xinghe set a tone for himself. At that moment, Sir Tianshu in midair slowly opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, it felt as if the entire chamber had its air sucked away. Boom. A terrifying pressure transcending the heavens like a heavenly might pressed down towards Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe felt his shoulders sink, as if a mountain of 10,000 feet was pressing down on his back. His bones emitted a painful grinding sound. Yet he did not take a single step back. The undying divine body activated automatically, forcefully resisting this pressure that could turn a postnatal being into a meat patty. Lu Xinghe stood straight with his back and stared at Sir Tianshu in midair. Not only did he feel no fear, but a fervent flame ignited deep in his eyes. Is this the power of a master? Only by reaching this realm can one truly touch the threshold of a powerhouse. Lu Xinghe felt not a trace of discouragement. A flicker of extreme shock passed through Situ Tian's eyes, which soon transformed into wild joy. He retracted his oppressive aura and slowly descended from midair. Postnatal triple heaven. You could have quietly reached the threshold of postnatal triple heaven. Lu Xing's heart was brimming with joy. Postnatal triple heaven. I am a solid postnatal 9 heaven. He exclaimed, thanks to this S-grade innate sacred body, I can accelerate my cultivation 1,000-fold and perfectly blend with the world, concealing my true aura completely. Even the Master Elder was deceived. Lu Xinghe maintained his composure on the surface while respectfully clasping his fists. Situ Tian scrutinized Lu Xinghe from head to toe, his gaze filled with admiration. In my younger days, I came from a martial arts family, with both parents being innate powerhouses. Since childhood, precious resources piled up like mountains, and it was only at your age that I barely stepped into the postnatal realm. Sigh. Situ Tian sighed, his face filled with emotion. You, an impoverished student from a slum, actually possess such depth. This worth is enough to shame us old bones. You flatter me, Inspector General. My modest cultivation is merely a flickering firefly in your presence. Lu Xinghe humbly lowered his head. But my goal is to one day catch up to your footsteps and step into the realm of masters. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. Upon hearing this, Situ Tian's eyes brightened further. Good. What ambition! He exclaimed. Having the ambition to aim for mastery at such a young age, you truly are the person the speaker personally pointed out. Is that all it takes to excite you? If I said I wanted to punch through Blue Water Star, you'd probably slap me. Lu Xinghe muttered to himself. Let's get down to business. Situ Tian's expression turned serious. I came here personally mainly to reassess your genius level. You with such audacity actually turned off the recording device during the assessment. He scolded. As a result, the Alliance only captured a fleeting shadow, making it impossible to fully evaluate your true combat power. Cough cough. Lu Xinghe cleared his throat, his face turning red. There were just too many secrets. He explained, if I hadn't turned it off, even my indestructible divine body and system bug exploits would have been broadcasted live. How could I continue? He ranted silently in his heart, while maintaining a forced, awkward smile. The speaker is worried about you being overlooked, hence asked me to come take a look. Situ Tian patted Lu Xing's shoulder firmly. Now I am completely convinced, he declared. Lu Xinghe, from this moment on you are officially rated as an A-level top genius by the upper echelon of the Blue Water Star Martial Alliance. Situ Tian emphasized, his voice echoing in the hall. Historically, A-level geniuses, as long as they do not fall midway, at the very least can grow to the limits of innate realms. He continued, most of them ultimately become renowned masters in their own right. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Masters? He reassured. Inspector General, rest assured, I am a man of my word, and will not let history down. Situ Tian laughed heartily, and nodded, then raised his hand, and waved vigorously in midair. Boom. A vast and boundless three-dimensional star map instantly unfolded within the cabin. Billions of stars shone brilliantly, and massive nebulae slowly rotated. Kid stopped staring at the small patch of blue water star. Our human tribe is located in the Milky Way, which has 3,000 intermediate star systems. He pointed out. And we blue water star are merely a tiny speck in the yin-yang intermediate star system. That is the yin-yang star, the dojo of the star system's overlord, yin-yang emperor. Situ Tian pointed to the gigantic star radiating endless light and heat. He established the Yin-Yang Academy there, which specializes in nurturing the top geniuses of the entire star system. Situ Tian gazed intently into Lu Xing's eyes. Can you guess how many life planets are governed by the Yin-Yang intermediate star system? Lu Xinghe smacked his lips, guessing 10,000. Situ Tian let out a cold laugh. Over 130,000 life planets. Lu Xinghe gasped in shock. What the hell? Over 130,000 planets. He exclaimed. How many freaks must that breed? Situ Tian's tone became extremely grave. Not only are there many people, but the selection criteria are also unbelievably harsh. He elucidated. First, the registrant's bone age must not exceed 20 years. Second, each planet, regardless of size or wealth, can only send one representative to compete each year. He continued. A total of 130,000 planets prodigies gather together. Ultimately, the Yin-Yang Academy only admits 100 people each year. Lu Xinghe gulped hard. What the hell is this level of hellish difficulty? 1 in a million doesn't even begin to describe this elimination rate. He exclaimed. This is like putting all the insects into an iron can and raising them to death. Situ Tian looked at Lu Xing's shocked expression and continued to pour cold water on him. Don't think that just because you got an A you can rest easy. Just in our Blue Water Stars competition area, there are 7 people under 20 who have been rated as A-level geniuses. And there are hundreds of level geniuses. He elaborated. These little monsters have long enjoyed the top resources of the capital city's foremost academy. The very best among them have even stepped into the innate realm. Situ Tian sighed. You are only 15, your age is a disadvantage. If you participate in the competition this year, it's likely just to test the waters and act as a sparring partner. He added, I see great potential in your future. Wait until you are 17 or 18 and fully grown. The throne of the younger generation of Blue Water Star will surely belong to you. Lu Xinghe, upon hearing this, felt no fear whatsoever. His eyes instead ignited with a blazing fire. His entire being was roaring with blood and energy. Innates under 20, even half-step masters. He exclaimed, This is too interesting. Lu Xinghe clenched his fists tightly. I am currently at postnatal 9 heaven, and my soul is at postnatal 7 heaven. He added, plus I have a tier 3 divine pet that can transform and devour at will, and a little son. If I back down now, what good is my martial arts training? Lu Xinghe suddenly realized the time constraint. Wait a moment, Inspector General. I have to participate in the martial arts exam for ordinary people tomorrow. He pointed out. Shouldn't such a representative selection battle have been completed by now? Situ Tian smiled with satisfaction. Quick response. He praised. Originally the selection should have started yesterday. He added, however, your battle data was sent to the speaker, and he directly decided to make an exception for you. The selection time for Blue Water Star has been forcibly postponed. Situ Tian stomped heavily on the alloy floor. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning in the martial arts arena on the top level of this Magic Heaven ship. We will directly initiate the competition for Blue Water Star's sole representative. I will serve as the chief examiner. He declared. The victor will be sent directly to Yin-Yang Star to compete. The loser will roll back to Blue Water Star. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together, his combat spirit boiling over. The speaker is truly a benevolent person. This exception has truly touched my heart. Situ Tian flipped his wrist and tossed a silver space ring. Here you go. This is your A-level genius resource reward. He explained. Inside is 1 billion star coins, 1 4-tier technique, and 2 3-tier martial arts. Also a tier 3 weapon and a set of tier 3 combat gear. Lu Xinghe caught the ring with one hand, his smile stretching from ear to ear. While the officials are indeed imposing, he exclaimed. 1 billion star coins. How many high-grade nutrient solutions can this buy? He added, if I use it all to fix system bugs, wouldn't I directly ascend right then and there? Situ Tian's expression turned solemn as he finally cautioned him seriously. Remember, return to the city and digest these resources immediately. He emphasized, any high-spec assessment carries a very high mortality rate. Tomorrow's selection battle will definitely see blood. He warned, you must prioritize enhancing your survival capabilities. Lu Xinghe nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I have always been the most prudent person. Half an hour later, Lu Xinghe walked out of the gates of the Starwave City Martial Alliance. He held a heavy dark gold token in his hand. The front was engraved with an ancient and powerful character for martial arts, and the back was carved with an expansive star map of the Milky Way. This is the martial artist token, the absolute symbol of identity within the Milky Way. Lu Xinghe traced the cold patterns of the token, feeling a mix of emotions. Without the system, I could spend 60 years in a scrap station in the slum and never touch even a corner of this. He raised his head, his eyes turning incredibly resolute. Since heaven has given me this extraordinary trump card, I will never live an ordinary life. Lu Xinghe called a magnetic levitation taxi and soon returned to the shabby rental house in the slum. Beep, iris recognition successful. As the intelligent door slid open, a crisp voice laced with a hint of anger came through. Lu Xinghe, where have you been? Lu Yuran rushed over barefoot, pounding her fists against Lu Xing's chest. It's been 2 whole days, you didn't respond to messages or calls, and your phone was out of service. I thought you were eaten by those star beasts outside the city. Lu Xinghe let her hit him. This is my fault. The examination site for martial artists blocked signals, and I forgot to report it in advance. He casually ruffled her hair. Alright, stop crying. With me being so handsome, even the star beasts would find it hard to take a bite. I still have to stay alive to take care of you, girl. Lu Yuran sniffled, shedding tears. While cursing, she tightly clutched Lu Xing's shirt. In this kind of world, if you can't contact someone for 2 days, you might as well go to the Alliance Hall to claim death benefits. Seeing her cry incessantly, Lu Xinghe wanted to shift her focus. Stop crying, let me show you something. Lu Xinghe took out his martial artist token from his pocket. Lu Yuran leaned in to take a look. She took 2 steps back, covering her mouth with both hands. Brother, are you crazy? Where did you steal the martial artist token from? Quickly return it to the Martial Artist Alliance before anyone notices. Lu Yuran was so anxious, she jumped in place, her face going pale. Stealing a martial artist token can get you sentenced to death by military court. Lu Xinghe found it amusing. What do you mean stealing? Do I look like that kind of petty thief? He was somewhat at a loss for this girl's reasoning. Look closely, this is your brother's. Lu Xinghe pressed a drop of his blood onto the martial artist token. The token lit up. A virtual projection floated in midair. It displayed a half-body image of Lu Xinghe alongside several lines of text. Name Lu Xinghe. Level 1 star martial artist. What the hell? Lu Yuran was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to take a look, then reached out to poke at the token. It's over. Lu Yuran squatted down, hugging her head. Lu Xinghe, you even faked the holographic projection. If this technology gets exposed, not only will you die, but your whole family will be implicated. She snatched the martial artist token and started searching the room for a hammer. Lu Xinghe sighed, grabbing his frantically moving sister. Calm down. This is real, officially certified. Lu Xinghe recounted his experiences over the past 2 days. He didn't mention the battles against star beasts or the physical bug. He also didn't mention the divine pet that had been sleeping in his pocket. It's just that after awakening and grade talent, my body mutated. All the potential from the past 10 years has been unleashed. Lu Xinghe casually fabricated an explanation. You understand, laying a solid foundation for future achievements, right? This kind of physique has appeared in the Alliance's history books before. He walked over to a metal ornament in the living room and squeezed it hard with one hand. With a crunch, the alloy lump, which usually wouldn't even show a mark from swords, changed shape in his hand. It was crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Xinghe brushed off the iron shavings from his hand. See, your brother is now at the first level of body refinement. To avoid scaring his sister, he downplayed his level. Is this for real? Lu Yuran stared at the lump of scrap metal, her mouth agape, for quite a while, without speaking. After a moment, she finally accepted this fact. Wow, brother, have you really become a martial artist? Lu Yuran jumped onto Lu Xing's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Then you can apply for the Provincial Key Advanced Martial School soon. In this world, having a martial school student in the family is considered a great joy. Lu Xinghe set her down. Whether I take the martial school exam is another matter. The Alliance's higher-ups think my physique is quite rare. They decided to arrange a special assessment for me tomorrow. This time I will be away from home for a few days, so be mentally prepared. Don't cry again. Lu Yuran's smile faded. A higher-level assessment. She looked at Lu Xinghe. Is it very dangerous? You just broke through to the first level of body refinement. Can you handle it? She often bickered with Lu Xinghe, but at this moment she was genuinely concerned. Lu Xinghe smiled. Don't worry. I have always been cautious. If I can't fight, I can still run away. Lu Xinghe patted his pocket. Today is a happy day. The Martial Artist Certification Alliance issued a bonus this time. Let's go, we'll treat you to a big meal to celebrate. After this assessment is over. Well, move out of the slums and buy a spacious flat in the city center. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran became, the slums are not safe. Even a low-tier star beast could kill someone if it wandered in. The city center is guarded by martial artists and has energy shields. Can we really move to the city center? Lu Yuran perked up, her earlier worries fading significantly. 2 hours later, they were full and carrying the things they bought back to their rented room. This meal cost over 2,000 star coins. In the past, Lu Yuran would have nagged for several days. Today, she didn't complain at all. Her mind was filled with the thought of buying a house in the city center. Lu Xinghe set down the items. He pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket containing about 10 milliliters of liquid glowing red. This is the essence he refined from the blood and flesh of the 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Wolf using Solar Star Flame. Just a small sip of this liquid could sell for tens of millions of star coins in the black market. Here, drink this. Lu Xinghe offered her the vial. This is a high-grade nutrient solution specially provided by the Martial Artist Alliance. It's a great supplement for someone just stepping into martial arts. Lu Yuran took the vial, preparing to drink it. Before she could bring it to her mouth, a shadow sprang out from Lu Xinghe. It darted straight for the small vial. Damn you, glutton. Lu Xinghe was quick and grabbed the shadow by the neck. The little creature let out a few squeaks. A creature the size of a fist with black scales flailed in the air, sporting 3 heads. Each of the 3 heads was drooling over the small vial. This was the divine pet that Lu Xinghe had tamed, the hell 3-headed dragon. How much have you eaten already? This is for my sister. Lu Xinghe flicked its heads a few times. The little black creature let out a few grunts. Lu Yuran was startled by this little thing. Brother, where did you pick up such an ugly creature? Lu Yuran pointed at the little black creature. It looks a bit like a lizard, but with 3 heads. It's too ugly. The 3-star, 9-headed hell 3-headed dragon could understand human speech. The little black creature didn't seem pleased with this comment. All 3 heads bared their teeth and growled at Lu Yuran. Lu Xinghe found it amusing. I found this stray mutated lizard on the road. It looked pitiful, so I brought it back. From now on, you can take care of feeding it. Lu Xinghe tossed the little black creature onto the sofa. Hurry up and drink the medicine, then go practice in your room. This medicine is potent. You'll need to wash up after sweating. After saying that, Lu Xinghe glanced at the little black creature curled up on the sofa and returned to his bedroom. Back in his room, Lu Xinghe locked the door. His smart terminal had been vibrating outside for a while. It indicated there were unread messages. He opened the screen. As soon as the mailbox opened, notification sounds rang out in succession. Hundreds of private messages popped up. Upon checking, they were all sent by Lu Yuran. Why haven't you come home to cook? I'm starving. Where have you been? You aren't answering your communicator. Did something happen to you? Don't scare me. I asked the martial arts examination office. They said they couldn't reach you. You must be well. If worst comes to worst, I won't go to school and will earn money to support you. Looking at these messages, Lu Xinghe sighed. He could imagine how this girl must have been crying alone at home. From now on, no matter what I do, I have to clearly explain my whereabouts to her before leaving. Lu Xinghe made up his mind. In this world, he and Lu Yuran relied on each other to survive. They were counting on each other to live. He closed the page, preparing to clear the messages. Just before his finger pressed down, he saw a profile picture named Su Liyue. Lu Xinghe found it familiar. This was the school beauty from No. 42 High School, a wealthy girl who had awakened a craved, blazing ability. What does she want from me? Is she encountering problems with her ability development and looking for me and great ability user to be a punching bag? Lu Xinghe sat on the edge of his bed and opened the familiar cathead avatar. Upon reading the message, his face turned red. Oh no, yesterday was the young lad's birthday. I've been fighting those beasts in the Star Beast Zone these past few days. My mind is all over the place, and I actually forgot about this. He leaned back, resting his hands behind his head. Back in the day, I was only 12 or 13. To support that little girl you ran, I had to sneak into the outskirts of the Star Beast Zone to scavenge. That was truly putting my life on the line. The 4th time I entered the Star Beast Zone, I was incredibly unlucky and ran into a 1st-tier Star Beast. I thought I was going to die right there, and I was already preparing to choose a better womb for my next life. Then Su Yuntian arrived like a divine warrior with his bodyguards. With a single strike, he split that beast in half. That old chairman is indeed a great benefactor. Lu Xinghe chuckled. He took pity on me and gave me a high-paying job. I became a personal training partner for the young lady Su Liyue. In name, it was to train her foundational body techniques. In reality, I've taken so many beatings from that girl over the past 3 years. He rubbed his shoulders. But fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Every time I got beaten up, the Su family's top medical pod would open up completely for me. Without that top-tier medical pod, my body would have been ruined long ago. Through repeated injuries and recoveries, I built a solid foundation and managed to achieve a level of proficiency in school. Lu Xinghe will always remember this kindness deep in my bones. Lu Xinghe flipped over and slid down the screen. The second message read, originally the big shot my dad invited couldn't make it due to a sudden bout of diarrhea, so the banquet has been rescheduled to 8 o'clock tonight. The third message reads, Stinky Lu Xinghe dead. Lu Xinghe, have you arrived yet? Lu Xinghe glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It displayed 1940. Oh no, it's 7:40. Lu Xinghe jumped off the bed. If it weren't for this girl pushing me, I probably wouldn't have remembered until tomorrow morning. He grabbed a relatively clean jacket and dashed out of his rental apartment. On the other side at the Su family manor there were many guests arriving tonight. Su Yuntian pushed open the door to his daughter's room and walked in. Liyue, it's time to go down, the guests have all arrived. Su Yuntian was in a good mood. His daughter had awakened her clever blazing flame ability. As long as she developed normally, she could eventually step into the innate realm. Originally the Su Corporation was just a second-tier company. In these past few days the heads of major groups in Xinglan City were eager to send gifts and make connections. Tonight's birthday banquet had turned into a top-tier gathering in Xinglan City. Su Liyue sat in front of her vanity wearing a winered evening gown. At that moment she was staring at the smart terminal on her wrist. Dead Lu Xinghe. Stinky Lu Xinghe. You definitely forgot my birthday. If you dare not show up I will twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick tomorrow at school. Su Yuntian shook his head as he stood behind his daughter. Still waiting for that kid Xinghe's news, eh? Su Liyue's face flushed, and she hid the terminal behind her back. Who is waiting for him? I'm just watching today's news broadcast. Su Yuntian chuckled. This kid Xinghe is indeed a good seed with a resilient character and valuable integrity. I saved him casually back in the Star Beast zone just to create a good connection. I didn't expect that a year ago during that crisis it was he who saved you. A year ago the Lu Corporation hired assassins for business competition. A laser crossbow shot was aimed at Su Liyue. Lu Xinghe jumped in front of her and blocked the arrow with his chest. Otherwise Su Liyue would already be gone. Su Liyue lowered her head. Dad, everything is fine today. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Su Yuntian patted her shoulder. Dad just wants to say that he is a loyal and principled kid. But now you have awakened your clever talent, and your future is limitless. While he was just recently assessed as the lowest level ability. You two are destined to be from different worlds. Su Liyue stood up. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean not from the same world? You failed your awakening back, then weren't even level, and you were also broke. Yet you still shamelessly pursued my mother, that great beauty. Su Yunshin's face reddened. You girl, you're so disrespectful, how could you bring up old scores? He waved his hand. After Lu Xinghe saved her, this girl's heart was forever captured. Forget it, just do whatever you young people want to do. Su Yuntian opened the door. Come on, my little birthday star, tonight you are the main character. On the other side, Lu Xinghe spent money to hire a shuttle to rush to the Su family manor. As soon as he got out of the car, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Hundreds of magnetic levitation cars were parked neatly outside. Many powerful figures were coming in and out of the main gate. Wow, the value of this clever talent is simply blinding to my titanium alloy eyes. Lu Xinghe straightened his wrinkled jacket and walked in. On the manor's lawn a band was playing. Everywhere were prominent figures from Xinglan City. Lu Xinghe found a corner and picked up a glass of juice just as he was about to take a sip. He spotted someone. It was a bald, chubby man with a shiny face. He was chatting with people while holding a wine glass. It was Lu Fatty, the owner of the Lu Corporation. Lu Xinghe halted his movements. That old bastard Lu actually has the face to attend the banquet. A year ago this old schemer hired the assassins from the Dark Serpent. That shot from the high-explosive laser crossbow pierced 3 of my ribs. If it weren't for the Su family's top-tier treatment pod worth tens of millions, I would have gone underground to meet the king of hell long ago. Lu Xinghe had tipped his head back and drank the juice down. You old thing, you better keep jumping around for a few more days. Once I'm done with the martial arts exam, just wait and see how I squeeze that layer of fat out of you. He was currently at the second layer of the acquired realm, capable of unleashing millions of kilograms of strength. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with an ordinary merchant family. A beam of light illuminated the staircase on the second floor of the manor. The whole venue fell silent as everyone looked up. Su Liyue walked down the stairs linking arms with Su Yuntian. She was wearing that red dress. Many young people present were captivated by her. Lu Xinghe whistled softly. Wow, this girl really spared no expense today, dressing like a fairy. I wonder which unlucky guy will be her target. I hope that kid can take the hits. Su Liyue smiled as she descended the stairs, greeting those who came up to congratulate her. However, her gaze scanned the crowd back and forth. She spotted Lu Xinghe in the corner. He was in casual clothes, holding up an empty glass and smiling at her. Su Liyue immediately broke into a smile, causing many present to be momentarily stunned. Lu Fatty of the Lu Corporation thought Su Liyue was smiling at him. He squeezed forward with his wine glass. Oh, Miss Su, you are becoming more radiant. On behalf of the Lu Corporation, I wish Miss Su a happy birthday, a bright future, and may you enter the innate realm soon. Lu Fatty's face was filled with smiles. People around them also turned to look, preparing to say a few words. Su Liyue stopped smiling. She looked at Lu Fatty. Director Lu, are you getting a bit forgetful? Lu Fadi was taken aback, his hand holding the wine glass frozen midair. What does Miss Su mean? Su Liyu's expression turned cold. A year ago you spent 20 million star coins hiring assassins from Dark Serpent. That arrow almost pierced my heart. That incident didn't take my life, but took half of my friend's life. Everyone around fell silent. Lu Fadi's flesh trembled, and sweat appeared on his forehead. And Miss Su, this is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. How could Lu ever do such a heinous thing? Su Liyue ignored him, pointing at the manor's main gate. Take your people and get out of my Su family while I'm in a good mood tonight, and don't want to kill anyone. Get lost in me. Su Yuntian was moved by his daughter's determination, stepping forward and bellowing. Wearer is right. Security team, see our guests out. With his roar, the hall fell silent. The guests holding wine glasses were startled, turning to look at the furious head of the Su family. Then they saw the greasy fat man being pointed at by Su Liyue. Damn, that's Lu Fadi from Lu Group. A year ago this old scoundrel spent a fortune hiring assassins to kill Su's eldest daughter, nearly ending her life. Today is Su's eldest daughter's birthday, and he dares to come here, so brazenly. The guests whispered among themselves, their faces showing displeasure. Lu Fadi, under the scrutiny of so many people, he showed no reaction, deliberately puffing out his belly. Beside him stood a grim-faced old man. This was Luo Xinghe, the head of the Luo family, a top family in Xinglan City, and one of the 10 strongest in the city at the second level of Hotian realm. Asu, my brother, don't be so angry. It's just a small misunderstanding. Let's all sit down and calmly discuss this, shall we? Luo Xinghe was clearly trying to mediate. Su Liyu's face turned pale. She grasped Su Yunshin's sleeve tightly. Dad, don't be impulsive, she said, her voice trembling. The Luo family has too much power in Xinglan City. If we completely tear apart the facade, the Su family would definitely lose. Su Yuntian's chest heaved twice as he restrained his anger. Brother Luo, it's not that I don't give you face. He pointed at Lu Fadi. This beast nearly took my daughter's life back then. The gates of the Su family will never welcome him again. Please take him away from here. Su Yunshin's tone offered. However, Lu Fadi snorted disdainfully. Su Yuntian, you're being ungrateful. My uncle personally came to reconcile with you, and you still refuse. Do you really think that just because your daughter awakened a clever ability, she can walk all over Xinglan City? Before Su Yuntian could respond, Lu Fadi continued shouting. We are not here just for reconciliation. My uncle has taken a liking to your daughter's talents and intends to formally propose to the Su family, pairing my cousin Luo Xiang with Su Liyue. Proposal. In the banquet hall, not a single cough was heard. Luo Xiang is a notorious playboy in the province, having ruined countless female students. The Luo family fears that Su Liyue will grow up and seek revenge against them. They are directly trying to eliminate her by forcing her into the Luo family. People nearby whispered to each other. The Luo family's scheme was indeed vicious. Su Liyue shuddered, recalling the fates of those talented women from Xinglan City who were taken by the Luo family. Some were drained of their essence and dumped in the sewers. Even if I die, even if I have to set myself on fire, Su Liyue bit her lip, staring fiercely at the opposite side. I will never marry into your Luo family. You are going too far. Do you really think I, Su Yuntian, am dead? Su Yuntian could not contain his fury any longer. Housekeeper, activate the second-level extermination protocol. Blow these beasts to smithereens. An alarm sounded in the hall. Several slots in the metallic ceiling, laser cannons glowing with blue light, extended and aimed downwards. Oh my god, quickly activate the protective shield. Think twice, Su family head. Su's eldest daughter is still in the hall. If that cannon fires well, I'll be dead. The hall erupted into chaos, with several family heads ducking under tables. Su Yunshin's hand trembled slightly as he looked at his daughter beside him. If the cannon fired, Yuer wouldn't survive either. Just then Luo Xinghe, who had been watching from the side, made his move. Stubborn ants seeking death. The tiles beneath Luo Xinghe's feet shattered. He lunged forward towards Su Yuntian. The chi and blood of the second level of Hotian realm erupted. Su Yuntian was only at the 6th level of body refinement realm. Facing this attack, his arms felt as heavy as lead and could not lift. It's over. Su Yuntian closed his eyes. Yuer, your father is useless, I couldn't protect you. Luo Xinghe's fist was about to smash into Su Yunshin's head. Suddenly a sigh came from the corner of the hall, sounding quite impatient. Why are you taking so long to fight? Don't you know that the villain always dies from talking too much? Bang! A tremendous noise erupted. The entire Su family estate shook. Luo Xinghe, who had just lunged at Su Yuntian, was suddenly sent flying backward at a greater speed. He crashed into the titanium alloy floor in the center of the hall, creating a pit over 3 meters wide, with debris flying everywhere. The hall was dead silent, with many people frozen in place. At the bottom of the pit, Luo Xinghe, at the second level of Hotian realm, lay in the pit, with an unknown number of bones broken. He was embedded in the floor cracks, barely hanging on to life. On Luo Xinghe's bloodied head, a worn-out white sneaker was resting. People around looked up following the foot. A young man dressed in ordinary casual wear stood there, one hand in his pocket, while the other had just lowered from scratching his ear. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. One strike incapacitated a second-level Hoteon realm practitioner. Someone gulped, and a few heavy breaths followed closely. Where did this monster come from? Lu Fadi, standing not far away, stared at the pit. A large stain appeared in his pants, releasing a foul odor. Su Yuntian was also stunned, looking at the young man standing on Luo Zhenhai's face. Xinghe. Su Yuntian rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misseen. Isn't this the student who grew up in the slum? Is this the Lu Xinghe who was just tested as an grade waste talent yesterday? How did he manage to step on one of the 10 strongest in Xinglan City with one kick? Lu Xinghe rubbed his foot against Luo Zhenhai's face twice. Oh, this old guy has such tough skin, he's dirted my shoe. I should have changed my foot, I just bought these for 80 star coins. He raised his head, smiling at Su Yuntian and his daughter, revealing a set of white teeth. Uncle Su Liuyue, are you both okay? Su Liuyue covered her mouth, her eyes reddening as she looked at the young man before her. It was Lu Xinghe who a year ago during that rainy night had blocked a high-explosive laser crossbow with his own body. At that time, he had also smiled at her covered in blood, asking if she was injured. Su Liuyue felt a pang in her heart. I'm fine. Xinghe, are you hurt? She rushed forward, looking Lu Xinghe up and down. What kind of injury could I possibly have? This old man's bones are too brittle. Lu Xinghe chuckled, moving his foot away from Luo Zhenhai's face. Su Yuntian had also regained his senses. He walked up to Lu Xinghe, rubbing his hands together. Xinghe, what? What happened to you? Did you awaken some kind of mutated talent? He nodded in agreement. Uncle Su has a keen eye. After sleeping for a couple of days, I suddenly felt an inexhaustible strength, and my power increased after the awakening of abilities. The foundation can feed back, resulting in a sudden surge in strength. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Uncle Su has quite the imagination, even finding an excuse for himself, saving him from explaining. He nodded in agreement. Uncle Su has a keen eye. After sleeping for a couple of days, I suddenly felt an inexhaustible strength, and my power increased inexplicably. It must be a benefit brought by this ability awakening. Lu Xinghe casually shifted the blame to his ability. As for the current SS level indestructible divine body and millions of kilograms of explosive power, he didn't say a word about it. If he were to reveal that, these people would surely be scared to death. Su Liuyue looked at Lu Xinghe, her face slightly flushed. Xinghe, thank you. You saved us again. Lu Xinghe waved his hand. Oh, what's our relationship? We're friends, so there's no need. He turned to glance at Lu Fadi, who was slumped on the ground. He smiled at him, scraping his thumbnail against his finger. But, for provoking my friend, this matter cannot just be brushed aside. Su Liu's small face turned red as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with her skirt. So, we are just friends. A sense of emptiness filled Su Liu's heart. She didn't even notice that a casual remark from Lu Xinghe was causing her emotions to fluctuate wildly. The people from the various prominent families around had no time to concern themselves with the feelings of a young girl. Everyone was staring intently at Lu Xing's youthful face, their eyes almost popping out. What the heck? Is the Su family's ancestral grave smoking? The daughter awakens clever abilities, and now they've picked up such a monstrous son-in-law. The Luo family is completely finished this time. Even Luo Zhenhai of the second layer of the postnatal realm was easily crushed. The Su family is surely going to soar. Lu Fadi, at the edge of the pit, snapped back to reality, looking at his uncle embedded in the floor tiles. His chubby body trembled violently, fear transforming into the courage to curse. You little beast. Dare to cripple my uncle. You are dead meat. Even Luo Zhenhai of the second layer of the postnatal realm was easily crushed. The Su family is surely going to soar. Lu Fadi, at the edge of the pit, snapped back to reality, looking at his uncle. Oh no, my big mouth. Lu Fadi's expression changed instantly, forcing an awkward smile on his chubby face. Sir, I must have lost my mind just now. Please just let it go this time. I will leave right away. I want dirtier eyes. Saying this, the old man quickly turned and tried to slip away. Did I let you go? Lu Xing's cold voice echoed in the hall. Boom. A suffocating aura of terrifying killing intent slammed into Lu Fadi. This aura was terrifying enough to scare someone to death. Thud. Lu Fadi's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, the smell of urine spreading. He was utterly terrified. This killing intent. This pressure. Could this kid be a monster? Even innate strong practitioners might not possess such an aura. Lu Xinghe, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to Lu Fadi. Last summer you hired the Dark Snake Assassins to kill Su Liuyue. Su Liuyue didn't die, but you did manage to shoot a poor student passing by. Lu Xing's eyes sparked with excitement as he scratched his thumbnail against his index finger joint. Those 3 broken ribs caused me a month of pain. The moment he said this, the entire place went silent. Many in the know were stunned. A year ago, when Su Liuyue was attacked, a boy stepped in to block the arrow. This was not a secret among the upper echelons of Xinglan City. Who would have thought? But the scapegoat who almost got shot dead was the very monster who now crushed postnatal experts with a single kick. Lu Fadi lay on the ground, his pupils shaking violently. The old man finally remembered. It's you. You actually survived. He screamed frantically. How could you possibly still be alive? How could you be this strong? Lu Xinghe looked down at him, eyes filled with disdain. Now that you remember, let's settle this score. One rib for one life, I'll let you off easy. I spoke lightly, but in my heart I was already calculating how to scatter his ashes. Cutting the roots is the hard truth. There is no way I would let him off easily. As soon as the words left my mouth, Lu Xinghe raised his right hand, pointing casually into the void. Whoosh! A highly condensed crimson flame ray tore through the air from his fingertip. It didn't even give him 1/100th of a second to react. The flame ray accurately pierced through Lu Fadi's forehead. The terror on Lu Fadi's face didn't even have time to turn into despair. His hefty body stiffened and fell straight back. Bang! Not a drop of blood flowed from the back of his head, as the wound had already been carbonized by the extreme heat. Hiss! A gasp echoed throughout the hall. Everyone stared in horror at Lu Xing's fingertip. Fire the power of flames. Not only does he possess the monstrous strength to kill postnatal experts in an instant, he's also an ability user. A 15-year-old with postnatal combat power, and he also has dual abilities. This is insane. The world has gone mad. This isn't just a genius, this is clearly a walking freak. Su Yuntian and Su Liyue were also left dumbfounded. The two stared blankly at Lu Xinghe, feeling like they had never known this boy. Lu Xinghe retracted his hand, looking at the ghostly expressions on the Su father and daughter, shrugging helplessly. Don't look at me like that. During the awakening test that day, I actually awakened 2 abilities. Unfortunately, the old machine at our school was outdated, only detecting 1 trash talent. This fire I guess barely qualifies as clevel. Lu Xinghe said earnestly. As soon as I finished I regretted it. Was clevel too high profile? Had I known, I should have claimed a level instead. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal all the details of his level solar flame. The early bird gets the worm, but it's best to take things slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntian was so excited, he almost went crazy. Huh. Good. Wonderful. I Su Yuntian truly did not misjudge you. Xinghe, with your talent and strength you are reliable. Old Su grabbed Lu Xing's hand, almost moved to tears from laughter. From now on I will entrust Yuer to you. I can finally rest easy in my life. What a... Lu Xinghe and Su Liyue both froze. Su Liyue's face, still somewhat pale, turned bright red. Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? She stomped her feet anxiously, her face full of embarrassment, truly feeling like she would explode. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from murderous to extremely, awkwardly ambiguous. Lu Xinghe awkwardly rubbed his nose. Uncle Su, I eat a lot. Are you sure you can afford to support me? Ha ha ha, who is the one wanting to marry our Liyue niece? Outside the hall a hearty laugh rang out. Isn't it a bit inconsiderate not to let your uncle weigh in, eh? All eyes were drawn to the entrance. A tall man in a black martial arts uniform strode into the hall. The repressed fiery aura coming from the newcomer made it hard for many family heads present to breathe. Heavens, it's actually Master Qianwu of the Xinglan City Martial Artist Alliance. The crowd erupted. Everyone was stunned. The high-ranking officials of the Martial Artist Alliance had personally come to support the Su family. The Luo family is in deep trouble this time. Who doesn't know that Master Qianwu is a postnatal expert at a young age and is highly likely to succeed the position of president in the future? The Su family's connections are amazing. Su Yuntian approached with a beaming smile. You finally made... The two appeared to be quite familiar with each other. Su Liyue also obediently greeted hello Uncle Qian. She had managed to bypass school to join the alliance for ability testing, thanks to Qianwu's help. Master Qianwu laughed heartily, ruffling Su Liyue's hair. Our little birthday girl is getting prettier. I want to see which boy got lucky today to catch your father's eye. He scanned the crowd. Finally his gaze landed on a boy dressed in old casual clothes who was yawning out of boredom. Lu Xinghe looked at Qianwu and helplessly raised his hand. Hey brother Wu, good to see you again. The hall fell silent once more. Everyone thought they had misheard. This kid called Master Qianwu what? Brother Wu. Qianwu saw Lu Xing's face and was nearly stunned. Xinghe, my little brother. This big guy rushed up a few steps, grabbing Lu Xing's shoulder. So it turns out the engagement partner old Su mentioned is you. Su Yuntian beside him was left dumbfounded. The father-in-law looked at Lu Xinghe, then at Qianwu. Wait, brother Qian, do you two know each other? He calls you brother, and me uncle, eh? What kind of messed-up hierarchy is this? Qianwu took a deep breath and turned to the stunned guests. He decided to drop a bombshell. You guys don't understand a damn thing. Just this afternoon, Lu Xinghe has officially been recognized by the highest levels of the Martial Artist Alliance as an A-level top genius. Master Situ Tian personally met with him. Our president even personally declared that little brother Xinghe has a 90% chance of reaching the master realm in the future. Boom. This sentence exploded in everyone's mind. A level genius. Blue Water Star hasn't produced such a monster in decades. and he has potential for the master level. The heads of the prominent families who were so high and mighty just a moment ago were now trembling with fear. Xinhe couldn't be bothered with those people. He threw an arm around Lu Xing's neck, grinning widely. Little brother Xinghe, be nice to our Liyue from now on. We're each responsible for our own. You call old Su uncle and me brother. I'll call old Su big brother. The crowd was left in disbelief. The usually decisive Master Xinhe in the alliance turned out to be such an obvious sycophant behind the scenes. This blatant flattery toward the genius was too unrestrained. Lu Xinghe was choked up by Qianhui's embrace. The boy forcefully pried Qianhui's hand away, chuckling awkwardly as he took 2 steps back. Cough, brother Wu, don't go mixing up couples here. I'm not even at the engagement stage with Miss Su yet. Qianhui laughed heartily, unbothered. If you don't subscribe now, you'll have to subscribe sooner or later. Our girl Su Liyue is a class mutant, and with her beauty, she can barely match your class freak. Qianhui heavily patted Lu Xinghe on the back. Bro, I'm counting on you to invite me to your wedding feast. Lu Xinghe twitched at the corner of his mouth. What is this old guy up to? You look like you want to pack Su Liyue and send her to my bed, more anxious than old Su, her actual father. Su Liyue stood to the side, her little face flushed like a ripe apple. She couldn't handle such public teasing. Uncle Qian. Su Liyue angrily stamped her foot. She glared fiercely at Qianhui and Su Yuntian, turning away to ignore the group of older men. Seeing his precious daughter so embarrassed, Su Yuntian quickly stepped in to mediate. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. There are some important personal matters I must attend to at home, so I will come to apologize later. The prominent families present understood the underlying message. Everyone repeatedly clasped their hands in apology and set down the mountain of congratulatory gifts. A group of people rushed out of the Su family estate at a sprint. Everyone was clear in their minds from now on, with this a-class genius son-in-law and Minister Qian backing them, the Su family would be the #1 powerhouse in Xinglan City. Even the president of the Warriors Alliance had to treat old Su with respect. Late at night at the Su family's starry sky garden, the surroundings lit up with a virtual projection of countless stars, the environment serene and dreamlike. Lu Xinghe and Su Liyue walked side by side along the path illuminated by light and shadow. Su Liyue quietly glanced at the young man beside her and spoke softly. Xinghe, thank you for helping our Su family today. I owe you one. Lu Xinghe waved his hand. There's no need for us to speak such formalities. If it weren't for Uncle Su rescuing me in the Star Beast Zone back then, I would have no idea where my bones would be rotting now. He stopped and gazed at the virtual starlight filling the garden. These days there aren't many good people left. Uncle Su not only gave me a worry-free job as a sparring partner, but also allowed me to support you Ran and afford the nutritional liquids. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. Su Liyue shook her head, her expression surprisingly earnest. My father's kindness is my father's. But you have saved my life twice, and that is your kindness to me. I will definitely find a way to repay you. Lu Xinghe looked at her stubborn expression and smiled helplessly. All right, since you want to repay me, just help me out with something. I will be leaving Blue Water Star for a while tomorrow to participate in the special recruitment assessment of the top prestigious academy in the imperial capital. I won't be back for at least a week. Please help me take care of you, Ran. Su Liyue's eyes widened. The assessment at the top academy. She quickly reacted. This was an A-class top genius, so it was normal for the imperial capital academy to be eager for him. No problem. I've already been accepted early by the provincial key martial arts school, so I don't need to attend the martial arts examination tomorrow. I will pick up you Ran to stay at my house tomorrow morning. Lu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The selection at Yanyang Academy gathers abnormals from millions of planets for training together. My SS-grade indestructible body can withstand blows, but if I encounter someone who can turn me to ash, I might not be able to return for a while. With you Ran's safety secured, his heart was finally at ease. Lu Xinghe walked to the railing at the edge of the garden, overlooking the brilliantly lit Xinglan City below. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, we've known each other for 3 years. Su Liyue walked up beside him, the wind blowing her loose hair. She looked at the tall young man in front of her, recalling the scene from 3 years ago when they first met. Back then, Lu Xinghe was thin and frail, desperately training in boxing to earn money. She had realized at that time that there was actually a boy so young who had to bear the weight of a family. And now he had risen to a height that even she could only look up to. Suddenly, a deep rumble erupted from the depths of the night sky. Both of them looked up at the same time. They saw the cloud layer above Xinglan City bursting forth with dazzling star-blue auroras. The lights surged like waves, painting the entire night sky into a dreamlike illusion. Wow, it's Xinglan. Su Liyue covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes sparkling with a mesmerizing light. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin, nodding seriously. So this is the Xinglan phenomenon. The instructor mentioned before that the special magnetic field beneath our Xinglan City resonates with the cosmic star flow every few hundred years, causing this optical phenomenon. That name is indeed quite fitting. Su Liyuan nearly choked on this statement. She rolled her eyes and Lu Xinghe, can you not be so unimaginative? What a beautiful sight, and you're talking to me about magnetic fields and optics. She clasped her hands together, gazing at the brilliance in the sky. My mom told me before. Legend has it that any man and woman who witness the Xinglan wonder together are destined to grow old together and walk forever. Lu Xinghe was taken aback. Is there such a cliché legend? He instinctively curled his lip. This Xinglan phenomenon only appears once every few hundred years. According to that logic, if I don't encounter this light, do I have to wait a few hundred years to find a girlfriend? Besides, we're standing here now, aren't we, just a man and a woman? As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Lu Xinghe realized, oh crap, I spoke out of turn. He turned to look only to see Su Liyu's entire face had turned so red it looked like it could bleed. Under the glow of the star-blue light, the girl's exquisite face radiated a breathtaking allure. Lu Xinghe felt his heart skip a beat inexplicably. This ambiguous atmosphere was even more suffocating than facing a fifth-level star beast. Ahem. Oh, it's getting late, I need to go back and pack my things. Lu Xinghe quickly made an excuse and tactically retreated. An hour later, in a tenement apartment, Lu Xinghe collapsed onto the sofa, raking his hair vigorously. I just went out for a meal, how did I almost end up with a wife? Did the awakening of the indestructible body also double my damn charm? He sighed narcissistically, then his expression turned slightly serious. Something's off. Lu Xinghe touched his chest. These past few days, as my strength surged, my overlap with the original owner's memories deepened. When I first crossed over, seeing you ran was just looking at a stranger little girl. Now just the thought of her brings an uncontrollable protective instinct. That genuine familial bond definitely couldn't be formed just by skimming through memories. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well settle in. Since I've taken over your body, your sister is my real sister. Anyone who dares to harm a single hair on her head, I will annihilate their entire clan. Lu Xinghe shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. The most important thing now was to digest the hefty rewards issued by the Warriors Alliance. Less than half a day remained until the abnormal selection at the top academy. He must act quickly to arm himself. Lu Xinghe opened the cognitive terminal. He logged into the internal high-level mall of the Warriors Alliance in Xinglan City. A highly realistic holographic projection unfolded in the center of the living room. The clarity of the image could outshine all the 8K screens from his past life. Ding. A crisp and pleasant system prompt sounded. Dear A Genius Lu Xinghe, your exclusive rewards have been credited. Lu Xinghe looked at the balance in the bottom right corner of the interface. It had originally only been a pitiful 100,000 star coins. Now the long string of zeros nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. A whole billion star coins. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Xinghe excitedly rubbed his hands together. How much high-grade nutritional liquid can I buy now? I could drink nutritional liquid like water and still not finish it. However, compared to this billion cash, Lu Xinghe was more envious of the other 4 heavyweight rewards. 1 4th-tier martial art, 2 3rd-tier martial skills, plus a 3rd-tier top-tier weapon, and a set of 3rd-tier combat gear. These were strategic resources that money couldn't buy. Just tossing a 4th-tier lower-grade martial art onto the black market, even if priced at 100 billion, those grandmasters would fight over it. The titanium steel battle technique is good, but its grade is still a bit low. I must switch to this new 4th-tier martial art. Lu Xinghe quickly calculated in his mind. 2 3rd-tier martial skills, 1 for movement techniques, speed, is the essence of survival. The other for a high explosive killing move to be used in conjunction with my millions of kilograms of brute strength. He opened the system's repair panel to take a look. There's still 1 repair opportunity left. In 2 hours it will be midnight, and then I can refresh 3 times. Lu Xing's eyes burst with a sickly excitement. His thumbnail began to unconsciously scratch his index. What is a 4th-tier martial art worth? I will use the system to exploit bugs and find 1,000 fatal loopholes. Repair? Fix everything into legendary divine equipment for me. Since the titanium steel battle technique is going to take a back seat, it must be made big. The system provides 3 repair opportunities a day. Good steel should be used on the blade. Instead of separately finding a technique to train the body and another for the soul, why not get a comprehensive soul and martial arts dual cultivation technique? What a lucrative business this is. Shop AI filter for 4th-tier low-grade soul dual cultivation techniques. Lu Xinghe commanded at the terminal. A light curtain popped up. A list of techniques emerged, densely packed with tens of thousands of entries. Lu Xinghe clicked on the very first one, astonished by the number displayed. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. What the hell? 6 trillion star coins. He scrolled down. 1.8 trillion, 3.5 trillion, 9.9 trillion. These 4th-tier techniques are more profitable than robbing a bank. If I could resell this secondhand, do I really need to fight for a spot in the selection competition? How wonderful it would be to retire and support 10, 18-year-old muscle-bound bodyguards. Lu Xinghe pounded the floor. The Martial Artist Alliance has a strict anti-scalper mechanism. All techniques and martial skills exchanged using genius privileges are bound to the retinal pattern and brainwaves. Once leakage is detected, even if you are the master's biological father, the enforcement team will hunt you down. Forget it, what's meant to be will eventually come. Xinghe sighed and looked at the top-selling technique. Soul Dual Cultivation. The name is simpler than Xinghe clicked on the introduction. 4th tier low-grade cultivation, difficulty 3 stars. Power 3 stars. With such mediocre attributes, how can it be sold for 6 trillion? Still the top seller. But he quickly understood. The threshold for soul and martial arts dual cultivation is too high. He glanced at other techniques with greater power. The cultivation difficulty is basically starting from 7 or 8 stars. Ordinary martial skills barely reach 2 or 3 stars. With a 3 to 4 times higher difficulty, most geniuses probably wouldn't even touch the threshold before giving up. That's why this soul dual cultivation sells so well. Anyone can create some commotion. Xinghe shook his head. Difficult. But I now possess an S-level innate holy body with 1,000-fold comprehension. The difficulty of 7 or 8 stars seems to me like a primary school student reciting multiplication tables. Xinghe laughed. AI. Delete all those messy conditions from earlier. Forget about sales numbers. Sort by the highest power and the most outrageous cultivation speed. As long as I don't die, I will practice to the limit. The projection screen flickered. Tens of thousands of techniques were cleared. Only one electronic book radiating red light remained on the screen. The Soul Destruction Technique. This name sounds somewhat ominous. Xinghe clicked on the detailed panel. Technique, grade 4th tier low grade. Cultivation difficulty 10 stars at max level. Power ceiling 10 stars at max level. Xinghe voiced, double 10 stars. Such a freakish thing really exists. A massive red skull warning sign jumped onto the screen. Beeping sounds echoed in the living room. Warning, extreme danger warning. This technique is a flawed and modified forbidden art. Among 1,000 practitioners, 999 die on the first attempt. The only survivor cannot pass the 3rd stage. This technique is theoretically feasible, but practically equivalent to suicide. Please choose wisely. Xinghe looked at the prompt. He glanced at the core cultivation logic of this technique, feeling a chill down his spine. Tear apart one's own soul. Then relying on the soul's instinctive self-repair mechanism, make the soul stronger. At the same time, grind the torn soul fragments and feed them to the physical body, forcibly boosting vitality. Xinghe swallowed hard. Is this really a cultivation method that carbon-based life forms can conceive? Ripping one's own soul apart by hand, how is that different from undergoing a craniotomy without anesthesia? No wonder the fatality rate is so high. Who would voluntarily engage in such a twisted act? Lu Xing's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. Isn't this just a divine technique custom-made for me? If it were someone else, tearing apart their soul would surely turn them into an idiot or kill them instantly. But I have an SS-level indestructible divine body. The thing I'm least afraid of is severe injury. As long as there's a breath left with sufficient energy reserves, the system can fully restore me. Xinghe jumped up from the floor. His thumbnail scraped against his index finger joint. Bugs in the system. This is simply a perfect bug exploit loop. Tear, repair, tear again, repair again. As long as I don't die, I can exploit a heavenly path of invincible soul power. He reached out to press the exchange button. A gray prompt box popped up on the screen. This technique is too dangerous and has been set to an unpurchasable state price infinite. He reached out to press the exchange button. A gray prompt box popped up on the screen. This technique is too I'm not using star coins right now. I'm using the 4th tier technique exchange privilege issued by the speaker himself. Since it can be found in the technique database, why can't it be exchanged? The intelligent terminal remained silent. It was retrieving the rules for privilege determination from the database. Ding. Determination successful. A level genius reward exchange privilege priority higher than the dangerous product sale prohibition rule. Meets exchange conditions. Please confirm if you wish to exchange for the soul destruction technique. Xinghe was delighted. Haha, this privilege is truly fragrant. Confirm. Confirm immediately. Today I want to see just how painful this broken technique can be. The screen transformed into a blue light that drilled into Lu Xing's forehead. Information flowed and spread within Lu Xing's mind. He closed his eyes, enduring the dizziness and pressure in his head while digesting the technique information. When he opened his eyes, he was slightly sweating. The founder of this technique must be a lunatic. Xinghe panted, sorting out the route of the soul destruction technique in his mind. The technique is divided into 4 shattering levels. First level shattering requires tearing apart 1/3 of one's own soul. As long as one survives after repair, the power of the soul can increase by 200%. Second level shattering, even more outrageous, requires splitting the soul directly in half. Upon success, soul attacks inflict an additional 400% damage. Third level shattering, cut into 5 pieces. Fourth level shattering requires chopping the soul into 10 parts. Once perfected, it can unleash a soul shockwave of 1,600%. It can kill 2 realms in an instant. Isn't this just treating oneself like pork on a chopping block? Lu Xinghe was somewhat taken aback. At the end of the technique, a classified file marked in red was provided. This is the only successful case of this technique. Decades ago, a mutated psychic thought master, due to a natural defect in his soul, chose this forbidden technique. He tore from level 1 to level 3. In the 3rd level state, he swept through a mid-level star system, treating those below master level like cabbages. That guy insisted on challenging the 4th level, shattering, wanting to split his soul into 10 parts, and as a result he died. Tisk. This is a clear warning from history. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands. That's because he didn't have a system backing him up. I not only have an indestructible divine body, but also $1 billion in savings for blood bottles. Even if the King of Heaven showed up today, I will tear apart this soul. Lu Xinghe straightened up. This technique is dangerous even with the system as a safety net. He activated his innate holy body, using his 1,000-fold comprehension to understand the technique. The obscure and complex soul control methods were quickly grasped by Lu Xinghe. Concentrate the soul, shape the sea of consciousness. Lu Xinghe spoke. He focused his attention in his mind. In the center of the sea of consciousness, a tiny sun formed from solar flames was spinning. Beneath the sun floated a humanoid light mass. This was Lu Xinghe's soul entity. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, channeling power into the sea of consciousness. Gather for me, he shouted. The power compressed in the sea of consciousness transformed into 2 large soul hands. Each hand was larger than the entity itself. This is the starting move of the soul destruction technique. Lu Xinghe controlled the 2 hands gripping the humanoid soul's shoulders. No turning back. For the sake of being able to slap those resource-stealing bastards to death in the future. He'll endure a little for a brighter tomorrow. Lu Xinghe gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he used his will to control the 2 large hands gripping the soul's shoulders and exerting force to tear apart. Hiss! A tearing sound echoed, audible only at the soul level. What the hell? Lu Xinghe's eyes nearly bulged out, his face pale with fright. His head felt as though it had been cleaved open. He shivered slightly, his clothes soaked with sweat. What kind of hellish torment is this? Even if I were skinned alive by hundreds of star beasts, it wouldn't hurt this much. Lu Xinghe could feel a piece of his soul being forcefully torn away. If it were anyone else, they would have long since turned into a fool. At this moment, golden light emerged from deep within his cells, enveloping his entire body. The SS level indestructible divine body was passively triggered. The pain sensation was sharply reduced. Huff huff. I'm alive again. Lu Xinghe panted heavily while sitting on the ground. The slight pain that remained was still excruciating. This technique is simply inhumane, akin to performing a craniotomy without anesthesia. Truly worthy of being a 10-star difficulty, self-destructive, divine skill. If it weren't for my indestructible divine body providing support, who would dare play with their life like this? Before he could catch his breath, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within his sea of consciousness. This energy completely replenished his damaged soul. Hurry up and refine it. Lu Xinghe gritted his teeth and continued to operate the soul destruction technique. The torn soul fragments scattered into light spots, merging into his bodis meridians and bones. A few minutes later, the feeling of emptiness vanished and his soul injuries healed. The system's prompt sounded. Ding. Consumed 30 points of spiritual energy. Reserve soul value increased by 30 points. Ding. Soul fragments merged into the body. Vitality increased by 3 points. Lu Xinghe's eyes brightened. Good heavens, it's a buy one get one free. This technique not only trains the mind, but also helps build muscle. Although the recovery speed of the physical body isn't fast, the benefits are simply absurd. The indestructible divine body can currently repair up to 99 of physical destruction. But the premise is my soul cannot collapse. If the soul is damaged beyond 90%, even if the body is intact, I will still be dead meat. Lu Xinghe pondered. The soul remains my greatest fatal weakness. Soon he felt cheerful again. But as long as I have this technique, that weakness instantly becomes armor. Tearing once takes 3 minutes, which can add 30 points of soul power. In an hour, that's 600 points. At this rate, I will soon step into the innate realm. Even a day of closed-door cultivation could directly withstand a master. Lu Xinghe found it hard to sit still. How can anyone sleep at a time like this? I must work hard. A thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute. With such significant side effects, this broken technique must have many flaws. If the system hits a bug, won't this defiant forbidden technique go berserk right on the spot? System, scan the soul destruction technique for me. Ding. Detected that the host has learned this technique. Currently at the first level of soul fragmentation, soul power gains a 200 boost. Upon detection, this technique has 1 trillion fatal flaws. Lu Xinghe was stunned. 1 trillion. The last time he saw so many flaws was with the indestructible divine body. The little black dragon egg had only over 200 million flaws. The creator of this technique must have a mind that's more expansive than the universe's black hole. Xinghe didn't hesitate. No matter how many flaws you have today, I'll fix them all. Confirm repair? Immediately, a surge of memories rushed directly into his mind. All were understandings and structural breakdowns of the soul. The information was overwhelming and was swiftly digested under his thousand-fold comprehension. Ding! Repair completed. The original 4th-tier lower-grade incomplete forbidden technique soul destruction technique has been perfectly upgraded to the immortal level technique undying soul technique. Xinghe closed his eyes to feel the new technique. The core was still tearing the soul. The pain side effects had been erased by the system. The efficiency of the soul fragments nourishing the physical body had also increased. He opened the technique advancement panel. Data popped up. Level 1 fragmentation tier 1/10 of the soul's soul power boost 200. Level 2 fragmentation tier 1/5 boost 400. Level 3 fragmentation tier 1/2 boost 800. Level 4 fragmentation tier into 3 pieces boost 16 times. Level 5 fragmentation tier into 10 pieces boost 32 times. Xinghe looked at the panel. Previously cutting into 10 pieces was level 4. Now it had risen to level 5. The amplification effect had also increased. He continued to look down. Level 6 fragmentation tier the soul into 100 pieces boost 64 times. He scanned to the last line. Level 10 fragmentation the soul transforms into nothingness and reorganizes in annihilation. Soul power boost 1024 times. What the hell? Xinghe swore. This isn't just a technique, it's clearly a guide to becoming a god. Over 1,000 times the soul power boost. If he truly reached that level, just a glare could obliterate the blue water star. Is the system trying to push me to my limits, making me a melee mage? Xinghe intended to try level 5 fragmentation. Directly tear it into 10 pieces. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the sea of consciousness. A miniature sun illuminated the humanoid soul floating below. 10 fingers connected to the heart, right. Today I'll tear my heart out. With a thought, 10 glowing hands emerged in the sea of consciousness. They grasped various parts of the soul's light sphere. Shatter. The 10 hands exerted force, simultaneously tearing at the soul level. The complete soul was split into 10 pieces. He felt no pain. The system had erased the pain. What remained was an overwhelming sense of weakness. His head felt heavy, and he was on the verge of passing out. Huff. Fortunately, I'm steady enough. Xinghe gritted his teeth. Although the pain sensation is gone, the soul's endurance still has its limits. As long as the damage exceeds 90%, forget the indestructible divine body, even a deity would be ready to feast. From now on I must never gamble my life to show off. Tearing to level 5 is my current limit. At this moment, a large amount of spiritual power surged in the sea of consciousness. The energy rushed towards the main soul for repair. The other 9 fragments transformed into light points and scattered into his muscles and bones. His bones cracked loudly. His control over his muscles strengthened. Not only is the physical body becoming stronger, but even the texture of my soul feels different. In the sea of consciousness, the reorganized soul became solid. It gained an additional layer of dark golden luster. This level ability core's solar flame was also rapidly compressing. The originally fiery red color turned into crimson gold. The temperature also rose. While the ability can level up by gaining experience too. Half an hour passed. The system's voice rang out in succession. Ding! Level 5 soul fragmentation repair completed. Consumed 300 points of spiritual energy, reserve soul value increased by 300 points. Congratulations, host. The soul realm has officially broken through to the first level of the innate realm. Ding! Soul fragments deeply nurtured the body successfully. Vitality increased by 100 points. Congratulations, host. The martial arts realm has officially broken through to the first level of the innate realm. Ding! The soul underwent a qualitative change, reaching level 5 fragmentation. Host gains soul power boost of 3,232 times increase. Xinghe opened his eyes. Golden light burst forth, burning 2 holes in the wall opposite him. He looked at his hands, feeling the power within his body. Is this the innate realm? Half an hour ago he was still at the 7th level of the acquired realm. Now both his physical body and soul had reached the innate realm. If the geniuses of the Yin-Yang star system knew about this, they would probably line up to jump into the star sea. Xinghe chuckled. Others cultivate by risking their lives, but I cultivate by tearing myself apart. This speed of breaking through one major realm a day. This isn't just blatant cheating, it's as if I hacked the universe's server code. He recalled the setting of that forbidden technique and clicked his tongue. Even those lofty grandmasters, those ancient monsters. If they dared to forcibly tear away 1/10 of their soul without a century and a pile of heavenly treasures to sustain them, they'd probably struggle just to walk. Xinghe grinned. The paltry soul enhancement those people covet is nothing but a fart in my eyes. I've directly treated this broken technique as a free, all-purpose tonic. He habitually raised his hand, thumb rubbing against his finger. System, pull up my attribute panel. A blue holographic panel materialized. Host Xinghe. Repair count 0, 3 times daily martial realm, Xiantian, first layer soul realm, Xiantian, first layer vitality, 1054. 1.300 kilograms, 4 soul, 1035 talents, indestructible divine body SS steer combat power, 308, saint body S steer, 3000x, boost titanium steel battle body, tire, 300 speed, 500 defense, solar star flame steer techniques, titanium steel battle art, 4th grade lower perfect, 300 cultivation, speed soul, indestructible art, eternal tier 5th grade, shattered 32x. Martial skills titanium steel fist art 4th grade lower perfect, 400 fist power beast pet, hell, 3-headed demon dragon 4th grade 1 star. Xinghe swallowed dryly at the data on the panel. Dual Xiantian realm. If this got out, wouldn't those prodigies in Xinglan City who barely touched the Hotian threshold at 20 line up to jump into the sea? He clenched his right fist. Bang! The air in his palm exploded with a sharp crack. Just this 1000+ vitality amplified by the indestructible divine body gives me millions of kilograms of pure physical explosive force. Add in my strength solar star flame, and this 32-fold soul boost. My soul combat power alone could slap those old fossils who just entered the Grandmaster realm into utter confusion. He quickly rubbed his face. No. Steadiness is the true path. Can't get cocky, arrogance gets you served at a funeral banquet. My soul combat power can punch above its weight against Grandmasters, but this physical Bodis destructive limit is at most the peak of the Xiantian 9th layer. I'm still a far cry from those Grandmasters who can tank a starship's main cannon with their flesh. Not to mention those old foxes all wield 4th or 5th grade weapons. If this poor fool charges in recklessly, he'll definitely be chopped into mincemeat. He glanced at the time on his terminal. An hour and a half remained until midnight. Once midnight passes, the system's 3 daily repair charges refresh. He'll immediately pull off another round of extreme bug exploitation. Before that, he'll use up the few exchange privileges awarded by the speaker. While repairing my soul, he'll freeload new martial skills and gear. I'm the undisputed master of time management. Xinghe opened the advanced mall of the Martial Alliance. He held exchange slots for 2 3rd-grade martial skills, 1 weapon, and a set of battle suit. He casually picked a nondescript grayish 4th-grade lower battle suit from the list, didn't even read its attributes, and directly confirmed the exchange. Anyway, my indestructible divine body is meant to tank damage. As long as the clothes don't burst during a fight and cover my vitals, that's enough. If the defense is too high, it'll hinder my initiative to break defense and exploit bugs to farm vitality. He focused entirely on the weapons and martial skills. The first martial skill must be a fire attribute ability technique. Otherwise, my solar star flame will just gather dust. What a waste. As for the second martial skill, Xinghe looked down at his hands and abandoned the idea of exchanging another fist technique. Titanium steel fist art is sufficient for close combat defense. Since him getting a weapon soon going hand-to-hand against those freaks with swords and blades would be suicide. He snapped his fingers at the virtual screen. AI time to serve. Pick me a weapon suited for a brute like me. My requirements are simple, listen up. First, it must be perfect for close quarters brawling. Second, it should easily get me injured, preferably the kind that gets my guts spilled by star beasts. Third, its close range burst damage must be massive, able to cleave a man in 1 hit. As soon as these 3 bizarre demands were made, the mall AI screen stuttered for 2 seconds. Ding. Conducting full database analysis. Based on your self-destructive needs, the system strongly recommends weapon category spear. Xinghe stared at the screen. A spear? They say an inch longer means an inch stronger. A spear lets you stab from several meters away. That's rock-solid safety, isn't it? How is that a high-risk weapon? The mall AI displayed a page of data analysis. Respected A+ genius, your perception is flawed. Ordinary swordsmen or blade masters at the Xiantian or even Grandmaster realm typically rely on ranged attacks like sword chi or blade aura. Most martial artists to survive switch to long-range bombardment in later stages. The screen showed a scene of a spearman fighting face-to-face within a beast horde. But the spear school is entirely different. Even if they can condense spear light, their core combat logic is always close quarters slaughter. They must stand at the very front of the battlefield, tanking damage with their flesh. Precisely because they constantly risk their lives, spearmen boast the highest close-range burst power among all weapons. Easy to get severely wounded, high mortality, massive damage. After hearing the explanation, Xinghe cracked his knuckles. Holy crap. This is heaven itself. Others practice the spear to rush to their deaths. I practice it to AF farm experience around the clock. With my indestructible divine body as a safety net, this spear is the perfect tool to actively break defenses and exploit loopholes. He waved his hand. AI. Show me the third-grade spears that are Fury-attributed powerful and expensive. A spear entirely crimson with flames blazing at its tip appeared on the screen. Flame spear. Embedded with a third-grade fire star core. Price 100 billion star coins. Note exchanged items are forcibly bound to the user's iris. Upon the user's death, it will be reclaimed by the Alliance. Black market trading is strictly prohibited. Xinghe curled his lip. Death. I might not even cool down before this universe freezes over. This thing looks like nothing more than a pricey third-grade toy right now. Once midnight passes, it'll force 1,000,000 fatal flaws into it, and repair it into a weapon that can pierce through galaxies. Confirm exchange. A metal box engraved with the Alliance emblem landed on the living room floor via a spatial teleportation array. Xinghe patted the cold box with satisfaction. Close combat weapon secured, time to match it with techniques. AI filter out a fire-attributed spear art and a flame ability technique. Only one requirement. Look solely at destructive power, ignore cultivation difficulty. The more inhuman the better. The screen flashed red. A martial skill materialized. Blaze domain spear art. This art must be paired with a fire-attributed ability, merging high-temperature flames with spear light. Massive power, at mastery, it can incinerate cities. Drawback requires at least a rank pyro force ability, otherwise the high heat will backfire burning through the user's internal organs and meridians. Xinghe smiled. Only barely playable with a Brank ability. I've got Enstrank Solar Star Flame in my hand. Using Enstrank ability for this spear art is like using a star-destroying main cannon to swat a mosquito, a total dimensionality reduction strike. He mentally mapped out his future combat system. This fire-attributed spear art is flashy enough to be a perfect decoy in public. That 32-fold soul boost combined with the Solar Star Flame ability technique is my trump card for flipping the table and backstabbing. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the second ability technique pushed by the AI. After reading the detailed description, Xinghe swallowed dryly, his neck stiffening. Holy crap! Is this thing really meant for carbon-based life forms? Has anyone actually dared to train in it? If my system exploits loopholes and goes wild repairing this, the image is too beautiful to even imagine. The intelligent brain screen displayed the detailed attributes of the flame burst. Training difficulty 8 stars, power 9 stars. This technique incinerates objects with a high-temperature fire pillar. Disadvantage: if the physical bonus strength is insufficient, it may burn one's own organs before harming the enemy. Xinghe laughed heartily after reading it. Wow, what a good item. While others fear burning their internal organs, I have the indestructible divine body, so I only fear it not burning fiercely enough. A third-tier martial skill with 9-star power would sell for over 16 million star coins in the black market. Xinghe waved his hand. Intelligent brain stopped babbling. Package the flame burst and the flame domain gun technique together for exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Just as he finished speaking, 2 streams of information forcibly flooded into Xinghe's mind. He groaned, holding his head as a sharp pain pierced through. This broken intelligent brain's transmission technology is far inferior to the system's painless infusion. For Blue Star 100,000 years ago, this was already considered black technology. The voice of the intelligent brain continued. Dear A-level genius, your privilege rewards have been fully redeemed. If you wish to purchase other items later, please pay with star coins. The flame lance and third-tier superb battlesuit you exchange will be delivered to your door within 10 minutes. Please be reminded the reward items are bound to your retina and cannot be sold or transferred. If you unfortunately fall, the items will be reclaimed by the Alliance. Only upon reaching the Master Realm can they permanently belong to you. Xinghe spoke up. Fall. I might not even die when the universe is destroyed. This 10-minute delivery must be using the spatial transmission array from the Imperial Capital's arsenal to fetch goods. After all its third-tier superb weapons and battlesuits, there are hardly any in a small third-tier city like Xinghe City. Generally, innate 9th-stage warriors cannot afford to purchase them. As a 15-year-old boy who just stepped into the innate realm, Xinghe had effectively taken advantage of the Alliance's resources. He chuckled to himself. Speaking of which, if I revealed my SS level physique during the assessment, would the rewards be even more explosive? No one must know to be content. If I were to be rated with an unprecedented level, the Alliance would definitely shove the best techniques into my hands. Then I would have missed the soul destruction technique, a super divine book with 1 trillion loopholes. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. This broken technique had been practiced by very few in the history of the human race. Enough with the useless thoughts, just work hard. First I need to practice the gun technique and ability in my mind. Xinghe sat cross-legged and activated the soul destruction technique. He controlled his power in the sea of consciousness, his hands tearing towards his own soul. Break for me, tear it into 10 pieces directly. A wave of weakness swept through his entire body. The indestructible divine body passively activated, and the energy stored within surged into his soul to reorganize and repair it. Taking advantage of the moment, Xinghe constructed a consciousness training arena in his mind with the three-sandfold comprehension of the innate sacred body. The rules of the training arena replicated those of the real world. As long as the moves practiced here are performed, they can be replicated in reality. Although the innate sacred body does not increase combat power, the effect of assisting in cultivation is extraordinary. Xinghe stood in the center of the training arena, gripping his right hand. A lance engulfed in flames materialized in his palm. He did not rush to practice the flame domain gun technique. If the foundation is unstable, the earth will shake. I have never even touched a fire stick before. Practicing ultimate moves is pure nonsense. Xinghe tightened his grip on the lance. Thrust/sweep. Just practicing these 4 basic movements. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times. Under the enhancement of 1,000-fold comprehension, every shot Xinghe made inspired a multitude of insights in his mind. The first attempt was like a novice who had just picked up a gun. The second attempt flowed much smoother, resembling someone who had practiced for years. By the 10th attempt, he surpassed the ordinary level of gun training. By the 1,000th attempt, Xinghe's thrust carried the essence of a master-level realm. Time flowed in the real world. Over an hour passed. During this time, Xinghe had torn and reorganized his soul twice. His consciousness immersed in the world of gun techniques. The basic gun technique was practiced to the 1,503rd attempt. The long spear trembled. A red spear light erupted from the spear tip. The energy spear light exploded on the ground of the training arena, creating a burst of fire. Xinghe looked at the crater formed in the ground. I didn't use any blood energy abilities or martial skills just now. I unleashed a power exceeding twice my full strength. The system's prompt tone rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the gun technique skill. Current level, early proficiency. Effect when fighting with gun technique's power is fixed at a 200 increase. Xinghe spoke up. Gun technique skills. What kind of divine attribute is this? But system, why didn't the fist technique skill trigger after I practiced the titanium steel fist for so long? The system provided an explanation. Everyone has different talents with weapons. The host's hidden comprehension of gun techniques far surpasses that of fist techniques and other weapons, making it easier to trigger weapon-specific skills. Xinghe understood. The system continued to introduce the skills. Skill levels are divided into beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, master, and realm. Each level is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. If an ordinary warrior's strength surges, but their comprehension of martial skills does not keep up, the skill enhancement will decrease accordingly. However, the host's skill level is forcibly stabilized by this system. Even if the host's strength doubles, the system will automatically compensate experience points to ensure the power enhancement does not drop a level. Xinghe's actions with the lance quickened a few beats. So no matter how fast I level up, this 200 power boost will always be there. As long as I practice with the gun, this enhancement can still increase. This is my trump card. Xinghe had tapped into the memories of the flame domain gun technique in his mind. Upon encountering this gun technique, he found the method of exerting force counterintuitive. No wonder the power is great. Without a solid foundation, I wouldn't even understand the starting movements. Xinghe wielded the long spear. 10 minutes passed, and he grasped the basics of the gun technique. Ding! After studying the gun technique for 10 minutes, proficiency increased by 100. As long as I work hard, proficiency can increase. He continued to wield the long spear. An hour later, the flame domain gun technique reached the mastery level. Reaching perfection would take several hours. A knock echoed from outside. The delivery had arrived. Xinghe left the consciousness space to sign for a metallic box, not glancing at it as he set it aside. At this moment, he'll put the gear aside. I want to keep practicing. He closed his eyes again and returned to the training arena. Midnight had passed. Ding! A new day has arrived. The number of repair attempts has been refreshed. Detected that the host has broken through to the innate realm. Daily repair attempts increased to 4. With the promotion of great realms, the number of repair attempts has increased. Originally, I feared that 3 would not be enough, needing to repair the gun martial skills and abilities. Now having 1 more is just right for repairing a few star cores to recharge some reserves. Xinghe glanced at the flame domain gun technique, but did not attempt to repair it. If I used the system to repair it, would it turn into a higher level gun technique? I would have to start practicing from the beginning. Then it would take ages to reach great success. It's safer to fully practice the original version before applying patches. Xinghe shielded his awareness from the outside world and practiced the gun technique. Ding! Gun technique proficiency increased by 100. Several dozen minutes later. Ding! Gun technique skill advanced to mid proficiency. Power enhancement increased to 250. 5 hours later, Xinghe swung the long spear, tearing at his soul. Ding! Gun technique skill advanced to late proficiency. Power enhancement increased to 300. As the prompt tone fell, the bottleneck of the flame domain gun technique, which had been stuck for several hours, was shattered. Xinghe opened his eyes in the training arena. He shot upwards from the void beneath him. 7th move of the Flame Domain Gun Technique. Flame. Lu Xinghe spoke, gripping the long spear tightly as he thrust downwards. A flame lance 100 meters long struck the ground. The earth within a few kilometers melted into a sea of fire. The Flame Domain Gun Technique had reached great success. Lu Xinghe floated in midair, laughing as he looked at the sea of fire beneath him. He glanced down at his feet, not falling. Flying was a unique ability of master-level powerhouses. It is said that a master can resist planetary gravity with their martial essence. This indicates that as long as the energy level is high enough, one does not necessarily have to use martial essence. Those mentalists can fly in the postnatal realm. With my current innate first-layer soul plus over 1 million kilograms of strength, I don't need martial essence. Pure brute force allows me to counteract gravity. Lu Xinghe laughed heartily. He flew around the consciousness training arena for over 10 minutes before landing on the ground. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands, the nail of his thumb scraping against his index finger joint. The original power has already been exhausted. Now I need to add some strength to this gun technique. He looked at the memory template of the Flame Domain Gun Technique. It's time for the system to get to work. Ding. Detected the 3rd-tier superb martial skill Flame Domain Gun Technique, which has fatal flaws. Ding. Detected a 3rd-rank supreme martial art Blazing Domain Spear Technique, with 300,000 fatal flaws. Upon hearing this number, Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up. He calculated the potential ceiling of this martial art in his mind. Based on my experience exploiting bugs lately, 1 to 10 flaws at most qualifies as 1st rank. 10 to 100 flaws barely reach 2nd rank, over 100 is 3rd rank. Over 1,000 is 4th rank, and over 10,000 caps at 5th rank. Lu Xinghe grew more excited as he calculated, a wide grin spreading across his face. 300,000 flaws. If I fixed them all, it could cross the threshold into 6th rank. A 6th rank martial art was a technique only planetary level powerhouses could wield. When such monsters went berserk, they could truly shatter asteroids with a single spear strike. This deal is a sure win. I'd be a fool not to fix it. System patch, all 300,000 flaws. Now, as he issued the command, Lu Xinghe felt a torrent of martial art memories flooded his mind. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes. Under the blessing of 1,000-fold comprehension, he rapidly assimilated these spear techniques. The moves of the Blazing Domain Spear Technique deconstructed and reassembled in his mind. Within minutes, the system notification sounded. Ding. Repair complete. The original 3rd-rank Supreme Blazing Domain Spear Technique has been perfectly evolved into the 6th-rank mid-grade martial art Explosive Flame Meteor Spear Technique. Note, this martial art was comprehended by a great being amidst the destruction of myriad stars. It is supremely young and rigid. When executed in conjunction with the host's rank solar star flame, its power is immense. Lu Xinghe swallowed dryly. He ran through this new spear technique in his mind. His heartbeat quickened. This is too brutal. The old Blazing Domain Spear Technique could at most amplify my base combat power by 3 times with maximum effort. This Explosive Flame Meteor Spear Technique can unleash a 10-fold burst of power from the start. Lu Xinghe felt he could now pierce straight through the core of Starfall City with a single spear thrust. If I add the Solar Star Flame's temperature, I'd even be afraid of myself. He summoned his attribute panel to check his current assets. A holographic screen flickered to life. The martial cultivation column read, Innate Realm 2nd layer. His soul cultivation had reached the Innate Realm 4th layer. Health value 2,254 points. Soul value 4,635 points. Spear technique proficiency remained at mastery late stage, providing a 300 combat boost. Below were 4 passive abilities: SS rank, Indestructible Divine Body S rank, Innate Saint Body, Crank Titanium Steel Body, and Strength Solar Star Flame. In the cultivation technique column, the Eternal rank Forbidden Art Indestructible Soul Art topped the list. In the martial art row, Explosive Flame Meteor Spear Technique boasted a 1,000 boost. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. From when I came back last night, it's only been a few hours at most. Others trained for decades and might not break through a single minor realm, but I've leaped an entire major realm like a rocket. Lu Xinghe dismissed the panel assessing his current combat power. With this 6th rank spear technique, my weakness in physical combat is covered. It's no worse than my soul combat power. But I still have that Blazing Flame Burst technique I haven't trained. Once I max out that ability technique and exploit a bug, my soul's killing power can double again. He shook his head and withdrew from the mental training ground. Opening his eyes, the rental room was silent. In the corner sat 2 express boxes. These were the Apeless rank Genius rewards delivered overnight by the Martial Alliance through a spatial teleportation array. Lu Xinghe walked over and pressed his hand onto the authentication area. He forced a strand of blood energy from his fingertip. With a soft click, both boxes sprang open. In the left box lay a fiery crimson spear, its body entirely red. In the right box was a silver smart wristwatch. Lu Xinghe first removed his old watch, tossed it aside, and fastened the new one on his wrist. Beep. Data migration complete. The wristwatch emitted a mechanical tone. Nanomaterials emerged from the watch and quickly enveloped Lu Xing's entire body, forming a silver combat suit. A translucent monocular combat detector also grew over his right eye. Xinghe flexed his limbs. It's not tight, and the flexibility is good. It even boosts my looks by a few levels. Makes me look like a transcendent master. He aimed the iris combat detector at himself. Without deliberately using his innate saint body to conceal his aura, he wanted to test the device's accuracy. With 2 beeps, a string of data popped up on the detector's lens. Target locked martial cultivation, innate 2nd layer soul cultivation, innate 4th layer. Comprehensive combat assessment, half-step grandmaster level. Danger warning, target suspected of cultivating a high-level mental technique, retreat advised. Lu Xing's eyebrows shot up. Oh, this thing actually has some substance. Without me even moving, it stripped me bare, just from a trace of leaked aura. The combat suit and detector are integrated. This gear set was a steal. After playing with his new outfit, Xinghe turned his gaze to the flame spear. Come on, let's see what junk this scrap metal can be turned into. System scan this thing. Ding. Detected a 3rd-rank supreme weapon flame spear. It has 80,000 fatal flaws. Xinghe curled his lip at the number. Only 80,000. Not even as good as the blazing domain spear technique. At best, it can be fixed into a grandmaster level weapon. Oh well, for my current level, it's still a dimensional crushing blow. ITLL do. Just as he was about to order the repair, a scene flashed in his mind. He dug his thumbnail into his index finger joint. Wait. My indestructible divine Bodhis training method relies on taking damage to exploit bugs. In fights, I often have to drop my defenses and take hits, letting my flesh shatter and then repair. Back on the Beast Star, I fought Beast stark naked for half a day. The more Xinghe thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. If I go to the Yon Galaxy, over 1 million planets will watch my fight live. I can't just rip my clothes off mid-fight, can I? If this suit can't take it, won't I become the galaxy's biggest exhibition? Even with his thick skin, he couldn't endure such a mortifying scene. Xinghe shifted his focus and used the system to scan the silver combat suit on his body. Ding. Detected a 3rd-rank supreme combat suit set with 1,200,000 fatal flaws. 1,200,000. Xinghe clenched his fist. If this is fully repaired, even a stellar-level powerhouse couldn't tear through this suit. A stellar level could sweep an entire mid-grade galaxy. The entire Yon Galaxy might not have a handful of such monsters. The spear can be replaced later. But anti-exposure and life-saving gear are about my dignity. Xinghe slapped his thigh. System, put the spear aside for now. Fix this combat suit and wristwatch to the max. Ding. Command received. Beginning repair. A golden light enveloped Xinghe entirely. Since the combat suit, wristwatch, and visor detector were an integrated nanomaterial set, the system treated the trio as a single unit and fixed them together. Xinghe grinned widely. This system judgment is really generous. I got 3 top-tier pieces of gear for the price of 1 repair. This time I hit the jackpot. After a dozen seconds, the golden light faded. Xinghe looked down. The originally silver-white combat suit had turned pure black with a few dark silver patterns running across its surface. The wristwatch had also become a seamless black bracer. The entire set gleamed with a black luster. Ding. Repair complete. The original 3rd-rank Supreme Combat set has been upgraded to 7th-rank lower-grade Black Kill Combat set. Note, this set is forged from unique Black Kill or found within black hole cores. The system continued announcing the set's attributes. This set boasts extreme defensive power, and even if completely destroyed, as long as its atomic structure is not annihilated, it can rapidly self-reassemble in an extremely short time using micro-black hole gravity. The system then revealed a function. This set can be retracted or deployed with a single command. It supports the owner in freely adjusting the defense threshold. The lowest setting can be reduced to a camouflage form that a postnatal stage martial artist can shatter. The highest can withstand a full-force strike from a stellar realm 3rd-layer powerhouse. Xinghe pumped his fist in the air. Holy crap, a godly skill. Heaven is handing me a feast. Being able to freely lower defense means I can openly take hits and keep exploiting bugs for the indestructible divine body to boost my health. And when I run into a tough opponent, I max out defense and become a titanium alloy walnut. They can't crack, outlasting them. This perfectly matched his paranoid combat logic. The system's announcement continued. The set comes with an extension property capable of wrapping any weapon the owner holds. It provides a protective layer for the weapon, preventing it from being shattered by brute force in battle. The smart wristwatch has been upgraded to 7th-rank highest intelligence, on par with humanity's peak supercomputers. It can unilaterally block network surveillance and probing, leaving no trace. The combat detector has been upgraded to a 7th-rank scanner. It can ignore disguises and discern and quantify the enemy's true combat data. Xinghe listened with delight. He dug his thumbnail into his index finger, tallying the benefits in his mind. This is like a mobile fortress. Intelligence detection, defense, weapon protection, all in one service. A treasure like this would make even a human martial god green with envy. With a thought, he extended the black kill set to envelop the flame spear beside him. The red spear was coated in a layer of black metal with silver patterns, looking very sturdy. Xinghe weighed the spear in his hand. With this move, I won't have to hold back in fights anymore. Defense is adjustable, no clothing rips, and I can take hits however I want. Xinghe donned his black battle suit adorned with silver patterns and glanced at the time on his left wrist. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. In 2 hours, Situ Tian, one of the 7 Grandmasters of Blue Water Star, will arrive on the Demon Sky ship to pick up guests. Xinghe rubbed his chin. Time is a bit tight. I won't have enough time to fix the bugs in the martial arts techniques. That's a delicate task. I can only wait to tinker with it on the spaceship while en route. Xinghe placed his spear aside and sat cross-legged on the bed. Since I can't fix the bugs, I might as well focus on mastering the 3rd-tier ultimate ability, Flame Explosion. At the very least, I need to achieve proficiency before we depart. Xinghe closed his eyes, unleashing the full power of his S-level innate holy body with a 1,000-fold comprehension ability. Xinghe's consciousness entered the training arena in his mind. A breeze swept through the arena. He stood on the desolate ground, recalling the training memories of Flame Explosion. Information flooded into his mind. Xinghe read through it once and frowned. No wonder the intelligence system rated this technique with an 8-star difficulty. It's simply insane. This broken technique doesn't even have a starting pose or basic movements. On the surface, it seemed simple, just forming a fireball to explode someone. But in reality, it required precise control over flames, fine spiritual manipulation, and an extraordinary sense of energy balance. Alright then, having no moves is the best move. Isn't it just forming a ball? Today I'm going to make a big one. Xinghe extended his hands, and the sun flame surged forth. A ball of crimson gold flames erupted from his palm. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air. Xinghe infused energy into the fireball. 200 to 300 meters. 500 meters. The fireball grew larger, suspended in midair. Its diameter expanded to 1,000 meters, and Xinghe halted. Good heavens, if this were to drop directly on the center of Xinglan City. It would definitely flatten several streets instantly, a guaranteed master-level city-destroying move. Xinghe gazed up at the fireball. The heat waves made his consciousness ache subtly. It's big, but it's hollow. Xinghe understood that merely creating a giant fireball wasn't the essence of Flame Explosion. If size was all that mattered, why was this technique rated with 8-star difficulty? And why did it warn against self-immolation at the beginning? The true core is compression. Compress it into a solid, high-explosive bomb. Xinghe exerted his strength. The spiritual force of his 1st-tier innate ability grasped at the 1,000-meter fireball. Shrink for me. The void emitted a sound of compression. The 1,000-meter diameter fireball was compressed to 500 meters. The fireball transformed from crimson gold to dark red. Its mass doubled. Not enough, keep compressing. Xinghe gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual force tighter. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. The mass soared to 3 times its original. The energy inside the sun flame began to stir. Xinghe started to sweat. The fireball compressed to 250 meters, achieving 4 times the mass. Xinghe sensed something was off. This power doesn't seem right. With the mass quadrupled, the destructive power should also quadruple. But the actual power barely increased by 2 times at most. Energy isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. According to the description of Flame Explosion, to achieve perfection, the fireball must be compressed to 1/16 of its original size, which is about 60 meters. That would be a qualitative change. 60 meters it is. Even if it burns my brain today, I will compress it. Taking advantage of the fact that he wouldn't die in the training arena, Xinghe began to push himself hard. He ignored the backlash from the energy inside the fireball. Channeling his spiritual force, he commanded, "Shrink into me." The fireball trembled as it was squeezed down to 200 meters. At that moment, a cracking sound erupted from within the fireball. The energy lost its balance. Xinghe's heart sank. Oh no, this is bad. Before he could react, the training arena exploded with a loud roar. The fireball went out of control. The sun flame mixed with shock waves engulfed Xinghe. The high temperature vaporized his consciousness before pain could register, leaving not a trace behind. Soon after, Xinghe's consciousness reassembled at the edge of the training arena. Xinghe sat on the ground and let out a breath. That was truly exhilarating. I didn't die, but that was too bizarre. He reviewed the actions he had just taken. Relying solely on brute force won't work. The internal structure of the energy was fragile and needed to balance the flames. The moment there was any loss of control, it would result in a nuclear explosion. It was far too easy to endanger oneself. Xinghe lowered his head, scratching his fingernails against his finger joint. Wait a minute. The explosion just from that loss of control. That power surged to 4 times the perfect quality. Normally mastering it would only yield 4 times the power, but this was a direct explosion beyond the limit. This isn't a loss of control, it's clearly a custom-made human bomb. If I throw this thing at my opponent's face while pulling them into the explosion? Lu Xinghe thought it more and more feasible. This technique could be an unbeatable self-destruct move. If others exploded, they would simply be done for. But he had an indestructible holy body. As long as I become strong enough to be reborn, even from ashes, I could charge into a crowd holding a nuclear bomb in my left hand and a runaway version of flame explosion in my right. Detonate upon contact, and well, all evaporate together. Then I could spit blood while frantically pressing the system's instant recovery to max out my health. Lu Xinghe found this idea quite feasible. If he were truly blown to ashes by the uncontrollable sun flame, the system wouldn't be able to save him, and that would be the end. He couldn't afford to be reckless. If he were truly blown to ashes by the uncontrollable sun flame, the system wouldn't be able to save him, and that would be the end. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The results of this training were already quite good. Ordinary warriors wouldn't dare to recklessly compress energy to this extent. After compressing to 500 meters for the first time, they would likely be terrified. Continue. There are less than 2 hours left. I must master this before Situ Tian arrives. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes and continued his self-destruct practice. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun rose. Outside the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, a burly man with a face full of muscles swaggered over. It was Wu Yong, who had finally survived 3 exams yesterday to obtain his martial artist license. Wu Yong had changed into combat attire. The metal badge on his chest, symbolizing a 1-star martial artist, gleamed brightly. Hey, isn't that old Wu? A familiar face by the roadside pointed at Wu Yong's badge. Did you pass the martial artist assessment? Wu Yong raised his neck proudly. Of course. I survived a life-and-death situation yesterday, and not only did I come back alive, but I also managed to take down a few first-tier star beasts. Several people nearby, hearing the commotion, gathered around. Wow, you're really lucky. That was at Star Beast Star No. 10 yesterday. I heard the death rate there is terrifying. You surviving is truly remarkable. As a few people chatted idly, a thin man leaned in and lowered his voice. Hey, did you guys hear? There's internal news that Blue Water Star produced a sensational A-grade super genius. Reportedly, they completed certification at Star Beast Star No. 10A, and the official documents have been classified as top secret. Up until now, no name has been leaked. They say all the major factions are going crazy trying to recruit them. Wu Yong became excited after hearing this. He waved his hand. Hey, what top secret? Let me tell you the truth, I'm very familiar with that A-grade genius. To be honest, that's someone from our Xinglan city. Everyone around fell silent. Wu Yong continued, moreover, that little brother is only 15 years old and is still in his 3rd year of high school. We were together during the assessment in Hall No. 8 yesterday. You should have seen the scene. Wu Yong gestured with his fists. That brother walked up and threw a punch so light. He moved a test device weighing over 10 tons and several thousand kilograms, 3 centimeters. Wu Yong believed this statement would impress everyone. However, no one responded. Several acquaintances looked at him as if he were a fool. After a while, the thin man sighed and patted Wu Yong's shoulder. Old Wu, we understand that the pressure from the assessment is great. Right, 15 years old, moving a Tintin testing device 3 centimeters from our Xinglan city, of all places. The fat man nodded along. Everyone wasn't foolish. What was Xinglan city? It couldn't even rank as a key city filled with slums. In such a desolate place, producing a great ability is already a blessing. A 15-year-old A-grade genius that could shock the higher-ups and flatten machines. Wasn't this simply saying that aliens had invaded Earth? Wu Yong became anxious. No, I'm telling the truth. Not only did he explode the testing device with a punch, but even our minister Qian Wu from Xinglan City treated him with utmost respect like he was his ancestor. Yet everyone still didn't believe him. They thought Wu Yong had been traumatized by the star beasts and had gone mentally ill. Calm down, old Wu, we believe you, we all believe you. The thin man exchanged glances with the fat man. The two of them skillfully restrained Wu Yong's arms. Wu Yong was taken aback. What are you doing? What else can we do? The fat man replied. You just came back from hell, and we care for you. Come on, let's drink to calm your nerves. The two forcibly dragged Wu Yong forward. Just as he wanted to express his gratitude, he looked up and realized they were taking him toward the psychological and mental health intervention department beside the Alliance building. Wu Yong exploded with rage, his feet kicking desperately against the ground. Damn, are you guys crazy? Let go. I'm not insane. What I said is all true. Wu Yong, have you really lost your mind? At the entrance of the Martial Artist Alliance in Xinglan City, Instructor Wang from No. 42 Middle School tightly grabbed Wu Yong's arm. Wu Yong was drenched in sweat, cursing loudly. I'm not crazy. That A+ level genius is really your school's Lu Xinghe. The surrounding martial artists pointed and whispered, their eyes full of sympathy. Poor guy finally passed the certification, but his mind snapped. A school like No. 42 producing an A+ genius. Pigs might fly. Instructor Wang sighed, then exerted force with his hand. Old Wu, let's go. The medical department is just ahead. I've taught Lu Xinghe for 3 years. Just a few days ago his strength test was under 500 kilograms. He awakened a trash-level ability. And you're telling me he's a super genius that shook the entire galaxy. Hearing this, Wu Yong froze. Could it be that he was traumatized on the Star Beast star and was truly hallucinating? Even Instructor Wong didn't believe it. The whole situation was too surreal. The two were still pulling and pushing toward the medical department. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Brother Wu, Instructor Wong, are you two about to throw down? Instructor Wong and Wu Yong were both startled. The voice was too familiar. The martial artists who had been watching also turned their heads in unison. Under the sunlight, a slender young man walked over slowly. A shiny one-star martial artist badge was pinned to his chest, wearing a dark silver-patterned high-grade combat suit that outlined his tall and straight figure. On his back was a crimson long spear, its tip crackling with restless flames. The crowd gasped. A fire-type divine weapon above second rank. Who is this kid? Wu Yong's eyes nearly popped out, trembling with excitement. Lu Xinghe, you're really alive, you bastard. I almost got dragged off as a lunatic for dissection. Lu Xinghe blinked, looking innocent. What grievance did Brother Wu suffer? Instructor Wong stared at Lu Xinghe as if he were a monster. Xinghe, what's with this getup? Lu Xinghe spread his hands, a worldly smile on his face. Just threw on some clothes. Instructor Wong, I won't be taking the regular martial arts exam this year. I'm about to report to the first advanced martial arts academy in the capital. Instructor Wong felt as if someone had squeezed his heart. You? The top secret A+ genius from official notice no. 213. It's really you. Lu Xinghe nodded. It's a long story, but that person is indeed me. Just got lucky, killed a few star beasts casually. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's minds buzzed. Just as they thought Lu Xinghe was joking, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire center of Xinglan City. The crowd looked up in horror. A sleek, terrifying warship tore through the clouds, hovering overhead. It's Inspector Situ Tian's Demon Heaven ship. The bottom of the Demon Heaven ship split open. A dazzling tractor beam shot straight down, landing before Lu Xinghe. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters, drenched in sweat. Minister Qian Wu shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Xinghe, you're finally here. Lord Situ has been waiting for you up there for ages. Lu Xinghe turned and waved to Instructor Wong. Instructor'll take my leave now. They'll treat you to a meal when I make big money. With that, he stepped into the tractor beam. An invisible force lifted him, transforming him into a streak of light that shot into the Demon Heaven ship. The warship roared once and vanished into the horizon, leaving over 100 people at the Alliance entrance with mouths agape, stunned. Instructor Wong gave himself a hard slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed across the square. Heavens no. 42 has produced a true dragon. Inside the Demon Heaven ship, in the luxurious main cabin, a stern-faced, middle-aged instructor approached. You must be Lu Xinghe. In the lead, Instructor Zhao Wu. Lu Xinghe greeted him with a smile. His gaze swept across the massive cabin, spacious enough to fit a football field. Over 20 young men and women were coldly sizing him up. These were all fifth-year geniuses from the capital's first academy. Is this country bumpkin from a small city the A+ genius? A 15-year-old high schooler, probably a connection hyped up by Xinglan City. The murmurs carried obvious disdain. Lu Xinghe gently scraped his thumbnail against his index finger joint. A whole bunch of ATMs. I wonder how many star coins these rich kids from the capital can drop after a good beating. Instructor Zhao Wu clapped his hands, his voice drowning out the noise. Everyone listen up. The ship is about to enter the dark universe. Now begins the selection for the representative slot of Blazing Sun Academy. The rules are simple: unknown combat. There are 21 of us, so one will get a bye in the first round. Let the draw begin. A smart floating sphere flew before the crowd. Lu Xinghe casually tapped the light screen. A bright red number card popped out. Zhao Wu glanced at it, and Lu Xinghe red card. First round bye. The surrounding genius's eyes widened. Damn, that country bumpkin has insane luck. It must be rigged. Why does he get a bye right away? Lu Xinghe spread his hands helplessly. My fault. Guess even the heavens pity me and want me to get more sleep. Instructor Zhao Wu frowned. Silence. Luck is also part of strength. Number 1, get on the stage. The metal arena rumbled as it rose. 2 figures jumped onto it. The boy was Li Yuanluan, ranked 3rd on the genius list, with a defiant look. The girl was Xinghe Shui. She wore a tight uniform outlining her slender waist and long legs. She exuded an icy aura that kept others at a distance. Li Yuanluan sneered. Junior sister Xinghe, it'll go easy on you. Xinghe Shui remained expressionless, slowly raising her right hand. Lu Xinghe immediately activated the advanced scanner in his right eye. A red light flickered wildly on the lens. Target locked. Danger level extremely high. Lu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Oh, this girl has some substance. On the arena, a terrifying wave of extreme cold erupted from within Xinghe Shui. The violent spiritual energy of the first heaven of innate stage swept across the entire venue. Crack. Before Li Yuanluan could even scream, he was instantly frozen into an ice statue. The entire venue fell silent. Instructor Zhao Wu shot to his feet, his face full of shock. In the control room, Situ Tian also stared at the screen in astonishment. Another A-plus genius. Xinghe Shui turned her head, her voice cold as ice. Instructor Zhao, if you don't announce the result, soon hell freeze to death. Zhao Wu snapped out of it and quickly waved his hand. Xinghe Shui wins. Medical robots rushed up and carried the frozen Li Yuanluan into a treatment pod. Everyone else looked at Xinghe Shui with newfound fear. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. This extreme frost ability is interesting. But the scanner shows this girl has an even colder aura hidden inside. Looks like a classmate with a story. Whatever time to exploit my bug. Lu Xinghe walked to a corner sofa, sat down, and closed his eyes. He sank his mental power into the consciousness training ground within his mind. While others were fighting, he needed to max out the blazing explosion skill. A few hours passed. The first round of 10 battles finally ended. Counting Lu Xinghe, 11 remained. Instructor Zhao Wu wiped his sweat. Second round begins. Still an odd number, so we draw again. The floating sphere flew over once more. Lu Xinghe swiped casually. Again that glaring red number card. The entire cabin erupted. Rigged. Absolutely rigged. How can he get a bye twice in a row? It's unfair. Several geniuses, their eyes red with rage, pointed at Lu Xinghe and cursed. Zhao Wu was also stunned. The probability was indeed bizarre. He cleared his throat. Shut up. The draw system is controlled by the mainframe. Who dares to question it? A bye is just luck. To win a spot, you still need real strength. Lu Xinghe sat on the sofa shaking with laughter. Sorry everyone. Being this handsome has its perks. You guys fight it out, I'll take a nap. The crowd gritted their teeth, itching to tear him apart. Lu Xinghe ignored them, continuing to immerse himself in the consciousness training ground. Outside, the 5 battles raged fiercely. They lasted a full 5 hours. Inside the training ground, Lu Xinghe was compressing a massive fireball 100 meters in diameter with both hands. The raging heat twisted the void itself. Compress. He unleashed his full soul power, and the fireball shrank rapidly. When it was squeezed to 60 meters, the red light turned into a blinding golden red. Ding! Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the ability skill Blazing Explosion has reached perfection. Current fixed power boost 4 times. Lu Xinghe let out a long breath and grinned. 4 times power. Big deal. System, get to work. Scan for flaws in this crappy technique. Ding! Detected 3rd rank high-grade ability skill Blazing Explosion. There are 900,000 fatal flaws. Lu Xinghe pumped his fist in excitement. 900,000. Almost as many as that spear technique. Fix them all. A golden light blazed. A flood of information poured into Lu Xinghe's mind. The originally crude energy compression pathways were completely restructured. Ding! Repair complete. The original 3rd rank ability skill has evolved into 6th rank, high-grade, 9 heavens Blazing Explosion. Tip in the first stage, Starfire can be compressed 100-fold, granting a 10-fold power boost. In the second stage, 9 fire cores can be condensed and merged, unleashing a terrifying 15-fold might. Lu Xinghe took a deep breath. He opened his eyes in the consciousness training ground. Raising both hands simultaneously, the sky suddenly turned a golden red hue. 9 terrifying suns, each a kilometer in diameter, materialized in the air. Compress. With a thunderous roar, the 9-kilometer-wide fireballs were instantly compressed into 9 solid stars 10 meters in diameter. The extreme heat caused even the consciousness space to emit agonized groans of strain. Merge. The 9 stars aligned, fusing into one, transforming into a dark gold orb the size of a fist, yet containing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. A morbid excitement curled at the corner of Lu Xinghe's mouth. Go! The orb smashed into the earth below with a deafening crash. There was no sound, because all sound was annihilated by the extreme energy in that instant. Over 20 kilometers of the training ground's earth turned into a surging sea of magma. A terrifying heat wave swept outward in a ring, evaporating all mountains, rivers, and vegetation in its path. Lu Xinghe floated in midair. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene below, he drew a sharp breath. This isn't— If I drop this on Xinglan City, I'd be the demon lord of annihilation. A 15-fold master-level nuclear bomb. Who the hell can withstand that? Lu Xinghe's eyes burned with fervor. This selection is a done deal. Anyone who blocks my path to fortune will experience what it means to be physically liberated. Lu Xinghe exited the consciousness training arena, his heart racing incessantly. The 9 heavens flame burst is too ferocious. A miniature star with 15 times the power crashing down would reduce any genius to ashes. Killing and fighting only breeds resentment. It's better to check the balance for a sense of security. With a thought, the attribute panel opened. Host Lu Xinghe. Repair attempts 14. Martial Arts Realm Innate 4-fold Heaven. Soul Realm Innate 9-fold Heaven. Vitality 4154, 1.300 kilograms Strength. Soul 9435. Skill gun technique proficient late stage 300 20005000. Talent indestructible divine body SSS rank combat power 308 sacred body SS rank boosts by 30 times titanium steel battle body C rank 300 speed 500 defense solar star flame S rank. Technique titanium steel battle decision 4th grade lower tier 300 cultivation speed indestructible soul decision immortal level 5th grade broken 32 times. Martial skill titanium steel fist technique 4th grade lower tier 400 explosive flame meteor gun technique 6th grade middle tier 1009 heavens flame burst 6th grade supreme tier. Beast companion hell 3-headed demon dragon 4th grade 4 stars. Lu Xinghe looked at this luxurious data grinning from ear to ear. Having my soul torn into 8 pieces by the indestructible soul decision every day, it turns out it wasn't in vain. I'm only 15 now. If others knew that my soul combat power rivals the limit of innate 9-fold heaven, the entire star system would bow to me, wouldn't they, eh? He patted the pocket of his black battle suit. Inside was a warm little meatball, which was little black, relying on its strength super evolution talent and a pile of 5th grade blood essence. In such a short time, little black had secretly grown to 4th grade 4 stars. Even pets are so competitive, the pressure on me as the owner is immense. Oh no, I miscalculated. Lu Xinghe suddenly slapped his thigh. I previously counted the Star Core's energy reserves as 7,000. System, do I really have 70,000 points of spiritual energy reserves? Eh? Ding. Host's arithmetic is passable, remaining reserves 71,000 points. Lu Xinghe habitually scraped his thumbnail against his index finger joint. He began to calculate. 70,000 points is enough to forcibly elevate my soul to the 2nd or 3rd realm of master level. In that case, I'll save my last repair opportunity for today. When I encounter some extraordinary treasure, I'll give it a full level patch right away. Lu Xinghe, wake up. Instructor Zhao Wu shouted from the main cabin. Lu Xinghe rubbed his eyes and stood up, pretending to have just woken up. Around a dozen people were staring at him. The geniuses from the imperial capital looked quite displeased. Does this country bumpkin really think this is a place to sleep? How can he reach this round? This is an insult to us. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes inwardly. If I told you all that I just detonated a nuclear bomb in my head for fun, would you wet your pants in fear? Zhao Wu waved his hand, pointing at the floating ball. The 3rd round draw begins. Lu Xinghe yawned and walked over, casually poking at the light curtain. A red light lit up. A red number card. The entire cabin fell silent for a second, then erupted. Damn it, it's him again. This must be rigged. How could anyone skip 3 rounds in a row? Instructor, I refuse to accept this. Is this machine broken? Lu Xinghe himself was bewildered. He looked at his hand, then at the ceiling. Oh heavens, are you trying to directly send me to the academy? Zhao Wu's face turned grim. He cleared his throat to suppress the crowd's noise. What are you all making noise for? The previous match between Lu Ji and Zhao Gang ended in a draw, both entering the medical cabin. This round has only 5 people left. One must be exempted. Good luck is also a form of strength. If you don't accept it, go pray. The crowd was simmering with anger. Lu Xinghe spread his hands and laughed. That deserves extra money. Having such good luck, I could win the lottery. Senior brothers and sisters, take your time. He plopped back down on the sofa to watch the show. The arena rose up. This match was between Xinghe Shui and Zhou Yuan, the top student of the Imperial Capital's Advanced Martial School. Zhou Yuan, dressed in black, carried a long sword. He fixed his gaze on the opposite Xinghe Shui. Xinghe Jr. sister, last year you were only at the 3rd realm of the acquired stage. This year you've directly stepped into the 1st realm of the innate stage, truly hidden talents. Xinghe Shui, wearing a tight-fitting uniform, said nothing. She raised her hand, conjuring a frost-long sword. Zhou Yuan smiled. Good, then let me experience your skills. Zhou Yuan unleashed his sword energy, charging forward and slashing out hundreds of sword beams. Zhao Wu watched from below. Zhou Yuan's sword technique has reached the pinnacle of entry level. Xinghe Shui stood still without moving. With a wave of her ice sword, cold air froze the air. The sword beams and frost collided midair. The shockwave swept across the arena, leaving metallic debris on the ground. Zhao Wu shook his head below. This destructive power would instantly annihilate any ordinary innate 3-fold cultivator. Lu Xinghe leaned back on the sofa, watching with great interest. This woman's extreme cold ability is indeed fierce. However, she hasn't moved her heels for so long. That's quite impressive. A whole hour passed. The explosions on the arena never ceased. Zhou Yuan, panting heavily, prepared for a final push. Xinghe Shui spoke up. It's over. An even colder, deep blue chill erupted. Absolute ice seal. Zhou Yuan, along with his sword, was frozen into an ice sculpture, crashing against the arena's protective shield and losing consciousness. No one spoke in the cabin. Zhao Wu shouted, "Quick, medical team, save him." Xinghe Shui wins. Medical robots rushed in to carry Zhou Yuan away. Next match. The physical cultivator Luo Li wore out his opponent by taking hits. The selection battle had reached its final stage. 3 people remained in the main cabin. Lu Xinghe, Xikong Shui, and Luo Li. Zhao Wu looked at the 3. He glanced at Lu Xinghe. Only the 3 of you are left. Should we continue drawing lots for exemptions, or simply have a 3-person free-for-all? Or, does anyone want to voluntarily concede? He was hinting at Lu Xinghe to concede. Lu Xing's detection data only showed the 3rd realm of the acquired stage. Compared to Xikong Shui at the 1st realm of the innate stage and Luo Li at the limit of the 9th realm of the acquired stage, the power gap was too great. Luo Li cracked his neck. I don't mind. I'd lose against junior sister Xikong anyway, the sooner the better. Xikong Shui replied with 2 words. I'm fine with anything. Just as Zhao Wu prepared to have someone draw lots, Lu Xinghe spoke up. Then let's have a 3-person free-for-all, it saves time, and we can eat sooner. Everyone looked at Lu Xinghe. Is this kid out of his mind? Not only refusing to concede, but also actively requesting a free-for-all. Zhao Wu nodded. Alright, since you're stubborn, let's have the free-for-all. The arena is yours. Zhao Wu jumped off the arena and activated the protective shield. The 3 stood apart on the arena. Xikong Shui looked at Lu Xinghe. Don't waste time, you 2 attack together. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. Oh, this little girl is so proud, she might freeze over. I want to see which melts first when your ice meets my solar. Lu Xinghe scraped his thumbnail against his index finger joint. Luo Li laughed heartily, cracking his knuckles. Blood-light glowed on his gauntlets. Junior sister Xikong, sorry. Luo Li charged towards Xikong Shui, his vitality condensing into a blood-colored shield. Xikong Shui remained silent, pressing one hand against the arena floor. Absolute ice seal. A massive wave of cold air surged towards the arena. The low temperature crashed into Luo Li. Break for me. Luo Li smashed out his fists. His vitality shield collapsed in less than a second. Crackling sounds echoed. Luo Li didn't have time to resist before being frozen into an ice sculpture. The cold wave continued spreading across the arena floor, wrapping around Lu Xinghe, standing at the edge. Frost crawled up from his feet, encasing him along with his clothes in ice, a smile still lingering on his lips. The outside fell silent, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. This country bumpkin has truly shown his true colors. He turned into a popsicle just from a bit of cold air. At least Luo Li charged a few steps and lasted 5 seconds. This kid is simply here to amuse us. The geniuses from the imperial capital laughed aloud. Zhao Wu shook his head. I told you to concede. This selection battle has no suspense left. He picked up the microphone, preparing to cut off the protective shield to save him. I announced that the ultimate winner of this selection battle is. A cracking sound echoed from the arena. A huge explosion erupted from the arena. The ice block sealing Lu Xinghe showed no energy fluctuations. It was directly shattered from the inside by brute force. Ice shards flew everywhere, smashing against the protective shield with a clatter. As the ice mist dissipated, Lu Xinghe, dressed in battle attire, twisted his neck bones, cracking several times. He yawned and walked out from the pile of ice. On such a hot day, getting free air conditioning is quite comfortable. Senior sister, can I have some more wind? The cabin fell silent once more. Everyone looked at him. Luo Li, who specialized in physical cultivation, had been frozen. Yet he, a mere acquired 3-fold cultivator, had no power to resist. With sheer physical strength, he shattered the ice block. Was he even human? Opposite him, Xikong Shui showed a hint of surprise on her face. Inside the main control room of the Demon Sky ship, with a loud bang, the specially crafted teacup in Situ Tian's hand was crushed. He stared intensely at the figure breaking through the ice on the large screen, his eyes nearly popping out. Innate realm. This kid stepped into the innate realm at just 15 years old. Such a level of prodigy was no longer just a grade. This was a bona fide grade freak. Situ Tian trembled with excitement. He kicked open the control room door and charged toward the arena like a whirlwind. On the arena, shards of ice littered the ground. Lu Xinghe twisted his neck and grinned at Xikong Shui across from him. Senior sister, your temper is too cold. With such a frosty demeanor, it will be hard to find a husband in the future. A trace of annoyance flickered across Xikong Shui's icy, beautiful face. Before she could speak, Lu Xinghe raised his right hand. A ball of crimson golden flame erupted from his fingertips. Great ability, Solar Star Flame. The violent heat exploded in the arena, causing the air to crackle. The previously frozen surface of the arena melted into a pool of boiling water in an instant. On the other side, the still-dazed Roly suddenly let out a scream. Hot, 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 hot. He dashed around the arena in a frenzy. If it weren't for the heat-resistant special martial arts uniform he was wearing, he would have been thoroughly cooked by now. Below the arena, mentor Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock. He tore a hole in the protective shield. Roly rolled and crawled out through the gap, collapsing on the ground, gasped. As the gap opened, a scorching heat wave rushed out. The surrounding genius students from the imperial capital gasped in shock, all retreating a dozen steps back. Zhao Wu fixed his gaze on the ball of crimson flame at Lu Xing's fingertip. The data clearly did not indicate that this kid had fire-based abilities. Innate realm cultivation plus such a terrifying fire ability. Zhao Wu inhaled sharply, realizing this was an ancestor above Scrade. On the arena, Xinghe Shui showed an extremely serious expression for the first time. The voluptuous curves wrapped in her tight uniform slightly tensed, her cold eyes fixed on Lu Xinghe. You're quite strong. Lu Xinghe flicked his fingernail, a playful smile on his face. Senior sister, you're not bad either. At such a young age you've already honed your swordsmanship to the proficient level, hiding it quite deep. Upon hearing this, Xinghe Shui's pupils constricted sharply. How do you know? The entire arena fell into an instant silence. Zhou Yuan, who had just been sitting on the ground, catching his breath, was dumbfounded. He thought his peak entry-level swordsmanship could compete with Xinghe Shui. It turned out that when she had attacked him earlier, she hadn't even used her true skills. Zhou Yuan's eyes went vacant, completely shutting down. Lu Xinghe pointed at his own eyes, chuckling like a fortune teller. I could tell. If you didn't have any trump cards, how could you have taken down Senior Zhou, like killing a chicken? By coincidence, I usually practice shooting when I have time, just a little more technique than you know. No more wasting time, Xinghe Shui declared, unleashing her extreme cold aura. Ice spirit sword technique. She transformed into a piercing white streak of light, brandishing her sword directly at Lu Xing's face. Lu Xinghe stood his ground without dodging. He simply raised his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The surrounding fire elements instantly went berserk. The crimson golden solar star flame roared and condensed into a flaming hand several meters wide. The hand grabbed Xinghe Shui, hanging in midair. Xinghe Shui was firmly restrained in midair, unable to struggle even once. She gritted her teeth, attempting to summon the hidden Scrade extreme cold ice frost ability within her body. But she despairingly discovered that her extreme cold ability could not even stir a ripple in front of this man's crimson fire. It was a complete dimensional suppression. Xinghe Shui even began to doubt her life. Oh, what kind of monster was this? At that moment, a weak female voice suddenly rang in her mind. Shredder, stop struggling. Quickly concede. Xinghe Shui was taken aback. The terror in her master's voice was unprecedented. This kid's soul realm has already reached the innate 9 heavens. What he uses is not ordinary fire, it's the extremely tyrannical Scrade solar star flame. That is the natural nemesis of your extreme cold ability. The voice of the mysterious master trembled. Listen to your master, do not provoke him. This kid's talent is rare even in the entire galaxy, and may have even reached the legendary S grade. Xinghe Shui bit her lip, feeling extremely unwilling. But she absolutely trusted her master's judgment. I concede. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe waved his hand casually. The crimson hand instantly dissipated, and Xinghe Shui's body softened, landing steadily back on the arena. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Wu swallowed hard and announced loudly. The ultimate victor of this selection battle is Lu Xinghe. He will represent the Blue Water Star to participate in the assessment at the Flame Sun Academy. The surrounding geniuses erupted in astonishment. My heavens, an innate realm at 15. He didn't even move a finger to suppress Xinghe Shui. The Imperial Capital geniuses felt a chill run down their spines. Thank goodness Lu Xinghe had been rotating out before. If he had faced them earlier, they would have probably been left as mere scraps. By the arena's edge, Xinghe Shui quietly wondered, Master, should I expose my extreme cold ability and reapply for genius certification? The mysterious master sighed. Just wait a moment, let's see how things go. As soon as those words left his mouth, a loud laugh came from the control room. Situ Tian rushed over, beaming with joy. Good. That's wonderful. Xinghe, your battle footage has already been sent to the Alliance's mainframe. The mainframe has determined you to be in Scrade Genius, directly granting you admission to the assessment at the Flame Sun Academy. You no longer occupy the regular quota of the Blue Water Star. Situ Tian rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with delight. Now that an additional spot has opened, you can decide who to send. Really? Lu Xinghe habitually scratched his thumbnail against his index finger joint. Can I send anyone? You should have mentioned that earlier. There must be an extra fee for that. The crowd rolled their eyes. At such a moment, he was still thinking about money. Lu Xinghe glanced meaningfully at Xinghe Shui, smiling knowingly. Since it's free of charge, then I'll give this spot to senior sister Xinghe. Xinghe Shui jerked her head up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xinghe Shui sharply sensed the look Lu Xinghe had just given her. It was a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Her heart trembled. This person must have seen through her hidden trump card, but deliberately chose not to expose it publicly. Xinghe Shui looked at Lu Xinghe with less coldness in her eyes and more gratitude. This young man was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also possessed a demeanor that was truly captivating. Unbeknownst to her, while Lu Xinghe appeared cheerful on the surface, he was actually calculating wildly in his mind. The high-level detector is indeed reliable. It not only saw through this girl's hidden cards, it even detected a weak soul fluctuation hidden within her. A guardian spirit. This is definitely a template for a destined daughter. Lu Xinghe felt secretly pleased. Luckily, I practiced the undying soul art to conceal my own soul fluctuations tightly. If that remnant soul were to discover my SS grade trump cards, what would happen? Being overly cautious turned out to be a life-saving skill. Situ Tian was overjoyed to see the spot confirmed, unable to contain his excitement. With two top-notch geniuses emerging, his achievements were completely filled. Zhao, you are responsible for safely escorting the other students back to Blue Water Star. I will report this great news to the speaker at once. After making arrangements, the intelligence brain of the Demon Sky ship guided Lu Xinghe and Xikong Shui to the lounge. In the corridor, Xikong Shui lagged, half a step behind. Junior brother Lu, I can't thank you enough for this favor. In the future at the Flame Sun Academy, if there's anything I can help with, I will never decline. Lu Xinghe put on a shrewd smile and waved his hand nonchalantly. No need to be polite. Even if I didn't give it to you, you would still get it yourself. Everyone relies on friends when leaving home. Let's take care of each other in the future. Lu Xinghe turned around, whispering to himself, this girl seems cold, but her thoughts are quite simple. A few words have already tied her to me. Returning to the luxurious single-person lounge. As soon as the hatch was locked, Lu Xing's laziness vanished instantly. He didn't even touch the bed and sat cross-legged directly on the carpet. Whoever sleeps is a fool. I need to seize the time to max out my attributes. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes and immediately activated the eternal level forbidden technique, the undying soul art. With 1,000-fold comprehension enhancement, his soul power transformed into an invisible hand fiercely tearing at his own soul. Tear. Shatter. Ding. Detected soul damage, automatically consuming energy reserves for repair. Soul value 300. Vitality 100. The system's prompt sounded like beautiful music echoing continuously in his mind. Every half an hour, Lu Xinghe would inflict self-harm once. As the massive mental energy reserves burned wildly, his various attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. Sweat soaked his black combat uniform, yet Lu Xinghe gritted his teeth and reveled in it. Enduring a little hardship for a better tomorrow. 5 hours later, an invisible soul storm erupted violently in the lounge. Even the walls made of special alloys around him showed slight distortions. The system's prompt finally reached a qualitative change. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 100 soul value barrier. Successfully advancing the soul realm to the innate 10 heavens. Soul has undergone a qualitative change. Lu Xinghe sat cross-legged on the carpet, opening his eyes. He stroked his chin. I understand that reaching the 10th level of innate martial arts condenses vital energy, but what exactly is this transformation of the soul? If I don't understand, I should look it up. He raised his hand and activated the smart wristband on his black battlesuit. A vast amount of information projected into his mind. It turned out that once a martial artist reaches 10,000 points of soul power, they must induce a transformation in their soul to unlock the door to the master level. Lu Xinghe frowned as he looked at the data. So the transformation of the soul has 10 levels, and vital energy also has 10 transitions. He mused, the higher the transition, the greater the potential in the future. The data states that most people eager to become masters hastily induce a transformation of 1 or 2 levels before they are truly ready. Lu Xinghe habitually scratched the joint of his index finger with his thumbnail. A glimmer of almost pathological rationality flashed in his eyes. What a ridiculous joke. If I don't build a solid foundation, what will I do when I encounter those old schemers who can kill across levels? No, whether it's vital energy or the soul, I must max them out. I must achieve 10 transitions and 10 levels, leaving no flaws for anyone to exploit. But then his brow furrowed again. After reaching the 10th level of innate martial arts, my blood and soul values will be capped at 10,000 points. He pondered, if the values don't increase, won't my strategy of exploiting bugs through self-abuse be in vain? This is even more unbearable than death. Lu Xinghe continued to flip through the data, growing increasingly alarmed. It turned out that condensing vital energy was extremely difficult. Among 10 people, there might not even be one who succeeds. Only 1 in 20 or 30 condensing practitioners could reach the first transition of vital energy and truly step into the master realm. No wonder there were only a handful of master-level experts among the billions of people on Blue Water Star. As Lu Xinghe fiddled with his fingers, contemplating how to continue milking the system, a cold mechanical voice from the system sounded. After assisted evolution is activated, the host can continue to use the undying divine Bodhi's self-abuse to accumulate attribute values. These values will transfer to the system. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Wow, you have such a good thing. Hurry up and tell me, how does this evolution work? The system promptly provided an explanation. After assisted evolution is activated, the host can continue to use the undying divine Bodhi's self-abuse to accumulate attribute values. These values will transfer to the system's reserve, serving as an experience bar for accumulation. When the accumulated reserve reaches the requirement, it will burst forth at once, forcibly increasing the transition of vital energy or the level of soul transformation. The system specially listed a checklist. Currently, to cross into the third level of soul transformation, an additional 30,000 points of soul value are needed. Xinghe stared intently at the 30,000 points, his mind calculating rapidly. The third level of transformation can unleash 30,000 points of power from a base value of 10,000 points. If the soul value rises to 100,000 or 1 million, the returns will be explosive hundreds or even thousands of times. This deal is absolutely profitable. Xinghe pounded his thigh and immediately issued the order. What are you waiting for? Activate assisted evolution for me. Ding. Assisted evolution has been activated. Xinghe opened the attribute panel and saw a progress bar appear next to the soul value. Soul value 10,000, 240,300,000. Xinghe was delighted. The extra 240 points must be the energy that overflowed during the breakthrough, all stored up. A surge of madness welled up in his bones. He immediately closed his eyes and activated the Undying Divine Art of Forbidden Technique at the immortal level. The Undying Divine Body was fully activated. Deep in his consciousness, he controlled the power to ruthlessly tear at his own soul. 10 times. His soul was instantly ripped apart. But Xinghe was surprised to find that the feeling of unbearable pain and extreme weakness faded. It seems that after the surge in strength, the threshold of the Undying Divine Body has also been raised. A crazy smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If 10 times isn't enough, then keep tearing. 11 times. 15 times. 20 times. Only when his soul was torn into a horrific 20 pieces did the feeling of near-death weakness wash over him like a tide. Xinghe was drenched in cold sweat, yet he smiled exceptionally joyfully. The limit has risen to 20 times. This training efficiency has doubled. He immediately mobilized the vast reserves of mental energy within him, frantically repairing his shattered soul. Although his injuries had doubled under the passive enhancement of the Undying Divine Body, the repair time still took only half an hour. Ding. Soul reserve value 600 points. Xinghe glanced at the time on his watch. It was nearing midnight. After midnight, the daily 4 repair opportunities would refresh. And he still had one last chance to exploit for free today. Wasting is shameful. Oh, I can't let the system save a single hair. Xinghe stroked his chin, initially planning to patch up that third-tier spear. But then he thought differently. Wait, I just made a huge splash on the arena. Even the main brain has recognized me as an class genius. Shouldn't the Martial Artist Alliance send me a set of better equipment? He quickly connected to the Martial Arts Mall of Xinghe City. Sure enough, as soon as the screen popped up, the virtual projection of a middle-aged supervisor from the Genius Certification Department appeared. The supervisor had a sycophantic grin, smiling like a daisy. Oh, esteemed class genius Lord Xinghe, congratulations on triggering the exclusive ultimate benefits for class geniuses. The benefits include 100 billion star coins, 1 set of top-tier 4th-level techniques, 2 sets of 4th-level intermediate martial skills, plus 1 4th-level intermediate weapon, and 1 complete battle suit. Xinghe was overjoyed, but the supervisor's next words made him roll his eyes. However, my lord, considering you have already claimed the A-level benefits, you need to return the old equipment to activate the new reward package. If you have already practiced the techniques or martial skills from the old benefits, the mall's intelligence will erase your memory of the old techniques from your mind. If the erasure fails, it will be considered that you have fully mastered them, and the Alliance will retain them for free. After the supervisor finished speaking, the projection vanished, leaving Xinghe with a strange smile. Erasing memories. This was practically placing his neck on the blade. The Undying Divine Art I've practiced has 1 trillion loopholes, and my soul is so solid that even the heavens can't break it. Let alone the intelligence on this black battle suit, which has long been upgraded to level 7. A mere mall intelligence thinks it can mess with my mind. In your dreams. Xinghe decisively clicked to agree to the memory erasure. Tonight he intended to milk the Alliance's ultimate benefits until it bled. A virtual blue data beam shot from the screen, heading straight for Lu Xing's forehead. But just as the beam touched Xinghe, a nearly imperceptible black glow flickered on the smart wristband. Alarm. Detected a low-level intelligence intrusion attempting to alter the host's memory. The cold mechanical voice of the level 7 intelligence rang in Lu Xing's mind. Countermeasures activated. Perfectly disguise the false impression of erased memories. The target has been misled. Then the mall's notification tone sounded. Ding. Old technique memory has been cleared. Thank you for your cooperation. Xinghe delightedly checked his memories. The explosive flame meteor gun technique and 9 heavens flame explosion still have not lost a single punctuation mark. This extreme free exploitation was simply exhilarating. After clearing the old debts, he began to select new goods. Xinghe rubbed his hands together, rummaging through the 4th-level technique library. I can only stand and exchange blows, and my mobility is too poor, making me easily kite by others. Moreover, my defensive measures are also singular. If I encounter mental attacks, I could suffer a significant loss. He followed the combat logic of a persecuted paranoia. He chose the top-tier body refining technique for the new technique. For martial skills, he selected a 4th-level intermediate movement technique and a 4th-level intermediate defensive skill. For weapons, he casually picked a 4th-level intermediate fire attribute Flame Demon Spear as a toy. As for the 3rd-tier Flame Spear, which had barely warmed up, he had long since tossed it aside. Just in time, I still have one last repair opportunity left unused. I wonder how many loopholes the top-tier body technique can produce. Just as he was happily placing his order, preparing to claim the full set of divine equipment for a grand performance, an abrupt change occurred. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. The demon sky ship shook violently, and the alarm lights in the cabin flashed incessantly, casting a blood-red glow all around. Warning. Under attack from Dark Universe passage bombs. The ship's shield is damaged by 21%, and we are about to forcibly exit the Dark Universe. The mechanical voice of the intelligence system resonated within the ship. Xinghe sensed something was amiss. Dark Universe passage bombs. These gadgets are used by cosmic pirates for robbery. The Dark Universe is so vast, it's impossible for the ship to coincidentally collide like this. Someone must have set an ambush here in advance. The door across from him was pulled open. Xinghe emerged, radiating an aura of coldness. Lu Jr., what happened? Xinghe shrugged his shoulders. It's likely we've encountered robbers. Hey, let's check the control room for the situation. The second wave of impact struck the ship's hull. Alarm. The shield damage increased to 45%. The ship tilted to one side. Xinghe lost her balance and fell forward. Xinghe reached out and pulled her into his embrace. There was a chilling sensation on her body. Xinghe crashed into Lu Xing's arms, her face flushed red to the roots of her ears. She didn't know how to react. In her spiritual see, the voice of a woman echoed. Oh, Schwer, are you lovesick? Are you interested in this kid? The surrounding alarm sounds combined with her master's words snapped Xinghe back to reality. She wriggled free from Lu Xing's embrace, her gaze evasive. Xinghe cleared his throat and scratched his thumb. Well, that was purely an instinctive reaction, I didn't mean it. Xinghe turned her head away. It's nothing. But her flushed earlobes gave her away, and the atmosphere between them shifted slightly. Xinghe did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he began to calculate, scratching his fingernail against his index joint. If even the shield of the demon sky ship can be penetrated by nearly half, this impact is at least at the level of a 4th-tier star weapon. If the one leading the attack is an ordinary master in the 4th or 5th layer, I might be able to hold my own. But if we encounter a 7th or 8th layer old monster, that would be troublesome. Chaotic footsteps approached as Zhao Wu rushed into the corridor. Hurry. The inspector has ordered me to take you two to the escape pod to leave. This is serious. The inspector plans to stay behind and cover your escape. Xinghe clenched her fists. I want leave. How can I let the inspector face the enemy alone? Xinghe also remained unmoved. He squinted his eyes. Why run? Let me see what monsters are outside first. A wave of energy erupted from Xinghe. The divine soul power of the innate 10-layer possessed a detection range of 100 kilometers. Now under the 32-fold amplification of the indestructible soul technique, it spread out, covering a stellar expanse of 3,200 kilometers around the demon sky ship. Xinghe's master gasped in her spiritual sea. How is this possible? He is only at the innate level. How can he possess such a vast divine sense? Hearing her master's words, Xinghe's gaze towards Xinghe changed. This streetwise boy, who was a year or two younger than her, was surprisingly steady in his actions. She became curious about him. Xinghe withdrew his divine sense. Found it. It's a shabby green ship with the emblem of a 6-legged alien beast. This isn't just any cosmic pirate, it's the Sculler people. Xinghe's expression turned cold upon hearing this name. The Sculler are an ancient, strong clan in the galaxy. They once looked down on humanity, treating them as food. Later, humanity rose as one of the 5 major races under the leadership of the war god. However, humanity still ranked at the bottom of the 5 races, often oppressed by others. Xinghe rolled his eyes. Damn it, these guys are definitely here to assassinate a genius. I became enshranked genius less than an hour ago, and I don't even know which way the academy's door opens. Now they're already planning an assassination. The news leaked so quickly, it's suspicious if there are no traitors within humanity. Now is not the time to investigate traitors. Xinghe had just used his divine sense to scan the Sculler ship. He rubbed his chin. I thought I was facing a powerful lineup. There's just one master at the 3rd layer, 4 innate limits, and over 300 innate strong individuals. The remaining 100,000 postnatal soldiers are not even worth counting as cannon fodder. This lineup was like a queue delivering vegetables to him. He grabbed Xinghe. Let's go, forget about the escape pod, follow me to a good place. The two ignored Zhao Wu and walked to the edge of the pit created by the ship being blasted. The The starry sky outside and the green warship were clearly visible. The two activated the combat suit's space mode, isolating themselves from the vacuum environment. Xinghe stared at the sculler ship. Those beasts, if I hadn't lost my strength, I would have let my master deal. Xinghe turned his head. Senior sister, you must keep secret what happens next for me. Xinghe nodded. You can rest assured, I won't leak a single word. Xinghe replied. That's right, this is a secret that belongs solely to the two of us. Upon hearing the secret of two people, Xinghe's heart raced slightly. Her face flushed again. The woman in her spiritual sea covered her face. Oh no, my disciple that I found is about to be taken away by this boy. Xinghe did not notice Xinghe. He reached into his pocket. Xinghe, stop sleeping, it's time to eat self-service. A black lizard with 3 heads slowly crawled out. Xinghe stared at the little beast. She couldn't help but say, Lu Jr. It's so ugly. The little hay raised its head. Upon hearing this, it halted its movements and protested with a roar towards Xinghe. It was a hell 3-headed dragon. Being described as ugly by a human was unacceptable to it. Xinghe was amused by Xinghe and reached out to comfort it. Alright, it's just that it lacks aesthetic sense. You go and have those green tin cans for lunch. Xinghe, unconvinced, stuck out its tongue at Xinghe. It kicked off and transformed into a black light rushing into the starry sky. Xinghe asked, Lu Jr., it's so small, can it handle those aliens? Xinghe crossed his arms. Don't worry, if this little guy goes all out, even I might not be able to take it on now. Its growth rate is so fast, I'm afraid it will eat me out of house and home someday. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's master in her spiritual sea recalled something. Heavens, I know what that is now. That's a juvenile hell 3-headed dragon of the 4th tier, 4 stars. Such a creature has long been extinct. If this monster reaches its peak, even I at my prime would only know how to run when facing it. The master sighed. What kind of fortune does this kid possess? To have such a beast in this place. After hearing her master's words, Xinghe felt less worried. She looked at Xinghe. This boy had more secrets than she had imagined. In the starry sky, Situ Tian held a long spear, standing in the vacuum. He stared at the sculler ship, anxious in his heart. Shrank geniuses in humanity's history mostly died due to alien assassinations. To destroy humanity's future, these aliens would stop at nothing. I just hope Xiao Wu can get Lu Xinghe out safely. Even if I lose my life, it's worth it. Although there is no air in a vacuum, there is space. A master-level expert can use spatial vibrations to allow sound to propagate in a vacuum. Hand over that human genius. A burst of wild laughter reverberated through the spatial vibrations, reaching the demon sky ship. The hatch of the sculler ship opened. A 5-meter sculler with dark green skin flew out. Bolira's 5-meter-tall green body lay across the starry sky. Situ Tian, are there really no humans left among your race? Bolira's voice reverberated through the cosmos. You send a mere first-level master as a bodyguard for an apeless and a secrets-level genius. It's laugh. Situ Tian gripped his spear tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Bolira disdainfully pointed downward. That pitiful first-level chi of your human race is worthy to stand alongside the 5 great races. We Skull start at 2nd-level chi, and in the same realm we can kill you as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Situ Tian thought of the countless human geniuses who died in ambushes, and his eyes turned red. He stopped talking and unleashed his furious master-level true essence, preparing to fight to the death. Bolira let out a cold laugh, and a more terrifying green true essence erupted from him. The aura completely crushed Situ Tian like a tsunami. The disparity in power was visibly apparent. A direct confrontation held no chance of victory. Situ Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a roar. Shadow Demon Cannon. Blast him to death. A large gap suddenly opened at the bottom of the demon sky ship. A massive black beam of light shot out instantaneously. Bolira was completely unprepared for such a sneak attack, and was struck heat-in by the mid-grade 4th-level Shadow Demon Cannon. The power of the beam, if it struck the ground, would be enough to instantly flatten a city the size of Xinglan. Situ Tian stared intently at the center of the explosion, his nails digging into his flesh. It must die. But in the next moment his heart sank to the depths. The energy dust from the explosion was directly blown away by a cold snort. Bolira emerged unscathed. He casually dusted off non-existent dirt from his body, his face full of mockery. Playing tricks. In the face of absolute power, such antics can't compensate for the gap in strength. Situ Tian was utterly despondent. He hadn't expected to kill with one strike, but to not even break the skin. How could he continue fighting? The Shadow Demon Cannon needed at least 10 seconds to charge, and that was enough time for Bolira to kill him 10 times over. Bolira grinned wickedly as he raised his hand. A massive green energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm. Die along with the hope of your human race. Situ Tian found himself in an inescapable deadlock. At the critical moment, a terrifying dragon roar that shattered the starry sky suddenly erupted. A colossal black dragon appeared out of nowhere in the cosmos. 3 fierce dragon heads overshadowed the sun and the moon. One of the dragon heads opened its abyss-like maw. Ahu! Just as Bolira was about to unleash his ultimate move, he didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed whole. The starry sky fell into instant silence. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A muffled explosion of energy echoed from within the belly of the little black dragon. Everyone was horrified, thinking Bolira was about to burst out. Instead, the little black dragon simply let out a long, satisfied burp. The skull ship in the distance was thrown into chaos. Lord Bolira's life signs have vanished. He was killed. Quickly start the ship and flee. The ship's engines erupted with blinding flames, turning around to escape. One of the little black dragon's heads tilted back, emitting a deafening howl. Dark clouds surged wildly, pinning the invading skull's ship firmly in place. Immediately after, the little black dragon's massive body charged into the dark clouds. A series of terrifying booming sounds echoed continuously. The entire skull fleet suffered a devastating blow. Situ Tian held his spear in the vacuum, completely dumbfounded. After a long pause of over 10 seconds, he finally reacted and frantically dashed back to the control room of the Demon Sky ship. Hurry! Set the shield to maximum. Full power to the engines. Get out of here. The Demon Sky ship transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing desperately from the battlefield. At the ship's breach, Lu Xinghe and Xikong Shui stood side by side. Aside from them, no one noticed a fist-sized wisp of black mist quietly returning. The little black dragon transformed back into a small lizard, landing steadily in Lu Xinghe's hand. It seemed to remember the grudge against Xikong Shui for calling it ugly just now. It intentionally rolled its eyes dramatically at Xikong Shui, then let out a burp laced with a pungent energy scent. Only then did it contentedly burrow back into Lu Xinghe's pocket. Lu Xinghe rubbed his thumb against his finger, joined a look of innocence on his face as he cleared his throat twice. This little creature has quite a temper, don't take it personally. Xikong Shui's mind went blank at that moment. She stared at Lu Xinghe's pocket, her curvaceous body. Master, what exactly is this monster? In her consciousness, a woman's voice explained in shock. Swear, this is an ancient exotic species, the hell three-headed dragon. This high bloodline star beast has a blood potential that reaches level 5. Equivalent to our cultivator's 5th level true chi. Moreover, with that abnormal realm suppression, killing Bolira would be as easy as child's play. Xikong Shui's gaze towards Lu Xinghe completely changed. Shock, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable exploration. Such a terrifying ancient exotic species was actually just this boy's pet. How many more world-shattering secrets did he have hidden within him? Lu Xinghe glanced at the data on his wrist's smart device. The Demon Sky ship has sustained damage. Nano repair robots are currently making repairs. It seems the time to enter the dark universe will be pushed back. Our arrival at the Yin-Yang star will definitely be delayed. Instructor Zhao Wu, sweating profusely, ran out from the escape pod direction. He looked at the empty corridor, utterly bewildered. Where did everyone go? Is the battle outside over? Why did the ship suddenly start up again? Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain. The crisis has been resolved. Oh, everyone go back to your rooms and sleep. Time swiftly passed to 11:30 in the evening. Lu Xinghe returned to his luxurious cabin. He sat cross-legged on the spacious bed. The day is almost over, time is too tight, and I definitely won't have enough time to learn the cultivation methods. Let me sort out the things at hand first. He took out a softly glowing white star core. This was the 3rd level light attribute star core rewarded by the Warrior Alliance. Considering that I will soon switch to high-level weapons, it's best to wait until my techniques and martial skills reach perfection before exploiting bugs for maximum gains. This last chance for repair today will be given to you first. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together, excitement flashing in his eyes. System, analyze this thing for me. Ding. Detected 3rd level top quality light attribute star core. There are 780,000 fatal flaws. Hearing this number, Lu Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? 780,000. He stroked his chin, quickly calculating. This number is too exaggerated. According to the pattern, repairing it might directly elevate it to the level of a 7th level star core. Among light attribute abilities, the worst is a level illumination. The better one is a level light power. Having 780,000 flaws definitely points towards S-level purifying holy light. Lu Xinghe could no longer contain his excitement. System, repair it comprehensively without any blind spots. Blinding golden light instantly illuminated the entire cabin. The white star core in Lu Xinghe's hand began to levitate. Dense golden runes poured into it like a torrent. The star core underwent a visible transformation. Moments later, the golden light dissipated. A crystal-clear, terrifyingly powerful perfect star core floated in midair. Ding. Repair complete. The original 3rd level star core has evolved into the 7th level 7-star purifying star core. Notice after the host consumes it, they can 100 awaken the S-level ability purifying holy light and gain a massive reserve of soul energy as a reward. Lu Xinghe swallowed hard. Without any hesitation, he grabbed that 7th-level star core and swallowed it whole. Boom. The moment the star core entered his stomach, a violent surge of pure white energy rushed into his consciousness. Endless light power frantically gathered above his consciousness. Xinghe gritted his teeth, using his indestructible divine body to fully suppress this terrifying impact. The dazzling light in the center of his consciousness shone brightly. Countless light points compressed wildly. Finally, they coalesced into an immensely large ball of light ability. The volume of this light orb was several times larger than the sunstar flame he had awakened before. This power is so pure. Xinghe was astonished as he gazed at the changes in his consciousness. The power and level of purifying holy light clearly surpasses that of sunstar flame. Just then the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the S-level ability, Purifying Holy Light. Ding! Due to the massive energy of the purifying star core, the host additionally receives 80 million points of soul energy reserve. 80 million. Xinghe's eyes suddenly widened, radiant white light shooting from their depths. He raised his hand and clenched it fiercely into the void. A muffled sound echoed. A dazzling, blinding, pure white holy light erupted violently in the palm of his hand. The entire cabin was illuminated as bright as day, and a sacred pure aura filled every corner. At that moment, an urgent low growl came from Xinghe's pocket. 3 small black heads poked out. Xinghe vigilantly stared at the white light sphere, its scales standing on end, baring its teeth. It emitted a threatening growl, showing its rejection and disgust towards this power. Xinghe couldn't help. Indeed, you little thing are a 3-headed hell dragon. Born to wield dark power, and you still have to awaken the extreme power when you grow up. If you like this pure world holy light, that would truly be absurd. He flipped his wrist, dispersing the white holy light in his palm. Xinghe sniffed carefully and discovered that the annoying power was actually created by its own master. It immediately changed its expression. The 3 heads that were just fierce now eagerly rubbed against Xinghe's hand. Xinghe laughed helplessly and slapped its small head a few times. All right, stop flattering me, go back and continue your sleep. Xinghe yawned and contentedly shrank back into the pocket. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. It was just past midnight. Ding! A new day has arrived, and the host gains 4 new opportunities to repair vulnerabilities. Xinghe habitually scratched his thumb across his index finger joint. No need to rush to use them. The few top-grade techniques I just got need to be perfected first. Maximizing benefits, I can't waste even a bit of wool. He slightly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the system's training ground. A tome emanating a strong blood aura unfolded in his sea of consciousness. The 4th-grade ultimate technique, Blood Fury Art. This is an extremely brutal explosion-type technique that temporarily boosts terrifying combat power by burning one's own blood. It can unleash an astonishing 6-fold combat power increase. But the cost is also painful. As Xinghe read the description, he shook his head. If an ordinary person dares to use it once, 90% of their vitality would be instantly drained. With good luck, they might lie in bed for decades. With bad luck, they could be physically cremated on the spot. But for me, who possesses an indestructible divine body, this kind of deadly side effect is just a free daily massage, right? Xinghe began to cultivate, leveraging the 1,000-fold comprehension of his S-grade innate holy body. Merely 2 hours passed. Boom. Xinghe's entire being surged with vitality like an ocean, directly pushing the Blood Fury Art to the perfect level. He switched targets. Fire Step and Black Gold Body. One is a 4th-grade ultimate movement technique, and the other is a 4th-grade ultimate defensive martial skill. Although the current effect of Black Gold Body cannot compare to the previously repaired Crade Titanium Steel Body, Xinghe didn't care at all. What I want is your original flawless version. The unrefined techniques have the greatest potential for exploiting bugs. He frantically practiced these 2 martial skills in the training ground. At the same time, he didn't forget to divide his mind. He directly activated the eternal level forbidden technique, Indestructible Soul Art, tearing his soul into 20 pieces. That bone-deep pain was forcibly suppressed by the indestructible divine body. Xinghe gritted his teeth, but his eyes shone with a frightening brilliance. Refreshing. This is the thrill of a madly exploiting attribute. For the next 3 hours, the system's prompt sound kept bombarding him. Ding. Fire Step has broken through to the beginner level. Ding. Has broken through to mastery. Such a terrifying cultivation speed. If those so-called geniuses outside saw it, they would definitely be so ashamed they'd jump out of the spaceship. Suddenly, a clear prompt from the system sounded. Ding. Soul injuries have been repaired. Vitality and soul value have significantly increased. Xinghe's entire skeleton let out a series of cracking noises. Innate 8th level. His martial arts realm soared directly, and the furious true chi surged wildly through his meridians. His soul reserve surged to a staggering 12,000 points. Lu Xinghe licked his lips, his eyes filled with extreme excitement. After breaking through to the innate realm, the repair efficiency has become so terrifying. Now it only takes more than 10 minutes at a time. In an hour, I can frantically boost my attributes. Time flew by. Another few hours of frenzied training. Ding! Fire Step has broken through to the perfect level. Lu Xinghe's figure turned into a scarlet afterimage in the consciousness space. Combining the power of the solar star flame, his speed instantly gained a terrifying boost of 450. Before he could stop to catch his breath, a new round of injury repairs was once again declared complete. Boom! Lu Xinghe's internal energy surged like a volcanic eruption, his aura once again soaring. Innate 10th level. Ding! The host's martial arts realm has reached the innate 10th level limit. The system officially opens the vitality reserve function. Innate 10th level. Ding! The host's martial arts realm has reached the innate 10th level limit. The system officially opens the vitality reserve. This all-encompassing power made him feel so good that he wanted to howl. Keep grinding. Today I'm going to reach perfection in one go. Another 5 hours of frenzied non-stop grinding. Ding! Black gold body has broken through to the perfect level. A layer of deep dark gold flow appeared on Lu Xinghe's surface, and his defense received a robust boost of 500. Meanwhile, his soul reserve finally broke through the 300 point barrier. Ding! Soul reserve has reached 300 points, starting the first stage of soul transformation. Deep within the sea of consciousness, a violent tremor occurred. Mysterious golden light runes appeared out of thin air. They transformed into blazing invisible flames, completely wrapping Lu Xinghe's soul. Hiss! Lu Xinghe gasped, feeling as if his soul had been thrown into a furnace for intense forging. The impurities within his soul were burned away. The soul power accumulated by the system surged in like a torrent. In just a moment, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flashing in his gaze. The essence of his soul underwent a complete transformation, and its strength directly tripled. Ding! The first stage of soul transformation is complete. The next stage requires accumulating 100 points of soul reserve. Upon completion, the transformation level will be upgraded to level 6. Lu Xinghe casually curled his lip. 100,000 points mean nothing as long as I injure myself fast enough, it'll eventually drain you dry. Everything is ready, the east wind has arrived. Lu Xinghe's eyes ignited with fervent excitement. System, make me cultivate these 3 techniques to the max. Buzz! A brilliant golden light instantly exploded in his mind. 3 towering golden pillars shot up into the sky. Ding! Blood Fury Art. Repair complete evolved into the 8th grade unparalleled technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Ding! Fire Step. Repair complete evolved into the 7th grade martial skill, Flame Dragon Flash. Ding! Black Gold Body. Repair complete evolved into the 7th grade technique, Stellar Battle Body. Lu Xinghe looked at the rows of astonishing data, his breath caught in his throat. He focused on the 8th grade technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration. This technique was originally the exclusive divine skill of the supercosmic race, the Heavenly Demons. By completely sacrificing one's own flesh, it exchanges for a temporary, but world-destroying burst of combat power. If other races dare to practice it, even if just using it once, they would face total annihilation of body and soul due to inability to recover. But the system, this ultimate cheat, directly erased the racial limitations. What a Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Lu Xinghe was so excited, he almost laughed out loud. This is not just a technique, it's clearly a heavenly bomb tailored for my indestructible divine body. Other races die after using it once. But Lu Xinghe, what he feared the least was death. He couldn't suppress the impulse within him and directly activated an experiment in the training ground. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, explode for me. Lu Xinghe's gaze hardened as he activated the technique, locking onto his left hand. Boom! A muffled sound of flesh exploding. His entire left forearm instantly exploded into a dense cloud of blood mist. Immediately after, this blood mist transformed into a frenzied energy rushing back into his body. Boom! Lu Xinghe's vitality surged like a raging dragon's roar, and his terrifying power instantly skyrocketed by 10 times. This abrupt surge of power nearly made him moan with pleasure. Before he could carefully feel it, the terrifying passive ability of the indestructible divine body was directly triggered. Countless golden red flesh buds surged and intertwined at the severed arm. In less than a second, a flawless new left hand grew out. Ding! Injury repair complete. Consumed 20 points of vitality reserve. Vitality limit increased by 20 points. Lu Xinghe stared blankly at his intact left hand, feeling the tenfold burst of power within him without any decline. His thumb fiercely scraped against the joint of his index finger. Just by blowing up one hand, it doesn't even count as a light injury, and I can exchange it for a tenfold power burst. What if? Lu Xinghe's eyes brimmed with extreme pathological excitement. What if I blew up my entire body? How absurd would my combat powers soar to? This heavenly demon dissolution is not right. Xinghe examined his own condition and stopped his movements. I just blew up one hand, but it feels like my soul is also missing a piece. This cultivation art threw both flesh and soul into the furnace as fuel. No wonder others die after using it once. This damn tactic drags the enemy into utter annihilation of both body and spirit. Xinghe rubbed his thumb across his index finger joint and grinned. One hand could trade for a tenfold boost. If I directly sacrificed most of my body, the power increase could skyrocket to over 30 times. This effect was far superior to ordinary 8th rank arts. Good thing I have the indestructible divine body as my ultimate cheat. His flesh could regenerate instantly, and his soul was only slightly slower. The suicide art that made the entire universe tremble was barely even a side effect for him. Xinghe rubbed his hands together and opened 2 other newly restored 7th rank martial techniques. Flame Dragon Flash. The movement technique was simple and brutal, using the power of flames to burst forth speed. The higher the flame grade, the more absurd this speed becomes. With my grade Solar Star Flame driving at the base, speed boost directly skyrockets to 1,500%. Xinghe glanced at Stellar Warbody. This art could channel the power of stars, enhancing physical defense and strength. In its normal state, it grants a 1,500% defense boost. If I later acquire grade Stellar Power, my defense could even explode to 2,000%. This enhancement made him an indestructible iron turtle. Come on, let's see my current stats. Xinghe summoned the system panel. Martial Realm innate 10th layer. Soul Realm was also innate 10th layer. Both his blood energy and soul value had broken through 10,000. Not to mention the lineup of SS grade Indestructible Divine Body S grade, Innate Saint Body grade Solar Star Flame, and S grade Purifying World Holy Light. The spaceship arrives at the Yang star system in 10 hours. Xinghe clenched his fist. These 10 hours cannot be wasted. It's time to give my flesh and soul another boost. Heavenly Demon Dissolution simultaneously wounded flesh and soul, making it a perfect machine for farming stats. System activate pain suppression for me. Xinghe fully activated Heavenly Demon Dissolution within his body. 99% sacrifices suicide. Let's try 95% first. This was the limit his soul could currently withstand. Xinghe's body exploded into a mist of blood. The cabin was filled with bloody vapor. Only a beating heart remained suspended in midair. A formidable aura radiated from the heart. A 30-fold power boost. Awesome. Reduced to a single heart, Xinghe's soul laughed within his sea of consciousness. 30-fold is definitely not the limit. As long as my soul gets stronger, I can keep adding more. For a normal person reduced to just a heart, even a 30-fold boost would be useless for throwing a punch. The indestructible divine Bodis repair mechanism triggered. The blood mist mixed with the system's energy converged on the heart. A complete physical form stood once again in the cabin. Xinghe discovered that the 30-fold boost from Heavenly Demon Dissolution had not disappeared. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within. This 30-fold boost should last about 5 minutes. If I can't kill an enemy in 5 minutes, dragging it out for another hour would just mean getting killed. He calculated the time difference in his mind. The soul damage would take about 15 minutes to recover. Once the 5-minute boost ends, I just need to lie low for 10 minutes, then I can unleash another explosive strike. Once my soul recovery speed catches up, won't I be able to permanently maintain 30-fold battle power? What am I waiting for? Keep exploding. In the cabin, Xinghe repeatedly blew his body into a blood mist, then reassembled it. Explode again, reassemble again. Ding. Post-dual severe injuries to soul and flesh successfully repaired. Gained 600 soul points. 600 blood energy points. With each repair, Xinghe harvested attributes. I can farm a mad 2,400 points in an hour. This is faster than robbery. After a dozen cycles of explosions, midnight passed. Ding. A new day has arrived. Host has gained 4 repair chances. Xinghe stopped his actions. He took a ball of flesh essence from his spatial ring. Something refined from a 3rd-rank star beast he had hunted earlier. 4 chances. Let's start with you. System, repair the hell out of it. Golden runes enveloped the essence. The basketball-sized mass of flesh began to compress, its color turning dark red. Ding. Repair complete. Original 3rd rank, 3-star flesh essence has evolved into 5th rank star beast flesh essence. Consuming it can increase blood energy reserves by 800,000 points. A commotion came from Xinghe's pocket. 3 small black heads poked out. Xinghe stared at the 5th rank essence, drooling, its claws scratching Xinghe's clothes. You little glutton, your nose is sharper than a dog's. Xinghe scolded with a laugh. He sensed Xinghe's intense desire to eat. The SS grade potential hell, 3-headed demonic dragon, needed vast energy to grow. Alright, you won't be left out. Xinghe split the 5th rank essence in half. He swallowed one half himself and tossed the other into Xinghe's mouth. Xinghe gulped it down, and a layer of black light shimmered over its body. With 400,000 points of energy down its belly, it let out a loud burp. Then it wobbled back into the pocket and slept. Lu Xinghe picked at his thumb. This damn thing is a money pit. 40,000 points only filled its teeth. I need to find a way to get some 4th rank star beast essence. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes to digest the energy within. After 3 hours of training, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host's blood energy reserve has reached 3000 points. The blood energy within Lu Xinghe compressed and spun in his dantian. Pale golden liquid true energy was squeezed out. So this is 3rd turn true energy. Lu Xinghe felt the flow through his meridians. The true energy contained immense power. Ding! True energy successfully condensed to 3rd turn. Blood energy quality improved. Currently 1 point of blood energy equals 900 kilograms of force. The quality had tripled, and Lu Xinghe grinned. If I can cultivate to the 10th turn of true energy, just this foundation alone would scare those ordinary grandmasters to death. Even without using heavenly demon dissolution, he could now slap the previous fatty Lu to death with one palm. The electronic voice of the AI sounded in the cabin. Warning. The spaceship is about to land on the main planet of the Yang Star system. The gravity on Yang Star is 100 times Earth's standard gravity. Those who cannot withstand it, please immediately activate the anti-gravity device on your combat suit. Lu Xinghe walked to the porthole. Outside was an enormous star suspended in space. This Yang Star's volume is probably hundreds or thousands of times larger than the Sun. Thousands of small planets orbited the massive star, forming a giant defensive array. Lu Xinghe looked out the window. 100 times gravity. This isn't a place for people to live, it's a giant sieve. With such terrifying gravity, martial artists below the Hotian realm can't even stand up. In other words, everyone who can walk on this planet is a powerhouse. This was the true center of the high. The voice of instructor Zhao Wu came over the corridor's broadcast. All special recruits immediately assemble at the exit hall. Prepare to disembark and welcome your new world. Lu Xinghe withdrew his gaze and touched his spatial ring. Inside there was still a 3rd rank supreme grade flame spear that hadn't been repaired. Good thing I still have 4 repair chances left unused. I'm about to meet geniuses from the entire universe. How can I not have a handy weapon on? He pushed open the cabin door and walked out. In the skies above the Yin Yang Star, the demon skyship broke through the atmosphere, its trailing waves shredding the clouds. Inside the cabin, Xinghe gazed through the porthole at the crimson planet that was 100 times larger than Earth. Her face flushed slightly. Finally, they had arrived. The Yin Yang Star, which would change the fate of countless geniuses. A woman's voice echoed from the depths of her sea of consciousness. All right, Shweta, stop staring. Your eyes are going to pop out. As long as you diligently follow your master and cultivate in this Yin Yang Star system, and even the entire Milky Way, no one will be able to stop you. Xinghe blinked and asked absent-mindedly, Master, will I be able to surpass Lu Xinghe in the future? The extreme cold sovereign was momentarily speechless by this question. She paused for 2 seconds, then raised her voice. What kind of talk is that? As long as you cultivate the extreme cold holy canon to perfection and awaken that legendary SS level talent above the extreme cold divine power. By that time, not to mention one Lu Xinghe, even 10 of him combined will be nothing but a plaything beneath your feet. Xinghe's eyes sparkled. She clenched her fists, her expression serious, as if she were making a vow. Yes, I will definitely work hard. No matter those who once looked down on me or Lu Xinghe, I will surpass them all. The extreme cold sovereign nodded in satisfaction within the sea of consciousness. Although she herself had never achieved perfection in the extreme cold holy canon, even at her peak as a master who couldn't draw up grand aspirations. Knock, knock, knock. The cabin door was rapped on. A languid voice from outside called, Senior sister, stop hatching eggs inside. The spaceship is about to land. Hurry out to receive guests. Xinghe, who had just been thinking of surpassing Lu Xinghe, felt the chill on her face dissipate upon hearing that voice. She rushed over to open the cabin door. Lu Xinghe, I'm coming. In the sea of consciousness, the extreme cold sovereign cursed. What a calamity. How did I end up with such a hopeless disciple? She rolled her eyes and cut off her divine sense, retreating deeply into the sea of consciousness. Boom. The demon skyship landed on the metallic landing pad of the Yin Yang Star. The cabin door opened, and a scorching wind mixed with spiritual energy rushed in. Lu Xinghe and Xinghe followed Situ Tian down the gangway. Before them lay an endless expanse of steel plaza. Silver battleships took off and landed ceaselessly, creating a thunderous roar. Situ Tian halted and looked at the two, his expression grave. Lu Xinghe, Xinghe. The assessment starts promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. If you're late by a second, you'll wait until next year. He paused for a moment. This is not just a selection, this is a battle of life and death. Remember, once you're inside, don't care about face or pride. Surviving is the ultimate victory. Xinghe nodded seriously. Lu Xinghe nodded along, but his thumb rubbed against the knuckle of his index finger. Death, elimination. Who are you trying to scare? He scoffed. I am equipped with an indestructible body that has 300 times the recovery enhancement. As long as I'm not turned into atomic dust by a grandmaster's slap, I can reassemble myself in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Xinghe beside him and added, this silly girl doesn't need to worry. With an ancient monster's remnant soul inside her, if she gets pushed too hard, taking out a few stellar-level beings would be child's play. Seeing that both of them agreed, Situ Tian sighed. He still had an alliance mission to report back on, so he briefly instructed them before soaring into the sky aboard the demon skyship. Lu Xinghe turned to look around. The central square of the imperial capital, covering over 400 square kilometers, was already packed with people. The leading mentors from various life planets combined with over 1 million young geniuses made for a crowded scene. Surrounding geniuses scrutinized Lu Xinghe and Xinghe. When they sensed the innate first layer aura emanating from the two, their gazes turned to disdain. What kind of riffraff can participate in the academy selection these days? A 15 or 16-year-old in the innate first layer in a backwater could be considered a genius. But in Yin Yang Star, they aren't even fit to carry the shoes of a young master from a prominent family. Lu Xinghe dug at his ear. He was hiding his cultivation level with the innate sacred body, and his true combat power had already soared to the innate fourth layer. If a fight broke out unleashing the celestial demon disintegration, these guys wouldn't even know how they died. He turned to Xinghe and asked, Senior sister, do you have any plans next? I need to go to the Warrior Alliance branch to swap for a more suitable weapon. Do you want to come along? I don't want to lose you, such a beautiful girl, in this crowd of big shots. Xinghe's ears turned red as she nodded in agreement. Sure. I also need to collect my reward for the genius rating upgrade. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the Warrior Alliance building. Lu Xinghe weighed a dark red spear in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. A top-tier item of the 4th rank, the Flame Demon Spear. At the spearhead, a master-level Flame Demon core was embedded. Legend had it that the Flame Demon clan originated from a star beast planet 500 light-years away, and the strongest Flame Demon Emperor was someone the rulers of the Yin-Yang star system did not dare provoke. Holding this weapon was like preparing a fiery tool for his solar flame. Beside him, Xinghe also wielded a 4th-tier top-grade longsword that emanated a chilling aura. The two returned to the waiting area at the edge of the plaza. With less than 10 hours remaining until tomorrow's assessment, the surrounding geniuses were seizing the time to rest. The sky darkened. A pressure descended from above, weighing down on the plaza. Lu Xinghe looked up. A heavy battleship 10 times the size of the demon skyship was descending. The side of the battleship was emblazoned with a white 6-pointed star pattern. While this entrance fee is lavish, Lu Xinghe squinted. The ship blocked a quarter of the sky above the plaza. The surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. It's those lackeys from the great Yamato star system. These people, relying on their top 10 ranking and comprehensive star system strength, have dominated over 300 planets and have become increasingly arrogant. Their reputation stinks like a sewer, yet they dare to be so ostentatious. The great Yamato star system ship ignored the control signals below. With a loud crash, the battleship landed squarely in the center of the plaza, clearing away dozens of ordinary ships around it. The shockwaves stirred up a fierce wind. Several geniuses who couldn't dodge in time were sent flying back, spitting blood. Even the most patient geniuses could no longer tolerate it. Damn, are you blind? Can you even pilot a spaceship? So what if you're from the great Yamato star system? Come down and apologize. The curses flew out as the battleship's hatch opened. A beam of light descended to the ground. Dozens of young men dressed in Red Sun warrior uniforms stepped down. The leader, a young man with a small mustache, radiated an aura of innate 8th layer. He drew his katana and swept it across the surrounding crowd of insults. A bunch of lowly trash, what are you yelling about? Weaklings deserve to be crushed. Being crushed to death by our great Yamato star system ship is your good fortune in this lifetime. The entire area fell silent. The crowd trembled with rage at these words, but no one dared to step forward under the pressure of the innate 8th layer. Lu Xinghe scratched his thumbnail and chuckled. Tisk, are they starting to hand out experience packs? He was preparing to test the newly acquired Flame Demon Spear. A furious roar erupted from the crowd. Shut your damn mouth. Boom. A 2.5-meter muscular young man, with red hair, charged out from the crowd. The ground sank beneath his feet, leaving 2 deep impressions. The young man from the great Yamato star system's expression changed as he lifted his katana to block. Crack. The katana shattered from a single punch. The force behind the punch remained unabated as it struck his cheek. With a muffled thud, the young man with the small mustache spat out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood and was sent flying. He crashed against the hull of his own battleship and fell down motionless. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Wow, 1 punch to kill an innate 8th layer. Who is that red-haired guy? He's incredibly fierce. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. It's Quang Tai from the Wildline star system. His grandfather is the Grandmaster with a temper fiercer than his strength, Lord Wild Lion. No wonder he's so bold. The ranking of the Wild Lion star system is even higher than that of the Great Yamato star system. Quang Tai wiped the blood off his fist and spat on the ground. He pointed at the group from the Great Yamato star system. A mere innate 8th layer waste dares to bark here. Come on, you sons of bitches, who else wants to take a punch from me? A roar echoed from inside the Great Yamato star system's battleship. Baka, how dare you insult our Great Yamato star system? Boom. A wave of pressure descended, enveloping the entire plaza. The faces of those who had originally wanted to cheer turned pale, their legs buckling as they knelt on the ground. Xinghe furrowed his brow under the pressure and took half a step forward to shield Sikong Shui. The aura of a grandmaster, Xinghe cursed inwardly. Hitting the young to provoke the old. Can this act get any more cliché? An old man in a black warrior uniform, thin as a rail, emerged from the battleship's hatch. His triangular eyes filled with murderous intent locked onto Quang Tai below. The pressure of a grandmaster at the initial stage bore down. Quang Tai's bones creaked as he endured the pressure, veins bulging on his forehead. He did not retreat. Quang Tai raised his head, glaring at the old man in midair. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodied teeth, laughing maniacally. Old dog, who are you trying to scare with your grandmaster's pressure? If you have the guts, try to touch a single hair on me today, he shouted at the top of his lungs. If you lay a finger on me, just wait and see if my grandfather, the Wild Lion, won't turn this broken ship and your old bones into ashes in the stars. The old man's triangular eyes twitched violently, his withered face turning the color of pig liver. He was a grandmaster at the first level, a true overlord in the outside world. Now being cursed as an old dog by a young prodigy at the innate realm. Normally, he would have slapped that red-haired brat into a pulp, but he dared not move. The Mad Lion, the chairman of the star system behind Quang Tai, was notoriously protective of his own. The terrifying combat power of an 8th-level grandmaster could peel the Daiwa star system like a layer of skin if he went mad. You insolent brat. The old man ground his teeth, suppressing his overwhelming killing intent, and coldly snorted as he prepared to turn back to the warship in disgrace. Just as he turned around, a hum echoed. An overwhelming pressure capable of crushing the entire starry sky descended from the depths of the clouds. Every bone in the old man's body emitted a piercing cracking sound, his face turning as pale as paper. He didn't even have a chance to look up, let alone summon his true energy to escape. Bang! This grandmaster at the first level didn't even have time to let out a scream. In front of a million geniuses, he was turned into a cloud of bloody mist. The intense smell of blood swept across the central square. Among the over a million geniuses, there was a deathly silence, and jaws dropped everywhere. What the hell? The grandmaster was just killed in a second. Quang Tai's arrogance froze on his face as he swallowed hard. Lu Xing's pupils also contracted. What tremendous power! Not even a scrap left. A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the sky. During the enrollment period of the Yin-Yang Academy, anyone other than candidates who dares to engage in combat in the square will be killed without mercy. All candidates from their respective star systems are disqualified. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hundreds of arrogant geniuses from the Daiwa star system, who had been standing tall in the square, fell to their knees. Every face turned pale. The assessment hadn't even begun. Just because that old man acted against the rules, they were collectively eliminated. Hiss! Countless geniuses gasped, looking up at the sky. They saw an elderly man in a dark golden robe with white hair walking through the air step by step with his hands behind his back. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It's the esteemed chairman of the Yin-Yang star system." My heavens! The strongest existence beneath the Yin-Yang Emperor. The terrifying old monster at the peak of the 10th level of Grand Masters. Inside the Daiwa star system's 5th-tier warship, the leading master at the peak was now sweating profusely, his legs trembling. If even a grandmaster could be crushed in one slap, how could he dare to go out and reason? Going out was just sending himself to death. Quick! Activate the ship's engines. Release the tractor beam to bring the people below on board, and leave quickly. The warship's engine roared as a beam of white light struck the ground, attempting to collect the dazed Daiwa geniuses like trash. The surrounding geniuses erupted into laughter. I can't breathe, they just landed and are already leaving. This must be a record for the Academy. How does it feel for the Daiwa star system's trash to be humiliated like dogs? Lu Xinghe stood in the crowd watching that 5th-tier warship preparing to ascend and flee. He habitually scraped his fingernail against his finger joint. They still want to run away intact after showing off. Things aren't that easy, but it's just the right opportunity to test how deep this chairman's skills run. Ding! Fire control system has been taken over, main cannon charged. In midair, the originally ascending Daiwa warship suddenly froze in place. Awaken ship. No need to control the entire ship, just forcibly lock down its fire control system, aim the main cannon at the chairman in the sky, and fire. The 7th-tier intelligent core was an overwhelming advantage against a mere 5th-tier warship requiring no effort at all. Ding! Fire control system has been taken over, main cannon charged. In midair, the originally ascending Daiwa warship suddenly froze in place. Then the armor at the ship's bottom opened, and a thick main cannon barrel emerged. Blinding destructive energy rapidly gathered at the cannon's mouth. The locked target was none other than the chairman hovering in midair. The laughter of the geniuses abruptly ceased, their scalps tingling. Are they crazy? Did the Daiwa star system have water in their heads, eh? Do they really dare to bombard the chairman here? In midair, the chairman, with his hands behind his back, raised an eyebrow slightly. With his realm and vision, he immediately discerned the situation. The ship has been hijacked by a more advanced intelligence. He sneered. The higher-ups have long wanted to deal with the Daiwa clan. Since the excuse has come knocking today, let's start with our yin-yang star system. The chairman didn't even spare a glance at the cannon and showed no intention of dodging. His aged hand firmly clenched toward the massive 5th-tier warship from afar. Boom! A terrifyingly strong, invisible spiritual force erupted like a vast tsunami. That immensely sturdy 5th-tier warship capable of withstanding meteorite impacts was crushed like a paper, and severely deformed and completely obliterated. The fiery explosion and remnants of the warship hadn't even begun to fall to the ground. The chairman waved. The violent psychic force transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping the debris and wreckage across hundreds of kilometers into the starry field, as if sweeping away dust. The entire motion was fluid and incredibly domineering. Gulp! Over 1 million geniuses were frantically swallowing their saliva, their shock beyond words. So strong. Is this the terrifying combat power of a 10th-level Grandmaster? Xinghe tilted his head, watching the scene, with eyes almost glowing green. What the hell? Crushing a warship from afar. This is a psychic master. No need to engage in close combat like martial artists. Oh, just standing far away and crushing with a flick of his hand can obliterate everyone. This is simply over the top. Xinghe was so tempted that he even stopped picking at his nails. No way, once my energy points are sufficient in the future, I must get a top-tier psychic talent in the system to play with. Overwhelming the crowd, the chairman looked down from above at the million geniuses. His booming voice resonated across the square. Due to the unexpected situation that just occurred, I have decided. The Yin-Yang Academy selection assessment will begin 2 hours earlier. Moreover, I will personally serve as the chief examiner for this assessment. Hearing this, most of the geniuses who didn't fully understand felt their faces flush with excitement. Great! Being examined by the esteemed chairman is a tremendous opportunity. If we perform well, who knows, we might be taken in as disciples by the esteemed one. However, among the crowd, the knowledgeable noble geniuses turned ashen, their mouths bitter. What opportunity? My family elders have said that any batch personally examined by the esteemed chairman has hellishly difficult standards. In the last batch he presided over, not only was the elimination rate outrageously high, but half of the 100,000 candidates died. The fear of death spread like a plague among the crowd. The chairman looked at the agitated crowd and spoke coldly. It seems some people are quite familiar with my rules. Then I won't waste words. The difficulty of this assessment will far exceed all previous batches. According to the extreme calculations of the Academy's intelligence, the mortality rate for this assessment will reach 60%. Wow! The million geniuses exploded. 60%. This is no assessment, this is just throwing them into a meat grinder to die. Even those proud class geniuses couldn't help but furrow their brows. The chairman, hands behind his back, spoke with a voice like rolling thunder. Now I give you one last chance to choose. If you're afraid of death and want to go home to find your mother's, roll out immediately and forfeit. There is only one chance to survive. I give you 1 minute. In an instant, the entire square was engulfed by panic. Countless geniuses were sweating profusely, their legs weak. Xinghe coldly turned her beautiful face towards Xinghe. She found that not only was Xinghe unafraid, but a sickly excitement burst forth from his eyes. Sister, did you hear? 60% mortality rate. Xinghe excitedly rubbed his hands. What does this mean? It means the assessment is full of terrifying high-level star beasts. There will be high-level corpses and top-tier star cores everywhere. This isn't a life-and-death contest. It's clearly a free buffet for us to get rich. He grinned widely. Withdraw. Only someone with water in their head would withdraw. Xinghe took a deep breath and tightly gripped the sword hilt. I won't withdraw either. In a flash, a minute passed. In the square, more than 10,000 people lowered their heads, their faces flushed, silently walking towards the forfeit area. Only about 10% chose to withdraw. The remaining people let out a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as they stayed, they could fight for a future. Suddenly, the chairman's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed. Anyone who hesitated for even a moment during the selection, just now all of you get out immediately. You are eliminated. Boom. This sentence exploded like a supernuclear bomb in the square. This isn't fair. In the face of a 60% mortality rate, who wouldn't hesitate for a moment? Why should we be eliminated because of that? The crowd erupted into chaos. Even a few top-class geniuses hidden among them shouted angrily in protest. Esteemed Chairman, we are the class geniuses 1 in 100,000. Your hasty eliminations are irresponsible towards the future of humanity. Shut up. A destructive mental storm erupted from the chairman, pinning the protesting geniuses to the ground. His eyes bulged, his voice like thunder filled with rage. Irresponsible towards the future of humanity. What do you think you are? The foundation of humanity built over the past 100,000 years wasn't established by you delicate flowers hesitating. That was the blood road paved by countless predecessors stepping over the bodies of alien races in the endless starry sky. On the battlefield, when the alien blades come for your neck, will they give you time to hesitate? In life and death battles, even a moment of hesitation means not just your death, but the death of billions of ordinary people behind you. The Yin-Yang Academy never trains cowards who want shed blood for humanity. This scathing reprimand pierced through the pride of everyone present. The entire area fell into silence. Those eliminated geniuses, including the earlier few class prodigies, all turned red, with shame, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Seeing the effect of his suppression, the chairman sneered and withdrew his oppressive aura. The previous elimination order is hereby revoked. Now I give you 10 seconds to choose again. Whether to return to being your young masters, or to give your lives to humanity and fight for supreme martial arts. This time not a single person dared to complain. As the 10-second countdown ended, another 20% of the crowd silently gritted their teeth and walked to the forfeiture area. In the end, only 700,000 remained. At that moment, the eyes of these 700,000 no longer held any fear or retreat. Only a resolute determination remained. The chairman looked down at these finally spirited geniuses, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible satisfied arc. Good. With a sudden wave of his hand rumbling, the clouds in the sky rolled violently. A massive starship, overwhelming and suffocating, descended over the square. A sixth-tier low-grade ship. Its entire body shimmered with the cold luster of star metal. Merely hovering there, the energy fluctuations emitted distorted the surrounding space. Lu Xing's eyes fixated on this colossal ship, his thumb once again frantically scraping against his finger joint. Damn, this entrance is too impressive. Since my system can repair anything, I must go to the black market and buy a broken warship to play with. As long as I can find a bug in the system to upgrade it to a 7th or 8th tier battleship, it'll charge tolls throughout the galaxy. While Lu Xinghe was crazily plotting how to exploit the situation, the chairman's voice fell. Those eliminated, wait in place for your respective planet's transport ships. Those remaining enter the ship. Whoosh. The 6th-tier giant ship's bottom lit up with dazzling bright light. A tractor beam wide enough to span 10,000 meters enveloped all 70,000 geniuses in the square. Lu Xinghe felt a sudden weightlessness as he was drawn into the warship's interior. He took one last look down. Those over 400,000 eliminated geniuses gazed up at the sky in a daze, their eyes filled with extreme regret and unwillingness. Among them were several exceptionally talented class seeds who now could only miss the opportunity with the Academy. Inside the 6th-tier spaceship cabin, 1,000,000 talented individuals gathered together. Despite the terrifying number of people, the space still felt absurdly spacious. On the ceiling, a massive virtual projection lit up. Dozens of planets engulfed in blazing flames were tightly revolving around a dazzling star. Why does this place look so familiar? Lu Xinghe subconsciously scratched his index joint with his thumbnail. He suddenly recalled that the long spear he had just bought mentioned this eerie style. The cold voice of the speaker erupted from the broadcast. This is your final assessment location. The residence of the Flame Demon clan, the Flame Demon star system. A tremor ran through the hearts of 1,000,000 talents, and the venue fell silent. The speaker continued, his voice devoid of any emotion. Among these more than 10 Flame Demon planets, the smallest one is comparable in size to the Sunfire star. The gravity there is hundreds of times that of your hometown. Oh, apart from those fiery monsters, no living creature. The terrifying Flame Demon Emperor sleeps within the central star, but you need not worry, he has no interest in you mere ants. But do not celebrate too early. Each Flame Demon star has a Grandmaster-level Flame Demon station with thousands of Master-level Flame Demons running amok. As for the innate Flame Demons, they are counted in the hundreds of millions. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the venue. Remember, the Flame Demon species upon birth is already at the intermediate level of the postnatal realm, and upon maturity, they are definitely in the innate realm. Throw away all your luck. If you encounter something you cannot defeat, run as far as you can. The speaker everyone immediately airdrop to the weakest overall Flame Demon, star number 7. Survive, then kill the Flame Demons and earn points. A massive point rule appeared in midair. Kill a first-level innate Flame Demon, earn 1 point. Second level 2 points. Third level 4 points. It doubles all the way until the half-step master of the 10th level of innateness, earning 512 points. Once you can take down a first-level Master Flame Demon, the reward is 100,000 points. The top 100 in the final ranking will be directly recommended to the Sunfire Academy. As soon as the rules were announced, the talents around turned pale. 100,000 points. This is clearly sending people to their deaths. Who doesn't know that Master-level Flame Demons not only possess the second transformation of true energy, but also awakened-level flame power? Even the most basic Master-level Flame Demon can easily slap down groups of innate-level individuals. No one dared to even think about those 100,000 points. Only Xinghe in the corner of the crowd lit up with excitement. 100,000 points. Am I really short on such trivial points? He licked his lips, his eyes filled with the desire for vitality. This is not hell, this is clearly an Aleokaniate high-end buffet. The stronger the flame demon, the greater the harvest for me. The surrounding talents were still chattering excitedly. If this random drop lands on the foot of a Master Flame Demon, then we would truly be physically incinerated. What are you afraid of? With the speaker monitoring us from orbit, they can't just watch us all perish, right? You don't understand if fortunes are found in danger. If we can bring back a few Flame Demon cores, we will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. In this oppressive yet thrilling atmosphere, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature inside the spaceship surged without warning. Everyone looked through the virtual windows, and the entire star field appeared blood-red. Every planet in sight looked as if it had just been pulled from a lava pit. The sixth-tier spaceship steadily stopped in the synchronized orbit of Flame Demon, star number 7. Even if it is just 1/10 the size of the Sunfire star, its volume is still tens of thousands of times larger than that of Blue Water Star. Xinghe looked at the burning giant orb below, rubbing his hands together. The deployment preparation command was issued. Xinghe Shui turned around, her clear, cold eyes seriously observing Xinghe. A rare look of seriousness appeared on the icy face of the girl, her curvaceous body slightly tensed. Junior Lu, please be careful. I will see you at the Sunfire Academy. Don't worry, senior sister, remember to kill a few more. Don't let your points be lower than mine later. Xinghe grinned and waved his hand. At that moment, countless black liquid metal suddenly surged from the ground. Everyone prepare, immediately don your space suits. The space suits automatically climbed onto the bodies of over 1 million talents, wrapping them tightly. Crack! The massive hatch opened with a loud bang. Over 1 million figures were ejected from the cabin, hurtling toward the hellish planet below. A fierce sense of weightlessness struck. As Xinghe plunged into the atmosphere, the thermometer outside exploded. If I didn't have this spacesuit, I would be cooked to medium rare before hitting the ground. The terrifying high temperature was mostly blocked by the protective gear. However, several hundred degrees of residual heat still seeped through the gaps. Fortunately, all these million candidates are fierce ones above the innate realm. This temperature felt like a sauna to them. Boom. Xinghe crashed down onto a desolate land of lava like a meteor. Around him were bubbling lava pits, and in the distance a volcano was erupting violently, spewing dark. The flight space suit quickly shrank, transforming into a black wristwatch clasped around his wrist. Just as he steadied himself, a crisp prompt sound suddenly popped up from the watch. Beep. The leaderboard refreshed. First place stat. Killed a third-tier 7-star Flame Demon, earning 64 points. Damn, did these overachievers start killing right after they landed? Xinghe glanced at the leaderboard, completely unfazed. There's no rush regarding points. Sharpening the axe doesn't hinder the work of cutting wood. I will definitely enter the Sunfire Academy, but before that I need to ensure my weapons are sorted out. He pulled out the third-tier exquisite weapon, the Flame Spear, from his space ring. System, scan this spear for me. Ding. Detected a third-tier exquisite flame spear with 540,000 fatal flaws. Hearing this number, Xinghe couldn't help but smile. 540,000 flaws. If I fix all the bugs, it could soar to a mid-tier 7th level. This level of divine weapon is enough for me to kill my way to the planetary level without needing to change equipment. Repair it with all your might. Virum. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky, tightly enveloping the fiery red spear. With a piercing sound of metal restructuring, the originally fiery red spear underwent a complete transformation. Pure black. A chilling black flame surged wildly along the spear shaft. Ding. Repair successful. The original third-tier spear has evolved into a mid-tier 7th level divine weapon, the Black Flame Spear. Xinghe grabbed the spear shaft. A cold and violent aura surged into his mind. Goodness. The system panel immediately displayed the spear's astonishing attributes. This spear was reforged from the 6th-tier core of the Black Flame Mad Lion, and comes with S-level special abilities, Starry Black Flame. Xinghe's eyes widened. The previous level firepower was directly upgraded by the system to S-level cosmic special abilities. Starry Black Flame. That is a death fire that exists at the edge of black hole-level celestial bodies, formed only when extreme gravity compresses it millions of times. In simple terms, this is the ultimate enhanced version of his S-level Sunstar Flame. He carefully touched the mysterious dark patterns on the spear. Wait a minute. Lu Xinghe suddenly realized that the texture of the spear's material was exactly the same as his 7th-tier inferior black kill combat suit. Could it be that after the system fixed the bugs, these two items formed a set attribute? With both attack and defense combined, could I walk sideways now? Just as he was savoring this thought rumbling, the ground trembled violently without warning. Dozens of bottomless canyons cracked open in the ground, and boiling lava burst into the sky. Moi. Lu Xinghe's eyes narrowed as he instantly locked onto a 10th centimeter active volcano dozens of kilometers away. He vigorously scraped his thumb against his index joint. He tightened his grip on the black flame spear and waved it casually in that direction. Roar! A terrifying roar that shattered the clouds erupted from deep within the volcano. With a loud bang, the entire 10th centimeter high volcano was violently shattered from within by an indescribable force. The sky rained down lava like a world-ending storm, crashing down onto the ground within hundreds of kilometers. A terrifying lava giant over 2,000 meters tall crawled out from the exploded volcano. The overwhelming pressure instantly swept across the entire scene. Nearby, dozens of geniuses from various star systems hiding to ambush turned ashen-faced. Master-level flame demon. This pressure is at least from the 6th level of Master Realm and above. Dozens of prodigies hundreds of kilometers away and preparing an ambush for Lu Xinghe were petrified. A Yinma of the Master Realm's 6th layer. Even the Counselor of Lanshui would turn to ash. Run! A group scrambled away in panic. Facing the towering Yinma, Lu Xinghe stood his ground. He rubbed his thumb along his index knuckle. I was worried no one would test my spear. A 4th-rank 6-star experience pack just walked up to me. The Yinma lowered its head and stared at Lu Xinghe. Human vermin, why does your body carry the core aura of my Yinma clan? The roar carried a wave of heat that tousled Lu Xinghe's hair. Lu Xinghe scratched his ear. Oh, you mean this? He weighed the spear in his hand, black flames licking its shaft. I just used one of your clan's star cores to fashion a fire rod. Craftsmanship's decent, just a little hot to handle. You forged an artifact with my clan's star core. You seek death. The Yinma roared to the sky as fierce flames erupted. Its 2th centimeter body curled into a ball of fire and slammed down toward Lu Xinghe. Perfect. Lu Xinghe laughed as 10th-tier innate true chi surged into his spear. Break! The black flame's spear was swung upward. As the spear arced, the black flames at its tip devoured the surrounding light, and the air dimmed. A tremendous boom rolled through the sky. The black flame spear collided head-on with the Yinma, as shockwaves fanned outward. Magma pools were hurled aside, and the blackrock earth fractured. Vast swathes around were turned flat. The fleeing examinees heard the commotion and turned to look. Seeing the blast center, several of them halted in their tracks. Holy! Someone's dueling a 4th-rank 6-star Yinma Heaton. This must be a senior from Yinyang Academy coming to save the day. Yinyang Academy's system was long 10 grades, each lasting 10 years. Students could study there for those who passed its entrance were innate realm elites. Most broke through to the Master Realm in their 1st grade. By graduation, many reached Master 5th layer or higher, and some even stepped into the Grandmaster domain. No doubt, raising such a ruckus means a prodigy from 7th or 8th grade. The fleeing geniuses stopped, thinking their lives might be spared. The dust at the explosion's center had not yet settled when a tortured scream rang out. The right half of the 2th centimeter Yinma's body had been blasted into fiery fragments. Its enormous frame rocked, unable to regain balance. Who on earth are you? The Yinma stared at the human before it, whose aura registered only as innate realm. It could not comprehend how a single shot had crippled it. Lu Xinghe shouldered the black flame spear. Tisk, that's all it takes. He clicked his tongue. To endure an offhand blow where I didn't even use martial techniques. Your magma defense's rival, an ordinary master of the 8th layer. The Yinma's remaining eye twitched as it staggered backward. You didn't use martial techniques. The Yinma clan possessed a full martial transmission. It understood how greatly martial arts augmented a cultivator. Lu Xinghe could shatter half its body without any martial techniques. If he truly unleashed himself, there would be nothing left, even as residue. The Yinma drew magma from the ground to mend its body and bellowed. Human. This is the Yinma star system, the territory of my clan. If you dare kill me, the slumbering Yinma Emperor will not spare you. Don't expect to leave alive today. Lu Xinghe picked at his thumbnail and rolled his eyes. Villains perish by talking too much. It's common sense. How can you not see it? No sooner had the words fallen than Lu Xinghe activated footwork, unleashing the 7th-rank mobility, Art Yanlong Flash. A roar rose as flame in midair coalesced into a crimson dragon silhouette. With the dragon's cry, Lu Xinghe became a streak of fire and dashed forward. Seconds later, Lu Xinghe appeared several kilometers behind the Yinma. The 2th centimeter beast bore a vast hole in its chest. You? The Yinma lowered its head, but before it could finish, the flames along its body began to fade. Lu Xinghe weighed the immense steaming star core in his hands. Die. With a thought, he drove his soul force into the star core and shredded the Yanmo's soul hidden within. Deprived of its soul's support, the beast's massive form detonated and collapsed as molten rock. Lu Xinghe stared at the star core. The Yanmo clan really makes absurdly exploitable materials. Normally when a star beast core is taken, its strength collapses, but it can linger a while longer. These creatures are molten through and their souls hide in the star core. Crushing the core is equivalent to instant passage. From now on, killing Yanmo would not require dismantling their enormous bodies. Locking their star core with spiritual force would do. Neural AI scrubbed the combat record and killed data from just now. Lu Xinghe ordered in his mind. His leaderboard still showed 0. A 15-year-old who one-shots a 4th-rank 6-star Yanmo. If that spreads, even the Yin-Yang Emperor will scramble up at night to look me over. The tree that stands above the forest invites the wind. Discretion is king. Later I'll pick off a few 4th-rank 1-star Yanmo to polish my points to first and secure a recommendation slot. That way I get the rewards while keeping my strength within the S-rank prodigy bracket. Lu Xinghe stuffed the 4th-rank 6-star core into his spatial ring, hoisted the black flame spear, and headed toward the molten depths. In the system far from Yanmo Planet 7, near a star far larger than the sun, Xinghe closed her eyes and flew along the stellar surface under the protection of Jihan Zaizen's spiritual force. Master, is the thing you seek really inside this blazing ball? Xinghe asked within her spirit sea. Even with her master's protection, she could feel the searing heat outside. No mistake. Jihan Zaizen replied. When my remnant soul drifted into the Milky Way back, then it sensed the presence of Bingling Xingyan within the Yanmo star system. Xinghe fretted, but master, I cultivate extreme cold talents. The Bingling star flame, by name it is fire, won't their attributes clash? Foolish girl. Jihan Zaizen chided with a laugh. Fire and ice are both dominions of temperature. One raises it, the other presses it down. Bingling Xingyan is an S-rank exotic flame. It can unleash such searing heat it incinerates stellar-grade powerhouses, yet can invert to emit bone-chilling cold that shatters things by freezing. If you subdue it, your extreme cold ability will surge. After the explanation, Xinghe clenched her hand. Disciple understands. Jihan Zaizen took control of Xinghe's body and plunged into the star's interior. The deeper they went, the hotter the surroundings grew. After piercing the star's fiery surface and reaching the core, the oppressive heat ebbed. The environment turned unnaturally cold, the chill seeping into bone. This is it. Jihan Zaizen guided Xinghe through the black ice layer into a blue-hued chamber. In the center of the space, a palm-sized blue flame hovered in midair. The temperature around it was frigid. Fine blue ice crystals drifted through the air. At this cold, a master, or even a stellar-grade warrior entering directly, would be frozen to shards. Jihan Zaizen fixed his gaze on the flame. Release your mind, and prepare to receive the primordial power of Bingling Xingyan. Xinghe closed her eyes and surrendered bodily control to her master. Jihan Zaizen approached the blue flame and reached out. Disturbed by the external force, the once quiet Bingling Xingyan grew restless. A torrent of heat poured from the palm-sized flame. The surge overturned the surrounding black ice and triggered internal reactions within the star. Temperatures across the star's exterior began to climb uncontrollably. The disturbance spread through the entire Yanmo star system. In another chamber deep within the star, a colossal being hundreds of thousands of meters tall opened eyes alight with flame. The ruler of the Yanmo star system, the planetary-grade Yanmo Emperor, had awakened. What's going on? The Yanmo Emperor sensed the rapid rise in surrounding temperature. Even at a star beast birthed in flame felt the heat scorch. This is wrong. The star is out of control. Flee! The Yanmo Emperor roared and tried to drag its immense body outward, but it was already too late. The star's internal temperature surged tenfold. With a thunderous roar, the Yanmo Emperor's 100 sophistance-meter form liquefied under the heat. The planetary overlord never even managed to resist, its own lair incinerated it. Left behind was a vast star core glowing with golden light, suspended in the sea of fire. Planets across the Yanmo star system were ravaged. The crimson sky brightened to a searing white, the ground softened, and lava surged, submerging many places. On Yanmo Planet 7, over 1 million examinee prodigies who had just landed were stunned by the upheaval. They activated the cooling systems of their suits and looked up at the star in the sky that had swelled and brightened. What the hell is happening to that sun? The temperature's climbing too fast. My suit's about to alarm. Could it be the Yanmo Emperor's wrath? Impossible. Even the planetary-grade Yanmo Emperor couldn't produce fluctuations that shake a star's root. Panic rippled through the crowd. Lu Xinghe, who had slain the 4th-rank 6-star Yanmo, halted. He looked up and squinted at the brightening star, rubbing his index knuckle with his thumb. Damn. Lu Xinghe grinned crookedly. I have a feeling there's a huge score to be picked up here. There had to be priceless spoils inside the star. The commotion was even tripping alerts in his system. Am willing to risk my life, but not to lose out financially. With something this big happening, if I don't grab some loot, I'd be betraying the cheat of my immortal body. Lu Xinghe tightened his grip on the black flame spear braced against the falling rain of embers and walked in the direction of the star. Above the seventh flame demon star, all the examinees were dumbfounded. The originally crimson star suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. The planet's surface was melting frantically, and the temperature skyrocketed to an absurd degree. Even the low-level flame demons who had been bathing in magma were burned alive amidst agonizing screams. Lu Xinghe squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the piercing radiance. AI scanned that big fireball. Did something explode? He muttered to himself. The 7th-tier AI on his wristband instantly provided feedback. Master, an extremely anomalous energy source has emerged within the star. Based on energy spectrum analysis, there is a 70% probability of a celestial strange fire being born with a grade no lower than S. And grade celestial strange fire. Lu Xinghe's eyes gleamed, his thumb habitually scraping across his index knuckle. If his grade solar star flame devoured this thing, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens on the spot? I definitely have to go, but this spacesuit is way too slow. He pursed his lips. Flying a mere 100,000 kilometers per hour, by the time he crept to the star's core, there wouldn't even be scraps left. Right, this suit is mass-produced. It must have a terrifying number of flaws. Lu Xinghe slapped his thigh. System, scan this flight spacesuit for me. Ding. Detected a mass-produced flight spacesuit with 41.3 million fatal flaws. Hearing this number, Lu Xinghe grinned. Over 40 million flaws. If he exploited these bugs, wouldn't this shabby piece of gear ascend to immortality? Not exploiting this would be a crime against heaven. System, fix it thoroughly. A blinding golden light enveloped the black wristband on Lu Xinghe's wrist. The sound of metal reassembling crackled wildly. The originally black wristband rapidly shrank in size, eventually transforming into an exquisite dark purple watch. On its surface, wild lightning faintly coiled and crackled. Ding. Repair successful. The original mass-produced flight spacesuit has been optimized and evolved into an 8th-tier mid-grade divine tech artifact, the Starry Sky Thunder Wings. The equipment has been embedded with a peak 6th-tier Starry Sky Thunderbird core, granting grade Thunder Force enhancement. Lu Xinghe stared at the attribute panel before him, his eyes going wide. Not only could it deploy a thunder barrier as an enhanced spacesuit, but at full burst its defense could even withstand a full-force strike from a galaxy realm powerhouse. The most insane part was its speed. It could burst beyond light speed into the dark universe in an extremely short time, truly allowing one to traverse the stars with their physical body. It even came with an ultimate stealth mode capable of evading the detection of ancient galaxy realm monsters. Incredible, this thing is even more formidable than my black kill battle suit. With this, where in the vast universe can I not go? Without hesitation, Lu Xinghe activated the Starry Sky Thunder Wings. Boom. Wild violet thunder exploded from the wristband, forming a pair of 100-meter-long thunder wings. Lu Xinghe transformed into a bolt of purple lightning piercing through the atmosphere of the 7th flame demon star. The extreme force made him burst into laughter. Exceeding light speed to reverse time. Pure nonsense. He felt the starlight stretching around him. At most, you're catching up to images of light that have already propagated. To truly reverse cosmic time, even these wings couldn't manage it, even if they worked themselves to death. In just a few minutes, Lu Xinghe had reached the edge of the massive star. The surrounding temperature had soared to an unimaginable level. Without the Starry Sky Thunder Wings barrier, he would have been burned to ashes upon approach. AI immediately plot a course to avoid that planetary-level flame demon emperor. Though the Starry Sky Thunder Wings ensured his survival, he had no intention of recklessly clashing with a planetary-level overlord. The 7th-tier AI's electronic voice carried a hint of eeriness. Master, no need to avoid it. The Flame Demon Emperor's life signs have completely vanished. Lu Xinghe was stunned. Dead? Who did it? Based on residual energy analysis, it was melted by the extreme heat emanating from the star's core, the AI replied. Lu Xinghe's mouth twitched. A fire-wielding planetary overlord burned to death. Isn't that just too ironic? The AI's voice sounded again, this time with more rigorous analysis. Data corrected. The celestial strange fire within the star is not S-grade, but S-grade. This flame possesses both extreme cold and extreme heat attributes. Due to insufficient database permissions, it cannot be named for now. An S-grade dual attribute celestial strange fire. Lu Xinghe's breathing grew heavy. No wonder the Flame Demon Emperor couldn't withstand it. With such a cosmic treasure erupting, even a galaxy realm powerhouse would shed a layer of skin. Just as Lu Xinghe prepared to accelerate inward, the Starry Sky Thunder Wings suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm. Warning! Warning! Detected an extremely powerful soul force scan exceeding limits. Ultimate stealth mode automatically activated. The violet thunder light screen sealed Lu Xinghe's aura, not letting a single trace of true energy leak out. Lu Xing's expression shifted drastically, cursing inwardly. Damn, even the starry sky thunder wings almost got seen through. Just how terrifying is this probing old monster? He dared not be arrogant, and immediately frantically activated the divine soul indestructible art. A powerful tide of soul force surged forth, completely smoothing out his own soul fluctuations. Hidden within the thunder barrier, Lu Xinghe held his breath. He carefully sensed the soul force that had swept past. Wait. This bone-chilling aura, why is it so familiar? Lu Xing's thumb rapidly scraped across his index knuckle. Xinghe Shui, it's the scent of that old coot she carries around. Well, this woman is indeed a textbook daughter of fate. She's already got a great power helping her snatch opportunities. Deep within the star, in the frozen blue space, the extreme frost sovereign soul form had already firmly suppressed the raging ice spirit star flame. She suddenly turned her head, her ethereal, beautiful phantom, gazing toward Lu Xing's direction. Huh. She frowned slightly. For a moment she thought she had sensed a faint spatial fluctuation, but upon further probing she found nothing. Could my soul force depletion be causing hallucinations? The extreme frost sovereign shook her head. Her current state was dire. Suppressing this S-grade strange fire had nearly exhausted her remaining reserves. She had no energy left to bother with such elusive disturbances. Shui, prepare yourself. I'm going to forcefully implant the strange fire into your sea of consciousness. If it were an ordinary galaxy realm powerhouse attempting to merge with such an unruly celestial strange fire, they would have to risk their life. But the extreme frost sovereign's methods were too terrifying. She forcibly erased the strange fire's wild will and arranged everything perfectly. A blue flame flowed from her finger into Xinghe Shui's brow. Huff. Master's consumption is too great. I must immediately enter slumber. The extreme frost sovereign's voice was filled with profound weakness. From here on you must rely on yourself. With that she transformed into a stream of light, retracting into Xinghe Shui's body, and fell silent. In the distance, Lu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief within the thunder barrier. Since it's senior sister Xinghe's opportunity, I won't intrude. After all she got in using my exam slot. She might turn out to be a top-tier employee later. Investing in her won't hurt. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. I don't want the strange fire, but can't let that barbecued flame demon emperor go to waste, can I? To others the strange fire was a colossal opportunity. But for a cheater like him, the core of a planetary-level flame demon emperor was an ultimate treasure trove for exploiting endless bugs. Lu Xinghe changed direction, relying on the starry sky, Thunderwing's protection, and plunged into the even hotter stellar core region. The surrounding magma had turned a blinding pure white. Without the 8th-tier Thunderwing shield, he wouldn't have lasted a second. Activate Divine Sense Scan. Lu Xing's gaze sharpened, and a terrifying wave erupted from the depths of his soul. Although his soul, due to his cultivation technique, was only 10,000 points in strength after 3 levels of mutation, its actual power was equivalent to 30,000 points. Coupled with the terrifying enhancement of the divine soul indestructible art, his detection range reached an insane 10,000 kilometers. 10 minutes later, Lu Xinghe halted, his eyes fixed on a magma vortex ahead. Found it. He transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shot toward it. At the center of the boiling magma, a dark red core no larger than a palm hovered silently. Though small in size, the terrifying energy radiating from it made Lu Xing's heart pound uncontrollably. I give this thing a full inspection. Ding. Inspection complete. This is a 6th-tier 2-star lava-type core. It contains a grade lava force extremely volatile. If Master consumes it now, the probability of death by explosion is 100%. Hearing the AI's warning, Lu Xinghe was not alarmed, but delighted. A grade lava force. If the system fixes this one, it shoots straight to the heavens. Given the system's perverse nature, in a grade could be repaired into an SS grade heaven-defying ability. It might even surpass his grade solar star flame and go toe-to-toe with that S-grade celestial strange fire. Come on, let's see just how many surprises you're hiding. Lu Xinghe rubbed his hands together and issued a mental command. System, scan this flame demon emperor core for flaws. A few seconds later, the system's cold yet beautiful prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected a 6th-tier 2-star lava-type core with 532 million fatal flaws. Boom. Lu Xinghe felt his scalp tingle and his breath catch. 532 million flaws. This number was 10 times more exaggerated than the 41 million flaws from before. This didn't just mean the ability's potential could skyrocket to SS grade. What was even more critical was the massive energy reserve that would come with the repair. This wave is going to make me rich. The spiritual energy reserve from this could probably sustain me all the way to the planetary level without worrying about resources. Lu Xing's eyes reddened, his thumb pressing hard into his index finger. What are we waiting for? System, fix it for me. Even if it bankrupts me, make it flawless. Whoosh. An unprecedented, brilliant golden light erupted deep within the star. Its dazzling radiance momentarily outshone the surrounding white magma. Countless profound golden runes furiously poured into the dark red core. The core's surface began to undergo violent restructuring. The dark red light gradually receded, replaced by a deep pure black that could devour everything. A chilling aura of destruction brewed madly within the golden glow. Ding! Flaws are being repaired. Current repair progress 99%. Lu Xinghe stared intently at the forming black core, not daring to breathe too hard. What kind of heaven-defying artifact would emerge from fixing 532 million flaws? A chime echoed in Lu Xinghe's mind. The vulnerability repair was complete. The system announced that the original 6th rank 2-star magma-type star core had evolved into a 9th rank SS level dark demon blaze star core. Lu Xinghe inhaled sharply. 9th rank. SS level. He nervously rubbed his thumb along his index knuckle. Whose ancestors' tomb did the system just disturb? The system intoned that this dark demon blaze was an exclusive ability of the supreme royal lineage of the Hell Demon clan of the cosmos, bearing the terrible properties of incinerating the void and devouring all. Upon ingestion, the host would directly awaken the SS-level dark demon blaze and obtain 100 million points of soul energy reserve. Lu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with avarice. 100 million points. If converted wholly into attributes that could bluntly withstand a stellar tier veteran. He glanced toward the deeper reaches of the star. When senior sister Xinghe fused an S-grade exotic flame, even her accompanying elder had to personally protect the path. This SS-grade demonic flame, if that elder were to see it, might not be contained even in his coffin. Lu Xinghe pursed his lips. Better to secure it inside myself first, he thought. Without hesitation, he seized the abyssal black star core and swallowed it whole. A terrifying black demonic flame exploded within him. Even the surrounding pure white lethal magma hissed and was consumed into nothingness by the black fire. His bones and flesh were forcibly torn and reassembled by the raging power. Yet by virtue of his SS-level immortal Bodhi's fearsome regenerative might, he did not so much as frown. The black flames surged into his sea of consciousness. Above that sea of vast orb pitch black, as ink instantaneously condensed. Its mass even overwhelmed the prior S-level holy light orb. Lu Xinghe snapped his eyes open, raised his right hand, and clenched it slightly. A strand of black flame capable of devouring even light flickered in his palm. If thrown, it might burn a hole through space itself, he thought. He pinched and extinguished the black flame. Opening the system panel, his gaze swept over the splendid data. One repair attempt remaining. Martial Path and Spirit were both at the innate realm's 10th heaven 3rd transformation limit. Vitality and Soul had each broken past the 10,000 mark. In the talent slot, the brilliant inscription, SS-level Dark Demon Blaze, imparted an overwhelming sense of security. Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The talents and trump cards were ample, yet the lone weakness remained his cultivation at the innate realm. He had to find a way to break through to Grandmaster promptly. He sensed his surroundings. Xinghe's unfathomable elder was nearby. Better to take the prize and withdraw. Provoking that old monster would be trouble. At a thought, his starry thunder wings burst into savage purple radiance. He became a streak of lightning and shot out of the stellar core. A few minutes later, Lu Xinghe landed steadily upon the lava-scorched ground of Flame Demon Planet 7. The starry thunder wings folded back into an exquisite watch clasp on his wrist. Time check. This assessment had lasted nearly 3 hours. He glanced at the points leaderboard. First place had already climbed past 5,000 points. These overachievers kill 3rd-rank prime star beasts without breaking a sweat, he thought, sneering. Since guaranteed slots were at stake, his 0 score did look conspicuously bare. He'll grab a few points to steady myself, he decided. Closing his eyes, his terrifying spiritual sense swept out like a storm, surveying all movement within 10,000 kilometers. There were indeed many Grandmaster-grade flame demons here, he noted with a curl of his lip, and instantly locked onto a 4th-rank 1-star flame demon. He stomped. The hardened lava collapsed into a chasm tens of meters deep. He became an afterimage and surged toward a lava sea thousands of kilometers away. Arriving above, Lu opened the combat recorder on his wrist. He would at least give the proctors outside some face. A modest display of Grandmaster power would suffice. He did not want to be dissected like a monster. He drew a deep breath and forcibly suppressed both the solar star flame and the dark demon blaze. He condensed several dozen golden flame spears before him, each matching the might of a common Grandmaster's first layer. Commanding them, the spears became meteors that slammed into the churning lava sea. The lava sea erupted into waves hundreds of meters high. A roar of fury rose from the depths as a flame demon over 200 meters tall, newly risen to 4th-rank 1-star, crawled out of flame with wrath. Its molten-like eyes fixed on Lu and midair. Vile human vermin to ambush the great flame demon. It bellowed but did not finish. Lu scraped his thumb across his index finger. Too much talk, he said and waved. The hovering golden spears turned into a deluge of light and descended to cover the sky. The fourth-rank flame demon screamed in terror. Deafening explosions rolled on and on. When the dust cleared, the colossal fourth-rank, one-star flame demon had been reduced to nothing. Even the fourth-rank star core concealed within its body had been pulverized. Lu hovered awkwardly and rubbed his nose. That was careless, he admitted. He had intended to stage a hard-fought victory at Grandmaster First Layer. But he had misjudged the output and achieved a Grandmaster Fifth Layer effect instead. Watching the kill footage upload on his wrist, he sighed helplessly. Let it upload, he thought. At worst he could claim prodigious strength by birth. First things first, he would hunt some thick-blooded flame demons to farm vitality points. As the recorder finished uploading, Lu's ranking underwent a terrifying shift. At the same time, on the opposite side of Flame Demon Planet 7, at a volcanic mouth, the 2.5 maternal red-haired youth, Quang Tai, panted heavily. He was bloodied, his bare torso marred by gruesome burns. At his feet lay the corpse of an innate limit flame demon on the verge of completing its second transformation, True Chi Metamorphosis. Gah, damn hard to kill, he breathed. Quang Tai wiped the blood from his face and grinned with feral pride. If not for his rank berserker body growing stronger with each strike, he would have perished here today. He eagerly opened his points wristband. The notification chimed that the kill of a half-step Grandmaster-grade flame demon granted 512 points. His current rank third. Seeing the rank, Quang Tai rubbed his hands excitedly. Third place. He could not compare to those two monstrous killers ahead of him. But as long as he stayed within the top 10, grandfather's promised fifth-rank exquisite gauntlets would be his, he thought, though his smile had not yet fully formed. A glaring red alert suddenly flashed on his wristband. Your rank has dropped. Current rank fourth. Could it be that deeply hidden psychic from the Imperial capital, or the lone survivor from the Dawa star system? Could it be that deeply hidden psychic from the Imperial capital, or the lone survivor from the Dawa star system? When he opened the overall leaderboard, and his eyes fell upon the name at the summit, Quang Tai stood as if struck by lightning, rooted in place. His eyes bulged, and he forgot to breathe. First place, Lu Xinghe. Points 100,000. 100,000 points. Quang Tai's mind went blank with a buzzing emptiness. 100,000 points. He murmured in a trembling voice. That had to be a kill of a Grandmaster-grade flame demon. This was a fourth-rank flame demon that could trade blows with even a great Grandmaster. Where did this Lu Xinghe monster come from? It was not only Quang Tai who asked. In that instant, every surviving examinee on Flame Demon Planet 7, whether engaged in brutal fighting or clinging to life, they all received the sudden ranking fluctuation notification at the same time. When they saw that glaring 100,000 points, over 1 million geniuses fell into a death-like silence. Fear settled upon them. Shock followed, and a deep despair descended on every heart. They were still fighting desperately over a few points and third-rank flame demons. He had already begun wholesale Grandmaster kills. What was the point of this exam anymore? They might as well bundle the slots and hand them to him. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, within the control room of a sixth-tier starship, the chairman Tai Xue stared intently at the screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. On the previously calm leaderboard, a glaring name had forcefully claimed the top spot. Lu Xinghe, 100,000 points. This kid. Did he actually kill a fourth-tier flame demon at the master level? Tai Xue gasped in astonishment. The first thought that sprang to his mind was one of regret. How foolish. Tai Xue slammed his palm heavily on the alloy table. This assessment had several class prodigies deliberately suppressing their realms, and even one top talent aiming for S. Truly ambitious experts would never break through to master level early just to ensure their survival. They would firmly remain at the limits of the innate realm, frantically compressing their true chi to strive for the second or even third transformation, laying the foundation for an invincible path ahead. If Lu Xinghe forcibly breaks through for survival, his life will be ruined. Tai Xue lamented painfully as he pulled up Lu Xing's battle records. The mainframe reported that this kid had uploaded only a single video. Tai Xue clicked on the video. In the next moment, he stood frozen in place. In the footage, a dense rain of golden spears cascaded down like light. A fourth-tier one-star flame demon was obliterated without even a scream under the terrifying bombardment. The most crucial detail was that Lu Xinghe in the video didn't even break a sweat. Was this a forced breakthrough? This was more like casually crushing an ant. What the hell? The esteemed Tai Xue at the pinnacle of the master level's 10th realm couldn't help but curse. The several high-ranking masters and examiners behind him jumped in shock. Chairman, what happened? Is it the scum from the alien races attacking again? A few powerful individuals immediately felt their true chi surge, glaring at the radar screens. Tai Xue ignored them, fixated on the youthful and handsome face on the screen. 15 years old. Only 15 years of bone age. This is no S-class. This is definitely an S-class forbidden genius that breaks the laws of the universe. Tai Xue felt his hands trembling uncontrollably. In the millions of years of human history, how many S-class geniuses have appeared? Only one. That is the supreme martial god, who currently suppresses the stars. If this matter leaks, the old monsters of the Skull Clan will surely go insane. Even the Flame Sun Emperor may not be able to protect him. Tai Shue's gaze suddenly turned extremely fierce. Intelligent brain, activate my highest authority as chairman and immediately permanently destroy this video. Ding. Video has been destroyed. At the same time, close the upload channel for Lu Xing's kill footage. No one has the right to investigate. After doing all this, Tai Shui abruptly turned around. Everyone listen, from now on you will take over this ship. The crowd looked bewildered. Chairman, where are you going? Back to the ancestral star. Tai Shui's voice conveyed an undeniable ferocity. This matter cannot be reported even to the Flame Sun Emperor. I must personally meet the highest level of the Alliance. You must protect all the geniuses on this ship at all costs. If any danger arises, retaliate with full power. Any consequences are on me. With that, Tai Shui charged out of the control room. A fifth-tier advanced private spaceship detached from the main vessel, vanishing into the depths of the starry sky like a streak of light. Meanwhile, far away on the seventh flame demon star, Lu Xinghe remained blissfully unaware that his casually thrown skills had nearly given the human high command a heart attack. On the scorching lava ground, a girl dressed in a moon-white tight combat suit descended from the sky. Her brows and eyes were cold, her figure slender, yet exuding an extreme sharpness like a sword drawn from its sheath. She was none other than Jianwu, the top of the 7th grade leaderboard at the Flame Sun Academy, who had comprehended the A-class speed ability. Swish! A sword light flashed by at an incredible speed. The massive head of a 5th-tier 5-star flame demon shot up into the sky, crashing down into the sea of lava. Jianwu sheathed her long sword, yet her brow was tightly furrowed. Still not enough, she murmured to herself. Her swordsmanship had been stuck at the pinnacle of proficiency for a full 10 years. Clearly she was just a thin layer of window paper away from breaking through to master level, yet she couldn't pierce through. It seems the pressure of a mid-tier 4th level opponent is insufficient. I must find a 4th-tier 7-star or above flame demon to fight for my life. Just as she prepared to leave in search of prey, rumbling. From a distance, the volcano suddenly erupted with a terrifying roar that could annihilate worlds. The ground beneath her feet trembled violently. Jianwu's expression changed drastically. This aura is the peak flame demon of the 4th tier 10 stars. She gasped sharply. This level of monster was infinitely close to the existence of a grandmaster. Forget about using it to hone her swordplay. Encountering it would leave her with no chance to escape. Who on earth dares to provoke such a great terror? Her intense curiosity overcame her fear as Jianwu stepped on her long sword, transforming into a streak of white light quietly approaching. When she hid behind a towering rock, the scene in the distance became clear. She was left dumbfounded. Before her, the rolling sea of lava showed a terrifying flame demon towering at a height of 1,000 meters, caught in an extremely frenzied rampage. Its arms, larger than mountains, smashed towards the sky with the power to shatter the void. In midair, a handsome young man dressed in a black combat suit stood on a shadowy dragon formed from black magical flames. You can't hit me, oh you just can't hit me. Lu Xinghe idly scratched his thumb across his index knuckle. The most maddening part was that this kid didn't even open his eyes. 10 meters to the left. Your right is too slow. Have you not eaten, or are you just not awake? He appeared to be walking his dog in his backyard. With a casual twist of the shadowy dragon beneath him, he deftly weaved through the gaps in the flame demon's earth-shattering strikes. Jianwu's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with absolute shock and disbelief. Who the heck is this guy? Could he be some hidden galaxy-level monster in disguise? This terrifying speed was simply 10 times more absurd than her speed ability. At that moment, the furious 4th-tier peak flame demon suddenly halted its movements. Its blood-red eyes, like lanterns, fixated on the giant rock where Jianwu was hiding. The immense frustration from being toyed with by this youth instantly found an outlet. Despicable ant. The flame demon opened its abyss-like mouth wide. A scorching fire pillar several kilometers in diameter erupted with the destructive force of annihilation. Not good. Jianwu felt a wave of icy cold wash over her. The terrifying heat directly locked down the space around her. There was no escape. This was the true might of a grandmaster. Am I going to die here? Jianwu despairingly closed her eyes. Boom. The kilometers-wide fire pillar crashed down on the area where Jianwu was hiding. The earth instantly collapsed several thousand meters, and a dazzling mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The temperature storm within several thousand miles instantly turned thousands of nearby unfortunate geniuses to ashes. The flame demon let out a tremendously satisfying roar. At last it had killed a peeping fish, regaining a bit of face. But in the next second, its roar abruptly cut off like a wild duck with a stuck throat. In the center of the explosion, the thick smoke was instantly blown away by a violent surge of true qi. Lu Xinghe stood steadily in midair, cradling the unconscious girl in white in his arms. He glanced down at the girl's face, which appeared somewhat delicate due to her fainting, and smacked his lips. These legs look good, quite suitable for working a sewing machine. After speaking, he abruptly raised his head, glaring with displeasure at the towering flame demon. Hey big guy. Lu Xinghe's eyes suddenly became dangerous. How dare you look away to clean up the outside audience, while fighting me, your top-notch sparring partner? Do you understand what professional spirit means in an unknown fight? The flame demon was momentarily stunned before erupting in an even more earth-shattering roar of fury. Humiliation. This was an absolute disgrace, as if it were being treated like a monkey. It spewed brilliant lava from its body and recklessly charged towards Lu Xinghe again. Come on. Lu Xinghe grinned, a layer of titanium steel-like violent sheen flickering across his body. I was just practicing my movement technique. Now that I'm holding a burden, it's perfect for practicing fine maneuvers. He did not retreat, but advanced, wrapping one arm around Xinghe's waist. The shadowy dragon beneath him let out a silent, furious roar. Amidst the earth-shattering assaults of the 4th-tier 10-star flame demon, he began to evade with extreme torment once again, like a feather with no weight. Ding. Evaded a lethal attack. Agility skill proficiency increased by 10. The delightful prompt from the system echoed repeatedly in Lu Xinghe's mind. He rode the black flame divine dragon, dodging left and right, cradling the unconscious sword dance in his arms. Under the assault of the peak-tier inferno demon, he miraculously avoided even a corner of his clothing being touched. Time rewound over an hour ago. After uploading the video of defeating the master inferno demon, Lu Xinghe set his sights on this peak-tier inferno demon. Just bear with it for a better tomorrow. Upon encountering it, he released 90 of his titanium steel battle bonus defenses, extending his arms to withstand a full-powered lava punch from the inferno demon. That punch nearly turned him to ashes. Only a thin layer of flesh hung onto his bones. But in the next moment, the SSS class indestructible divine body was triggered. In the extreme restoration process, his vitality surged by over 500 points. This thrilled Lu Xinghe. He leaped before the inferno demon and provocatively taunted it. Being attacked by an ant in such a manner drove the inferno demon into a frenzy. The next hour became a one-sided mental torture for the inferno demon. It smashed Lu Xinghe, and Lu Xinghe fully revived at the same spot. It smashed again, and Lu Xinghe revived once more. The most insane part was during the process of constantly avoiding lethal strikes. Lu Xinghe unexpectedly unlocked a new skill panel entry. Agility techniques. Like marksmanship techniques, this skill could proportionally increase speed and evasion rate. Lu Xinghe frantically rubbed his thumb against his index finger joint, getting hit while restoring vitality and dodging to improve agility. This is textbook-level freebie farming. Within just 1 hour, his agility skill proficiency skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. His vitality was forcibly boosted to a terrifying reserve of 100,000 points by the furious inferno demon. Ding! Congratulations, host. Agility skill has successfully broken through to the early master level. Current speed and evasion capabilities increased by 500. Hearing this prompt, Lu Xinghe smacked his lips in satisfaction. His speed surged 5-fold. The inferno demon's attacks appeared to him as slow as a warm-up exercise. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Xinghe hovered in midair and suddenly waved his hand at the 1,000-meter-tall inferno demon below. Let's take a break, big guy. Don't get too excited yet. I'll break through a realm first, and then we can continue. Hearing this, the inferno demon, which was charging up frantically below, halted its colossal body like a mountain. Breakthrough? After I've been working hard to accompany you for over an hour, you think I'm your free training partner? An unprecedented humiliation shattered the inferno demon's Tao heart. Roar. It let out a shrill and vengeful roar towards the sky. Its body, filled with magma, erupted uncontrollably. The 1,000-meter-tall figure expanded rapidly like an inflated hot air balloon at a visible speed. The violent aura of destruction locked down the surrounding space for hundreds of miles. Lu Xinghe's face stiffened in midair. What the hell? This red-skinned giant has such poor mental fortitude. If you can't win, just self-destruct. What are you trying to accomplish with your life, while being perfectly fine? Before he could finish his retort, boom. A terrifying roar almost pierced his eardrums, soaring into the sky. The peak-tier inferno demon, filled with overwhelming resentment, exploded. The earth crumbled like biscuits. A blinding mushroom cloud shot upwards thousands of meters high. The annihilating shockwave swept outward like a tsunami, obliterating everything in its path. Even those inferno demons hiding in the depths of the magma were instantly reduced to ashes. The power of this strike, under the extreme compression of self-destruction, crossed the threshold of a master. It reached the true level of a great master of 1 star. Meanwhile, outside the Inferno Demon Star system, aboard a 6th-tier starship, numerous supervising mentors from the Academy and high-ranking Alliance officials stared intently at the radar screen, fixated on the terrifying red light of the explosion. Everyone collectively gasped in shock. This energy wavelength is a great master-level fluctuation. A great master-level battle erupted on the Inferno Demon Star. It must be a hidden guardian from the Alliance who intervened. The mentors discussed among themselves, their tone filled with awe. If they knew that this world-ending explosion could reach even the great master level. In reality, it was just a 15-year-old rookie who, in order to grind skill proficiency, forced the monster to self-destruct. This group of high-ranking officials would probably have a stroke on the spot. Returning to the center of the explosion, torrents of lava poured down like a torrential rain. Xinghe stood steadily at the spot, holding the unconscious sword dance. Around them, a layer of black and gold violent energy shield enveloped them. Although the surface of the shield was covered with dense cracks, it was on the verge of shattering at any moment. Nevertheless, it had successfully blocked the main shockwave of the great master level outside. Xinghe exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just as the Inferno demon self-destructed, he sacrificed 90 of his defenses. Relying on the indestructible divine bonus restoration, he withstood the core damage. Tisk, it seems my current bare body defense is only at the limit of a typical great master of the first level. If the power were any greater, I would have to use the Black Kill battlesuit and the Starwing Thunderwings. He looked down at the 10th centimeter deep pit created by the explosion, his face filled with regret. What a great free blood cow. Not only does it have thick blood, but its stellar energy is as inexhaustible as a power bank. Too bad its pressure resistance is too weak. Today's youth can't handle even this level of pressure. How will they survive in society in the future? Xinghe sighed. He waved his hand, and a powerful suction force erupted from his palm. He drew in a 4-tier supreme dark red star core that had been blown away from over 10 kilometers away. The surface of the star core was covered with small cracks looking slightly damaged. Thankfully, it didn't shatter into pieces. This minor flaw would at most deduct 2 to 300 million star coins, which is insignificant. It can still be sold for a high price. Xinghe happily stuffed the star core into his space ring. After securing the loot, he finally turned his attention to the sword dance in his arms. He had to exert considerable effort to position himself to protect her earlier. Sword Dance's moon-white, tight-fitting combat suit was heavily damaged, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. The ethereal coldness from years of sword training combined with her explosively long legs made her a top-notch beauty. In terms of looks and figure, she was even comparable to Xinghe Shui, who always traveled with her grandfather. How strange, why can I find girls wherever I go now? In my past life, I never even held a girl's hand. Ooh, I died a virgin. Did I cross over and bring along a passive peach blossom halo? What a pity. Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my gun. He casually tossed Sword Dance onto a relatively flat rock, like a sandbag. Then he sat cross-legged. Smart brain, monitor the surroundings. System, allocate all 100,000 points of vitality to chi condensation. At his command, a terrifyingly pure force surged into his limbs and bones like a flood. Within his dantian, the originally light golden chi liquid began to concentrate towards the center frantically. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. As the vast vitality rapidly depleted, the light golden liquid became thicker and gradually transformed into a deep golden color. Boom. When the last trace of vitality was exhausted, a thunderous sound echoed from within Xinghe. The deep golden chi flowed through his meridians as if it were substantial, carrying terrifying power with each circulation. 6th-turn chi completed. Xinghe slowly opened his eyes, a flash of deep golden divine light flickering in his pupils. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within. Goodness, the more the chi is compressed, the stickier it gets. If I do this 2 more times, I end up forming a golden core. Have I veered off into the path of cultivation instead of martial arts? Though he couldn't help but complain, Lu Xing's smile couldn't be suppressed. This increase in combat power was simply outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Currently, even a small amount of vitality equated to about 18 points of a normal person. With the support of this 6th-turn chi, he could even defeat an old monster who had just condensed their 2nd turn of true essence with a single punch. If I wait until I reach the 10th turn and officially break through the master realm. With my powers surging tenfold, even a great master would have to kneel and sing conquer. Xinghe opened the panel. His cultivation was still firmly at the innate 10th layer, but the back prominently marked the terrifying 6 turns. His spiritual realm was at the innate 10th layer, 3rd stage. Agility master, early stage marksmanship, peak proficiency. Various SS level, eternal level, outrageous talents and skills lined up. Perfect. Xinghe habitually rubbed his index finger joint. To advance from 6 turns to 10 turns, I probably need 300,000 vitality points. No problem, at worst, I'll just find a few inferno demons with better mental endurance and play with them for a few more hours. He wasn't in a hurry regarding the spiritual aspect. He had previously consumed that Inferno Demon Emperor Star Core, which not only awakened the SS level dark magic flame, but also yielded 100 million points of soul reserve. Even if he did nothing now, relying on the automatic replenishment of 2,000 points every 10 minutes, he could easily reach the 10th turn of the soul by just lying down and sleeping for a day. Done. Time to leave. Lu Xinghe stood up, his gaze sweeping over the still unconscious sword dance. He tapped the 7th tier smart brain on his wrist. Forcefully hack into her battle suit and activate the shield for me. Ding. Hack successful. A white energy shield enveloped sword dance completely. This was the shield of a peak tier combat suit. As long as it wasn't attacked with full force by a monster above the master 10th layer, it would protect her life with ease. Had it not been for encountering the crazed peak tier Inferno demon, she wouldn't have needed Lu Xinghe's rescue. Senior sister, I won't charge you for saving your life. If you want to hire a bodyguard on a monthly basis, that would be extra. Lu Xinghe grinned and turned around with a push of his foot. The violent, deep golden chi created a massive pit on the lava ground. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly disappearing into the ruins. A few minutes later, Sword Dance's slender, beautiful eyes finally slowly opened amidst a pained groan. With the healing function of the premium combat suit, and this half-day's buffer, her life was preserved. I am still alive. Sword Dance sat up, glancing around at the collapsed abyss and the cooling. Even the terrifying Inferno demon towering 1,000 meters high had vanished without a trace. She looked down at her unharmed body with not a single burn mark left. In the next moment, a figure clad in black battle gear riding the black flame divine dragon flashed like lightning into her mind. It's that boy. Sword Dance gasped, feeling ice cold, yet unable to conceal her overwhelming shock. He was able to toy with the peak tier Inferno demon. What kind of ancestor from a star system is this, relying on some heaven-defying secret method to turn back time? Lu Xinghe casually tossed the unconscious Jian Wu onto a relatively flat rock. He brushed off the dust from his backside and turned around to slip away decisively. This woman has long legs, but unfortunately, they only hinder my speed in drawing my gun, he muttered inwardly, showing no attachment. With the black flames swirling beneath his feet, he transformed into a flash of black lightning, heading straight for the distant volcano. Time to receive guests, big guy. As soon as he landed steadily, Lu Xinghe set his sights on a brand new peak-level 4-star flame demon. This is a pure, natural, and pollution-free high-level power bank. With just a few casual prods, it can invigorate me to work tirelessly. While Lu Xinghe moved frantically, he calculated rapidly in his mind. I need to hone my movement and shooting skills simultaneously, slowing down my vitality recovery a bit. He stood atop the black flame divine dragon, his long spear unleashing bursts of violent gunflowers. He intentionally feigned a flaw, allowing the flame demon to land a heavy punch. At the moment of being struck, his indestructible divine body was triggered, causing his vitality to surge rapidly. That feels good. Lu Xinghe spat out blood while grinning widely. Time flowed second by second. With a 9th level soul reserve as a safety net, his soul's enhancement speed was simply outrageous. Tisk, has it really only been a little over 40 minutes? The transformation of my soul has already reached level 6. Feeling the increasingly dense and terrifying soul power in his sea of consciousness, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but lightly scratch the joint of his index finger with his thumb. For the next 7 hours, this flame demon experienced a hellish trial, until it was so exhausted that it took half a day just to catch its breath before spewing fire. Only then did Lu Xinghe stop his hands in satisfaction. Finally gathered enough vitality, 30,000. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. If those geniuses outside knew I took just a few days to accumulate hundreds of thousands of vitality, wouldn't they choke on their own blood? System stop, dawdling, condense my true energy to 10 turns. Ding. Starting to deduct 30,000 vitality points to begin the condensation of true energy. Boom. Within Lu Xinghe's body, it felt as if a miniature star had exploded, with a terrifyingly immense power wildly flooding into his limbs. While the total vitality value remained unchanged, the explosive power contained in each point of vitality surged exponentially. In his dantian, the dark, golden, true energy liquid began to crazily condense and refine. From liquid, it was being compressed to the extreme solid state. Oh wow, it's becoming rounder. Am I really about to form a core? Did my martial path accidentally lead me to a cultivation film set? As the last trace of vitality was consumed, the dark golden core finally stabilized, exuding an abyss-like pressure. Ding. The condensation of 10-turn true energy was successful. Current true energy power increased tenfold. For each point of vitality, the host can unleash 3,000 kilograms of force. Lu Xinghe felt a thrilling sensation as every bone in his body cracked loudly. System, can I now break through that membrane and reach the master level? Ding. Reversing 10 turns of true energy into true essence will allow you to break through to the master realm. Lu Xinghe grinned widely. The textbook says that reversing true energy is extremely dangerous, often leading to explosive death and complete energy waste. Haha, with my 10 turns of true energy perfected, how could this foundation possibly explode? He promptly sat cross-legged. Let's reverse it. Boom. The originally clockwise rotating core suddenly stopped, then began to roar in the opposite direction. The speed shot up tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. Xinghe's expression turned pale. Oh no, the speed! The terrifying reversing force began to rip apart his body, starting from the deepest layers of his genes. His flesh burst open with countless wounds, blood gushing out, as if it were free. Even the SSS-grade, indestructible divine body could not keep up with this rate of destruction. Damn it, if physical enhancements can't withstand genetic collapse, then let's resort to magical attacks. Xinghe's eyes were bloodshot. 8th tier forbidden technique, heaven demon disintegration, explode for me. Bang. He did not even blink as he decisively blew his own organs into a mist of blood. The raging blood energy fused into his torso forcibly, pulling his nearly collapsing body back to its peak state. Struggling to contain his injuries, Xinghe spat out blood clots while cursing loudly. System, how could you not mention earlier that reversing 10 turns could lead to death? You nearly caused me to capsize in the gutter. Ding. The limit of human true energy condensation is 4 turns. Do anything beyond that will inevitably cause genetic collapse with no chance of survival. The host's 10-turn reversal relies entirely on the indestructible divine body and the heaven demon disintegration as double insurance. Both are indispensable. Xinghe chuckled. So, I was just dancing in front of the king of hell. Since the reversal can't stop, then it'll go all out. Isn't it just blowing my organs every 5 minutes? With my 9th level soul reserve I can afford it. He activated his starry sky thunder wings, wrapping himself tightly in a purple thunder shield. Hey flame demon, let's keep playing. Xinghe shielded continued to self-destruct while madly practicing his shooting in the sea of magma. Time flew by in this brutal self-torture. A full 15 hours passed. Ding. Shooting technique breakthrough to mid-master level. Ding. Movement technique breakthrough to late master level. Xinghe felt as if he had been practicing martial arts in a conscious space for thousands of years, with every movement exuding a chilling pressure. With both techniques reaching late master level, my overall combat power is boosted by 700%. Combined with my 18,000 points of soul reserve, if I encounter a master at the 10th level, I could easily turn him into ashes with a few shots. Just then the intelligent device on his wrist suddenly beeped. Master, the assessment will end in half an hour, and the starry sky recall will soon begin. Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. A whole day has passed just like that, and most of the time was wasted on that deadly reversal. As soon as he finished speaking, the wildly spinning core in his body finally began to calm down. Ding. Reversal ended. True energy successfully transformed into 10-turn true essence. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 1st level of the master realm. The daily repair quota has been increased to 5 times. Xinghe clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power ready to burst forth in his veins. That feels good. Just then the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has broken through the bloodline limit, unlocking a new feature breakthrough limit. Integrate multiple repair opportunities to exceed the original limits of items and abilities. Xinghe's eyes lit up. His thumb scratched the joint of his index finger wildly. Is there such a good thing? System, hurry up and let me play with my Sunstar Flame. Can I upgrade it with 5 chances? Ding. To break through S level, the Sunstar Flame requires the integration of 5 repair opportunities with a chance of failure. What about the indestructible divine body? Ding. To break through S level, the Sunstar Flame requires the integration of 5 repair opportunities with a chance of failure. What about the indestructible divine? Ding. To advance the innate holy body, 4 repair opportunities are required. Xinghe decisively made a choice. That's the one. Leave 1 for protection and go all in with the remaining 4 on the innate holy body. Ding. Deducting 4 repair opportunities, starting the breakthrough limit. Brilliant golden power surged into Xinghe's entire body. Deep within his bloodline, a wild boiling sensation surged, as if a terrifying monster sealed for millions of years was awakening. However, this mysterious feeling lasted only for a moment before completely settling down. Oh no, why do I still feel a bit empty? Is that it? Ding. Congratulations, host. The S-level innate holy body has jumped 2 levels. Now evolved into the desolate level ability innate law body. Xinghe stood there in a daze, his previous drowsiness completely gone. Desolate level. What is that? Ding. The classification of abilities is as follows above: SS level are desolate level, flood level, space level, universal level, and eternal level. The innate law body comes with attributes 100,000 times cultivation speed, 100,000 times comprehension speed. Understanding laws is accelerated by 1,000,000 times. The power of the laws is increased tenfold. Hearing this astonishingly astronomical figure, Xinghe gasped. He sat down on the scorching rock with excitement shimmering in his eyes. 100,000 times comprehension. Understanding laws at 1,000,000 times. He stared blankly at the sky, muttering to himself. Is this really a cheat? It's like forcibly hacking the universe's celestial server. Xinghe burst into wild laughter, his voice carrying a terrifying oppressive force that made others' scalps tingle. I am truly invincible now. It was just handed to me a little late. If I had received this the moment I first transmigrated, I could have turned from a worthless wreck into the innate realm in a single day. Xinghe clicked his tongue. But if we are truly comparing increases to chi and vitality, this thing may not necessarily outmatch my immortal body. After all, when I exploited that bug and took a beating, my attributes surged like a rocket. But a 1,000,000-fold boost in comprehension and cultivation speed, if applied to studying methods and martial techniques, would be a dimension-crushing advantage. He rose, and with a backward motion drew from his back the 7th-tier, mid-grade divine weapon, the Black Flame Spear. Come, let me see what this 1,000,000-fold comprehension truly feels like. A world-rending cry of the spear suddenly erupted. Xinghe flicked his wrist, and the shaft tore through the void. He shot into the heavens as a violent tin-turned true chi surged into the spear. Exploding flame meteor spear technique. Without any wind-up, he delivered a decisive thrust. Thunder roared as if the sky itself had collapsed. Countless inky frenzied spear radiances coalesced into a meteor shower of annihilation, pouring down upon the earth below with merciless force. Each beam of spear light carried the horrific heat of SS rank, dark demonic flame, bearing the power to obliterate everything in its path. A succession of explosions shattered the void. For 1,000 kilometers in every direction, the ground seemed to be struck by tens of thousands of supernuclear detonations at once. Countless towering mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Several thousand kilometers away, a group of prodigies from other star systems who had narrowly escaped the Xinghe onslaught were retreating towards safety, faces smeared with ash. They panted, hearts still trembling. What kind of brutal test is this? Those Xinghe are not meant to be fought by. If we had not banded together by the dozens, we would all have been finished back there. Forget the Yin-Yang Shuefu quotas, surviving and taking our lives home is enough. They exchanged wry smiles. Someone recalled encountering several female warriors from other systems earlier, admiring how their tight combat suits accentuated pale legs. One genius casually turned his head. The lecherous grin on his face froze the next instant. What on earth is that? He screamed in a shrill, blood-curdling cry. Everyone looked back. On the horizon, an annular shockwave 10,000 meters high blotting out the sky barreled forward in a crushing sweep. Wherever it passed, towering rock and surging lava alike were vaporized into ash. Run! Run for your lives. The prodigies panicked and frantically activated their spaceflight suits. But at a top speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, they crawled like snails before that world-ending shockwave. Boom. In barely a dozen seconds, the cataclysm consumed them. Not even a final cry escaped as they were reduced to cosmic dust. Midair, Xinghe steadied his spear as he landed when the system's prompt detonated in his mind. Ding. Host executed exploding flame meteor spear technique, triggering 1,000-fold comprehension. A profound insight into spear technique has been achieved. Congratulations, host. Spear technique proficiency 1,000. Hearing the voice, Xinghe inhaled sharply. What the? This just increased by 10,000 points. He glanced at the panel. From mid-master level to late master, there are only 30,000 points remaining. So that means if I practice this spear technique 3 more times, I can break through. Xinghe rubbed his thumb feverishly against his index knuckle, his breath growing heavy. The efficiency was utterly insane. If I stayed a day in the consciousness battle arena, I could grind every martial skill to full completion. He suppressed the urge to fire 2 more shots and decisively recalled the Black Flame Spear into his spatial ring. No, the commotion was too great. Although the ship's surveillance was blocked by my 7th-tier intelligent core, this degree of power would surely be detected by energy radar. If it drew down that old Iron-Blood Grandmaster for questioning, it would be far too troublesome. Xinghe had dusted himself off. It's safer to grind in the consciousness battle arena. Now that the innate law body has evolved, the arena's fidelity will certainly be higher. He glanced at his wristwatch. Less than half an hour remained on the assessment. After the exam and my admission to Yin-Yang Shuefu, I must hurry back to Lanshui Star. Yuran is home alone, she must be worried sick. Now that I have wealth and strength, it is time to bring her over and make her a tycoon's wife. At the same time, deep within the core of the 7th Yinma star, the blue space that had been frozen suddenly shattered. Xinghe Shui slowly opened her beautiful eyes. A ghostly blue flame of extreme cold flickered across her pupils. Finally subdued, she breathed. She exhaled a long plume of icy mist. Fatigue showed on her cold, exquisite face, yet the tight battle suit clung to her heaving proud chest, betraying the intense excitement within. I thought I could finish it in a few hours. I didn't expect this S-rank ice spirit star flame to be so tenacious. It took a full 20 hours. Only half an hour remained until the assessment ended. Schroeder stopped dazing and move. The extreme cold sovereign's weak but domineering voice sounded in her spiritual sea. The next instant, an overwhelming soul force enveloped Xinghe's slender body. Whoosh! A terrifying speed thousands of times faster than light erupted. In a single second, she was forcibly transported from the planet's core back to the surface of the 7th Yinma star. 30 kilometers to the front right. There is one stage 3 10-star Yinma and over 308 Yinma. Go quickly rack up the points. You are at 0 now, the extreme cold sovereign ordered urgently. Xinghe's gaze hardened as icy mist surged about her. She became a streak of blue light and charged toward the designated sea of targets. She surveyed the roiling magma sea and the dense horde of Yinma below. With a cold snort, she raised her slender alabaster hand and clenched it. Absolute extreme cold. The power of the S-rank ice spirit star flame detonated. The molten sea stilled as a blinding blue glacier spread with impossible speed. Crack! As her jade-like hand tightened the glacier, and the 300 Yinma within exploded into a sky of ice crystals. Ding! Kill successful. Points 9500. Watching the tally on her wristband, a flash of satisfaction crossed Xinghe's eyes. Over the next 20 minutes. With the extreme cold sovereign's radar assistant Xinghe became a ruthless refrigeration killing machine. Half an hour later, her points surged past 80,000, propelling her firmly into the top 10 of the leaderboard. At the volcano's rim, Xinghe breathed shallowly. A faint pleased flush touched her cold, proud cheek. She opened the overall leaderboard. Her gaze froze upon the first-place position and would not budge. First place. Xinghe. 100,000 points. Xinghe's eyes widened, her chest heaved in astonishment. A full 100,000 points. He only killed one Yinma. A Grandmaster Realm first-layer Yinma is worth exactly 100,000 points. She inhaled a breath of icy air. He actually has the strength to slay a Grandmaster-level Yinma. I could only barely one-shot an innate tenfold heaven by relying on the S-rank exotic flame I just tamed. Hearing his disciples' inner shock, the extreme cold sovereign let out a disdainful cold laugh within the spiritual sea. Schroeder, don't frighten yourself. That Xinghe boy's combat power at most reaches half a step into Grandmaster. There is no way he is stronger than you now. If he scored 100,000 points in one go, it's because of that ugly lizard battle pet. Xinghe paused as an image of the terrifying hell three-headed demon dragon capable of swallowing galactic powerhouses in a single bite flickered through her mind. So it was the battle pet. Xinghe exhaled, but the competitive fire in her eyes was fully kindled. Even relying on a battle pet, he is still a prodigy of the human race. There are such anomalies among humans. Once we leave the galaxy, there will surely be even more terrifying existences in the great cosmos. The extreme cold sovereign's tone was distant and haughty. You are not wholly foolish yet. How vast the universe is. True super race prodigies at 15 can crush a galaxy with a single hand. Xinghe's talent in front of those hegemon races wouldn't even measure up to a toe. At best, he is a slightly stronger ant. Xinghe felt her scalp prickle and her heart quake. 15 and crushing galaxies. How could that be possible? The small pride she had from taming an exotic flame was instantly shattered by that remark. The extreme cold sovereign seized the moment to prod and paint grand prospects. So cast aside your pitiful complacency. The human race is by no means the hegemon in this cosmos. Your road ahead is long. Encountering top-tier prodigies of the great cosmos is only a matter of time. Train hard and become strong. Only when you are strong enough can you help your master rebuild my flesh, understand? Xinghe bit her red lip. The chill in her beautiful eyes became an unprecedented resolve. Master, rest assured. I will surpass everyone. Whether it is Xinghe or those peerless prodigies of the great cosmos, I will trample them all underfoot. More than 20 minutes ago, Xinghe closed his eyes, leaning against the spaceship's seat, his consciousness having long sunk into the system's training arena. Oh, has the arena been redecorated today? He looked around at the faintly visible golden threads floating in the void, his thumb instinctively rubbing against it. These threads emitted a terrifying wave of energy that even made his 10th turn true essence feel uneasy. System, what the hell is this? It looks pretty intimidating. Ding. This is the power of the laws derived from the training arena. A crisp voice from the system rang out. Due to the host awakening the wild level innate law body, the training arena has been upgraded accordingly. In the future, whenever the host is qualified to access the laws, they can comprehend them here, gaining a millionfold speed increase. Xinghe gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. A millionfold increase. If I were to use my 10th turn true essence to fight now, wouldn't it feel like a child throwing a tantrum compared to this power of laws? He felt a surge of excitement and quickly called out to the smart brain. Smart Brain, enlighten me on what level this power of laws is at. The voice of the 7th tier Smart Brain echoed in his mind. Master the power of laws is the core strength that peak Star Sea realm powerhouses must master before breaking through to the cosmic level. Only a very few true super prodigies might comprehend it in the 7th or 8th level of the Star Sea realm, or even lower realms. The Smart Brain paused, its tone turning serious. In theory, once one comprehends even a trace of the power of laws, their strength is equivalent to that of a cosmic level being. Xinghe's body shuddered. So as long as I can understand this thing beneath the Star Sea realm, I can take down anyone with ease. Exactly. Below the laws all are ants. He gazed at those golden threads, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. What a pity I can only look at it now and can't touch it. He shook his head, forcing down the restlessness within. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and wool must be sheared strand by strand. The urgent task now was to fully utilize this 100,000-fold comprehension buff on something impactful. System, let's start practicing. Xinghe conjured a pitch-black spear in the training arena. A 6th-tier intermediate martial technique, exploding flame meteor spear technique. He muttered casually. This top-notch spear technique is quite clever, splitting into a training version and a big move version. The big move version can annihilate everything, but the true energy consumption is a bottomless pit. It's good for survival. For everyday combat, I still need to rely on the foundational moves of the training version to master it. He flicked his wrist, and the spear transformed into countless pitch-black afterimages, piercing forward with a devastating momentum. In his mind, countless insights about spear techniques surged forth like an explosion. It was the dimensional strike, brought by 100,000-fold comprehension. Just one set of moves was completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the exploding flame meteor spear technique has reached an extremely deep level. Spear technique proficiency 10,000. Xinghe laughed joyfully towards the sky. Ha ha, this is even more outrageous than cheating. Let's do it again. He swung the spear frantically in the training arena like a tireless robot. A few minutes later, ding. Spear technique proficiency has broken through to the master late stage. Current spear technique power is increased to 8 times. 8 times increase. This terrifying level of technique is rarely seen in the entire history of humanity. But Xinghe was far from satisfied. This is just the beginning. The spear technique has been completed, but my movement technique shouldn't be idle either. Let's go all out. He stepped on the shadow of black flames and began to frantically execute the movement technique Flame Dragon Step. The entire consciousness space was filled with his ghostly afterimages and the violent spear light. The system's delightful prompt sounded like an electronic music party in his mind. Ding! Reminder. The assessment of the Flame Demon Star system has officially concluded. Those who have not returned to the spaceship will be treated as eliminated by death. The cold mechanical voice echoed within the 6th-tier starship's cabin. Xinghe, still craving more, stepped out of the training arena. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of extreme restraint appearing in his deep-set pupils. His gaze swept across the vast cabin. When he arrived, there were over 1 million outstanding talents packed in here. Now looking around, only a sparse 30,000 or so remained. A strong smell of blood and oppressive silence enveloped every survivor's face. Tisk, how tragic. Xinghe smacked his lips. More than 6 out of 10 top geniuses picked from over 100 million planets have vanished in the blink of an eye. Those high and mighty counselors must be undercover agents from another race, right? This is purely a sterilization plan for our own people. As the heavy door of the spaceship slowly closed, the giant ship's engine erupted with a deafening roar. Xinghe couldn't care less about the crying remnants. He happily summoned the system attribute panel. Host Xinghe. Repair count 15. Martial realm, 1st layer of mastery. Soul realm, innate 10th layer, 6th tier, 191000300000. Vitality 11400, 1.30,000 kilograms strength. Soul 10,000. Skills spear technique master peak 900 2000 010 0000. Movement technique master peak 900 1000 010 0000. Talent undying divine body immortal level combat power 300. Innate law body wild level 100000 fold increase sun star flame S grade pure world holy light SS grade dark magic flame SSS grade. Cultivation method titanium steel battle formula 4th tier lower grade 300 cultivation speed divine soul undying method immortal level 5th tier shattered 32 fold heavenly demon disintegration 8th tier. Martial skills titanium steel fist method 4th tier lower grade 400 exploding flame meteor spear technique 6th tier intermediate grade 1009 heavens flame blast 6th tier superior grade 1500 flame dragon step 7th tier intermediate grade 1500 star body 7th tier. Xinghe stared intently at the immortal level on the panel, nearly scraping his thumb raw against his finger. When did my undying divine body secretly evolve into an immortal level A? Isn't this a rank above the immortal level A? He recalled the time when he first crossed over, still a poor wretch holding Invincible Waste script. Now with this heavenly divine outfit and the immortal level trump card, even if a stellar level old monster came to kill him, he would dare to spit a few times at them before dying and reviving. Feeling good now. With this, my life in this perilous universe is secured. Xinghe was just about to stretch when his brow suddenly raised slightly. A cold, arrogant, and exceptionally familiar soul wave was quietly sweeping past him. Is it that old? Xinghe followed the feeling and looked over. Not far away, Xinghe was sitting cross-legged in a corner. Her tight ice blue combat suit was soaked with sweat, outlining an astonishingly explosive curve, her snow-white skin barely visible. Radiating an aura that warned others to stay away, she resembled a thorny flower on a high peak. This woman is stunning, but unfortunately she's a voyeur possessed by an old ghost. Xinghe rolled his eyes. Thankfully, as soon as he boarded the spaceship, he fully upgraded the immortal level divine soul undying method. He had firmly compressed this first layer of mastery and terrifying foundation into the illusion of the innate 10th layer limit. Within Xinghe's sea of consciousness, that beautiful blue soul phantom trembled. This kid. The extreme cold supreme gasped. Master, what's wrong? Xinghe hurriedly inquired in her heart. His surface aura has actually reached the absolute limit of the innate 10th layer. The voice of the extreme cold supreme carried an unmistakable hint of shock. Moreover, the richness of his vitality is simply like an ancient ferocious beast cloaked in human skin. Swear, I take back my previous words. This kid probably doesn't rely on that ugly lizard. He truly possesses the strength to single-handedly slay the master-level flame demon. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's beautiful eyes widened and her breath quickened. Impossible. How old is he? How could he achieve this with his own strength? The extreme cold supreme huffed disdainfully. What? As soon as you heard this kid's name, you got anxious. Your cold demeanor, could it be that you're actually interested in him? Xinghe's face flushed crimson, her ample chest heaving heavily. Master, what nonsense are you saying? This is my competitive spirit. It's respect for my opponent. I will definitely surpass him. She bit her red lip, anxiously defending herself in her heart. Just as Xinghe's mind was stirred, a young man dressed in luxurious golden armor with slicked back hair and a haughty demeanor walked over. Miss Xinghe, hello. Taviel displayed a smile he believed to be charming. I am Taviel from the Zeta Star system. He deliberately paused, raising his voice. I am the genius ranked 91st on the points leaderboard of this survival assessment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding talents who were still lamenting their fate cast shocked glances. My God, he's actually a monster from the top 100. I heard that the top 100 can be directly admitted to the core area of the Flame Sun Academy. That's a place even masters fight to get into. Stop bragging, I know him. Someone in the crowd whispered. His original strength was barely outside the 200 mark. He must have gotten lucky following some big shot to pick up scraps and slipped into the top 100. Hearing these comments, a flicker of anger flashed in Taviel's eyes. But when he looked at Xinghe's cold and stunning face along with her alluring figure, his anger turned into a strong desire for possession. Having just reached the peak of my life, I must have the most exquisite woman. He thought, puffing out his chest even more. However, Xinghe didn't even lift her eyelids, treating him as if he were air. Taviel's expression stiffened and his smile faded. The humiliation of being publicly ignored made him feel as if he had just received 2 heavy slaps across the face. Xinghe, don't think you can refuse my invitation. Taviel lowered his voice, his tone laced with a condescending tone of charity. I know your rank is low, and you're always at risk of being eliminated by the academy. I can make an exception and take you as my exclusive attendant. He flicked the cloak of his armor, his face full of arrogance. Core students of the Flame Sun Academy have the privilege of bringing attendants with them. As long as you follow me, the top resources in the academy will be at your fingertips. Upon hearing this, the other eliminated talented young women all turned readied. An attendant slot. It's actually a slot for the Flame Sun Academy. Although it's not a formal student, being able to audit the academy is a tremendous opportunity. Why isn't he looking at me? What makes me worse than that ice cube face? A group of young women with decent looks glared at Xinghe, their teeth grinding in jealousy. They knew that once they became the attendants of a top 100 genius, though nominally they would be servants and have to satisfy their master's various peculiarities, it was the only shortcut to becoming a phoenix from a commoner. What do you think, Xinghe? This is a blessing you could never earn in several lifetimes. Taviel looked at the hungry wolf-like gazes of the surrounding women, his vanity greatly satisfied. He stepped closer to Xinghe, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. I can sign a soul contract with you right now. As long as you obediently comply tonight, I will let you see what kind of resources I possess. Tal puffed out his chest, speaking with an air of condescension, as if he could already see the ice-cold beauty kneeling at his feet. My family's ancestor is a grandmaster of the fifth heaven. A mere spot as a servant in a school, this young master can certainly afford to offer it. The surrounding girls who had failed the selection glared with jealousy, wishing they could rush in to accept on behalf of Xinghe Shui. In the eyes of these people, this was simply a windfall from the heavens. Xinghe Shui slowly raised her head, her stunning face devoid of any expression, her gaze coldly fixed on Tal. Everyone believed she was finally moved. After all, this was a servant position at the Yin-Yang Academy. But in the next moment, a terrifying wave of extreme cold that could shatter souls erupted from Xinghe Shui. Shut up. Xinghe Shui parted her red lips without even raising a hand. Buzz. The temperature around them instantly plummeted to absolute zero. Tal's lewd smile had not yet faded when the chilling power had already enveloped him completely. Crack, crack, crack. Without even a scream, this genius of the West Tower Galaxy, who could explode a seventh heaven innate powerhouse, turned into a human ice sculpture. Everyone's expression changed drastically, some even forgetting to breathe. This woman actually attacked on the spaceship. Bang! Followed by a crisp sound. Tal, along with his magnificent armor, exploded into countless shards of ice before everyone's eyes. Not even a trace remained. Inside the vast cabin, a deathly silence fell. Did she just kill him in an instant? Tal was at least in the top 100 able to defeat a seventh heaven innate powerhouse, and yet he couldn't withstand even a single attack from her. The girls who had just been jealous were now terrified, their legs trembling as they collapsed to the ground. The top 10 elite geniuses also had their pupils quake, revealing unprecedented seriousness. It's her. I remember now. Someone in the crowd shouted, their voice trembling. She is the one who in the last half hour of the assessment skyrocketed in points, forcefully breaking into the top 10 from the very back. Xinghe Shui. Everyone gasped in shock. If given another half hour, wouldn't this woman be able to overturn the top 3 on the leaderboard? In the back of the crowd, a burly man named Quang Tai rubbed his bald head with a bitter expression. Damn it, I originally thought I could easily secure a top 3 spot with my 5th grade gauntlets. Quang Tai sighed, wanting to cry without tears. On top of that, there was a master-level flame demon pressing down on me, and that cheating Lu Xinghe who racked up 100,000 points was bad enough. Now another fierce ice-cold woman has emerged, forcing me down to 5th. Just as everyone was stunned by Xinghe Shui's ruthlessness, a young man dressed in white with a long sword on his back stepped forward from the crowd. I am Cheng Jian, the second on this assessment's points leaderboard. Cheng Jian's gaze burned as he stared at Xinghe Shui, exuding an intense and pure sword intent. I observed that your previous move seemed to contain sword intent. Perfect, I also use a sword, and once we enter the academy, we can exchange ideas more often. As the second on the leaderboard, he felt confident approaching her. However, Xinghe Shui merely shot him a cold glance. Not interested. Xinghe Shui coolly uttered a few words. Your sword is too weak. Boom. The watching geniuses were all dumbfounded. That is Cheng Jian, direct disciple of the planetary-level rogue cultivator known as the Sword Emperor. There were even rumors that he could be rated as an S-level genius at any moment. Yet he was publicly insulted as too weak. Cheng Jian's face darkened like water, the pride of a swordsman, making it impossible for him to endure such humiliation. What a bold claim. Cheng Jian sneered, placing his wrist on the sword hilt. Whether my sword is weak or not, you'll know once you try it. As soon as he spoke, a shocking sound of sword ringing echoed. Cheng Jian drew his sword, the terrifying sword energy, seemingly ready to tear through the spaceship's hull. But in the next second, the crowd hadn't even had time to focus their gaze when an ice-blue exquisite sword light flashed by as if it had crossed space. Crack! Cheng Jian's sword, half-drawn, was frozen tightly in its sheath by an overwhelming cold force. Meanwhile, Xinghe Shui held an ice sword, its blade already pressed firmly against Cheng Jian's neck. If it advanced even a millimeter further, Cheng Jian's head would meet the same fate as Tal. The entire crowd felt their scalps tingle. No one saw how Xinghe Shui drew her sword. The second on the leaderboard, the Sword Emperor's disciple, was actually defeated in an instant. Cheng Jian stood frozen in place, the bone-chilling coldness from his neck causing his blood to stop flowing. His proud, invincible sword heart was utterly shattered by this ice-blue sword. I lost. Cheng Jian's eyes lost focus, his long sword falling to the ground as he slumped down like all his strength had been drained. Xinghe Shui sheathed her ice sword, not even sparing him a second glance. She turned and walked away, her long straight legs striding toward the corner of the cabin. As she passed, those once lofty geniuses, as if they had seen a ghost, frantically moved aside, creating a wide pathway. The title of the first genius of the Yin-Yang Galaxy was firmly established on this ice-cold girl. As she moved forward, everyone's gaze involuntarily followed her. Then they saw Xinghe Shui stop in front of a black-clad youth who was bored, leaning against the wall and yawning. The icy aura that had just been so decisive suddenly miraculously dissipated. You? Did your assessment end? Xinghe Shui looked at Lu Xinghe, and a rare blush appeared on her stunning cheeks, her voice softening considerably. Silence. Dead silence. The eyes of hundreds of thousands of geniuses nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell was going on? Just a moment ago she had effortlessly killed the second on the leaderboard, and now she was acting shy like a little wife in front of this inconspicuous boy. In the corner, Xinghe gently scraped his thumb across his index finger joint. Oh, you've gotten quite a bit stronger. Xinghe smiled broadly, casually complimenting her. You noticed that? Xinghe bit her red lip, slightly, a rare hint of complaint in her tone. But, no matter how strong I become, I still can't catch up to you. She felt a bit unwilling, but ultimately admitted generously. You are stronger than me. Boom. This sentence detonated in everyone's mind like a nuclear bomb. This boy is actually stronger than Xinghe. Who is he? Wait. Someone in the crowd suddenly reacted, trembling as they pointed at Xinghe. Black clothes, long spear, and even personally acknowledged by Xinghe. He's the number one on the leaderboard. Xinghe. Wow. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses erupted in excitement. Is this the monster who with just one video killed the master-level flame demon, maintaining 100,000 points above everyone else? Countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and extreme jealousy drowned Xinghe. Ugh, trouble. Xinghe rubbed his temples in silence. I was planning to keep a low profile and make money quietly. Sure enough, a man as outstanding as me is like a firefly in the night. I completely messed up the art of being low-key. He complained wildly in his heart, while maintaining a calm expression as he looked at Xinghe. Relying on his 10,000-fold comprehension of the primal laws, he saw through the mysteries within Xinghe's body at a glance. No wonder you've grown so much stronger. Within that extreme cold power, there is actually a destructive fiery attribute hidden. Did you swallow the starfire from a star? Xinghe clicked his tongue in admiration. The fusion of ice and fire perfectly compensated for the explosive power deficiency of the ice-type ability, making this configuration indeed suitable for the destined daughter. Boom. At that moment the spaceship shook violently as the massive 6th-grade engine erupted with dazzling flames. Spatial leap initiated. Just a few hours later the spaceship broke through the clouds and steadily descended above Yin-Yang Star. Through the porthole one could see the super iron fortress below, which was dozens of times larger than the entire blue water star. Surrounding the spaceship, countless starships from various life planets were densely parked. The hatch opened widely, and an intense aura of spiritual energy rushed in. Get down quickly. A mechanical voice urged this group of survivors to disembark from the spaceship. More than 30,000 people had just stepped onto the massive square of the Yin-Yang Academy. Boom. A terrifying pressure like a mountain crashing down descended from the sky. Thud thud. This pressure was so violent that caught off guard at least 90% of the 30,000 geniuses were forced to kneel on the ground. Even those who struggled to resist had their faces flushed and their bones creaking under the unbearable load. In the crowd, only Xinghe and a few top geniuses in the top 10 could barely stand. Meanwhile, Xinghe and Xinghe stood there as if nothing had happened, not even furrowing their brows. Who? The crowd looked up in terror. In front of the square, more than 10 youths dressed in red martial arts uniforms of the Yin-Yang Academy were looking down at them from midair. The leader, a short-haired youth with a toothpick in his mouth, had an expression of utter nonchalance and disdain. With this level of talent you dare to call yourselves the pride of heaven. The youth laughed coldly, the terrifying pressure of a grandmaster realm being unleashed without restraint like a tsunami. The newcomers below were all dumbfounded. They are also first-year students. How is that possible? They are all grandmaster level. This foundation is too monstrous. The short-haired youth Cabin spat out the toothpick from his mouth, his gaze sweeping across below. Listen up, newcomers. I am Cabin, the first on the first-year leaderboard of the Yin-Yang Academy. He arrogantly pointed at the kneeling geniuses on the ground. Those who passed the assessment and ranked in the top 100. The rest of the trash rolled back to where you came from. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. Although most were unwilling, the rules of the assessment were indeed this cruel. Xinghe and others endured the pressure and walked out with great difficulty. Only a chubby boy in the group was joyfully crying. This was the lucky one who had been pushed up to the 100th place, because Tal was defeated by Xinghe. Cabin. He is actually Cabin. Xinghe, who stepped forward, changed color, drastically staring at the youth in the sky with deep respect in his eyes. Do you know him? Quang Tai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked. Not just know him, he is simply a legendary madman. Xinghe swallowed hard, lowering his voice. 9 years ago he entered the Yin-Yang Academy, a genuine S-level genius. To compress his true energy to a terrifying third transition before breaking through, he forcibly held back his realm for 9 years. The crowd gasped in shock. 9 years without breaking through just to build a foundation. What a ruthless person. The most terrifying part is that just a few days ago he broke through to the Grandmaster realm and instantly killed the original first-year leader. In the entire history of the Academy, he is among the very top handful of monsters. Hearing this explanation, these freshmen, who had just crawled out from the pile of corpses, finally understood what a true high-level martial arts holy land was. This is simply a monster concentration camp. Just when everyone was stunned by Cabin's reputation, many people's gazes involuntarily turned to Lu Xinghe and Xikong Shui. Cabin is an S-level genius who suppressed himself for 9 years to become this monstrous. But Xikong Shui can defeat the second on the leaderboard, and that Lu Xinghe can kill a grandmaster with ease. Everyone exchanged glances, a crazy thought popping up in their minds. These two monsters. Their talent can't be S. Can it be even more terrifying than S? Following Cabin's lead, over 300,000 freshmen surged toward the center of Blazing Sun main city. Amid the crowd, countless gazes clung stubbornly to the silhouettes of Lu Xinghe and Xikong Shui. Hey, did you hear that? That icy beauty just admitted she can't beat Lu Xinghe. She's the monster who one-shot Cheng Jian the second on the leaderboard. Just what level is Lu Xinghe? Could he be S2? A scion from a noble family swallowed hard, his voice trembling. In our Blazing Sun galaxy, an S genius barely appears once in a century. The last one was Senior Sword Dance 21 years ago. Now she's the undisputed top overlord of the 7. Add Senior Cabin leading the way up front. If Lu Xinghe and Xikong Shui are also S, then we've produced 4 S in just 30 years. Listening to the whispers around him, Lu Xinghe walked ahead, idly scraping his thumb against his index knuckle. Sai, being too outstanding really makes you a spectacle everywhere you go. Before long, the crowd arrived at the central plaza. A colossal bronze gate thousands of meters high stood alone between heaven and earth, with nothing behind it but an expanse of void. What's this thing? A doorframe for warding off evil in broad daylight, someone muttered. Immediately, a well-informed genius among the crowd gasped. Shut up. That's a spatial teleportation array. Across the entire human race of the Milky Way, only the legendary 60-year Formation Master Array Emperor can construct an array of this caliber. Lu Xinghe looked up at the massive gate, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. His desolate tier innate law physique stirred slightly. What was once an unfathomable void now appeared before him as a dense web of source energy trajectories. Damn, these circuits are more tangled than the wiring in the slums. He stroked his chin, a greedy smirk curling at his lips. Once I'm in the academy, I should check if there are side disciplines like formations alchemy or artifact forging. If I learn to craft my own gear and exploit the system, think of all the money I could save. As Lu Xing's mind raced with calculations, he recalled his own origins. Blazing Sun Academy usually only recruits top-tier martial artists who graduated from the best schools on each planet. Most freshmen are at least in their early 20s. And here I am, a 15-year-old nobody from the slums, still in high school, sneaking in with top 3 results. If you ran new, she'd probably be insufferably proud. Just then, Cabin ahead impatiently picked his ear. What are you all gawking at? Move it. Get in. With that, he and his men stepped through the bronze gate. Xikong Shui glanced at Lu Xinghe and followed suit. Lu Xinghe shrugged hands in his pockets and strode into the shimmering spatial ripples. Over 300,000 freshmen filed in one by one. After a brief wave of dizziness, they found themselves on a white jade plaza. Looking up, everyone gasped. The sky here held no sun or stars. Only endless colorful spatial turbulence. The entire world was sealed under a colossal semi-transparent array radiating terrifying pressure. Welcome to the main campus of Blazing Sun Academy. Cabin turned, chewing on a toothpick, his gaze sweeping over the awestruck crowd. This isn't Blazing Sun's surface. It's a private realm opened by a galaxy-tier powerhouse before his fall. Later discovered by humanity, Lord Blazing Sun bought it at a great cost and transformed it into the Academy. At these words, the hundreds of thousands of freshmen were stunned to the core. A galaxy-tier powerhouse. A legendary being who could annihilate an entire planetary system with a wave of a hand. For humanity, whose strongest were only startiers, such a figure was a catastrophic god. Lu Xing's eyelids twitched. The lair of a galaxy-tier powerhouse. No wonder the scale is so insane. He shot a covert glance at Xikong Shui nearby. The Milky Way is a backwater that can't nurture monsters above galaxy tier. The old ghost in this realm was probably a high civilization powerhouse passing through from outside. That old woman inside Xikong Shui is likely from the same background. She can't be a deceased human powerhouse. So humanity's meager assets are just an appetizer. Out there in the boundless universe, the buried ruins are the true paradise for reaping benefits. Cabin ignored the crowd's shock and casually waved his hand. A massive three-dimensional holographic screen unfurled above the plaza, displaying a map of the Academy. This realm is 100,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. Not huge, but more than enough for the Academy's tens of thousands. Look, left is the teaching district, right is the arena and various trial towers. Now listen up, this is the key part. Cabin's tone sharpened. The Academy's dormitories are divided into 4 grades. The lowest grade 4 has a 5-tier source gathering array with source energy density 10 times the outside world. The crowd erupted in commotion. 10 times source energy. Holy moly. The best training room in my family only has 3 times. And the worst here is 10. Caben sneered and dropped another bombshell. Grade 3 dormitories 40 times source energy density. Grade 2 100 times. To get a grade 2 dorm, either become the year's top-ranked student or clear the 10th floor of the trial tower. As for the core grade 1 dormitory, sorry, that's not for normal people. Lu Xing's eyes gleamed with greed, his breathing growing heavy. 100 times. If all that spiritual energy is converted into energy reserves by the system, how many 10-turn golden cores could I forge? This isn't school. It's a self-service buffet for stocking up. Caben watched the crowd's envious expressions and added coldly. In the academy, there's only one rule. Except in the arena, private fights are forbidden. Here everything is decided by strength and talent. The stronger you are, the better your treatment. If you're useless, even the cultivation techniques won't be open to you. After saying this, Caben let out a long sigh. He clapped his hands in disgust. Damn, finally done with the briefing. This stupid rule of having the year's top student double as a guide for freshmen is such a pain. I have to break through to Grandmaster Second Heaven next year and get to the second year. Whoever wants this gig can take it. Caben turned his gaze, landing on Xinghe at the front of the crowd. Hey, sword guy. Interested in joining my Skywalker Society? Xinghe froze, then flushed with excitement and shouted without hesitation. I do. It's an honor to follow Senior Caben. Even as the former second-rank player, he knew the importance of latching onto a powerful figure, especially in S Senior. Such a luminary would be an unattainable presence in the future. Caben nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other freshmen. Anyone else who wants to join a society can sign up with me. But I'll be blunt, our Skywalker Society only accepts elites. To getting your talent must be at least grade, and your skills must be at proficient level or above. Don't waste my time. Hearing this harsh requirement, most freshmen deflated like punctured balloons. Xinghe Shui turned to Lu Xinghe, who was counting his fingers, and whispered, Lu Xinghe, are you joining? Top-tier elite societies come with terrifying resource networks. They'd be very beneficial for our future cultivation. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes. Join a society. Sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of childish game. He crossed his arms, his tone dripping with streetwise cynicism and infuriating laziness. I'm here to study, not to be some thug collecting protection money. Once I've milked this place for everything it's worth, he'll be out of here. Who has time for gang wars? Xinghe Shui was stunned. The surrounding freshmen stared at Lu Xinghe as if he were insane. Is this guy crazy? Societies at Blazing Sun Academy are child's play. Countless grand counselors who govern dozens of planets came from these societies. Even if Lu Xing's talent is unmatched, that's way too arrogant. Just then, Caben and his men who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. The atmosphere plunged to freezing point. Caben turned, his face dark. He walked straight up to Lu Xinghe with his subordinates looking down at him. Was that childish game comment yours? Caben narrowed his eyes, unleashing his Grandmaster-level pressure. Lu Xinghe gently scraped his thumb against his index knuckle. Not only did he not buckle, but he also met Caben's gaze with a grin. Yeah, I said it. What? I was stating my personal opinion, not naming names. If Senior insists on taking it personally, then I'll apologize. I'm a blunt guy. Sorry, but your little group really does feel like child's play. The hundreds of thousands fell into dead silence. Everyone's scalp tingled. Had Lu Xinghe maxed out his nerve, provoking an S Senior to his face? Damn it. Before Caben could speak, one of his lackeys jumped out, burning with rage. A fresh recruit who thinks acing the exam makes you invincible. Today I'll show you how deep Blazing Sun Academy's waters run. The senior raised his wrist and slammed a red button on his smartwatch. A translucent blue barrier shot up, sealing off an area several kilometers in radius, trapping Lu Xinghe, Xinghe Shui, and Caben's group inside. It's a localized battle zone. Some knowledgeable freshmen outside recoiled in fear. Once activated, this becomes a legal private combat area. Not only allowed, but it records battle data. Facing this tense standoff, Lu Xinghe didn't even furrow his brow. He sighed, his expression dripping with disappointment. Tisk tisk tsk. They say geniuses are proud, but you guys are just terminally thin-skinned. Getting this riled up over being called child's play. How will you survive out there? He casually grabbed his dark golden 70-year black flame spear. The spear struck the ground with a deafening boom. If you want to fight, hurry up. I need to get to the dorm and reap that 100-fold source energy. Lu Xinghe lifted his head, a dead calm and savage madness surging in his eyes, his smile growing ever more cruel. Senior, since the stage is set, why not do yourselves a favor? All of you come at me together. As soon as these words were spoken, a sudden silence fell over the entire battlefield. All the new and old students looked at Lu Xinghe as if he were an idiot. Is this kid out of his mind? Senior Cabby is an S-level genius, a monster at the third transition of the Master Realm. The weakest among his group of senior students are at the first level of the Master Realm, and he dares to challenge them all. Cabby's face darkened to the extreme, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you be so audacious? He turned and glared fiercely at the nearby Zhu Yan. Every year the Yin Yang Academy has one legitimate killing quota. Zhu Yan, I transfer my quota to you this year. Get on stage and kill him. If anything goes wrong, the Castlin Star system will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, all the new students gasped in shock. A legitimate killing quota. The competitive rules of Yin Yang Academy were shockingly brutal. Zhu Yan trembled with excitement upon hearing this. Thank you, Senior Cabby. He had struggled at the bottom of the academy for several years, enduring humiliation daily. Today he would finally experience the glorious moment of deciding someone else's life or death. Zhu Yan laughed maniacally as he looked at Lu Xinghe. Kid, dare to provoke our Tianqing society. This time next year will be your death anniversary. However, Lu Xinghe didn't even lift his eyelids. He casually dug at his ear and spoke lazily. Senior, are you a bit slow in the head? Zhu Yan's smile froze. What do you mean? Lu Xinghe pointed at the transparent barrier above. This battlefield is voluntarily initiated by both parties, right? Since I haven't agreed to fight you, this is a one-sided provocation. If you dare to attack now, it would violate the Academy's rules, wouldn't it? As soon as these words were uttered, Cabby, Zhu Yan, and others were completely dumbfounded. They had been so caught up in their bravado that they forgot the most basic rules of sparring. The new students who had just been frightened suddenly realized the situation. Right? As long as we don't accept the fight, it's fine. I was scared to death who I thought they could kill at will. The gaze of the crowd toward Cabby and the others suddenly held less awe and more mockery. Zhu Yan's face turned red, and he awkwardly tried to cover up. Junior, you're mistaken. We martial artists must improve through real combat. Rest assured you can fight me, who I guarantee to go easy, absolutely no fatal strikes. Lu Xinghe mocked. Do you think I believe your nonsense? Your acting skills belong back on Blue Water Star. You couldn't even be a background actor. Zhu Yan was left speechless and raged to the point of erupting. If you're a man, get on the stage. Stop flapping your lips here. Lu Xinghe chuckled, laughing brightly. Sorry, I'm only 15. If you really have guts, come and hit me now. Seeing Lu Xing's provocative expression, many new students couldn't help but laugh out loud. This senior's intelligence is really lacking. Being pressed down by a new student, it's laughable. Hearing the mocking voices around, Cabby felt a hot flush on his face. He had worked hard to maintain his image. The reputation he had built up was shattered by Lu Xing's few words. Good. Very good. Cabby stared fiercely at Lu Xinghe with a venomous glare. You have a sharp tongue. He turned, preparing to leave with his group of followers. Before leaving, he couldn't help but turn back to throw out a threat. In the future outside the academy, you'd better not let me catch you, or you'll regret it. Just as Cabby and the others were about to deactivate the barrier and leave, Lu Xing's lazy voice rang out again. Wait, who said you could leave? Cabby paused, turning to glare coldly at him. Lu Xing's smile vanished. His slightly lowered eyelids concealed a sickly excitement. He unconsciously scraped his thumb's nail heavily against his index finger. I said if you want to fight, it's fine. But you have to agree to one condition. All the new students were stunned. Xinghe Shui hurriedly grabbed Lu Xing's sleeve. Are you crazy? If they leave, just let it be. Why provoke them again? After all, this was a society led by a third transition master. If a real fight broke out, someone would die. Lu Xinghe, however, patted Xinghe Shui's hand with a calm tone. Don't worry, they're just a group of fish not worth counting as experience points. Xinghe Shui's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Where did this guy get his confidence? At that moment, an old student from Cabby's team suddenly leaned closer to him. Brother Cabby, I just heard this group of new students discussing. This kid has single-handedly killed a level 4, 1-star flame demon during the assessment. Cabby's pupils constricted. Single-handedly killing a master-level flame demon. This kid's talent could very well be S-level. If that's the case, Zhu Yan going up alone might not be able to handle him. What conditions do you want to propose? Cabby squinted, cautiously asking. Lu Xinghe walked to the edge of the platform and shook a finger. My conditions are simple. If you want to fight, all of you from the Tianqing Society must come up together. If even one person is missing, I want fight. Boom. The audience erupted in shock once more. Everyone was stunned by Lu Xing's arrogance. He wanted dozens of Master Realm seniors to come at him together. This was no longer just arrogance, it was practically courting death. Cabby was so furious that he laughed. Since you're seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. Everyone get on the platform. He waved his hand dramatically, and dozens of seniors fiercely jumped onto the stage, encircling the spot where Lu Xinghe originally stood. At this moment below the stage, only Cheng Jian, who had just agreed to join the Tianqing Society, stood alone in place. He was conflicted, unsure whether he should go up or not. Lu Xinghe looked down at Cheng Jian. Buddy, you'll give you a chance to choose again. Do you want to die with him, or stand there and watch? Cabby shouted angrily. Cheng Jian, if you don't take action today, forget about completing any tasks in the academy in the future. If you encounter us Xinghe society outside, you will be attacked on sight. This threat was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xinghe was already proud, ranked second on the leaderboard. He raised his head, eyes reddening as he pointed at Cabby and cursed loudly. Go to hell, you stupid dog society. Do you really think I'm your pet dog? My master is the Sword Emperor. Try to touch even a finger of mine and see if my master doesn't draw his sword and obliterate your entire Castlan star system. The entire area fell silent in an instant. Cabby and the others' arrogant expressions froze completely, turning as pale as paper. The Sword Emperor. He was one of the peak powerhouses of humanity. They had initially intended to recruit a little brother to enhance their image. Instead, they had kicked a super titanium alloy steel plate. The surrounding new students looked at Cabby and the others with mockery in their eyes. Having been repeatedly slapped in the face, Cabby was nearly driven mad with fury. He didn't dare to take it out on Xinghe and could only vent all his anger on Xinghe. Are you going to get up here or not? If you're scared, kneel and bow 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Xinghe had twisted his neck. The crisp sound of cracking bones sent chills down people's spines. What's the rush? Even dying has to be done in order. With that, he lightly leaped into the center of the platform. Just as his feet touched the ground of the platform, the emotionless mechanical broadcast of the AI suddenly rang out. Warning. Detected new student Xinghe has not completed the disciple identity verification on the Academy's official website. Currently classified as a non-official student of the Academy. This duel is not subject to the Academy's killing protection mechanism. Additionally, it does not count towards the annual legitimate killing quota. Duel established. Life or death is at your own risk. The moment the announcement ended, the air in the entire area seemed to be sucked out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Cabby and the others regretted it to the point of wanting to spit blood. Damn, had I known this kid wasn't verified being an unprotected illegal resident, we could have just killed him earlier. Why waste time here playing at a duel and offending the Sword Emperor's direct disciple for no reason? The new students below the stage were also frightened, their faces pale. Crap, I almost forgot about this. Everyone frantically clicked on the intelligent device on their wrist, quickly logging into the Academy's official website for verification. They also scolded Cabby, this lousy guide, several thousand times in their hearts. Meanwhile, Xinghe, standing in the center of the stage, listened to the announcement. The corner of his mouth curled up to his ear. What a delightful surprise. Just a moment ago, he was calculating. If he killed these dozens of people, would it attract pursuit from the higher-ups? Should he plan an escape route in advance? Instead, the system rules handed him a legitimate killing license. This was simply a case of the pillow arriving just as he was feeling sleepy. Since there was no need for disguise, he could unleash his full powers. Kill. With the official start of the duel's prompt, Cabby could no longer restrain the violent killing intent within him. Turn him into minced meat. He charged forward, the terrifying true energy of a third transition master erupting like a volcano. The dozens of seniors behind him simultaneously unleashed their strongest martial arts. A torrent of colorful light tore through the air, bearing destructive power, crashing down upon Xinghe. The new students below the stage couldn't see their movements clearly. All they could see was a dazzling stream of energy about to completely engulf Xinghe. However, under Lu Xing's divine perception, which had endured 5 ripples and reached the pinnacle of the innate 9 heavens, the speed of Cabby and the others was so slow that it felt like they were doing calisthenics. Too slow, so slow it makes me want to yawn. Xinghe slowly raised his right hand. He brought his index and middle fingers together, casually pointing forward. Boom. SS level ability, pure world holy light. No flashy initiation. There were no earth-shattering roars of true energy. Only countless thin bright white beams so brilliant they could blind the eyes surged forth from Lu Xing's fingertips. These beams ignored Cabby's proud protective true energy. They disregarded the expensive battle armor on the seniors. They even ignored the distance and space. Puff, 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 puff. A series of dull thuds rang out densely on the platform. Those white beams accurately pierced through the foreheads of Cabby and every senior. The powerful penetrating force even slammed their bodies against the energy barrier at the back of the platform. Bang! Dozens of corpses exploded into a sky of blood mist under the violent impact. The entire platform was like a torrential rainstorm. Drip drop. A drop of fresh blood fell at the edge of the platform. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. No screams. No struggles. The elite members of the Xinghe society who had just been invincible couldn't even withstand a single move from Xinghe before turning into a pile of remnants. Hundreds of thousands of new students below all gaped, their pupils trembling violently. They finally realized a terrifying truth. Xinghe had not been boasting when he asked them all to come at him together. It was because in his eyes this group was not worth wasting even a second on. It was a complete dimensional crushing. In the front of the crowd, Xinghe stared blankly at the boy on the platform, bathed in blood rain, without even a spot of dirt on his clothes. At this moment, a shrill and horrified voice echoed in her mind, almost screaming. The power of holy light. How is it possible? Wasn't he mastering flames? How could he possibly possess the legendary holy light laws? This kid, how many trump cards does he have hidden? In Xue's mind, the voice of the extreme cold sovereign trembled. As a prominent powerhouse of the universe, she had repeatedly misjudged this 15-year-old boy. Just a moment ago, she had confidently declared that Xinghe was merely playing with fire, yet she was suddenly blinded by the pure white light emanating from him. This kid possesses a treasure that shields perception or some kind of heaven-defying concealment technique. How could I not see through him at all? The more the extreme cold sovereign thought about it, the more horrified she became. If she couldn't see through Xinghe, did he already discover her presence? She recalled her previous encounter on Yinma Star. When Xue subdued the ice spirit star and her power surged, Xinghe hadn't even blinked. He was not surprised at all. He must have known of my existence long ago. As Xue listened to her master's screams in her mind, a tumultuous wave surged in her icy eyes. Her master was a cosmic-level superpower house. Even she had suffered setbacks in front of Xinghe. The extreme cold sovereign took a deep breath, her tone unprecedentedly grave. Girls, stay away from this kid in the future. Since he clearly knows of my existence and dares to mingle with you so recklessly, it means he is not afraid of me at all. There is probably an even more terrifying old monster hidden within this kid. The extreme cold sovereign was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. But soon she negated her own thoughts. No, if there really were a being of that level within him, seeing my weak remnant soul, they would have swallowed me whole long ago. Why would they leave me here until now? I must find an opportunity to confront him personally and probe his depths. In reality, the area of the battle was dead silent. Dozens of headless corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. Among them, the most eye-catching was the senior Xinghe, hailed as an S-level genius of the Yin-Yang Academy. Xinghe's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He stared at the blood mist covering the floor, completely unable to accept this insane outcome. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of new students, they covered their mouths in terror, fearing that even a whisper might bring calamity upon them. This was Xinghe, after all. The very same third-year champion who had been publicly praised by the higher-ups of the Yin-Yang Academy. He was eliminated so easily by a newcomer like a bug being squished. My heavens, Xinghe is definitely a legendary S-level genius. Defeating dozens of masters with a single strike, is this what a monster is like? Just as the crowd trembled in fear, Xinghe casually flicked away non-existent bloodstains. His thumb habitually rubbed against the joint of his index finger. He glanced at the fallen Xinghe and curled his lips. Is this level of skill enough to demand protection fees? The Yin-Yang Academy is still too peaceful. They didn't even wear proper armor when going out. They deserve to become experience bags. Just as Xinghe prepared to jump off the stage to check for any loot on the bodies. Boom. Suddenly, a suffocating and terrifying pressure erupted from the distant spatial teleportation array. The entire void trembled violently under this force. Hundreds of thousands of new students turned around in unison, terrified. They saw a robust, sinister-looking old man barreling through the space like a meteor. It was the Grand Speaker Xue. As soon as Xue landed, his immense divine sense enveloped the entire academy, immediately locking onto Xinghe on the stage. Upon seeing Xinghe standing there intact, not a hair out of place, this peak master of the 10th heaven of the Grandmaster realm let out a sigh of relief. Then Xue noticed the blood mist and the pile of shredded flesh on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly, but it was only a minor frown. In the terrified gaze of the crowd, Xue instantly appeared on the stage. He grabbed Lu Xing's shoulder, his eyes burning as he examined him from top to bottom. Kid, are you hurt? Those scoundrels didn't lay their hands on you, did they? The entire crowd of new students was dumbfounded. Lay hands on. Grand Speaker, are you blind? The ones minced into meat paste are those old students. Xinghe was also taken aback, then quickly displayed a harmless smile. Grand Speaker, you arrived just in time. We were just having a simple sparring session. I lost control of my strength for a moment, and ended up being too forceful. He pointed at the fallen Xinghe. Look, this senior insisted on letting himself be my punching bag. I couldn't stop him. Xue followed Lu Xing's finger. When he recognized that the corpse on the ground was the S-level genius, Xinghe, his pupils constricted. Xinghe was a third transition master. This kid actually managed to defeat Xinghe. Then his true combat power must have reached the 4th or 5th heaven of the master realm. A 15-year-old with mid-tier master-level combat power. Xue's heart shook violently. The surrounding new students watched as Xue's expression changed, their hearts sinking. It was over. The Grand Speaker was definitely going to explode with rage. One S-senior had died. Xinghe was in big trouble. But in the next moment, Xue suddenly burst into thunderous laughter, his voice echoing like thunder through the skies. Huh. Sparring is sparring. Punches and kicks, no eyes. Getting hurt and someone dying is just the most normal thing. Dying at the hands of your fellow disciple instead of an alien is a sign of poor skill. He deserves it. As these double-standard words were spoken, hundreds of thousands of people were left petrified. This favoritism was too blatant. But Tai Shui didn't care about the gazes of others. They issued a unanimous top-secret directive. At all costs, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of 10 planetary-level monarchs, they must ensure Lu Xinghe survive. They issued a unanimous top-secret directive. At all costs, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of 10 planetary-level monarchs, they must ensure Lu Xinghe survives and grows. The Guardians even set a deadline of 20 years. As long as Lu Xinghe could reach the Grand Master realm within 20 years, they would immediately hold a grand ceremony, forcibly awakening the slumbering martial god of humanity from the cosmic abyss. To have the martial god personally take Lu Xinghe as his disciple. With such a heaven-defying Getuda fail-free card, not to mention the death of a cabing, even if Lu Xinghe were to demolish the entire Yin-Yang Academy today, Tai Shui would still applaud him for doing a good job. Tai Shui turned around, his gaze like a knife sweeping over all the new students. Everyone perk up your ears and listen well. The path of martial arts is inherently a struggle against the heavens for survival. In a legal duel arena, life and death are predestined. If anyone dares to spread rumors about today's events, or if any family wants to play dirty, I will personally wipe out their entire lineage. This was evidently directed at the Castellan family behind caving, as long as they dared to show their faces. Tai Shui wouldn't mind erasing this family as a welcome gift for Lu Xinghe. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with it. This old man is quite reasonable. Not only is he protecting me, but he's also eager to clean up. I should have placed a bet earlier, knowing how free the academy is. I could have made a fortune. After warning everyone, Tai Shui turned to Lu Xinghe and Xinghe Shui. His tone instantly softened. You two little ones, come with me for a moment. The great lord of Yin-Yang wants to see you personally. Yin-Yang, the true overlord of the Yin-Yang star system, a terrifying being infinitely close to planetary level. Hearing this name, hundreds of thousands of new students had their eyes wide open with envy. To receive an audience with a monarch right after enrolling is akin to reaching the heavens in one step. However, Lu Xinghe merely tapped his ear, appearing nonchalant. Going to meet the big boss. That's fine. Maybe the big boss is in a good mood and will reward us with some high-tier resources. Just as he spoke, Xinghe Shui, standing below, felt a surge of chilling anger flash in her cold eyes at the mention of the Yin-Yang Lord. Though she quickly concealed it, Lu Xinghe caught it out of the corner of his eye. Oh, this Ice Queen has a grudge against the local tyrant. Tisk, this story is getting more and more dramatic. Lu Xinghe jumped off the stage and casually bumped her shoulder. Are we going or not? The big boss has invited us. It would be a shame to decline. Xinghe Shui took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in her heart, and gently nodded. Let's go. Their extremely calm reaction made the surrounding new students envious and jealous. Tai Shui didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his big sleeve, violent true energy enveloped Lu Xinghe and Xinghe Shui. They soared upwards, plunging into the highest level exclusive teleportation array. After a violent distortion of space, the three appeared at the very center of the imperial capital of the Yin-Yang. As soon as they steadied themselves, Lu Xinghe was taken aback by the sight before him. Good heavens, how much money would it take to build such a structure? What came into view was the headquarters building of the Mar. Various densely packed flying vehicles buzzed like locusts between the floors, and the entire structure could accommodate billions of people living simultaneously. However, Tai Shui did not lead them into the building. Various densely packed flying vehicles buzzed like locusts between the floors, and the entire structure could accommodate billions of people living simultaneously. However, Tai Shui did not lead them into the building. Instead, he continued flying toward the rear of the headquarters. That's just an office. The real core is... Lu Xinghe followed Tai Shui's finger and gasped in shock. Before him lay a horrifying complex of buildings extending for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was more than 10 times larger than the total area of Blue Water Star. Countless splendid palaces floated in midair, with rich source energy cascading upwards like solid waterfalls. Just one floor tile here could buy an entire second-tier city outside. This is the Imperial City. Tai Shui brought the two to land before a gigantic hall at the deepest part of the Imperial City. The hall towered into the clouds. Above it hung a sign that seemed to be crafted from the core of a star, with 4 large characters pressing down on the void like a mountain. Yin-Yang Imperial Palace. A terrifying pressure belonging to the realm of monarchs surged like a tsunami around the hall. Tai Shui halted and turned to Lu Xinghe and Xinghe Shui. This is it, you two can go in now. The presiding counselor spoke slowly. Take it. If there is anything amiss inside, crush it. Lu Xinghe pinched the small orb, his thumb habitually rasping along his index finger. Honorable counselor, you both shield me and hand me life-saving trinkets. You wouldn't be after my meager and... Tai Shui's mouth twitched fiercely and he nearly slapped him. Enough nonsense. This is an exceedingly precious spatial beacon. There are scarcely any in the entire star system. Xinghe Shui spoke from the side with a cold tone. Accept it will do you good. Hearing the glacial presence put it so plainly, Lu Xinghe made no fuss and slipped the orb into his spatial ring. You two little nobles go on in yourselves. Tai Shui waved as he watched the pair walk shoulder to shoulder toward the temple gate. The next moment, boom, potent tangible true qi burst forth beneath Lu Xing's and Xinghe Shui's feet. Without any craft they stepped into the void and shot inward like meteors streaking into the temple's depths. Tai Shui's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets, his whiskers bristling in astonishment. Linkong Shudu. That is the hallmark of a grandmaster level. These two little monsters not only possess aberrant combat power, their true realm has already reached grandmaster. Tai Shui felt as if his centuries of existence had been made a mockery. When did Lanshui's star, that backwater desolate world, become so fortunate? To produce a prodigy of this caliber would be as if ancestral graves were belching auspicious smoke. Two of them springing up at once. No, this is not so simple. I must report to the Lord Guardian at once and find time to personally go to Lanshui, start to investigate. Tai Shui's face turned solemn. He pinched his communicator and vanished from sight. The interior of the temple was cavernous, not even a single pillar in view. The deeper they flew, the more terrifying the ambient heat grew. Lu Xinghe could distinctly feel that Xinghe Shui's mood had shifted. Beneath her icy demeanor there seemed to lie a repressed, raging, murderous intent. What's wrong? Is there an enemy of yours here? Lu Xinghe tossed out a casual tease while his eyes quietly scanned the surroundings. Xinghe Shui drew a deep breath and bit her lip until it hurt, forcing her emotions down. I'm fine. Lu Xinghe shrugged. Very well, if you want speak you want. He had long known an old matriarch dwelt within Xinghe Shui, and was well aware the glacial youth carried many secrets. Since she would not speak, he had neither the leisure nor the will to pry. The two traversed a stretch of void. Suddenly ahead, a colossal column of flame shot straight up toward the heavens. It was an uncanny teal-purple fire spewing from a subterranean abyss and illuminating the temple's depths with an unearthly glow. The temperature of that flame is unnervingly wicked. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. Were it not for the outer layer of a translucent formation's light shield, the heat from that fire would roast him to a crisp while leaving the inside succulent. The Mind Core replied, report master detected as in class cosmic anomalous fire, the Earth Core star flame. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin as a golden glint flickered across. The Mind Core replied, report master detected as in class cosmic anomalous fire, the Earth Core star flame. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin as a golden glint flickered across his eyes. Well, it'll be. The big boss sure knows how to indulge himself. Using its class anomalous flame and this formation is not meant to protect the temple at all. It is plainly a colossal siphon, relentlessly extracting the flame's essence to fuel his cultivation. While Lu Xinghe schemed about how to pilfer a bit of benefit, Xinghe Shui suddenly trembled all over. She fixed her gaze upon the teal-purple fire, her eyes were bloodshot, and her nails bit deep into her flesh. Master, it truly is that thing. In Xinghe Shui's mind the voice of the extreme cold supreme swelled with endless lament and desolation. No mistake. This is the very Earth Core star flame your ancestor fought to bring out of the secret realm. 1,000 years ago, Xinghe Shui's ancestor, that towering grandmaster of the eighth heavens, had been Yinyang Huang's most vaunted personal disciple. The ancestor had seized that glass anomalous fire in the crucible of death. They had believed it would launch them to the heavens and bestow immeasurable honor upon the family. Instead, Yinyang Huang feigned celebration, hosting banquets, and even offering to teach his hidden arts. In secret he struck with murderous intent. To seize the anomalous flame, he did not hesitate to crush his disciple's skull with his own hands. More outrageously, he personally descended upon the Xinghe star system afterward. In a single night, he slaughtered the Xinghe clan by the tens of thousands, leaving not even a stray dog alive, and then brazenly pinned the blame on other alien races. Had the Xinghe patriarch not foreseen the peril and sent the youngest son to the remote reaches of Lanshui, the Xinghe clan would have been extinguished long ago. As the sole scion in 1,000 years to awaken the ice-blood lineage, Xinghe Shui could not help but hate seeing the anomalous flame her enemy used to cultivate. As Xinghe Shui teetered on the edge of losing herself to murderous intent, the temple shook with a thunderous roar. Before the teal-purple column, a pair of immense, frigid eyes slowly opened in the void. Crack! A terrifying imperial pressure fell like 100,000 mountains bearing down from every direction. The air at that moment seemed forcibly compressed into a high-density liquid. Xinghe Shui uttered a muffled groan, her face drained to paper white. Her legs trembled violently, and her bones groaned beneath the strain, yet she gritted her teeth, and an eerie madness flashed in her eyes. She straightened her spine by sheer will, staring into the void without lowering even an inch. Beside her stood TSK. He shoved his hands into his pockets and boredly cracked his neck. The big boss entrance comes with surround sound bass pressure, huh? Though the air conditioning is set a tad too cold, this breeze is making me sleepy. Facing the probe of a planetary-level powerhouse, he did not expend so much as a strand of true chi. Merely by the default state of his indestructible divine body, he treated that pressure as a mere zephyr. The eyes in the void flickered with clear astonishment. Not bad. To stand unbowed under my imperial pressure. You truly are talents rare in 10,000 years. The pressure ebbed away like a receding tide. A middle-aged man in a dark golden robe, his countenance severe, strode slowly from the void. He was the ruler of this star system, Yin Huang. Yin Huang looked down upon the two from his lofty vantage. His gaze swept over Xinghe Shui, and he furrowed his brow slightly. You are called Xinghe Shui. Your features. They stir some vague familiarity in me. Xinghe Shui's heart hammered, though her exterior remained cold as ice. A common face, nothing more. For an emperor to notice resemblance is only natural. Yin Huang harbored no real suspicion. Such insects were scarcely worth his prolonged attention. He fixed his gaze unflinchingly on Xinghe, heat gathering in his eyes. I have watched your battle footage on. Yin Huang smiled faintly with an air of magnanimity. To possess such power at 15, surely that glass solar star flame you bear has served you well. Xinghe lightly scraped his thumb along his index finger and played the obsequious part with a prim smile. The big boss has a keen eye indeed. My humble means could not escape your lordship's sight. When he had slain Cabin and the others in the arena, he had indeed employed a portion of his sacred light power. Yet he had planted his 7th-tier mind core, blocked the surrounding surveillance, and altered the combat logs. Others would assume it to be a peculiar martial surge. He exposed himself only to test the limits of the old matriarch within Xinghe Shui. At that moment, inside Xinghe Shui's mind, the extreme cold supreme rolled its eyes and erupted into vehement reproach aimed at Xinghe. That little fox is a consummate actor. Solar Star Flame, my foot. If he were to unleash that sacred light law that slaughters grandmasters like dogs, Yin Huang would be frightened into running away overnight. Yin Huang had no inkling of what a monster the fattish lamb before him truly was. He clasped his hands behind his back, the intent sharp as a concealed blade. Xinghe, your talent is exceptional. I wish to take you as a direct disciple. From this day forth, the resources of the Yin star system shall be yours to command. Become my closing disciple. What say you? At those words, Xinghe Shui felt her head ring. It was over. If Xinghe accepted, he would be a disciple of the very enemy she could never forgive. How could she ever face him afterward? As a cold dread washed through Xinghe Shui, Xinghe curled his lip and declined without hesitation. I appreciate the honor, big boss. But I'm a lazy sort, and I already have a master on Milky Way star. Taking another would mean more prostrations at holidays. I'm afraid I'd sprain my back. His refusal was brisk and unambiguous, without a trace of hesitation. The air in the great hall dropped to a freezing point. Yin Huang's smile faded inch by inch, his eyes turning fiercely cold. A waste from Milky Way star worthy to teach you. In his heart, a fierce hunger and murderous intent welled up. Ingrateful little beast. I had planned to keep you for a few years, fatten you, and then strip away that solar star flame. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame my ruthlessness. Yin Huang's mind churned with schemes. Once he had refined the Earth core star flame behind him, he would find an opportunity to extract the solar star flame from Xinghe and forcibly consume it. If the two S-class anomalous flames fused, the talent he had stagnated for years could leap to S-class in an instant. Then even humanity's highest echelons might hesitate to act against him. Just as Yin Huang prepared to crush Xinghe into submission with imperial pressure, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang through the hall. Xinghe Shui stepped forward and placed herself at Xinghe's side. Xinghe has already said he does not wish to take you as master. Yin Huang, do you intend to coerce him? The face of the Emperor of the Sun darkened. Xinghe rubbed his fingers together. Oh no. This big ice block really dares to challenge the big boss. It seems she came today to wreak havoc and take revenge. Xinghe did not retreat at all, his eyes glancing towards the azure-purple pillar of fire deep in the hall. The Emperor of the Sun is probably going to meet his end. If this glass Earth core flame belongs to me, I could use the system to patch up a few billion flaws, and at the very least I'd start at an SSS level, right? Xinghe was deep in thought, seeking death. The Emperor of the Sun spoke coldly, his authority as the ruler of the galaxy challenged by a newcomer, unleashing a wave of powerful true chi. This force rushed straight towards Xinghe Shui. At the same time, the Emperor of the Sun waved his hand. A protective barrier of true chi shielded Xinghe behind. This old man still covets my sun star flame. Xinghe stood unmoving. The true chi crashed directly into Xinghe Shui, shattering the marble floor of the hall. By all logic, Xinghe Shui should have been dead by now. Even if Tai Shui were here, he couldn't withstand this blow. When the dust settled, the Emperor of the Sun stared wide-eyed. Xinghe Shui stood intact, a layer of ice-blue light swirling around her, completely blocking the previous attack. Immediately, the aura around Xinghe Shui changed. Her eyes turned a blinding ice blue. A massive wave of extreme cold pressure radiated from her. The sound of freezing echoed continuously. In less than half a second, the temperature of all planets in the sun system began to plummet. Large areas of frost formed in midair. The inhabitants of the planets were shivering uncontrollably. What's happening? Has the star gone out? Tai Shui, who had just reached the outskirts of the temple, stopped. This is a major crisis. He quickly took out the highest grade communicator to report to the higher-ups of the Guardian of the Ancestral Star. The response from the Ancestral Star came. The Guardian of Luotian has set out. There is only one order at all costs: protect Lu Xinghe. Tai Shui was anxious, stamping his foot. It would take at least a few minutes for the Guardian of Luotian to arrive. With the commotion inside the temple, a few minutes could be enough for Lu Xinghe to die multiple times. Break it for me. Tai Shui summoned his true qi and charged towards the main entrance of the Sun Palace. The moment his foot touched the steps, a wave of extreme cold swept over. Tai Shui didn't even have time to shout. A peak Grandmaster was instantly frozen into a large ice block. He was stuck there. Inside the hall, the Emperor of the Sun clutched his chest and retreated. This is impossible. The flame essence in his sea of consciousness began to shrink and dim under the extreme cold pressure. This was his foundation. If it truly extinguished, his millennia of fire-type abilities would be wasted. Standing aside, Lu Xinghe activated the protective formation of his 8th-tier Starry Sky Thunder Wings. A dark golden light shield rose. This old lady finally came online with her stolen account. Even Tai Shui has been frozen. This combat power is indeed a bit outrageous. Lu Xinghe took 2 steps back, wary of this old lady casually dealing with him as well. Xinghe Shui floated into the air. To be precise, it was the supreme of extreme cold manifesting through her body. She looked at the Emperor of the Sun on the ground. I originally planned to wait until my strength recovered by 1 or 2% before taking your life. I didn't expect you, old dog, to deliver yourself to my door. Perfect. Today, I will settle some old scores for my obedient disciple and the Xinghe clan. The Supreme of Extreme Cold raised her hand, gathering a pure black ice sphere in her palm, ready to smash it down on the Emperor of the Sun. Upon hearing the words Xinghe clan, his body swayed. Xinghe clan, you are a descendant of Xinghe Weiyuan. His face turned pale. Years ago, in order to seize the Earth Core flame, he had slaughtered tens of thousands from the Xinghe family. How could there still be survivors? Dead people don't need to know so much. The Supreme of Extreme Cold had no time to explain, pressing down her hand. A massive force of extreme cold descended upon the Emperor of the Sun. No. The Emperor of the Sun barely managed to shout. The sound of ice forming rang out. The planetary-level powerhouse, along with his soul, was completely frozen. With a dull thud, the entire ice block shattered into powder, scattering everywhere. This was a complete one-sided suppression. Lu Xinghe stood by, cracking his fingers. The damage exceeded the limit. An immortal-level divine body can revive infinitely, but being frozen continuously would still be quite unbearable. He calculated the trump cards in his hands, thinking about how to deal with this level of old monster. After killing the Emperor of the Sun, the Supreme of Extreme Cold didn't leave Xinghe Shui's body. She turned her head and headed straight for Lu Xinghe, who was hiding behind the formation's shield. She approached him directly. The Supreme of Extreme Cold lifted Lu Xinghe's chin with her hand. Little guy, you clearly discovered my existence long ago, yet just now you pretended so well. The Supreme of Extreme Cold looked at him. Tell me, should I kill you too to silence you? Lu Xinghe broke out in a cold sweat. This old hag using the body of a large ice block is too sinister. He coughed twice, putting on a smile. Senior, why say such things? We've walked this path together. We are comrades who have shared the same window. We are all acquaintances. Why resort to killing each other? Wouldn't it be better to develop peacefully? The Supreme of Extreme Cold tightened her grip on his chin. Stop trying to play this game with me. I pride myself on my unrivaled concealment skills in this world. How could a mere 15-year-old kid possibly see through my secrets? The tone of the Supreme of Extreme Cold, unless you have cultivated some kind of heaven-defying soul technique, or perhaps you harbor an old monster stronger than me within you. Lu Xinghe calculated in his heart. This old thing is not easy to fool. Since you've set your sights on my technique, then don't blame me. Lu Xinghe smiled, even more innocently. He spread his hands. Senior, you are formidable. Nothing can escape your discerning eyes. To be honest, I stumbled upon a fragmented soul technique in my early years. That technique is quite special, which is why I sensed your presence, Senior. The Supreme of Extreme Cold's mind started racing. A technique that could evade her perception would surely be useful for repairing her shattered soul. Show it to me. The Supreme of Extreme Cold withdrew her hand. No problem, Senior, watch closely. Lu Xinghe flipped his wrist. The heavenly demon disintegration immediately activated. He detonated this 8th-tier forbidden technique within him. The organs in his chest turned to blood water on the spot. His combat power soared 30 times. At the same time, the vitality of his indestructible divine body kept pace, forcibly regenerating the shattered organs. Lu Xing's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He reached the 4th layer of the Grandmaster realm, then the 9th layer, directly breaking into the Grandmaster level. The Supreme of Extreme Cold was stunned. What the hell? You can still stand after sacrificing your organs. She realized she had been tricked. You dare play me? The Supreme of Extreme Cold raised her hand and slapped down toward Lu Xing's forehead. The slap carried an extraordinary force. The floor of the hall directly caved in hundreds of kilometers, and the surrounding ground was overturned. But Lu Xinghe withstood it, standing firmly in place. With 30 times the combat power paired with an indestructible divine body, he was just able to endure a palm strike from a severely injured planetary-level opponent. Not enough strength, huh? Has Senior's bones grown brittle? Lu Xinghe looked up. The indestructible soul technique operated at level 5. With 38 times the soul enhancement, his soul remained firmly anchored. The sound of a dull bell resonated through the Supreme of Extreme Cold's sea of consciousness. The Supreme of Extreme Cold's body stiffened. The once powerful ice-blue eyes were now filled with astonishment. The shattered soul was shaken by the sound of the bell. Following that, a second sound of the bell rang. The golden sound wave slammed directly into Xinghe's forehead. You little brute. The Supreme of Extreme Cold let out a miserable scream. The massive remnant soul was forcibly expelled from Xinghe's body. Without her support, Xinghe began to fall into the deep pit. Lu Xinghe reached out and caught her at the waist, pulling her back. Fortunately, I caught her, and my best worker cannot be allowed to fall apart. The remnant soul floated in midair. The Supreme of Extreme Cold pointed at Lu Xinghe and cursed. You bastard. What kind of evil technique are you using? How could you forcibly expel me from my body? Lu Xinghe pointed upwards. Senior, don't rush to scold me. Look above. The Supreme of Extreme Cold looked up. A dark golden soul bell was inverted above her. The suppressive feeling emanating from it locked the space around the remnant soul. Come down. Lu Xinghe pressed down with one hand. The bell rapidly shrank. It transformed into golden light, enveloping the immobile Supreme of Extreme Cold. The small bell shrank to the size of a palm and fell back into Lu Xing's hand. Feeling the remnant soul still thrashing inside, Lu Xinghe patted the bell's wall. The indestructible soul technique has a nice VIP suite effect. Even a planetary-level old monster can still be sealed. The cursing voice of the Supreme of Extreme Cold came from within the small bell. Little fox cub, let me out. I just helped you kill the Emperor of the Sun, and you actually bite back. What do you— Lu Xinghe placed Xinghe on an intact tile. Then he picked up the small bell. Senior, you are the one trying to bite back here. I'm not sure what you are after. You are powerful. What if you take a liking to my body and want to seize it? The Supreme of Extreme Cold felt like she was about to vomit blood in the bell. I am a woman. Why would I want to seize the body of a big man? That would disgust me. Lu Xinghe replied casually. An ancient relic that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Who knows what quirks you might have? To take a step back, even if you don't want to seize me, what if you occupy the body of this big ice block? We are classmates after all. Oh, I cannot just watch her be taken advantage of by you. After saying this, the cursing inside the bell stopped. The Supreme of Extreme Cold pondered. If she encountered someone who not only possessed a technique, but could also see through her secrets, she would indeed kill to search for souls and treasures. She sighed, finally realizing that this kid was not a normal child at all, but a monster filled with schemes. All right, you win this time. The tone of the Supreme of Extreme Cold softened a bit. I admit I did indeed have my eye on your technique just now. Now I concede defeat. With half my life left, I cannot stir up any storms. You release the bell, and let me return to the girl's body, and from now on we will not interfere with each other. Listening to the Supreme of Extreme Cold's words, Lu Xinghe rubbed his knuckles. He was not buying it at all. Release you? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lu Xinghe flicked the small bell. I have seen too many tricks of pretending to concede these days. For the sake of my own safety, I must trouble you to stay in this suite for now. Lu Xinghe looked at the small clock in his hand, his thumb instinctively rubbing against his index finger. Senior, it's impossible to come out. It will never be possible in this life. Inside the small clock, it was silent as a chicken. The Extreme Cold Sovereign had probably become silent from anger. At that moment, a violent tremor shook beneath his feet. Boom. The vast Inferno Palace, spanning thousands of kilometers, began to collapse frantically. A pure gold pillar larger than an aircraft carrier mixed with terrifying power smashed down fiercely. Damn it. The big boss is dead. How can this house still self-destruct? Lu Xinghe grabbed the unconscious Xinghe under his arm. With his right hand, he summoned the black flame gun, the spear like a dragon, and shot the gold pillar into a cloud of golden dust. What a waste. How much is this worth? Lu Xinghe looked at the debris falling from the sky, feeling a pang of heartache. But he quickly realized not only was the divine palace collapsing, but the ground outside was also sinking at a terrifying speed. The mantle tore apart, and magma surged into the sky. The entire Inferno star was about to shatter. This is bad. Lu Xinghe slapped the small clock in his hand. Old lady, look at the good things you've done. The big boss just met with us, and now this planet is exploding. How do you expect me to explain to those people outside? Say that the big boss had a heart attack and blew up. A cold snort came from the small clock. Stop blaming me. The Inferno Sovereign was relying on the Earth's core Inferno to support the planet's core, and when the fire goes out, the planet will naturally collapse. Besides, aren't you quite the performer? Just make up a story. The old lady turned her head away, arrogantly choosing to play dead and say nothing. Unreliable old thing. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes and tapped the 7th-tier intelligent wristband on his wrist. With Tongzi gone, I can only rely on you now. Intelligent system, quickly think of a way to make those people outside believe this has nothing to do with us. The 7th-tier intelligent wristband suddenly emitted a ghostly blue light. Report, Master, I have forcibly connected to the main brain network of the Inferno Star system. Generated 1541 crisis public relations plans. Automatically selected the optimal solution, executing now. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Efficiency is quite high. Do I need to do anything to cooperate? The emotionless voice of the intelligent system echoed in his mind. Master, you only need to stand still, maintain a smile, and watch the show. At this moment in the outer space of Inferno Star, countless ships hovered in the starry sky. Numerous martial artists and new arrivals looked down in terror. The enormous Inferno main star had its surface cracked open with countless chasms of fire, as if it would explode into cosmic dust at any moment. In reality, it wouldn't instantly be destroyed. After all, the extreme cold sovereign had used Xikong Shue's body earlier. This girl was too weak. The old lady didn't dare to unleash all her soul power or large-scale abilities. She could only use the purest physical strength. If it weren't for Lu Xinghe relying on his defensive gear and his indestructible divine body to withstand that slap pushing her into the clock, this planet would likely have been left with nothing. Just as everyone was watching the planet about to collapse at a loss, a cold snort suddenly shattered the meteorites from deep within the starry sky. Everyone looked up, their eyes nearly popping out. Two terrifying figures appeared out of thin air above the collapsing planet. The person on the left was wrapped in purple and blue flames, exuding an overwhelming pressure. He was the Inferno Sovereign. The one on the right stood at 3 meters tall with bright red skin emanating an extreme cold aura that could freeze souls. Damn, that's the Ice Ghost Emperor from the Tatar tribe. A knowledgeable master among the ships screamed in shock. A super alien monster at the 7th tier of the stellar realm. How could he be here? Immediately after, everyone fixed their gaze on the Inferno Sovereign beside him. Look at the flames on the grand speaker. Purple and blue. It's the legendary steer Earth's core Inferno. Rumor has it that the Inferno Sovereign killed his own disciple and raided the entire clan for the astral fire. It turned out to be true. Hundreds of thousands of new students and various leaders all gasped in awe aboard the ships. In the starry sky, the Inferno Sovereign's face was as dark as water. Ice Ghost Emperor, what are you still doing here? You promised to leave after killing. Why aren't you getting lost? This voice transmitted clearly to every ship through some bizarre wave. Everyone's heads buzzed. Leave after killing. Did the big boss reach some dirty deal with the aliens? The Ice Ghost Emperor erupted into a piercingly loud laugh. Inferno Sovereign, you're really diligent as a traitor to the human race. Clearly you informed me to come here to put on a good show, using the opportunity to eliminate that newly emerged S-tier genius from your human race. Now you want to take the solar star flame from that kid and think him in the way. Boom. This sentence exploded in everyone's minds like a megaton nuclear bomb. The Inferno Sovereign turned out to be an alien traitor. He wanted to personally strangle the human genius Lu Xinghe. You must be joking. The Inferno Sovereign shouted indignantly. I am the dignified master of the star system. How could I do such a mad thing? Some diehard fans were still nodding, believing the grand speaker was wronged. But most of the higher-ups were already sweating profusely, because the Ice Ghost Emperor continued to press on. What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? You could kill your own most beloved disciple and clan without leaving a trace. Oh, what bottom line do you still have? The masters inside the ships were panicking. Quick, start the engines and leave immediately. The Inferno Sovereign's secret has been exposed. He will definitely kill to silence us. However, all control panels almost simultaneously emitted a dazzling red light. Warning, the highest authority of the ship has been taken over by the main brain of the Inferno Star system. Engine locked. Communication locked. There's no escape. No way to report back. The entire starry sky fell into despair and panic. The Ice Ghost Emperor licked his lips, a face full of mockery. Inferno Sovereign, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Hand over the Earth's core Inferno, and that I can show great mercy, publicly declaring that I wiped out the entire Inferno Star system, helping you take the blame for this traitor. How about it? The Inferno Sovereign's eyes flashed with madness and determination. Good, very good. Since you all know, then all of you can die. No one will leave here alive today. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, A gigantic moon on the outskirts of the Inferno main star suddenly began to tremble violently. Then the outer shell of that satellite peeled away inch by inch, transforming into a terrifying metal cannon with an unfathomable caliber. The source energy in the starry sky surged madly. At the cannon's mouth, a blue sphere of destruction was condensing at a visible speed. This pressure made all the martial artists in the ship wet their pants. 6th Tier Advanced Annihilation Cannon. He's really gone mad. He wants to take the entire star system down with him. The Ice Ghost Emperor initially dismissed it. What of the Annihilation Cannon? As long as it doesn't hit, it's just a pile of scrap metal. But the next second, the Inferno Sovereign recklessly lunged forward, engulfed in purple-blue flames, grabbing the Ice Ghost Emperor tightly. You want to run? No way. The Ice Ghost Emperor finally panicked. You're really crazy. Let go. The two stellar-level powerhouses erupted into an all-out death battle in space. The Ice Ghost Emperor roared, unleashing a terrifying icy giant palm with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. Wherever the giant palm passed, space shattered. The earth in front of this palm was as small as a fingernail. The Inferno Sovereign also showed no weakness, drawing forth a flaming sword of the Inferno Sovereign and slashed down. Boom. Two destructive forces collided, hidden in the starry sky. The terrifying explosion's aftermath obliterated dozens of nearby unmanned asteroids. All observers lost their ability to think before this apocalyptic scene. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the two were tearing at each other, the huge annihilation cannon emitted an ear-piercing locking alert. 6th Tier locking procedure successful. The cannon aimed squarely at the two and tangled together. Die? Let's die together. The Inferno Sovereign laughed maniacally. A blue destruction laser with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers erupted. The Ice Ghost Emperor felt the true crisis of death. If we die, let's die together. He unleashed all his eerie cold energy, momentarily freezing the Inferno Sovereign into an ice sculpture. Then he grabbed the Inferno Sovereign's collar, using him as a meat shield. Inferno Sovereign struggled desperately to break free from the ice, but it was too late to evade. In this desperate scream, they were engulfed by the blue annihilation laser. The blinding light blinded everyone. The entire starry sky exploded into an unimaginably enormous fireball. Space collapsed, and all things perished. The hundreds of thousands of people in the ships were all left dumbfounded. They perished together. Two old monsters actually perished together. Upon the scorched ruins of the blazing sun, star magma still erupted violently. The grand spectacle of mutual destruction in midair had concluded, and the live broadcast signal was severed. Lu Xing had dusted off his clothes, his thumb habitually scraping across his index knuckle. Perfect finish. Now the big boss Death has the most ideal scapegoat, his very ashes scattered beyond recognition. The extreme Ice Sovereign, imprisoned within the dark gold bell, let out a cold sneer. You cunning little fox, your act is riddled with flaws. Though the glacial Ice Emperor died in your projection, he himself is still alive and well. If he jumps out to refute the rumors in a couple of days, how will you salvage this? The extreme Ice Sovereign believed Lu Xinghe was completely playing with fire. By then, all the human and myriad alien powerhouses would cast their suspicious gazes upon this sole survivor. Lu Xinghe remained utterly unruffled, even letting out a yawn. Refute the rumors. Old hag, have you ever seen a dead man refute anything? By appearing in a dream or by posting on social media? The extreme Ice Sovereign was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Xinghe couldn't be bothered to explain, tapping the 7th Tier smart bracelet on his wrist. Smart AI replay that top secret footage intercepted an hour ago for this inexperienced senior. The 7th Tier smart bracelet glowed with a deep blue light. A clear light projection materialized in midair. The scene depicted a lifeless starfield devoid of any sun, filled only with endless ice and meteor debris. This was the extreme north of the Milky Way. A colossal spaceship shimmering with a 6th Tier peak defensive shield hovered before a bizarre spatial distortion point. The true glacial Ice Emperor stood on the ship's deck, his face brimming with greed. Beside him stood a trembling Grandmaster-level subordinate. Your Majesty, this is the place. Your subordinate sensed a terrifying secret realm fluctuation here and dared to request your judgment. The subordinate's words were sweet, but inside he was terrified. He knew that touching a secret realm of this level would leave not even ashes of him. He could only summon the great deity, the glacial Ice Emperor, hoping to sip some broth and survive. The glacial Ice Emperor sneered coldly, naturally seeing through the subordinate's petty schemes. But he cared not. As a Star Realm 7th layer cultivator, he was confident he could suppress everything. Step back, the glacial Ice Emperor bellowed. He raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying ice handprint tens of thousands of kilometers wide. A thunderous roar exploded across space. The ice handprint slammed into the anomalous energy point, shattering into countless ice shards. Immediately after, a colossal spatial rift hundreds of kilometers long was forcibly torn open. An ancient primeval aura of the highest order surged from the depths of the rift. The glacial ice emperor laughed maniacally towards the sky, his eyes burning with fanaticism. No mistake. This is the legacy left by an ancient monster of the galactic realm, or even higher. Today marks this emperor's rise. The subordinate beside him trembled with excitement. This secret realm was terrifyingly valuable. Even a scrap of its fringe benefits could allow him to directly advance to the planetary realm. The glacial ice emperor gave the order without a moment's hesitation. Full speed ahead. Charge it. The sixth-tier ship activated all its power, turning into a streak of light as it plunged headlong into the spatial rift. But the moment the ship passed the rift's edge, a sudden change occurred. A vast, emotionless electronic voice, cold to the extreme, exploded within the ship. Detected target talent below standard. Initiating immediate termination. The wild laughter on the glacial ice emperor's face froze. A terrifying force beyond even his comprehension locked onto the entire ship in a thousandth of a second. No. The glacial ice emperor let out a miserable shriek, desperately trying to tear through space to escape. But it was already too late. The sixth-tier ship, along with the glacial ice emperor and his grandmaster subordinate, didn't even qualify to resist before this force. They were reduced to the most minuscule specks of nothingness in the universe. The footage ended abruptly. The emotionless voice of the smart AI echoed in Lu Xinghe's mind. Reporting to Master. The ship triggered its highest-level automatic distress signal in the second before its termination. The encrypted message was successfully intercepted and deciphered by me as it passed through the blazing Sunstar system. Lu Xinghe grinned. Hear that, senior? This old fellow was unlucky, stumbling into a high-stakes game where you can't even survive the first episode. Since he died so quietly, you'll be generous and give him a grand funeral. The extreme ice sovereign inside the bell fell silent. Having lived for so many years, she felt a chilling sensation, a sense of dread for the first time towards a 15-year-old brat. This kid was a monster who played the game of information disparity to perfection. Lu Xinghe dismissed the projection and couldn't help but complain. I say, senior, your actions were too impulsive. If I hadn't covered for you just now, your little stunt would have sent both me and Xinghe to our graves. The extreme ice sovereign retorted from within the bell, her voice still tinged with pride. What do you know? This is called being protective. For the sake of my good disciple, even if it meant causing the greatest chaos today, I had to kill that blazing sun emperor. Having said that, the extreme ice sovereign's eyes shifted and her tone suddenly turned strange. Little one, I see you have the cunning and means to achieve great things. How about this? They'll take the liberty of betrothing Xinghe to you. Marry her, and I, her master, will come along as your dowry. No, not a grandfather, a grandmother. Unlock this bell, and from now on we'll be one family, no need for pleasantries. How about it? Lu Xinghe's face darkened. His hand twitched, almost dropping the small bell into the nearby magma. Spare me that talk. In this life I have no interest in any woman other than my sister. Even less in a woman who comes with an old grandmother attached. Just stay in there and sulk. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes and tucked the small bell into his bosom. To ensure the old hag didn't pull any tricks, he didn't hesitate to activate the heavenly demon dissolution again. Bang! The internal organs, which had only just healed, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The excruciating pain caused Lu Xinghe's eyelids to twitch violently, but the excitement in his eyes grew even more intense. His immortal divine body churned wildly, its life force surging like a tsunami, recondensing the blood into perfectly intact organs. A 30-fold surge of peak combat power erupted, transforming into spiritual force that tightly locked onto the soul bell. This damn bell drains too much energy. Still have to rely on this organ-breaking bug as a power bank. Lu Xinghe cracked his neck and turned his gaze towards the depths of the ruins. There, a pillar of cyan-purple flame shot straight into the sky, radiating terrifying heat, and shrank strange fire, the Earth core star flame. Since the big boss is dead, I can't let this loot go to waste. Besides, if I leave this flame here, people will see it's not out, and my fabricated story will immediately fall apart. Lu Xinghe moved, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot to the front of the flame pillar. But just as he reached out, he stopped. An incredibly complex, semi-transparent light shield firmly trapped the entire flame pillar in place. The energy flowing on the shield was sharp enough to cut through space itself. A sixth-tier defensive formation. Lu Xinghe frowned slightly. With his current physical combat power, a few hard strikes could shatter it. But if the formation exploded, the violent energy of the Earth core star flame would vaporize the entire ruin. It might even attract the attention of powerful beings from surrounding star regions. A brute force approach won't work. Looks like you'll have to learn how to be a refined formation master on the spot. Without a second thought, Lu Xinghe opened the Martial Artist Alliance shop connected to his smart AI. He typed in the search bar basic formation master tutorial. The page loaded. He scrolled straight down to the top-tier VIP section. A basic lecture manuscript for 5th-tier formation masters. Price 10 billion star coins. Seeing this price, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but gasp in shock. Tisk, these formation masters have some nerve. Even robbery isn't this fast. 10 billion for a basic manuscript. He'll have to make up for it from the Blazing Sun Emperor's secret vault. Painful as it was, he didn't hesitate to press the purchase button. Ding. Payment successful. The next second, a torrent of information vast enough to burst an ordinary person's head poured into Lu Xinghe's sea of consciousness through the smart AI. Countless complex formation patterns, core star attraction principles, and dozens of basic formation diagrams from the first to second tier exploded like a panorama in his mind. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes for a few seconds to digest the information. No wonder formation masters are so revered. The threshold is simply monstrous. According to the manuscript, becoming a formation master required meeting two harsh conditions. First, one's spiritual power must undergo a rare mutation. Second, the soul realm must far exceed the grade of the core star used for the formation. Both were indispensable. Perfect, I meet both conditions. Lu Xinghe sank his consciousness into the mental training ground within his mind. Here the flow of time could be drastically slowed. He casually used his mind to condense a pile of basic formation materials and a first-year 10-star core star. Let's see just how useful this wilderness-grade law physique with 100,000-fold comprehension is. Lu Xinghe raised his right hand. His immense, innate ninth heaven divine soul transformed into an invisible carving knife. Without any hesitation, following the tutorial in his mind, he brought the knife down fiercely on the core star before him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The knife glided across the star's surface, smooth and fluid. The patterns that would normally be as complex as a celestial book for ordinary people were under Lu Xinghe's 100,000-fold comprehension 1,000,000 times simpler than a child's connect-the-dots puzzle. No stalling. No mistakes. In less than a minute, the final stroke was perfectly completed. The first-year 10-star core star burst into brilliant light, condensing into a perfect first-year lower-grade defensive formation plate. It floated steadily in midair. Just as Lu Xinghe was about to pick it up and examine it, the long-inherited, cold mechanical voice of the system exploded from the depths of his mind. Ding dong. Detected host successfully inscribed to formation. New profession unlocked, formation master. Current level first-year lower grade. Current quality acceptable. Immediately after, an extremely conspicuous progress bar appeared behind the formation master column. Experience 01000. Seeing this progress bar, Lu Xinghe became incredibly excited. His thumb scraped a red mark across his index knuckle. Holy crap, there's experience points. As long as there's a bar, doesn't that mean I can just grind it with money or sheer effort? Recalling how previous skill-based abilities could be infinitely upgraded through grinding, he was filled with immense anticipation for this formation master profession. System, can I use the bug-fixing feature to exploit this newly unlocked formation master profession? The system quickly gave an affirmative response. Affirmative, host. Repairs can be performed. However, profession bug fixes will not directly increase level experience. The repair effect is elevating the ultimate quality of the formations the host deploys. Lu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Quality? What does that entail? The system explained. In the universe, the quality of formations is divided into junk, acceptable, excellent, perfect, and legendary. Each time quality crosses a tier, the formation's power, amplitude, duration, and stability increase by geometric multiples. System detects that the host currently possesses the unprecedented wilderness-grade innate law physique and a monstrous 100,000-fold comprehension. Once professional bug fixing is initiated, the system will combine the host's deepest foundations to forcibly elevate your formation master talent quality to the ultimate legendary level in one go. So that's how it is. Lu Xinghe, after hearing the system's explanation, unconsciously rubbed his thumb against the joint of his index finger, his eyes shining brightly. The profession of a formation master cannot level up through repairs, but it can instantly maximize quality. Level can be increased by gaining experience through setting up formations, but this quality takes others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to refine. System, you've essentially lifted the ceiling of my talent. System, detect the loopholes in my formation master. Ding dong. A crisp prompt echoed in his mind. Detection complete. The current profession of the host as a formation master has a total of 1 trillion loopholes. Hearing this astronomical number, Lu Xinghe was not flustered. Instead, he almost laughed out loud. 1 trillion. The last time I encountered such an exaggerated number was when I repaired the indestructible divine body and the immortal soul technique. This quality must surely start at legendary level. Fix it for me. Immediately. As the command was issued, a storm surged within Lu Xinghe's sea of consciousness. Boom. Countless intricately complex formation memories surged into his mind like a river bursting its banks. In the next moment, his consciousness was violently pulled into a mysterious pure white space. In front of Lu Xinghe appeared billions of the most basic first-tier low-grade formation models. Isn't this the complete collection of formations in the entire universe? even if it was just a fireball formation that functioned identically. As long as the drawing technique deviated slightly, or if a rune turned at a corner, it would be considered a brand new formation here. What Xinghe had to do was to inscribe all 1 trillion basic formations to legendary quality in this space. He did not know how long had passed. 1,000 years, 100,000 years, or 10 million years. Xinghe felt as if he was being marinated in these runes. At every moment a torrent of insights took root deep within his soul, until he inscribed the last rune in the most perfect manner. The surrounding pure white space shattered like glass. Xinghe opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He glanced at the time on the smart device on his wrist. It actually only felt like a moment. The external time had not passed at all, but deep within his soul, he had genuinely gained the instinct for arranging formations over millions of years. The system's cold prompt chimed in on cue. Ding dong. Repair complete. Current profession level, first tier low grade. Current profession quality legendary level limit. Xinghe grinned and casually formed a fancy hand seal. The sensation was as smooth as flowing clouds, as if this skill had already been etched into his bones. The quality is maxed out. Next I need to figure out how to deal with this thing in front of me. He raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the 6th tier middle grade formation shield enveloping the core flame. This semi-transparent shield emanated a terrifying cutting power. Xinghe had already taken a simple glance with his innate law body. To forcibly break this thing, one must at least be at the level of a 5th tier formation master. Otherwise I would have to seek that old lady locked up in the bell. He patted the dark golden bell in his arms, which was surprisingly quiet inside. Seek her. Don't even think about it. What if this old lady seizes the opportunity to make demands, or is released to create chaos for me? That would be a huge problem. Isn't it just a 5th tier formation master? He'll just go for it. Xinghe brought his fingers together and drew a line in the air. Boiling true energy mixed with spiritual power coalesced at his fingertips into an extremely pure 1st tier, 1-star core. No unnecessary starting gestures. His fingers danced like phantoms in the void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dark, golden legendary runes rapidly intertwined and formed in midair. The entire process took only a brief second. Buzz. A micro-defensive formation exuding an aura of endless profundity hovered steadily in the palm of his hand. The moment the formation was completed, a clear feedback message entered his mind. 1st tier low-grade legendary defensive formation can withstand a full-force strike from a peak body refinement realm expert upon activation. Xinghe looked at this palm-sized formation and couldn't help but gasp in awe. It only used the most rubbish 1st tier star core, the kind that even dogs wouldn't eat. It can actually withstand an attack from a peak body refinement realm. If this power were to be unleashed, those old-fashioned formation masters from Blue Water Star would be so ashamed they'd collectively hang themselves. At this moment the system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a 1st tier formation, earning 100 basic experience points. Detected formation quality as legendary level. Experience gain multiplier activated. Experience points increased tenfold, totaling 1,000 points. Ding. Experience bar is full. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 1st tier middle grade. Ding. Experience bar has overflowed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 1st tier upper grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 2nd tier low grade. Boom. As levels rapidly soared, a massive amount of formation memories surged into his mind like a flood. This time, all the knowledge about formations from 1st tier middle grade to 2nd tier upper grade, along with countless advancement runes, perfectly merged with his memory. Thanks to the 100,000 times comprehension of the wild level law body, this intense information influx did not even make him feel dizzy. So exhilarating. At this speed, what's the big deal about being a 5th tier? Xinghe plunged into a frenzy of excitement. He grasped with 5 fingers, coalescing a 2nd tier 7-star, high-quality star core. His fingers left a series of afterimages in the void. After 10 seconds, a 2nd tier upper grade legendary formation 10 times more complex thundered into existence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 basic experience points. Triggered legendary level 10-fold crit, totaling 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 2nd tier peak. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 3rd tier low grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 3rd tier middle grade. Xinghe laughed out loud. This legendary quality, combined with 100,000 times of heaven-defying comprehension, is simply an unreasonable super cheat. As long as the system fills his mind with high-tier formation knowledge, he can construct the highest quality finished formation in one go without any practice. This upgrade speed is so fast not even a pig can climb a tree as quickly as I do. To prevent causing too much commotion and attracting trouble, Xinghe closed his eyes and expanded his enormous consciousness without reservation. 10,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 100,000 miles. After confirming that there was nothing alive within 100,000 miles except for a land of magma and ruins, he let loose. Continue. Xinghe shouted, simultaneously working with both hands. A third-tier middle-grade star core exploded at his fingertips, transforming into a sky full of pure star energy. In midair, he danced like a dragon and phoenix, inscribing countless dense and profound patterns. In just half a minute, a deadly third-tier middle-grade legendary killing formation was perfectly completed. Ding! Triggered tenfold crit, gained 100,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to third-tier peak. Xinghe keenly sensed the changing pattern of experience points. As expected, the higher the tier of the formation, the more terrifying the experience point value. Although low-tier formations can be created quickly, they are already a drop in the bucket for the current experience bar. Having realized this, he simply decided to challenge higher tiers. He crushed a fourth-tier low-grade star core. A fourth-tier low-grade legendary formation emerged. Experience points surged wildly. Then came the fourth-tier middle grade. Fourth-tier upper grade. Above the entire ruins, various terrifying formation lights flickered incessantly. If Xinghe had not deliberately suppressed the explosion range of the formations, this already dilapidated ruin would have been reduced to cosmic dust by the legendary formations he accidentally created. When he reached fourth-tier upper grade, Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. He discovered that one construction was no longer sufficient to fill the terrifying experience bar required for leveling up. Isn't one construction not enough? Then let's do it again. He spent a full 6 minutes continuously constructing two complex fourth-tier upper-grade formations. With the last golden light flashing, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to fourth-tier peak. In total, it took less than 10 minutes. Xinghe had transformed from a complete novice who didn't even understand basic formation knowledge to a fourth-tier peak formation master. But he did not stop there. The sixth-tier middle-grade formation in front of him was still radiating a blinding light. Just one last push. The true energy within Xinghe boiled like a river. For consecutive fourth-tier peak formations formed in rapid succession under his hands. As the fourth formation perfectly closed, a surge of formation pressure erupted from his body, pushing back the surrounding magma for miles. The system's voice at this moment sounded like celestial music. Ding! Experience bar is full. Congratulations to the host, successfully promoted to fifth-tier low-grade formation master. Xinghe slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with brilliance. Fifth-tier formation master. This is a rare species in the entire yin-yang star system, with over 140,000 life planets combined, totaling no more than 100 individuals. Anyone taken from any top force would be revered as an ancestor. Yet Xinghe achieved this in less than 10 minutes. Warm-up is over. Xinghe twisted his neck, producing a series of eerie bone-cracking sounds. He stepped towards the sixth-tier, middle-grade formation, protecting the core flame. Let me see how tough this turtle shell left by the boss is. The wild level innate law body activated at full. Xinghe's eyes turned pure gold. In his line of sight, the originally perfect formation shield was dismantled into countless glowing energy threads. The direction of each thread and the strength of each formation node were all laid bare. After observing, Xinghe disdainfully curled his lip. Tisk, the formation master hired by the boss is a piece of trash, isn't he? The quality of this broken formation at most qualifies as passable. It seems watertight, yet in reality, it has holes everywhere. If an ordinary fifth-tier formation master were to face a formation one major realm above them, they would be helpless, just staring blankly. But who is Xinghe? He possesses 100,000 times comprehension and wields legendary quality formation prowess. These main nodes not only have sluggish power transfer, but even the anti-corrosion runes are drawn crooked. Xinghe decisively swiped his thumb across his index finger. He raised his right hand, concentrating a dark, golden legendary corrosive rune in his palm. This rune shimmered with a heart-pounding aura of destruction. Xinghe approached the semi-transparent array barrier. From within the dark golden bell, the voice of the extreme ice sovereign drifted out, cold and biting. Brat, stop staring. This is a 6th-grade mid-tier formation. With your mere breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm, brute force alone won't shatter it. Release me, and I'll collect this heart of the earth starflame for you. Xinghe habitually scraped his thumb across his index knuckle. A sudden grin spread across his face. Senior, you don't actually think I'm limited to just using my fists, do you? A 6th-grade formation. Who said I'd rely on brute force? The extreme ice sovereign inside the bell rolled her eyes. What arrogance! Do you even comprehend what a 6th-grade formation is? Back in my prime, it took me millions of years of unparalleled brilliance to barely elevate my formation mastery to the 9th grade. Even the most supreme genius in the entire cosmos, if they started learning from birth, would need a century just to touch the threshold of a 6th-grade formation. You're only 15. How do you plan to break it? Xinghe has stuffed his hands into his pockets. Alright, Senior. What if I manage to dismantle it today without any brute force? The Extreme Ice Sovereign snorted coldly, a sly tone creeping into her voice. If you truly break it through formation mastery alone, I'll take it upon myself to strip that girl Xinghe Schweber and stuff her into your bed as your wife. Lu Xing's eyelids twitched wildly. He rolled his eyes in utter exasperation. Forget it. He'll pass on a woman who comes with an old crone attached. You'd better stay put in your VIP single room and enjoy the show. Lu Xing's amusement faded. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Boom. The immense spiritual force of the innate 10th heaven plunged fiercely into the formation barrier ahead. Shatter. The moment it struck. Under the amplification of the desolate grade innate law physique's 100,000-fold comprehension, the legendary formation master talent ignited. The seemingly indestructible 6th grade mid-tier formation barrier with its hundreds of thousands of nodes lay utterly exposed before Lu Xing's eyes, as defenseless as a peeled egg. Bang 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 bang. A rapid series of muffled explosions erupted from within the barrier. The moment his spiritual force touched those nodes, they began to shatter violently. The once blinding barrier dimmed at a visible speed. Inside the bell, the Extreme Ice Sovereign, perceiving the scene through her spiritual sense, was stunned speechless. Holy shit. The Sovereign, who hadn't cursed in tens of thousands of years, finally cracked. Tens of thousands of nodes shattered in 1 second. What kind of monstrous speed is that? At this devastating pace, the 6th grade mid-tier formation wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. The Extreme Ice Sovereign paced frantically inside the bell. Impossible. This kid's bone age is genuinely only 15. Could he be some ancient monster who lived for eons, reincarnated for a second cultivation? But she quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's wrong. His behavior is mercenary and greedy, and his soul aura is as pure as a blank slate. There's no trace of the weariness of a soul seizure. The Extreme Ice Sovereign stared intently at Lu Xing's technique for dismantling the formation. The more she watched, the more her scalp tingled. Is this a 5th grade formation master's technique? Perfect grade. No. Even a perfect grade 5th grade technique couldn't cut through a 6th grade formation like tofu. Is this kid wielding a legendary grade formation technique? The Extreme Ice Sovereign felt her entire worldview being ground into dust. Just then the formation barrier had thinned to the point of being translucent. The trapped heart of the Earth's starflame sensed the impending collapse of its seal. The azure-purple flames erupted in fury. With a terrifying shriek, it transformed into a 10th Xinghe fire serpent ready to shatter the last barrier and escape. Trying to run. You think I'd let a fat prize slip away? Lu Xinghe sneered. He raised his right hand. A torrent of pure black flames 1,000 times more ferocious than the heart of the Earth's starflame surged from his palm. SS grade ability, Dark Demonic Flame. The black flames formed a net that blotted out the sky, sealing off the entire formation area in advance. Crack. With a final crisp sound. The 6th grade mid-tier formation exploded into countless specks of light, dissipating into the sea of black fire. The heart of the Earth's starflame had barely escaped its seal when it collided head-on with the supreme Dark Demonic Flame. Beneath the terrifying pressure of the SS grade's strange fire, capable of incinerating even nothingness, this great heart of the Earth's starflame cowered like a mouse encountering a cat. It instantly withered. Its originally 10th Xinghe fiery form trembled violently. Lu Xinghe clenched his 5 fingers. Come here. The all-encompassing black flames retracted. They forcibly subdued the rampaging heart of the Earth's starflame, compressing it into a seed of azure-purple fire no larger than a fingernail. With a whoosh, the tiny sphere obediently flew into Lu Xing's palm. The dark golden bell fell into dead silence once more. The Extreme Ice Sovereign felt that if her heart could still beat, it would have given up by now. SS grade. Dark Demonic Flame. How can something like this appear in a backwater place like the Milky Way? The Extreme Ice Sovereign took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Stay calm, I must stay calm. This kid even has an eternal grade cultivation method, so what if he pulls out an SS grade strange fire? I can't act like some provincial bumpkin who's never seen the world. Lu Xinghe weighed the fire seed in his hand. No rush to refine it. He'll wait until I'm back on Blue Water Star to see if this thing's potential is worth wasting a repair count. He casually tucked the fire seed into his spatial ring. Then he walked to the edge of the ruins, scooped up the still unconscious Xinghe Shui under his arm. Job done, time to bolt. Lu Xinghe stepped into the void, flying toward the outskirts of the temple ruins. He brought up the system panel in his mind. A new line had appeared in the occupation column: Formation Master 5th grade lower tier legendary quality. He glanced at the repair count. 05. Lu Xinghe rubbed his chin. My martial realm is still at Grandmaster 1st Heaven. The indestructible divine body hasn't upgraded either. He mused inwardly. Is it because my soul realm is still stuck at innate 10th heaven? He'll probably need to achieve unity of spirit and flesh and break through to the Grandmaster realm together for the indestructible divine body to undergo a qualitative change. Lu Xing's eyes blazed with anticipation. Once the divine body upgrades, I can exploit the bug to boost my attributes again. And when the soul indestructibility art breaks, through my combat power will skyrocket. As he flew, Lu Xinghe suddenly raised an eyebrow and halted midair. His spiritual force had detected a faint trace of life in the ruins below. Oh ho! Lu Xinghe descended. By the magma pool below stood a massive block of profound ice. Grand Counselor Ironblood was frozen inside. Though he couldn't move, his eyes were spinning wildly, his expression one of extreme urgency. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. It was clear to him. This old man must have sensed the danger here, and risking his life had come to rescue him and Xinghe Shui. This big boss character is pretty solid. He's worth keeping around. Lu Xinghe patted the bell in his arms. Senior, you showed restraint. You knew he was a good man and didn't freeze him into ice shards. With that, Lu Xinghe set Xinghe Shui down beside him. He raised his right hand, and a ball of golden solar star flame danced in his palm. Then with deliberate showmanship he pressed it against the surface of the profound ice and began to roast it vigorously. Sizzle! Steam rose furiously. The extreme ice sovereign inside the bell couldn't bear to watch. Stop wasting your effort. My profound ice is condensed from ultimate laws. Your scrayed solar star flame might be fierce, but at your current realm you could roast it for 3 days and nights and still not melt it. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes inwardly. It's not like I'm really trying to melt it. Can't you see I'm putting on a show? He gazed into the depths of the starry sky. The rescue work. Why would a weak, pitiful, and helpless newcomer like me need to bother? The real deal. The extreme ice sovereign was taken aback. Then realization dawned. This sly little fox was setting up his persona as a respectful, kind-hearted disciple again. Just as Lu Xinghe was frantically roasting the profound ice, a thunderous boom shook the entire Yongstar system. In the cosmic void outside the system, space shattered like a mirror into countless fragments. A terrifying pressure spanning tens of millions of light-years descended upon the entire Yang Prime star. This pressure was too dreadful. The air was frozen. The magma was flattened. Even the dust drifting in the sky hung, suspended in midair. The extreme ice sovereign inside the bell let out a startled cry. Stellar Realm, Second Heaven. A supreme powerhouse of the human race has arrived. Lu Xing's body sank. Under that terrifying pressure, he smoothly dropped to one knee. His face displayed a perfectly calibrated mix of shock, fear, and unyielding resolve. He even forced 2 large beads of cold sweat onto his forehead. But inwardly he was as steady as an old dog. The smart brain had tipped him off long ago. This was the bodyguard sent by the upper echelons of the ancestral star. From the void, an aged figure in a white robe with an immortal air slowly stepped out of a spatial rift. It was none other than one of the highest authorities of the human race, the guardian of the heavenly Luo. As soon as Luo Tian appeared, his vast divine sense locked onto Lu Xinghe. When he saw Lu Xinghe in the ruins exhausting himself to use the solar star flame to rescue the frozen Grand Counselor Ironblood, a deep glow of admiration and relief shone in Luo Tian's aged eyes. This child not only possesses unparalleled talent for the ages, but he also doesn't forget to aid his elders in dire straits. His character is pure and virtuous to the extreme. The human race has hope. Luo Tian the Guardian waved his hand. The pressure that had been binding the planet receded like a tide. He flicked his finger. A gentle yet domineering stream of true energy struck the profound ice. Crack! The law-infused profound ice, which even the extreme ice sovereign prided herself on, shattered into a cloud of icy powder. Grand Counselor Ironblood gasped a lungful of fresh air and coughed violently. But he didn't bother to regulate his breath. His first instinct was to whirl around and rush toward Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, are you alright? Did that old dog hurt you? Lu Xinghe immediately put on an act of frail relief. Grand Counselor, I'm fine. 2 terrifying old monsters appeared out of nowhere and annihilated each other, causing the planet to explode. Thanks to this formation barrier blocking the blast, I managed to survive. Ironblood finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he noticed the white-robed elders standing in the void. Ironblood stared intently. It was as if had been struck by lightning. He dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling with excitement. Your subordinate Ironblood pays respects to Lord Guardian Luo Tian. Lu Xinghe, hearing this, quickly scraped his thumb across his index finger. He adopted a reverent expression and, pulling Xinghe Shui beside him, bowed deeply. This junior Lu Xinghe pays respects to Lord Guardian Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Lu Xing's humble demeanor, feeling greatly comforted. Good child, quickly get up. I am late, but fortunately you and this girl are safe. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Luo Tian's murky eyes. The dignified emperor of the Flame Sun, how dare he collude with the alien races to harm our S-class genius? 1,000 deaths cannot absolve his guilt. Lu Xinghe habitually rubbed his thumb against his forefinger. It seems the Flame Sun Emperor has taken this blame thoroughly. I just wonder if he can be awarded the best revenge prize down below after his death. Luo Tian's expression gradually became extremely solemn. Xinghe, do you know how dangerous your current situation is? You have comprehended the S-class laws and are a legendary S-class genius. Your name has already entered the top assassination list of the other 4 alien races. Tai Shui gasped in shock from the side. Luo Tian fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Xing's eyes. Even if you break through to the planetary realm in the future, this pursuit will never cease. Because once an S-class genius grows up, they are guaranteed to be at least at the star realm. If the martial gods spare no effort in nurturing you, you could even become an unparalleled powerhouse above the 5th level of the star realm. This is an unbearable catastrophe for the alien races. Lu Xinghe appeared shocked on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. Star realm guarantee. Sorry, I have a big appetite, I also want to take some advantage from the martial gods at that level. Luo Tian sighed, his tone filled with weariness. In the 100,000 years since our human race's rise, including you, there have been a total of 5 S-class geniuses. But apart from the Star Realm 4th-level powerhouse from the Rock Mountain clan, the other 3. All were assassinated and fell by the alien races. As he spoke, a trace of extreme sadness flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. Even among the list of those 3 peerless geniuses who died, there are shadows of traitorous figures from our human race. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. This script feels familiar. The shot hits the bird that stands out. No matter where, there are always these traitorous old sixes. The great speaker Tai Shui couldn't help but ask from the side, Lord Luo Tian, what happened to that powerful figure from the Rock Mountain clan now? Luo Tian took a deep breath. That powerful figure has slain a total of 7 alien star-level powerhouses over the past 50,000 years. You can imagine the situation. If every time our human race gives birth to a star-level powerhouse, one gets wiped out by the aliens, how despairing that would be. This fear has made all races thoroughly wary of S-class geniuses. Luo Tian waved his hand decisively. Originally, the higher-ups planned to seal off your information, tightly waiting for you to stabilize and cultivate to the Grandmaster realm before making it public. But now that such a huge commotion has arisen in the Flame Sun system, it can no longer be concealed. Xinghe, I will take you to the ancestral star early. I will let you enter the human elite training camp. Hearing this, the great speaker Tai Shui's expression changed dramatically. You must not, my lord. The monsters in the human elite training camp are all super geniuses from various intermediate star systems. Each of them reaches the Grandmaster realm by the time they are less than 100 years old. Tai Shui was sweating profusely with anxiety. Although Xinghe's talent is high, he is only 15 years old. If he is thrown in at this time, those arrogant monsters will chew him to bits. When Lu Xinghe heard the word ancestral star, his heart skipped a beat. Ancestral star? Isn't that Earth? Although he had not been in this world for long, the memories of his past life made him intensely curious about Earth 100,000 years later. He immediately put on a look of eagerness to learn. Lord Luo Tian, what kind of place is the human elite train? Luo Tian looked at the curiosity in Lu Xing's eyes and patiently explained. That is the highest martial arts academy personally established by the great martial gods of the human race. It only enrolls graduates from the highest academies of various intermediate star systems. Moreover, the only hard requirement is that one must reach the Grandmaster realm before the age of 100. Luo Tian's tone conveyed a strong sense of pride. Those who can enter are at least top figures amongst class geniuses or S-level prodigies. Not only will several of us old bones personally teach you, but there will also be deputy instructors above the 7th level of the planetary realm leading the trials. However, the trial tasks there are extremely harsh. Luo Tian paused, his expression solemn. One could say that the mortality rate is very high. Your current realm indeed has a huge gap. Even if the trial standards are relaxed for you, the mortality rate would still be alarmingly high. Whether to go or not, I will never force you. But this not only concerns your life and death, you now bear the fortune of countless human compatriots behind you. Lu Xinghe felt a strong itch in his heart. All of them are grandmasters under 100 years old. Where is this a trial ground? This is clearly a place filled with high-level ATMs and big fat sheep that drop superb loot. He immediately patted his chest and spoke with righteous indignation. Lord Luo Tian, I will go. If I am afraid of this little danger, what is the point of cultivating martial arts? I might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. In fact, he was thinking about how to stock up. Go? Must go. This would let me take advantage of the martial gods. It's worth more than years of hard cultivation. Luo Tian looked at the fearless heart of the youth before him, feeling moved to the point that his eyes turned slightly red. Good, good, good. No wonder you are the peerless prodigy of our human race. With such spirit, I am ashamed. There is no time to lose. We will set off immediately. Lu Xinghe quickly raised his hand to stop him. Lord Luo Tian, wait a moment. I must return to Blue Water Star first. I have a sister who depends on me at home. If I don't personally bring her away, I can't trust anyone in this broken universe. Luo Tian had seen Lu Xing's file and knew that this child was an orphan. He nodded in agreement, his gaze becoming gentler. Being loyal and righteous is indeed rare. Rest assured I will personally accompany you back to Blue Water Star. I will also take your sister to the Ancestral Star and arrange her into the best martial arts academy there. Even if it requires resources, I will ensure she has no illness or disaster for life. At the very least, she will be a grand master. Lu Xinghe grinned. This old man was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. That sounds great. It will save my family a lot of school selection fees. Luo Tian turned to look at the still unconscious Xinghe Shui beside them. This girl is a class genius and is also a very precious seed for our human race. I will take her to the Ancestral Star as well and arrange her into the first academy there. When she reaches the Grand Master realm before the age of 100, she will join the training camp to find you. Lu Xinghe shrugged, indicating he had no objections. After all, if this ice-cold girl left, he would enjoy the peace. Meanwhile, in deep space far away from the Flame Sun system, inside a 4th-grade private warship, the guide Sidu Tian was anxiously pacing in the command room. I am so anxious. How did the Flame Sun explode suddenly? Are these two little ancestors alive or dead? He desperately dialed Lu Xinghe and Xinghe Shui's communicators, but all he got was a busy tone with no response. He could only use the smart device bound to his wrist that monitored life signs to barely confirm that both of them were still breathing. This made him dare not order the fleet to turn around and flee. Just as Situ Tian was so anxious that he was foaming at the mouth, a sharp video communication request suddenly popped up. Situ Tian glanced at the sender, and his face immediately turned as dark as a pot bottom. When the communication connected, a plump, middle-aged man appeared on the projection screen. It was Mo Luan, the inspector from another star system near Blue Water Star. He was also Situ Tian's sworn enemy for hundreds of years. Mo Luan shook a glass of expensive red wine in his hand, greeting him with a face full of joy. Oh, old Situ, not asleep yet. I heard that the Flame Sun, which you are in charge of receiving new students, has exploded. Situ Tian snorted, coldly displeased. You fat pig, your news is quite swift. What do you want from me? Spit it out. Mo Luan pretended to sigh, but the smugness in the corner of his eyes could not be suppressed. Oh, I am just worried. Those Blue Water Star bumpkins you brought along, they haven't all been sacrificed to the Flame Sun, have they, He deliberately shifted aside, revealing a young man's ghostly image standing behind him. The young man raised his chin, his eyes proud, as if he could look down on others through his nostrils. Mo Luan laughed heartily, his face full of fat shaking. Old Sidu, did you see that? This isn't class genius who just emerged from our star system. He is only 19 this year. During this Flame Sun Academy assessment, he forcefully made it into the top 1700. This young man's realm was at least above the innate 8th level, and his future breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm was practically a done deal. Mo Luan looked at Situ Tian with an arrogant expression. Next year this kid will definitely enter the main branch of the Flame Sun Academy. You Blue Water Star trash that can't even pass the assessment should stay out of sight. The young man's ghostly image sneered even more, not even looking at Situ Tian. Lord Mo Luan, why waste words with these country bumpkins? The explosion of the Flame Sun is great. It prevents those ignorant low-level martial artists from lowering the standards of our new students this year. Situ Tian listened to the mocking banter between the two, nearly exploding with rage. He had originally hoped that Lu Xinghe and Xinghe Shui would amaze everyone and put Mo Luan in his place. But now not only could he not contact them, but he also had to endure the ridicule of this fat pig. Seeing that Situ Tian was silent, Mo Luan laughed even more wildly. Why are you not speaking, old Situ? You can't possibly have no representatives who can survive the assessment, right? Situ Tian finally could not bear it any longer. He slammed his palm on the command platform, letting out a thunderous roar. Damn you to hell with your 5-spiced, spicy, spiral-linked farts. Today I will clearly tell you. Our Blue Water Star has not only produced in a class Xinghe Shui, we have also produced in class peerless prodigy Lu Xinghe. Situ Tian's eyes were bloodshot like an enraged lion protecting its cubs. Both of them are alive and well. If you don't believe me, go check the rankings on the Academy's official website yourself. Upon hearing this, Mo Luan, on the opposite side of the light curtain, had not yet had a chance to continue mocking. The young man who had originally looked down on others upon hearing the names Xinghe Shui and Lu Xinghe instantly trembled like he had been struck by a high-voltage electric shock. The proud expression on the young man's face crumbled completely. His face turned pale as paper, and he let out a pitchy, terrified scream. What did you say? Lu Xinghe? Xinghe Shui? The red wine glass in Mo Luan's hand came to a halt. What are you getting so worked up about? They're just two country bumpkins from Blue Water Star. What kind of decorum is this? The young genius trembled uncontrollably, nearly kneeling before Mo Luan. Mo Luan, have you not seen the latest announcement from the Yin-Yang star system? Before the Yin-Yang Emperor died, he released a message that drove all the high-ranking members of the human race crazy. His name is Lu Xinghe. Mo Luan's chubby face twitched violently. He hurriedly activated the smart device on his wrist, forcibly connecting to the Academy's public announcement network. His gaze swept over the dazzlingly bright top-secret list. Xinghe Shui S level. Lu Xinghe provisionally SS level. Mo Lun gasped in shock, yet his mouth remained as stubborn as a stone. Nonsense. It clearly states here that Lu Xinghe is only 15. Old Situ, you old bastard, how dare you send a 15-year-old's level into the death trials? Aren't you afraid he'll be slaughtered by the alien races halfway through? The young genius beside him couldn't hold back any longer. 15 years old. He thought Lu Xinghe was at least in his early 20s. To think that at 15 he could force the Yin-Yang Emperor and the Ice Phantom Emperor, masters of their respective star systems, to annihilate each other, is this still a human being? Situ Tian on the other side of the light screen looked at the two with disbelieving expressions and felt his heart skip a beat. Quick, tell me, what happened to Xinghe and the girl? Is something wrong? Mo Lun sneered repeatedly. What could have happened? The Yin-Yang star has turned to cosmic dust. These two little brats might be talented, but they are most likely reduced to ashes by now. Before Mo Lun finished speaking, this level genius pushed him aside and eagerly leaned toward the light screen. Don't worry, Lord Situ. Lord Lu and Lady Xinghe are definitely fine. Right now. Boom. Before he could finish, the deep starry sky outside Situ Tian's battleship suddenly tore open. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure descended, firmly suppressing the entire star domain. Both Mo Lun and the young genius raised their heads in unison. They saw a massive dark golden object 1,000,000 meters long, wriggling like an ancient cosmic beast squeezing out from the spatial rift. It hovered directly above Situ Tian's ship. This is... Mo Lun's eyes nearly bulged out, and the wine glass in his hand smashed to the ground. A 6th-tier pinnacle battleship. This was the exclusive vehicle of the highest-level guardians of the human race. Even planet-level powerhouses were not qualified to even touch the exterior of this ship. A golden beam of attraction shot out from the bottom of the 1,000,000-meter battleship, completely sucking in Situ Tian's pitiful 4th-tier warship. Beep, beep, beep. The communication screen was severed under the powerful energy interference. Mo Lun slumped to the ground, his entire body trembling as if electrocuted. Damn it. What earth-shattering event did those two little monsters from Blue Water Star do? Inside the 6th-tier pinnacle battleship, in a luxurious hall spacious enough for horses to run, Situ Tian looked at Lu Xinghe, who was lively before him, and Xinghe Shui casually tucked under his arm. This guide who had lived for hundreds of years felt his head buzzing. What did you say? You little rascal are SS, and this girl is S level. Have you both taken some kind of immortal pill, or what? Lu Xinghe habitually scratched at the knuckle of his index finger with his thumb. He blinked innocently. Grandpa Guide, you can't blame me for this. The big boss insisted on dragging the alien old monster to annihilate each other. The planet blew up directly. We didn't even react in time before Lord Luo Tian saved us. He probably saw that we were lucky to be alive and casually upgraded us. Lu Xinghe told lies without turning a shade of red. Such secrets from the elite training camp of the human race, the fewer who knew the better. He only told Situ Tian that he was going to the highest academy of the Ancestral Star next. The highest academy of the Ancestral Star. Situ Tian gasped in shock. That's the ultimate upgrade of the Yin-Yang Academy. It is the most coveted holy land for the human race across the universe. It gathers the most terrifying geniuses under 20 from 3,000 intermediate star systems. Even a random janitor pulled from there could very well start at the Master Realm. At this moment, a hearty laughter echoed from deep within the hall. Guardian Luo Tian stepped forward with his hands behind his back, a smile spread across his face. Young brother Situ, you are a great contributor to our human race. As soon as Luo Tian spoke, Situ Tian's legs went soft, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Luo Tian stepped forward and supported him lightly. This child Xinghe killed a master-level powerhouse at just 15 years old. The vital energy he unleashed in the video even reached the terrifying realm of the 3rd transformation. Just based on this, he is already worthy of being listed in the SS level. Luo Tian looked at Lu Xinghe, and a flicker of extreme regret appeared in his eyes. If I had discovered you earlier, I would have certainly let you know the secret of vital energy compression in advance. You, this kind of genius, might become the second unparalleled existence in the human race to reach the 4th transformation of vital energy after the great martial god. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes internally. What's the use of the 4th transformation? I broke through by self-destructing, forcefully condensing my vital energy into the golden core. Of course he dared not speak this out loud. Luo Tian's tone shifted, and his murky eyes burst forth with piercing brilliance. However, Xinghe, your divine soul is what truly shocks me. I demand that before your divine soul reaches its true limit and undergoes the 4th level mutation, you must not step into the Master Realm. Lu Xinghe obediently nodded. He was currently troubled about how to break through the indestructible divine soul technique, so Luo Tian's words were exactly what he needed. Luo Tian turned to look at Situ Tian, who was trembling with excitement. Without you, frontline guides who scrape and crawl many talents of our human race would have likely fallen victim to the treacherous alien races. Luo Tian waved his hand casually. A pitch-black figure of a fourth-tier pinnacle Punisher mech fell thunderously in front of Situ Tian. Beside it floated a gilded assassination list. Take this. Someone has leaked Xinghe's whereabouts. Return to Blue Water Star and clean up those traitors for me. Situ Tian trembled as he accepted the mech control hub and the list. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt down. Your subordinate will carry out the order. Lu Xinghe watched as Luo Tian conjured such a large mech out of thin air, his eyes widening in disbelief. He touched the bulging spatial ring on his hand. There wasn't even a place to step. Lord Luo Tian, your spatial artifact is quite unique. How can it hold such a large mech? Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily at Lu Xinghe's expression. You little rascal, just say it straight. He flicked his fingers. An ancient silver ring landed precisely in Lu Xinghe's palm. This is a 100 cubic space ring. It's not large, but it's enough for you right now. Lu Xinghe's face lit up with joy. I dare not refuse the elder's gift. Thank you, Lord Luo Tian. This will save me so much on shipping costs for the same city. This item is truly rare. The materials needed to create this ring must be mined from the core of a collapsed star and inscribed by a Grandmaster-level array master personally. The price is settled in galactic coins. Just as Lu Xinghe put the ring on his hand, a cold snort of disdain resounded from the dark golden small bell. A mere 100 cubic garbage storage ring can be considered a treasure. Kid, let me out. With this trash I could easily refine tens of thousands for you. Lu Xinghe retorted unceremoniously in his heart. Talk big without preparation. If you really had this ability, why couldn't that big ice block even manage a ragged sack? Don't think I don't know how bizarre the materials are. Even if my formation skills are outstanding, it's all in vain without materials. The extreme cold sovereign was choked to the point of near death. That's because the broken place of Blue Water Star simply can't gather the materials. On the other side of the hall, Situ Tian unfolded the gilded assassination list. Upon seeing the top name, he felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale in an instant, and he could barely stand. How could this be? How could it be him? Lu Xinghe leaned over to take a look. The first name on the list, the highest chairman of Blue Water Star, Lin Xiao. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. This highest chairman of Blue Water Star was once Situ Tian's most cherished direct disciple. Back then, Situ Tian voluntarily stepped down to hand over Blue Water Star to this disciple for the sake of the younger generation of the human race. Unexpectedly, the culprit who nearly caused Lu Xinghe's demise turned out to be him. Situ Tian gripped the list tightly. His face streaked with tears bore an unprecedented anger and sorrow. Beast, today I will personally clean up the house. In a corner, Xinghe Shui, who had been placed on the leather sofa by Lu Xinghe, let out a painful murmur in her dreams. Her originally rosy lips were now as pale as paper, her delicate brows tightly knitted together. The extreme cold sovereign's forceful possession in battle exceeded the limits of this body. Most critically, her soul had suffered a nearly invisible fine crack from the shock. For an ordinary warrior, this would mean a lifetime of ruin. Inside the dark golden small bell, the extreme cold sovereign finally set aside his high and mighty demeanor. His voice betrayed an urgency that he could not hide and a hint of pleading. Little one, I've admitted defeat. The girl's soul cannot withstand such trauma. I'm asking you to lift the seal first. As long as you let me heal her injuries, I'll be willing to crawl back into your broken bell myself. Lu Xinghe scraped his thumb across his index knuckle, casting a dismissive glance at the small bell, as if looking at an idiot. Cut it out. That remnant soul of yours was nearly shattered by my strike. More damage than hers. And you still want to save someone. The extreme cold sovereign was momentarily choked into silence, yet stubbornly insisted that channeling soul power could heal Xinghe Shui. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xinghe's eyes. Oh, this old crone really does have her heart set on Xinghe Shui. From the looks of it, she's almost certainly treating this girl as her personal disciple. His mind raced with calculations. Even if the extreme cold sovereign had no intention of harming Xinghe Shui, it didn't mean the old monster wouldn't turn around and slap him in revenge once she got out. Better keep this dangerous item locked up in solitary confinement. At least until my soul reaches the Grandmaster stage. Then he'll let her out for some fresh air. Having made up his mind, Lu Xinghe casually brushed her off. Enough, save your pitiful soul power. I'm well versed in simple soul repair. Oh, just stay put in there and watch the show. With that, he unhesitatingly pressed his palm against Xinghe Shui's smooth forehead. A surge of pure vast soul energy refined to the extreme erupted from his hand like a raging sea. The extreme cold sovereign inside the dark gold bell stared in disbelief. Her piercing voice cut through the bell, cursing wildly. You crazy brat. What are you doing? Pouring your own primal soul power into her so recklessly. Are you trying to kill yourself, eh? In her eyes, Lu Xinghe's forceful mending of another soul fissure's was nothing short of suicide. If his own soul were damaged, at best he'd suffer a realm drop, at worst his martial talent would be destroyed. Are you throwing away your unparalleled talent just to chase a girl? Madman. An absolute madman. Lu Xinghe picked at his ear, completely ignoring the old hag's rack. For a normal martial artist, the soul wound was indeed a major trouble. It required not only heavenly treasures for nourishment, but also decades of slow recovery. But was he the same? I cultivate the five-fold shattering realm's indestructible soul art. My usual training involves tearing my own soul apart, like shredded cabbage for fun. Channeling a bit of soul power. That's just a drizzle. Moreover, the so-called talent damage problem was a complete joke before this immortal grade technique. Otherwise, with his self-torturing, bug-exploiting cultivation method, his brain would have long been scrambled to mush. Minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. Xue's pale complexion visibly flushed with color, her soul injuries nearly 70% healed. And Lu Xinghe. Not only did he show no fatigue, but while healing her, he had unconsciously torn his own soul apart dozens of times. The rate of consumption can't even keep up with my technique's auto-recovery. This indestructible soul art is truly a skill for fleecing the system. Just then a faint whimper escaped from Xinghe on the sofa. Her long lashes trembled as she slowly, the moment her eyes opened, an genius combat instinct kicked in. Her mind still lingering on the image of the blazing sun emperor, trying to seize the strange flame, she sat up abruptly, scanning the surroundings warily. Where is this? The next second her gaze landed on Lu Xinghe, who was right beside her. Seeing that familiar face tinged with a worldly down-to-earth air, Xinghe's tense muscles relaxed. An unprecedented sense of safety filled her chest. Since her parents were killed and her clan wiped out. Aside from the master in her mind, it had been a long time since anyone had made her feel this way. Inside the dark gold bell, the extreme cold sovereign watched the lively Xinghe, beginning to doubt her own existence. This is impossible. Such a recovery speed. Even the finest divine elixirs in the universe couldn't achieve this. Could the technique this brat cultivates be one of those unspeakable immortal grade arts? A technique of this level was beyond even a galaxy realm remnant soul like hers, let alone the lofty domain overlords who had no right to witness it. Xinghe calmed down slightly and asked softly, Xinghe, where are we? Lu Xinghe pulled up a chair and sat down, explaining casually. On Lord Luotian's spaceship. That so-called blazing sun emperor is already dead from your ultimate move. We're perfectly safe now. Lu Xinghe gave a simplified account of what had happened. Only then did Xinghe realize so much had occurred after she lost consciousness. She had no idea that Lu Xinghe had already imprisoned the extreme cold sovereign as a captive. She urgently called out in her mind, Master, Master, are you there? Lu Xinghe thoughtfully didn't block the extreme cold sovereign's perception, allowing the master and disciple to communicate telepathically. The extreme cold sovereign's resentful voice echoed in Xinghe's mind. Oh, so you still remember you have a master. The moment you opened your eyes, you were staring straight at your little lover. I thought you'd tossed me to the 9 clouds. A blush spread across Xinghe's stunning face as she quickly changed the subject. Master, what are you saying? Was it you who expended your soul power to save me just now, eh? The extreme cold sovereign rolled her eyes dramatically inside the bell, speaking sourly. I wanted to save you. But unfortunately, it was your deep-hidden little lover before you who did the deed. Xinghe's heart jolted at this, and she looked up at Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, you saved me with your own soul. Are you alright? Did it harm your foundation? Hearing her disciple's anxious tone, the extreme cold sovereign fumed and stomped inside the small bell. Ingrate little girl. You're not even married yet, and your elbows already turned outward. Back in the day I blew up an entire galaxy, and you never showed this much concern for me. Lu Xinghe looked at Xinghe, who seemed on the verge of tears, and waved his hand. Relax. I cultivate a rather special technique. This bit of drain is like working up a sweat. A shower will fix it. With that he pointed at the starry sky outside the window. The ship's about to land on Bluewater Star. We're heading to the human ancestral planet. Do you want to go back to Xinghe City for a visit? At the mention of Bluewater Star, a deep sorrow flickered in Xinghe's eyes. I want to go back. I want to pay my respects to my parents and clan again. She looked at Lu Xinghe, her gaze soft yet resolute. Xinghe, when it's time to leave for the ancestral planet, they'll find you in Xinghe City. Lu Xinghe gave an okay gesture. No problem, anytime. Inside the lavish hall of the Su family in Xinghe City, a young man in a custom suit wearing a smug smile sat arrogantly in the seat of honor. It was none other than the eldest son of the imperial capital's Lin family, Lin Xuan. He toyed with an expensive teacup, looking down at Su Yuntian across from him. Uncle Su, my personal visit today carries the Lin family's full sincerity. Allowing cousin Liyue to return to the Lin family and acknowledge her roots is a tremendous grace for your Su family. Su Yunshin's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He knew all too well what sort of scum the Lin family was. Back then, Su Liyu's mother, the current Lin family head's own sister, had severed all ties with the imperial capital's Lin family to be with Su Yuntian. The Lin family, feeling disgraced, had even sent assassins to kill Su Yuntian and forcibly take her back. If not for Su's mother being pregnant and threatening suicide, these arrogant Lin family bastards would never have left. For years, the Lin family had looked down on the Su family in Xinghe City, leaving them to fend for themselves. So why the sudden change of heart? It was because they'd learned that Su Liyue had awakened a clever psychic ability with a promising future. More importantly, the Lin family had caught wind of some rumors. They'd heard that an A-level genius favored by the highest authorities had emerged in Xinghe City, a man named Lu Xinghe. And this Lu Xinghe was extremely close to Su Liyue. Lin Shuhan's true purpose today wasn't some damn family reunion. They wanted to use Su Liyue to rope in the rising star Lu Xinghe. They even planned to use the Lin family's influence to coerce and bribe Lu Xinghe into marrying into the Lin family. Lin Shuhan set down his teacup. What? Uncle Su isn't willing. Don't tell me you actually think a wet-behind-there's kid like Lu Xinghe can swagger across Bluewater Star. Just then a cold, piercing shout rang out from the second-floor staircase of the hall. My surname is Su, not Lin. Our Su family has nothing to do with your imperial capital Lin family. Su Liyue, clad in a sharp combat suit, descended the stairs with a frosty face. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she locked onto Lin Shuhan. When my mother was gravely ill and needed a high-grade star core to survive, my father knelt outside your Lin family gates begging all night. Not only did you refuse to help, but you secretly cut off all the Su group's funding chains. If it weren't for you cold-blooded beasts, my mother wouldn't have died. Lin Shuhan, publicly berated, dropped his fake smile and turned grim. He snorted, his gaze dripping with undisguised contempt. Cousin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you please. Do you really think that just because that brat Lu Xinghe has his eye on you, you can shit on the Lin family? Let me tell you, if my Lin family waves its hand, there are plenty of top-tier genius girls with better talent and looks lining up to marry Lu Xinghe. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the Su father and daughter like a viper. And don't think too highly of that Lu Xinghe. He's just an A-level talent. Oh, without the resources of a major power, he's nothing. A genius before he grows up is nothing once he's dead. At these words, Su Yuntian and Su Liyue's faces changed drastically. The Su family wasn't afraid of humiliation or the Lin family's oppression, but they feared that their troubles would drag Lu Xinghe into the Lin family's schemes. Try laying a finger on Xinghe. Su Liyue erupted, her clever flame ability bursting forth with a roar. She stepped forward, charging at Lin Shuhan. If your Lin family dares to mess with him, aren't you afraid of the iron-fisted sanctions from Bluewater Star's higher-ups? Sanctions? Lin Shuhan laughed, as if had heard the funniest joke, cackling wildly. Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy of mentioning sanctions? Just then an old man standing behind Lin Shuhan suddenly stepped forward. Foolish little girl. A terrifying aura of a Hotian 9th-level powerhouse surged like a tidal wave, pressing down on Su Liyue. The flames blazing around Su Liyue were forcibly extinguished. She let out a muffled groan, her legs trembling violently, barely able to breathe under the oppressive force. Lin Shuhan walked up to Su Liyue, looking down at her with supreme arrogance. Cousin, you wouldn't happen to be unaware, would you? My Lin family has an Xiantian 8th-level ancestor personally presiding. How many people on Bluewater Star dare to provoke my Lin family? Let alone punish us for the sake of your insignificant Su family. They'll make this clear today. Either you come back, or tomorrow my Lin family will make sure that Lu Xinghe dies a violent death. Lin Shuhan's maniacal laughter echoed through the hall, arrogant and unbridled to the extreme. But just as his laughter reached its peak of triumph and menace, a terrifying presence descended from the heaven. This aura, vast and savage, enveloped the entire Su family villa, leaving no gap. Who goes there? The Hotian 9th-level elder beside Lin Shuhan's face twisted in alarm as he tried to mobilize his true energy to resist. Before a scream could even escape, that once arrogant Hotian 9th-level powerhouse, crushed under the pressure of this presence, exploded into a cloud of crimson blood mist. A bloody wind swept through and hot gore splattered all over Lin Shuhan's head and face. Lin Shuhan screamed in terror, wiping the blood from his face as he stumbled backward. Who dares to touch someone from the Lin family? Our Lin family has an ancestor at the 8th level of the innate realm guarding us. Whooshed. The air outside the hall rippled with visible violent undulations. Accompanied by a heavy heartbeat, a slender figure descended step by step through the void, hands in pockets. Thump. Thump. With each step, the space beneath his feet emitted a strained, muffled thunderclap. The palpable pressure suffocated Lin Shuhan, making it impossible for him to breathe. Lin Shuhan's heart pounded uncontrollably, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Walking on air? This was void striding. A grandmaster. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, a yellow liquid trailing down his pant leg. Bluewater Star had actually produced a living grandmaster-level powerhouse. Moreover, why did that face look so familiar? Beside him, Su Yuntian was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. Was this the same Lu Xinghe who always smiled and came to their house for meals? Su Liyue covered her red lips, her eyes brimming with tears. Watching the lean youth striding through the void, the fear and despair from the Lin family's earlier threats completely dissipated in that moment. Lu Xinghe landed lightly before Lin Shuhan. His thumb unconsciously rubbed against his index finger knuckle as he looked down upon the trembling, pathetic heap that was the eldest young Master Lin. I heard you said you'd have me killed by tomorrow. Lin Shuhan kowtowed, frantically banging his head against the floor. A misunderstanding. Lord Lu, no, Grandmaster Lu. It was my loose tongue. I deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and let me go like a fart. Lu Xinghe waved his hand with a smile. I'm a very generous person. Why would I bother with a dead man? Go deliver a message to your Lin family. In 1 hour, I will personally pay a visit. If there's even one dog still breathing in your Lin family by tomorrow, he'll write my name backward. Lin Shuhan felt as if he had received a pardon. He scrambled and crawled out the door. Yes, he'll deliver the message. But in his heart, he was laughing coldly. Idiot. Do you really think being a grandmaster means you can rule the roost? Once I get on the family spaceship and leave Blue Water Star, the universe is vast. Where will you find me then? Just as he was about to flee out the main gate, swoosh. Swoosh. 2 dazzling golden beams shot from Lu Xing's fingertips, precisely piercing both of Lin Shuhan's kneecaps. Off. My legs. Lin Shuhan's piercing scream tore through the air as he crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Xinghe snapped his fingers. A wisp of golden solar flame attached itself to Lin Shuhan's shattered knees. The acrid smell of burning flesh and scorched skin filled the air. This strange flame wouldn't kill him, but it would make him experience a living hell as it seared its way through. Lin Shuhan's face twisted in agony as he roared in despair. You said you'd let me go? You're a grandmaster, and you have no honor. Lu Xinghe picked his ear in distaste. I did let you go? I never said you couldn't crawl. But the way you fled just now was so cocky. It made me lose face. Behave. If you scream again, it'll burn your third leg off. Lin Shuhan was so terrified, he clamped his mouth shut, tears streaming down his face. Using only the strength of his arms, he painfully crawled toward the spaceship outside the door. After disposing of the trash, Lu Xinghe turned to face the Su father and daughter. The violence in his eyes instantly cleared, replaced by his usual sunny, worldly-wise smile. Uncle Su Liyue, I'm back. Su Liyue could no longer hold back. She rushed forward recklessly, throwing herself into Lu Xing's arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. Lu Xinghe gently patted her back, soothing her softly. It's okay. I'm here. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll scatter their ashes in a ditch. In the midst of this tender moment, a boisterous shout came from outside the villa's main gate. Bro. Lu Yuren, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, charged into the hall like a little cannonball. She slammed on the brakes, saw the two embracing, and covered her eyes with both hands. Oh my. I'm blind. I didn't see a thing. You two carry on, pretend I'm not here. Through the gaps in her fingers, her big bright eyes sparkled with gossipy glee. Su Liyue's ears turned crimson with embarrassment as she quickly stepped out of Lu Xing's embrace. Lu Xinghe walked over and flicked his sister on the forehead. Little brat, always so loud and reckless. Learn some composure. Lu Yuran covered her forehead and darted behind Su Liyue. Sister-in-law, look. He hit me. That one word, sister-in-law, made Su Liyue's cheeks flush as if they would bleed. She lowered her head, not knowing where to put her hands. Lu Xinghe felt a headache coming on. This troublesome girl. She's quicker to betray me than a bolt of lightning. Su Yuntian watched the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Butler, prepare the finest dishes. Today we must throw a grand welcome banquet for Xinghe. The oppressive killing intent in the hall vanished, replaced by a warm, cozy atmosphere. On the dining table, platters of exotic beast meat were laid out, a feast for the eyes and the palate. Lu Yuran stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she stared at Lu Xinghe. Bro, how did your exam at Blazing Sun Academy go? You've become famous at No. 42 middle school these past few days. Even the principal comes by daily to give me supplements. Su Yuntian and Su Liyue also put down their chopsticks, looking at him expectantly. Lu Xinghe swallowed a piece of beast meat and calmly wiped his mouth. Oh, it went smoothly. I just outlasted the galaxy's overlord until he croaked. But I didn't join Blazing Sun Academy. The table fell into a deathly silence. Su Yuntian was stunned. You didn't get in. Xinghe, you can already walk on air. You're at least at the Grandmaster level in combat power. And you still couldn't get in. Su Liyue was also filled with worry. Blazing Sun Academy was the highest institution in the nearby star systems. Was the bar really that insane? Lu Yuran was so shocked that the chopsticks slipped from her hand. Holy moly, my 15-year-old big brother is a grandmaster. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh at their dumbfounded expressions. Stop. What are you all thinking? I really am at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. If you don't believe me, feel my abs. They're rock solid. He casually picked up a piece of meat for his sister and dropped a bombshell. I'm not going to Blazing Sun Academy, because I got reassigned from above. My next destination is the highest academy on humanity's ancestral star. The main reason I came back is to pick up Uran to attend the No. 1 senior high school there. We leave tomorrow morning. The table fell into another half-minute of dead silence. The ancestral star of humanity. That was a sacred site in the universe that most martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of. Su Liyu's face paled slightly. She knew the gap between her and Lu Xinghe had become immeasurable beyond light years. But she forced down her reluctance and squeezed out a breathtakingly beautiful smile. That's wonderful. Xinghe, you have to go. Su Yuntian, his eyes red, nodded emphatically. A real man should have the starry sky as his blanket. Don't worry about home. Your Uncle Su has it covered. Su Liyu fixed her gaze on Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, you always used to say your ultimate goal was to protect humanity like a war god. Now you truly have the right to chase that dream. Lu Xinghe looked into Su Liyu's earnest eyes. His thumb gently rubbed against his index finger. What's a war god? My goal is to fleece the fattest sheep in the entire universe into my own pocket. He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. But don't worry. One day I'll build you the safest fortress planet. If anyone dares to come collect the maintenance fee, they'll blow up their homeworld. Half an hour later, at the Lin family's super estate in the imperial capital, boom, a small spaceship crashed lopsidedly into the lawn, billowing black smoke. The hatch burst open and a charred figure reeking of grilled meat screamed in agony as it tumbled out. Help! Someone save me. The Lin family's top brass rushed over at the commotion. Seeing the gruesome sight, they all gasped in horror. Lin Shuhan's father, Lin Yaozu, his face ashen, kicked a medical staff member over. Useless. Can't you even put out a little fire? He pointed furiously at his son on the ground. Are you telling me that 15-year-old little bastard is a grandmaster? Is your head filled with crap, eh? A 15-year-old grandmaster. Hell, even eating divine pills wouldn't boost you that fast. Get out of my way. Let me handle this. An aged voice brimming with boundless authority echoed from deep within the estate. The Lin family's ancestor, an 8th-level innate realm cultivator, appeared out of thin air among the crowd, leaning on his cane. He stared intently at the wisp of golden flame on Lin Shuhan's knee. In his murky, aged eyes, extreme terror flickered. A rank? No, this is at least in strength terrifying strange flame. With this quality of true chi condensation, it's undoubtedly a grandmaster. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Every Lin family member felt their scalps tingle as if the sky were falling. A 15-year-old grandmaster. Just what kind of monster had they provoked? The Lin family ancestor made a decisive call, roaring at the top of his lungs. Quick! Launch all hyperspace spaceships. Evacuate the entire clan from Blue Water Star and take refuge in the Tuling Star system. Not a single second's delay. Lin Yaozu panicked. Ancestor, are we just going to abandon our century-old legacy like this? The Lin ancestor looked at this fool and laughed in sheer anger. Years ago, it was this bastard's lust for power that led to the death of Su Liyu's mother, forging a blood feud. And today, it was his indulgence of his son that allowed him to swagger around Starfall City, bringing back this living demon king. Legacy. He'll sacrifice you to the heavens right now. The ancestor's withered palms struck out. Boom. The 8th-level innate realm's violent, true chi blasted Lin Yaozu into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace behind. What are you all standing around for? Waiting to die? Run. The Lin family stewards finally snapped out of it and charged madly toward the landing pad behind the estate. The sprawling Lin estate descended into chaos like doomsday had arrived. 10 minutes later, inside the flagship's main control room where the ancestor was stationed, the current Lin family head ran and drenched in sweat. Ancestor, all spaceships are preheated and ready. We've also made contact with our contacts on Tuling Star. The Lin ancestor let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Good thing that little monster was too arrogant. Did he really think we'd wait at home like sitting ducks? As long as we escape into the Star Sea with the Lin family's savings over the years, we can make a comeback in no time. The moment the words left his mouth, a deafening roar of engines echoed from above the estate. The Lin ancestor instinctively looked up at the holographic screen. Their hundreds of small spaceships emblazoned with the Lin family crest descended densely over the estate. The Lin ancestor's heart seized, and his blood pressure skyrocketed to 10,000. He grabbed the family head by the collar, spittle flying. What's the meaning of these spaceships? Didn't I tell you to notify the clansmen outside to flee separately? Why the hell did they all come back? On Blue Water Star, above the grand manor of the Lin family in the imperial capital, a swarm of small spacecrafts swooped down. Thousands of Lin family members rushed out of the cabin doors, their faces filled with confusion and shock. Ancestor, are you all right? Who sent the message saying you were critically ill, forcing us to return? Hearing the questions from the clan members, the Lin family's ancestor felt as if struck by lightning. His murky old eyes widened, cold sweat soaking his back. I never sent such a message. A fleeting thought of the nonchalant 15-year-old boy flashed through his mind. If there is a single dog from the Lin family still breathing tomorrow, I, Lu Xinghe, will write my name backward. The Lin family's ancestor felt his heart shatter. This had long been planned. They aimed to gather all the bloodlines of the Lin family and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Run fast. Get on the ship immediately. Leave Blue Water Star. Hurry. The ancestors' frantic roar echoed throughout the entire manor. The clan members who had just landed were still trying to comprehend the situation, but seeing the horrified expressions on the ancestor and the family head, they turned and dashed back to the spacecraft. But it was too late. Suddenly the sky brightened. The entire night of the imperial capital was illuminated in an instant, shining as brightly as day. Countless citizens of the imperial capital looked up in horror, staring blankly at the sky. A blinding mini-sun was plummeting towards the Lin family manor at a destructive speed. No. The Lin family's ancestor closed his eyes in despair. Under this energy lock, he couldn't even lift a finger. Boom. The deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the imperial capital. The golden flames completely engulfed the Lin family's residence. There were no piercing screams, as everyone was vaporized into nothing the moment they came into contact with the flames. A super family of thousands was utterly erased from the map in just 1 second. The most terrifying part was that the raging golden flames only rampaged within the walls of the Lin family manor. Not even a blade of grass or a speck of dust outside the wall was affected in the slightest. The entire imperial capital fell into a deathly silence. All the prominent figures watching this scene were swallowing hard in panic. They knew the Lin family was finished. They had provoked an unimaginable true god and were crushed by a single hand. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, aboard a dark golden spaceship stretching 1,000,000 meters, the guardian of Lu Tian stood before a massive holographic screen, intensely staring at the terrifyingly precise boundary of the Sea of Flames. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. How is this possible? Even a stellar-level powerhouse like me can't control such raging alien fire to this extent. A fervor never before seen erupted in Lu Tian's eyes. The control of peak master-level techniques. No, this exceeds the control of over 90% of human powerhouses. He took a deep breath, the image of that ancient and majestic figure appearing in his mind. The martial god of humanity was nearing the end of his lifespan. Once the martial god fell, the watchful alien races would join forces to eradicate humanity. Heaven bless my humanity. Lu Tian fixated on the data of that young man in the holographic screen. Lu Xinghe, you are humanity's last hope. Even if I have to stake my life, I will not allow you to have the slightest mishap. In Xinglan City, in the courtyard of the Su family, Lu Yuran looked at the dazzling golden light that flickered in the northern sky, biting her finger with curiosity. Brother, something seems to have exploded up there in the sky. Lu Xinghe lazily leaned back in a recliner, casually scraping his thumb against his index finger joint. It's nothing, just tossed a small fireball to clear some trash. Otherwise it would affect the aesthetics of our blue water. Lu Yuran responded with an understanding, "Oh," grabbing a spirit fruit from the table to continue munching. Su Liue stood beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity and reluctance. "Xinghe, you are going to the ancestral star tomorrow. Will you come back in the future?" Lu Xinghe sat up, looking at this stunning girl who dared to risk her life for him. He smiled. "Why wouldn't I come back? Here you are, and there's Yuran. This is my home." Su Liu's delicate face turned red, even the slender fair neck blushing with a layer of pink. The heavy stone in his heart finally landed. Lu Xinghe snapped his fingers. A golden flame the size of a longan, radiating extreme heat, quietly floated in his palm. "Here, I didn't bring any special products on this trip. This rank alien fire, the solar star flame, is a little gift for you." Su Liue trembled, her beautiful eyes widening. "Here, I didn't bring any special products on this trip. This rank alien fire, the solar star flame, is a little gift for you." Su Liue trembled, her beautiful eyes. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes. "What are you being polite for with your brother?" He didn't give Su Liue a chance to refute. With a flick of his wrist, the golden flames transformed into a stream of light, swiftly crashing into Su Liu's brow. The flames forcefully fused with her spirit. Su Liue felt a warm, massive energy erupting within her. She looked at Lu Xinghe, both angry and anxious, her eyes turning red. Lu Yuran nearby was stifling laughter. TSK tisk, brother using shrank alien fire as a betrothal gift is a bit extravagant, isn't it? Lu Xinghe flicked Su Liu's forehead with a finger. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. To reassure Su Liue, Lu Xinghe smirked. "Just accepted her. I've long since lost interest in this thing." As soon as he finished speaking, boom. A ball of pitch-black flame capable of swallowing even light erupted in Lu Xinghe's palm. The moment the black flame appeared, the solar star flame within Su Liu's body trembled violently, as if a mouse had seen a cat. The surrounding void was crazily distorted by the heat. What level of flame is this? Both Su Liyue and Lu Yuran gasped in shock. Even the shrank solar star flame had to submit. Could this be the legendary? Lu Xinghe retracted the dark magic flame, smiling like a cunning fox. Don't measure me with your limited imagination. Let me tell you the truth. Although I am currently only at the first layer of mastery. If a real fight broke out, 10 first-layer masters combined wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from me. Silence. The courtyard fell into a deathly stillness. Lu Yuran didn't even notice when the fruit flesh fell from her mouth. Su Liyue was completely petrified. 15 years old. Crushing masters. This was simply an ancient fierce beast in human skin. Late at night under a bright moon and sparse stars, Lu Xinghe returned to his guest room and locked the door behind him. Giving gifts to my sister is really quite exhausting. It's time to get to business. He sat cross-legged on the bed, a sickly excitement flashing in his eyes. The immortal level cultivation technique, the unyielding soul technique, activate. The indestructible divine body within him was awakened. An unbearable sensation of soul tearing like a tidal wave crashed over him. Yet Lu Xinghe comfortably squinted his eyes. Yes, this is the feeling. While madly sacrificing the vitality of his flesh to nourish his soul, he also used the energy pool of the system to frantically repair his body. His vitality and soul reserves skyrocketed like a rocket. Within less than an hour, a dazzling blood light burst forth from Lu Xinghe's body. The violent power reverberated within the small room. Second layer of mastery break. His vitality doubled, soaring to an astonishing 20,000. Along with that, his soul reserves also easily broke through 200,000. So satisfying. Lu Xinghe showed no signs of stopping, continuing to increase the intensity of his self-torture. Less than 2 hours later. Crack. It was as if a shackle within him had been violently shattered. Third layer of mastery. His vitality surged to 40,000. His soul reserves reached 220,000. This abnormal sensation of treating death as an experience pack left Lu Xinghe completely addicted and unable to extricate himself. If I don't exploit this to the fullest, it would be a disservice to my golden finger. As the time struck midnight, the system's cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind on time. Ding. Daily repair count has been refreshed. Current available count 5 times. Lu Xinghe didn't even lift his eyelids. Let's save them for later. I'll figure out how to use them when daylight comes. Don't disturb me while I upgrade. He immersed himself once again in that painful yet pleasurable training. Time flowed by bit, until dawn broke on the horizon. At exactly 8 in the morning. Boom. A terrifying pressure several times stronger than before nearly flipped the entire villa. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe was quick-witted, using his mental strength to firmly suppress this wave of power. He opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly hiding 2 black holes. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he glanced at his personal panel. Fourth layer of mastery. Vitality 80,000. And the soul reserves he valued the most finally stabilized at the terrifying figure of 300,000. 300,000 now, that's impressive. Lu Xinghe stretched his neck, which cracked. Cultivating the soul is much more troublesome than the body. But this is the foundation of cultivation. Lu Xinghe sat cross-legged on the bed, the morbid excitement in his eyes growing increasingly intense. 300,000 soul reserves, finally enough. He licked his lips and decisively issued an order in his mind. System, raise my soul mutation level to 10. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying force imperceptible to ordinary people descended from the system, enveloping Lu Xinghe entirely. Lu Xinghe gasped, sharply clutching the bedsheet tightly with both hands. He felt his soul like a sponge thrown into a forge, being relentlessly pounded and compressed by an invisible giant hammer weighing 10,000 tons. The tearing pain deep within his soul caused every muscle in his body to bulge like liquid titanium steel, standing out in sharp relief. Yet after this agony came the ultimate sublimation. The purity soared continuously, doubled, quintupled, decupled. At the moment his soul was compressed to its limit, the system's cold notification rang out in his mind. Ding. Soul mutation level successfully reached 10. Host now qualifies to break through to the Grandmaster realm of Divine Soul. Lu Xinghe panted heavily, the madness in his eyes undiminished. Martial arts breakthroughs compress true chi into a golden core. But this Divine Soul breakthrough smashed the original sea of consciousness and forge a larger one. Lu Xinghe laughed wildly. After reshaping the sea of consciousness, its capacity would surge 1,000-fold. The combat power of his soul would naturally skyrocket by over 10 times. Smashing my own brain sounds damn exciting. Without any hesitation, Lu Xinghe's gaze turned ruthless. Break for me. He roared, gathering all his divine soul power into an invisible giant hammer, and without any defense he smashed it fiercely against the walls of his sea of consciousness. Boom. A terrifying explosion audible only to him erupted in his mind. The sea of consciousness shattered. Stars burst before Lu Xinghe's eyes, and the void of his consciousness turned into a chaotic wasteland. Only countless fragments of the sea of consciousness and a few golden soul orbs drifted aimlessly. If any ordinary cultivator dared such a move, they would die on the spot. Even a peerless genius would need to carefully reconstruct the sea of consciousness, spending days or even months piecing it together bit by bit. For a freak like Lu Xinghe with a level 10 mutated soul, completing the repair would theoretically take at least 20 years. 20 years. Even 20 days is too long. System. Drain the soul reserves and force feed them. Lu Xinghe's consciousness roared wildly. His vast soul reserves, like a breached dam, were brutally extracted and poured into the chaotic ruins of his sea of consciousness. An ocean of soul power acted as universal glue. In less than 10 minutes, a framework for the sea of consciousness, 1,000 times larger than before, like a starry cosmos, was forcibly cast into shape. Tens of millions of soul reserves burned and evaporated in that moment. Finally, the system's heavenly sound chimed again. Ding. Sea of consciousness perfectly reshaped. Congratulations, host. Your divine soul realm has successfully advanced to Grandmaster First Heaven. Lu Xinghe let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in the empty room. Two almost tangible gazes seemed to pierce the space before him. Both his divine soul and martial arts had stepped into the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Following this came an even more exhilarating system notification. Ding. Detected host's perfect breakthrough in both realms to Grandmaster. The next stage of the immortal indestructible divine body has been unlocked. The effect of the desolate grade innate law body has surged, boosting comprehension and cultivation speed tenfold. Lu Xinghe quickly checked the latest description of his divine body. He was shocked by what he saw. Current physical destruction exceeds 99. 9, it deemed irreparable. Soul damage exceeds 99, it deemed irreparable. Note in the future, when the host is powerful enough, even if body and soul are utterly annihilated, they can forcibly resurrect through others' memories. Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up like Tooth Sandwat bulbs at that last line. Resurrect through the internet. No, through memories. As long as someone remembers me, I can rise from the dead. This is the real ultimate bug. Trembling with excitement, Lu Xinghe habitually rubbed his thumb against his index finger. With his divine soul breakthrough, the self-mutilation level for soul shattering could surely be raised too. Since this indestructible divine body is so durable now. Come on, let's test the freshest way to die. His eyelids drooped slightly, his eyes filled with morbid fervor. Demon God's disintegration. Explode for me. Without any hesitation, he sacrificed 99 of his flesh and soul. The entire room was filled with a mist of blood. The healthy living person from moments ago was now reduced to a single wildly beating heart, suspended alone in midair. This level of self-harm would make even the heavens shudder. Buzz. The immortal indestructible divine body activated like an enraged mother protecting her cub. Vast amounts of blood and soul energy materialized out of thin air, washing over the heart like a tsunami. In less than a minute, bones reorganized, meridians regenerated, flesh reformed. Even the 99 shattered soul was forcibly pulled and stitched back together perfectly. Lu Xinghe's naked body landed steadily back on the bed, shivering with comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host. For repairing extreme damage, you gain 500 health points and 500 soul points. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe's grin nearly split his ears. 5,000 per minute. That's 300,000. This cultivation speed is more than 30 times faster than before. At this rate, if I'm ruthless enough to self-harm for an hour, I can jump from Grandmaster First Heaven to Grandmaster Sixth Heaven. Then my overall combat power will multiply another 30 times. Even a great Grandmaster would have to call me daddy. Just as Lu Xinghe prepared to go all out and keep struggling with himself, the system's notification pulled him back to reality. Ding. The daily 5 repair opportunities have refreshed. Please use them as soon as possible. Lu Xinghe patted his head, remembering the good stuff had just taken from the yin-yang star system. Let me take out the Earth Core star flame and have a look. With a thought, a high-temperature flame emitting a crimson glow floated in his palm. System detect vulnerabilities. A flash of scanning light passed by. Ding. Detected 7 billion vulnerabilities in the Shrank exotic flame Earth Core star flame. 7 billion. Lu Xinghe gasped. This meant the flame had immense potential, reaching the level of a desolate grade ability. Without hesitation, he pressed the Earth Core star flame into his chest, forcibly merging it into his body. But as soon as the Earth Core star flame entered his sea of consciousness, it tried to stir up trouble. Nearby, the pitch-black SS Shrank dark demon flame lazily emitted a trace of its aura. The Earth Core star flame instantly cowered like a mouse seeing a cat, its flames shrinking in fear. It obediently condensed into a crimson ability orb in a corner of the sea of consciousness. Ding. Host has successfully mastered the Earth Core star flame. Lu Xinghe snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Not bad, it knows its place. For small fry, I'll use the dark demon flame to show off. But if I ever leave the Milky Way and run into those terrifying characters that even the frigid old lady finds horrifying, I'll whip out this upgraded flame and give them a big surprise. System immediately repair all vulnerabilities in the Earth Core Star Flame. At Lu Xinghe's command, a dazzling golden light surged into a sea of consciousness, enveloping the crimson orb tightly. Ancient, intricate patterns began to emerge on the orb's surface. Its color underwent a radical transformation, shifting from crimson to cyan purple, and finally, to a sacred pure silver. Ding. Repair successful. Earth Core Star Flame has perfectly evolved into Desolate Grade Exotic Flame 9 Heaven Star Flame. The system's description of the new flame flooded into his mind. 9 Heaven Star Flame, a peerless flame born from the fallen lands of billions of stars. Ability 1. When the host is sufficiently powerful, they can forcibly draw upon the power of cosmic stars to enhance themselves, turning it into a star-destroying attack. Ability 2. The more stars present in the surroundings, the more terrifying the flame's explosive power. Lu Xinghe gazed at the silver starry flame in his palm, his eyes blazing with brilliance. What a treasure! Even without star enhancement, its raw power crushes all strength abilities. If I'm ever surrounded by aliens in a star-dense region, I'll unleash this flame, borrowing the power of thousands of stars, and burn them and their ships to ashes. This is perfect for my persona of loving group beatdowns. Putting away the 9 Heaven Star Flame, Lu Xinghe began planning the remaining 4 repair opportunities. Ordinary techniques and martial skills were beneath his notice now. Once I get to the human elite training camp, there will be plenty of high-level techniques to freeload. Using repair chances on common techniques now would be a waste. He lightly scraped his thumbnail against his index finger, his gaze suddenly fixing on a divine skill in the panel. The 8th rank Forbidden Art Demon God's Disintegration. This had been his strongest reliance for bug farming combat power. If this thing levels up again, what kind of monster will it become? System. Pour all 4 remaining repair chances into Demon God's Disintegration. Break its limits. As the words fell, the system's roar exploded in his mind. A torrent of technique memories vast beyond imagination flooded into Lu Xinghe's sea of consciousness like a broken galaxy. Luckily, his divine soul was now at the Grandmaster level, or this alone would have turned him into an idiot. 10 minutes later, Lu Xinghe's eyes snapped open, a dangerously bloody glint flashing within them. Ding. Congratulations, host. Demon God's Disintegration has broken its limits and successfully evolved into a 10th rank technique, Demon God's Blood Escape. Note, this is the innate ultimate art of the Demon God Royal Clan. Non-royal bloodline users touching it will die instantly. The system has perfectly removed this restriction. A 10th rank technique. Lu Xinghe gasped, quickly checking the heaven-defying effects of this new technique. Demon God's Blood Escape came with 2 core mechanisms. Mechanism 1, Ultimate Burst. Sacrificing flesh for combat power enhancement, even more terrifying than before. Previously, sacrificing an arm would only exchange for 10 times the combat power. Now at least 20 times. If Lu Xinghe went all out again, sacrificing 99 of his flesh and leaving only his heart, his combat power could soar to 50 times or even higher. Mechanism 2, Ultimate Escape. Converting all sacrificed energy into blood shadow power. Speed instantly skyrocketing to over 100 times the original. An absolute life-saving divine skill. Lu Xinghe laughed out loud on the bed as he read these 2 mechanisms. Huh, these 4 chances were damn worth it. This is tailor-made for me as the universe's #1 rogue fighting style. If I meet someone I can't beat, I'll first blow up 99. 9 of my flesh swap and 50 times the combat power and smash them. If I still can't win, I'll wait for the indestructible divine body to fix me in a minute. Then blow up again and activate a 100-fold speed blood escape to flee. If I can beat you, I'll kill you. If I can't, you won't even catch a whiff of my exhaust. Lu Xinghe exhaled a long breath, feeling satisfied as he opened the system attribute panel. Host Lu Xinghe. Repair times 0.5. Martial Realm Master 4th layer. Soul Realm Master 2nd layer. Vitality 13000, 1.3000 kg strength. Soul 20000. Profession Array Master 5th tier lower grade 000 legendary. Skills Spear Technique Master Pinnacle 900 0 Body Technique Master Pinnacle 900 100. Talent Undying Divine Body Immortal Grade Combat Power 300. Innate Law Body Desolate Grade Boost by 100 times. Solar Star Flame S Grade Pure World Holy Light SS Grade Dark Demon Flame SSS Grade. Techniques Undying Soul Technique Immortal Grade 6th tier Broken 64 times. Celestial Demon Blood Escape 10th tier. Martial Skills Explosive Flame Meteor Spear Technique 6th tier Middle Grade 1000. 9 Heavens Flame Explosion 6th tier Top Grade 1500. Flame Dragon Step 7th tier Middle Grade 1500. Starry Battle Body 7th tier Middle Grade 1500. Items Black Kill Set 7th Tier Middle Grade Black Flame Spear. Although this combat power assessment looked frightening, Lu Xinghe was well aware of the truth. Despite the terrifying buffs enhancing his power by hundreds of thousands of times. But who among those who could cultivate to great master wasn't a prodigy? They all had exceptional techniques and martial skills to back them up. Thus, considering everything, his actual destructive power was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary master, perfectly matching the level of mid to late great master. This is enough. In a place like Ancestor Star where freaks gather, I finally have the confidence to flip the table. Lu Xinghe lowered his gaze to the pet space. Hell, three-headed demon dragon Little Black. This greedy creature had jumped to 5th Tier 1 star thanks to a crazy amount of nourishment yesterday. Theoretically, it was comparable to a human great master. As an SSS grade potential star beast, as long as it didn't die, it could at least grow to 9th Tier Star C realm. But the problem was to break through its talent limit again, it would need at least 6 system repair opportunities. This is going to be difficult. Lu Xinghe clicked his tongue. 6 opportunities meant he had to survive until he reached the Great Master realm. Only then would the daily repair quota be sufficient. But by the time he reached the Great Master, his combat strength would probably be able to take on planetary-level overlords. That stupid dragon wouldn't even be able to keep up with his exhaust. Well, rather than letting it go to waste, I might as well put it to use. Lu Xinghe decided the fate of this extraordinary beast. He would gift it to Yuran as her personal bodyguard. That girl was too weak right now, and he didn't feel secure sending her to a place like Ancestor Star, where powerful figures were everywhere, without any backup. Lu Xinghe pushed open the door and stepped out of the bedroom. He glanced around the dilapidated old house where he had lived for over 10 years. The mottled walls and chipped coffee table all exuded the atmosphere of mundane life. He took a deep breath. Memories of his parents who had perished beneath the claws of alien beasts while protecting their children surfaced in his mind. Dad, Mom, this world is far crazier than I imagined. Even a wisp of residual soul can survive for hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Xinghe's eyes became extremely firm, even revealing a touch of madness. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive one day, it'll take down the system completely. Even if you are reduced to a speck of dust, I will forcefully pull you back from the river of time. He calmed his emotions. As Lu Xinghe walked into the living room, he saw his sister Lu Yuran busily working like a little hamster beside the sofa. Packages piled up like a small mountain, even the pink cat water cup she usually used was not forgotten. Brother, you finally came out. Lu Yuran wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed towards the door. That cold, beautiful elder sister has been looking for you for a long time. Lu Xinghe turned to look. Xinghe, dressed in a fitted combat suit, exuded an aura as cold as a peerless snow lotus, quietly standing at the door. Lord Luotian is already waiting for us. The spaceship has completed its preheating and is ready to depart for Ancestor Star at any time. Xinghe's voice was crisp, but carried a chill that kept others at bay. Lu Yuran, like a curious baby, leaned close to Lu Xinghe and elbowed him in the side. She whispered in a low, "Brother, could she be your new girlfriend? Her aura is even more imposing than Li Yu's sister-in-law." How extraordinary was the hearing of a master level. Even if Xinghe didn't want to listen, those 2 sentences penetrated her ears without missing a word. Her icy mountain face, which had remained unchanged for millennia, flushed with 2 spots of red. Lu Xinghe's face darkened, and he quickly flicked his finger against his sister's forehead with a loud snap. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? This is my comrade I snatched. Oh no, recruited." Lu Yuran covered her forehead, pouting with a wrong. "That's right. If you really ran off with a beautiful woman again, Li Yu would definitely be heartbroken." Upon hearing the name Li Yu, Xinghe's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and a trace of extreme subtlety flickered in her cold eyes. Just then, on Xinghe's pale wrist, a dark golden bracelet suddenly trembled slightly. This was the sealing vessel Lu Xinghe had casually refined last night. He had forcibly compressed the so-called world-destroying Extreme Cold Supreme to the size of a fingernail and hung it on Xinghe's hand as an accessory. Inside the bell, the Extreme Cold Supreme, hearing this conversation, was so furious that it was hopping mad. What an unashamed little brat. With my perfect disciple as an unparalleled prodigy, how can he still keep an old flame on that little broken planet? Girl, you must not be deceived by this scoundrel. Xinghe suppressed the inexplicable pang in her heart and outwardly regained her ice-cold demeanor. She calmly transmitted her voice in her mind. "Master, you're overthinking it. I and him merely crossed paths. He has several girlfriends, which has nothing to do with me." Seeing his disciple so clear-headed, the Extreme Cold Supreme immediately felt amused. Yes, that's the spirit. Stinky man only hinders our sword-drawing speed. Once we arrive at Ancestor Star, I'll take you to the virtual universe to wreak havoc and crush those so-called peerless monsters. Lu Xinghe waved his hand, stuffing all the clutter piled up by Lu Yuran into the space ring given by Luotian. "Let's go, it's time to set off." He rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of toothache. He had been so focused on his breakthrough last night that he forgot to use the system to repair the loophole in this storage ring. He could only wait for tomorrow's refresh before handling it. The three of them exited the old apartment building. Just as they reached the bottom of the building, two familiar figures had been waiting for a long time. Su Yuntian, dressed in a crisp suit, stood beside the gentle and beautiful Su Liyue, resembling a lily. Lu Yuran dashed into Su Liyu's arms, chattering away in whispers. Su Liyu gently patted her head, reminding her to listen to her brother when she got to Ancestor Star. Lu Xinghe stepped in front of Su Yuntian. Uncle Su, thank you for coming to send us off personally. Su Yuntian gave Lu Xing's shoulder a heavy pat, his eyes slightly red. Xinghe, the universe outside is too vast and dangerous. Take good care of yourself and protect Yuran. Lu Xinghe smiled and nodded. Su Liyu stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Xinghe. Xinghe. She only spoke 2 words, but countless sentiments melted in that gaze. Lu Xinghe withdrew his usual playful grin. Wait for me to come back. Wait for me to carve a path through this starry sky and bring you a star to play with as a ball. Su Liyu chuckled, nodding vigorously. He'll wait for you. Lu Xinghe took his sister's hand, channeling his qi, and shot straight into the sky. Si Kongxue cast a casual glance at Su Liyu. Without saying a word, she transformed into a streak of ice blue light, following closely behind. Su Yuntian looked up at the 2 figures disappearing into the clouds, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Young people's matters I can't manage. But that kid is too dazzling. The number of stunning beauties around him will probably only increase. Liyue, you must be prepared. Su Liyu clasped her hands in front of her chest, her expression unusually calm. She knew she could not keep up with Lu Xinghe, but as long as that youth had a place for her in his heart, she would be content. Breaking through the atmosphere of Blue Water Star, a luxurious 6th-tier starship was quietly floating in low Earth orbit. As soon as they boarded the ship, Lu Xinghe called Lu Yuran into a spacious private rest cabin. As soon as the door closed, Lu Yuran's eyes lit up, rubbing her little hands together as she approached. Are you going to give me some exotic fire like you did for Sister Liyu? I want the black one. It looks so cool. Oh, it will definitely be impressive in a fight. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes in response. Do you think SSS grade demon flame is something you can just buy like cabbage at the market? Lu Yuran pouted, instantly looking like a wilted eggplant. What the heck? Sister Liyu has S-grade exotic fire, and I, your own sister, don't even have a match. You're such a typical case of forgetting your sister after getting a girlfriend. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's antics. He didn't bother to argue, placing his palm upward. A dazzling sphere of pure light, seemingly capable of purifying all the filth in the world, erupted. Terrifying pressure of the laws filled the entire cabin. If it weren't for the spaceship's strong defense systems, this aura could have overturned the entire ship. Lu Yuran was so shocked that she plopped down on the ground, her mouth agape. What? What is this? Brother, why are you holding a little sun in your hand? This was a power several dimensions above exotic fire. Lu Xinghe grinned, roughly grabbing his sister by the collar and slapping the light sphere into her forehead. Consider it a gift for you, little girl. This is a force that even the starry overlords would envy. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuran opened her eyes, drenched in sweat. In her sea of consciousness, a ball of light radiating endless sacred aura was spinning incessantly. She excitedly jumped up from the ground. With a casual wave, swish, the entire cabin was instantly filled with a holy light 100 times brighter than daylight. Wow, brother, I've become the ultimate invincible light bulb. Lu Yuran danced with excitement, ready to create an even bigger spectacle. Lu Xing's face turned green, and he slapped her mischievous little hand down. Stop it right now. His expression was more serious than ever. Yuran, you must remember this. This power is divided into light power, bright power, and holy light power. On Ancestor Star, you can only use the weakest light power as a flashlight for illumination. Only use A-grade bright power when absolutely necessary. As for this authentic SS-grade holy light power, even if you die, you must never expose it in front of outsiders. Lu Yuran was frightened by her brother's ferocity and shrank her neck in grievance. Why not? With this, I should be able to walk sideways when I go out. Lu Xinghe sneered. Walk sideways. Within a day, you'll end up being put into a coffin vertically. Until I have the absolute strength to crush all the experts in the galaxy beneath my feet. Once this power is exposed, not only will the alien races come after you like rabid dogs across star systems, but even the ultimers within the human race will dissect you for research. Hearing about being dissected, Lu Yuran shivered, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I won't let go. I won't let go even if it kills me. Lu Xinghe unleashed a soul impact without any hesitation. Si Kongxue, who was meditating with her eyes closed, did not make a sound and slumped over, falling into a deep sleep. This girl has a weak soul. It's better for her to sleep for a while. Lu Xinghe swaggered into the room, his gaze fixed on the dark golden bracelet on Si Kongxue's wrist. The small bell within the bracelet trembled slightly, and the voice of the cold supreme echoed with a hint of grievance. Oh, I thought you had forgotten about me. What's going on? Now you remember my greatness and are finally willing to acknowledge me. Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes. Old predecessor, your speed is too fast. If someone didn't know better, they would think I had done something to you. I came today to resolve some historical issues with you. The cold Supreme's tone tightened. What do you want to do? Are you really going to refine me into a weapon spirit? Lu Xinghe rubbed his thumb against his index finger joint and smiled. Let's sign a soul contract. It will be good for both of us. The small dark golden bell erupted in chaos. You little brat. You have ulterior motives. You want me to be your slave. Dream on. I was once the overlord of the star system. I'd rather have my soul scattered than sign a master-servant contract. Lu Xinghe dug into his ear. Who said anything about a master-servant contract? I believe in democracy. Do you understand equal contracts? The terms are simple. From now on, we can coexist without interfering with each other and cannot harm each other. The cold Supreme's tone became awkward upon hearing this. Ahem. An equal contract, that's not impossible. However, such a thing can generally only be established by unparalleled powerhouses at the Star Sea level. Although I understand this situation right now, I only have a remnant soul left. I don't have enough spiritual power to carve the contract. Lu Xinghe grinned. Coincidentally, this kind of rough work is my specialty. With that, a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes. Terrifying master-level spiritual power surged forth, sketching an ancient and intricate dark golden formation in the void like flowing clouds and water. The cold Supreme stared in disbelief as her eyes nearly popped out. This is using the power of the laws to carve the contract. You little monster are only at the master level. Even if you have practiced some kind of eternal level technique, your soul shouldn't be this abnormal. The cold Supreme was somewhat convinced. This kid is not a human at all. He's an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. Lu Xinghe keenly captured the emotional fluctuations of the old lady. What? Are you envious of my technique? The cold Supreme was startled, thinking Lu Xinghe was going to reprimand her, and hurriedly distanced herself. No. I purely admire it. I wouldn't dare have any inappropriate thoughts. If you want to just say it. Lu Xinghe waved his hand casually. This technique isn't really a forbidden secret. I'll give it to you. Now it was the cold Supreme's turn to be dumbfounded. The dark golden small bell fell into a dead silence. After a long pause, the cold Supreme finally stammered, You actually dare to give me an eternal level technique? Kid, be honest, do you have a crush on me? Lu Xinghe twitched the corner of his mouth. The cold Supreme seemed to seriously ponder this. Although I have lived longer than your great-great-grandmother, I still have a very young mindset. If you really like this. After I reshape my body, we could try having a cross-era romance. Lu Xing's head was filled with black lines, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old predecessor, please spare me. Although you must have been a great beauty in your youth, I really don't have that kind of special preference. I just find you too weak right now, afraid you'll embarrass me if you go out. Lu Xinghe mercilessly shattered the old lattice pink fantasies, casually transferring the memory of the indestructible soul art into the small bell. The cold Supreme quickly browsed through the technique and was utterly dumbfounded. Tear the soul apart. This 8th tier level actually requires tearing the soul into 10 pieces. The cold Supreme took a sharp breath, her voice trembling. This is training or punishment. This 10th level fragmentation could bring 1,000-fold enhancement to the soul, easily crushing many immortal level techniques. But who in the universe could withstand the pain and danger of tearing the soul apart? Crazy. You are a complete lunatic. The cold Supreme suddenly realized. Since this kid can practice it, it means he isn't afraid of soul damage at all. She swallowed a mouthful of empty saliva. His greatest trump card must not be this technique, but his abnormally powerful body and recovery ability. At that moment of shock, Lu Xinghe had already completed the contract formation. With a touch of his fingertip, the dark golden contract transformed into a stream of light and dove into the small bell. Sign your name and make a mark once you see it clearly. The cold Supreme didn't even look and imprinted a trace of her soul essence. The contract took effect, transforming into 2 streams of light that entered the foreheads of both parties. Oh, that was quick. Aren't you afraid I'll dig a pit for you? Lu Xinghe was somewhat surprised. The cold Supreme snorted coldly. If a scheming person like you really wants to plot against me, you can just refine me in the bell. Going through all this trouble indicates that although you are stingy and shameless, you still have a bit of bottom line. Lu Xinghe snapped his fingers. The dark golden small bell emitted a clear ringing sound, and the seal was lifted. Whoosh! A stunning ice blue silhouette drifted out from within the bell. It was a woman with an enchanting beauty and a noble, aloof demeanor. In an ice blue long dress, her figure was captivating, and there was a faint tear mole at the corner of her eye. Lu Xinghe was stunned for a second. While this old lady was truly a stunning beauty in her youth, a strange sense of regret inexplicably arose in his heart. Had he rejected too quickly just now? The cold Supreme was astute and saw through Lu Xing's thoughts. She floated in front of him, deliberately puffed out her chest, and exhaled like orchids. What's wrong? Little guy, are you regretting not agreeing to date your sister? Lu Xinghe rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Playing this game with me. He suddenly grinned, not retreating at all, but instead stepping forward. He brought his face close to the cold Supreme's nose, feeling even the energy fluctuations from her silhouette. Regretting it. Come on, let's share a kiss to seal our fate. Lu Xinghe pretended to pucker his lips to come in for a kiss. This left the cold Supreme utterly flustered. You shameless. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the cold Supreme had never encountered such a rogue who didn't play by the rules. Her once cold and noble cheeks flushed red, and she looked frightened like a startled rabbit. Whoosh! She transformed into a stream of light and dove back into Xinghe Shui's forehead, as if fleeing for her life. Ha ha ha! Lu Xinghe watched the cold Supreme flee in panic, laughing uncontrollably. Little one trying to play tricks with me. You've still got a long way to go. With the potential threat resolved, Lu Xinghe was in a great mood. He turned and left the room, returning to his rest cabin. System start full power operation and repair the flaws in my body and soul. By the way, draw a hefty amount of energy reserves for me. During this long interstellar voyage, Lu Xinghe fell into a frenzied, self-abusive retreat. Cries of pain and the explosive sounds of bone restructuring echoed in the soundproof cabin. Days passed. A full 257 hours of travel. Boom. Lu Xinghe's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and two beams of golden light shot from his pupils. The walls of the alloy-cast rest cabin creaked under the pressure of this terrifying force. He opened. Blood and chi value 430,000. Soul value 320,000. Both martial arts and spiritual realms had surged through to the 6th level of the Master Realm. Overall combat power Grand Master level 4. If I activate the 10th tier Heavenly Demon Blood Escape for a limit burst, my combat power could reach the ceiling of Grand Master level 9. Lu Xinghe tightened his fist, feeling the power within him surge like a galaxy bursting forth. His thumb happily rubbed against his index finger. At that moment, the system's notification and the spaceship's broadcast sounded simultaneously. Ding! Arrived at the destination, the Ancestral Star System. Warning: flight is prohibited within the Ancestral Star. The spaceship cannot dock. All personnel must exit the cabin and descend. Lu Xinghe's heart jolted. Earth has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a shadow and dashed toward the hatch. The massive gate slowly slid open. In the vast starry sky, a breathtaking planet radiating blue light quietly floated at the end of his vision. Just one glance. Lu Xinghe's pupils constricted violently. Beneath that atmospheric layer, he clearly saw the enormous Great Wall winding through the towering mountains. He saw the magnificent pyramids standing in the desert. He saw those familiar ancient landscapes belonging to Earth from 100,000 years ago. This is the appearance of my old Earth. Lu Xinghe's heart surged with waves of shock. Isn't this supposed to be a world of high martial arts? Hasn't it gone through countless eras already? Isn't it stunning? The figure of the guardian of the ancestral sky appeared beside him unannounced. The old man smiled, stroking his beard, thinking Lu Xinghe was discontented with the backwardness here. Xinghe, do you think the architecture of the ancestral star looks too primitive? Actually, this is all the work of the great martial god. He emerged in those days with unmatched power, forcibly restoring the ancestral star's terrain to the oldest form he remembered. Rotion's eyes shone with fervent admiration. Don't be fooled by how ordinary these mountains and city walls look. Every inch of land is inscribed with an unparalleled grand formation that defies reason. Even if an extraterrestrial star domain overlord dares to come, they would be ground into pieces by this planet. Listening to Rotion, Lu Xinghe's thumb pressed hard against his index finger. His heart raced uncontrollably. The appearance from the martial god's memory. Could it be? The martial god is also a traveler like me. And he has already lived in this world for nearly 100,000 years. No wonder everyone says the martial god's lifespan is nearing its end. 100,000 years. Even a pig would have run out of life after 100,000 years. This situation is definitely 1,000 times worse than I previously imagined. Brother, is this the legendary ancestral star? It's so beautiful. Lu Yu excitedly ran out of the cabin, holding the expressionless little black in her hand. Xinghe Shui followed behind her, cold eyes reflecting the blue planet, unable to hide her shock. Children, let's go. I will personally take you down. Rotion waved his hand, and a gentle stellar-level energy enveloped the three and the dog. Transforming into a giant shooting star, they directly penetrated the atmosphere. As soon as they entered the atmosphere of the ancestral star, Lu Xinghe felt what true impregnable defenses were. This level of defense was simply outrageous. Just in the outer region of the star system, hundreds of grandmasters were patrolling everywhere. Not to mention those terrifying energy turrets hidden in the void. Fortunately, with Rotion, the stellar-level big shot, leading the way, they had a smooth passage. As the height continued to descend, Lu Xinghe's eyelids twitched. His powerful master-level soul clearly captured the horrifying auras emanating from the earth below. Damn, at least dozens of planetary-level powerhouses. Among them there are even 3 terrifying auras as dazzling as the sun. Those are stellar level. On this small Earth, there were actually 3 stellar-level powers and dozens of planetary-level powerhouses. If this lineup were released, it could easily crush the entire galaxy 100 times over. Buzz. The moment they landed before Xinghe could stabilize himself, 3 spatial rifts suddenly tore open in the void. 3 elderly men dressed plainly looking like old men lounging from the nearby village hurriedly squeezed out from the rifts. 6 pairs of greedy green eyes were fixed intently on Xinghe. Lu Xing's hair stood on end. He almost instinctively exploded his body to activate the heavenly demon blood escape to flee. Rotian, you old man, get out of the way. One of the rosy-faced plump old men shoved Rotian aside and grabbed Lu Xing's hand. His smile made the wrinkles on his face bloom. Hiya, is this the little Xinghe boy? Indeed a handsome talented dragon among men. I am the guardian of the Ancestral Star's first defense area. I have a granddaughter who just turned 15 this year. That girl has S-level talent and looks like she walked out of a paint. Little boy, how about considering having a cup of tea with Grandpa? Let's settle the marriage first. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, skinny old man protested. He kicked the plump man in the rear. You fat old man, get out of the way. Your granddaughter weighs 150 pounds and you dare to show her off. The skinny old man turned to Xinghe, a flattering expression on his face. Xinghe, call me Grandpa Wu. Although my Wu family hasn't produced any exceptional talents, I have a lucrative star core mine. As long as you nod, that mine along with my granddaughter will be yours. The last old man balding was anxious to the point of slapping his thigh. Hiya, how come there are no suitable girls in my family? He shifted his gaze, staring intently at Xinghe. Little brother Xinghe, how about this? I have a 17-year-old boy in my family. He is quite handsome, and although he can't be your wife, he can definitely serve you tea and water as a good brother. If not, you can become sworn brothers. You can be the older brother. The once solemn and dignified surroundings of the Ancestral Star have now turned chaotic. 3 star-level old men are gathered around Xinghe, their saliva flying everywhere. Kid, don't listen to this fatso. My Wu family has mines. Marry my granddaughter, and he'll give you an entire star core mine as dowry. The skinny old man exclaimed, his eyes turning red with anxiety. The fat old man pushed him away. Get lost. Your granddaughter is as thin as a stick. Can she bear children? The balding old man anxiously pounded his thighs, gazing longingly at Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, my 17-year-old boy is quite good. Why not consider forming a brotherhood? If that doesn't work, he can at least serve you tea and water. Lu Xing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his thumb tightly pinching his index finger. Several seniors, please calm down. I am straight. I'm only interested in making money. Lu Yuran covered her mouth and chuckled from the side. She tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve. Brother, your peach blossom luck is too strong, even the boys aren't spared. If Sister Liu finds out, wouldn't she be furious to tears? Xikong Shui stood nearby, her cold eyes flickering with something strange, yet she remained silent. However, Lu Xing's mind was in turmoil. The icy voice of the extreme cold sovereign echoed in his sea of consciousness. Oh, our unparalleled prodigy is indeed charming. Just after landing, there are already people scrambling to offer their granddaughters and grandsons. In the future, won't you end up with a harem so large it can't even fit in a galaxy? Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes in his mind. Old hag, stop being jealous here. Am I the kind of person who loves one after seeing another? I only love money, alright. The guardian of the heavenly realm could no longer bear to watch. His beard bristled in anger, and the pressure of his star-level aura erupted. You 3 old bastards, get back to your defense zone. You have embarrassed the human race. The fat old man sneered. Luo Tian, stop pretending to be high and mighty. Don't think we don't know your family also has an S-girl sent to the training camp. This is called taking advantage of proximity to gain the advantage. Luo Tian didn't bother to waste words with this group of old rogues. He waved his hand, using energy to lift Lu Xinghe and the others, vanishing in a flash. Moments later, under Luo Tian's personal arrangements, the family accommodation work proceeded smoothly. Lu Yuran was placed in the highest defense level high school of the Ancestral Star. Xikong Shui, being an S-level genius, was directly admitted to the Supreme Academy of the Ancestral Star. After handling these, Luo Tian led Lu Xinghe to the most central area of the Ancestral Star's imperial capital, Martial God Square. A towering statue thousands of feet tall and piercing the heavens stood majestically between heaven and earth. Even as just a statue, the subtle waves it emitted made Lu Xing's heart race. That is the statue of the martial god. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with fervor. For the past 100,000 years, the human race has relied on him to support our backbone. Lu Xinghe looked up at the statue, secretly clicking his tongue. This guy was also quite tough back in the day. Who knows how many universes will he pull to reach this level? On one side of the square, a massive super teleportation array was slowly rotating, emanating blinding rays of spatial laws. Let's go. This is the way to the human elite training camp. Luo Tian stepped into the array first. Lu Xinghe followed closely behind. After a dizzying spin, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. There were no birds singing or flowers blooming, no blue skies or white clouds. The two stood on a gigantic meteorite square floating in the void. Above them was a turbulent, boundless spatial storm, occasionally tearing open terrifying black cracks. This is the secret realm created by the powerful of the human race. Lu Xinghe looked around. Luo Tian nodded, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy. Indeed, within our human territory, dozens of such ancient secret realms have been discovered one after another. Unfortunately, the vast majority have long been plundered by those old monsters. Only a few scraps remain, but they are still enough to benefit the human race, immensely solidifying our current foundation. Hearing the word secret realm, Lu Xinghe's eyes flickered. He suddenly recalled a top-secret memory intercepted by a 7th-tier smart brain when he annihilated the Ice Phantom Emperor. That old dog from the alien race seemed to have discovered an untouched, complete secret realm deep within the Sea of Stars. Lu Xinghe cautiously opened his mouth. Luo Lao, what would happen if we discovered a complete ancient secret realm? Luo Tian paused, his expression turning serious. A complete secret realm? The entire galaxy would go crazy. The 4 great alien races, along with those hidden advanced civilizations, would swarm over like sharks, smelling blood. Even if our human race truly lucked out and obtained the inheritance, what we would face would be an endless intergalactic war, with casualties reaching astronomical numbers. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe gasped. He originally thought he could just survive at the galactic level and then discreetly take on missions. But now it seems if other races got a head start, the entire human race would be buried with them. I can't swallow this hot. We must prepare the higher-ups of the human race mentally and conveniently cause some trouble for the alien races. Lu Xinghe decisively ordered in his mind. Smart brain, extract the coordinates of the secret realm from the Ice Phantom Emperor's memory. Disguise it as an ancient, inducing fluctuation automatically emanating from the secret realm, and send it anonymously to the supreme main brain of the human race. The smart wristband on his wrist flickered slightly. Receive the command. The data calculation is immense, and it will take about an hour to complete the disguise and send it. Lu Xinghe frowned slightly. It takes an hour just to send an anonymous message. It seems this 7th-tier smart brain is a bit inadequate in this high martial core area of the ancestral star. I'll have to find a way to get my hands on a 9th-tier device in the future. Luo Tian was unaware of Lu Xinghe's small actions. He continued to lead Lu Xinghe forward. Xinghe, do you know what S-level talent means in the human race? Lu Xinghe shook his head. Luo Tian grinned, his eyes shining with immense pride. Apart from the martial god, there has never been a living S-level in the history of the human race. Your treatment is truly a leap to the heavens. All of the human race's weapon libraries, skill libraries, and martial arts libraries are fully open to you. You can freely choose one technique, 4 martial arts, 1 weapon, and a set of combat gear. And all of them are pinnacle level 6th-tier items. Even the combat gear is the standard divine armor left behind by the martial god himself. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe's heart thudded. His thumb almost left a mark on his index finger from the pressure. He was so excited. Pinnacle 6th tier. Can I pick whatever I want? As long as it falls into my hands, I can exploit a system loophole and start with 9th or 10th tier cosmic divine items. This round will truly leave the higher-ups of the human race bald. He forcefully suppressed the sickly excitement in his eyes, feigning a grateful and obedient demeanor. As they walked, Luo Tian explained the rules of the training camp. Remember, this elite training camp does not distinguish. The minimum admission requirement is the Grandmaster realm. And the admission age cannot exceed 100 years, with the graduation standard being before 1,000 years old. Any of the 1,000 or so students inside could easily be an unparalleled prodigy who has killed alien star-level beings. Luo Tian glanced at Lu Xinghe with some concern. Your current disguised realm is only at the innate 9th level, not even a Grandmaster. In the eyes of these seasoned veterans, you are probably the weakest chick in the camp. Lu Xinghe obediently nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. The weakest newcomer. Just wait until I finish picking my techniques and spend tens of thousands of years grinding in the pure white space. I won't slap them all into the ground, I will write my name backward. As the two spoke, they arrived before a towering ancient building. The building was pitch black, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. This is the treasure trove of the human race's martial god. Luo Tian's expression turned extremely solemn. It houses all the 6th tier and 7th tier foundational items of the human race. Just the star-level powers secretly guarding it amount to 3. If this place comes under attack, at least 5 star-level experts will tear through space to provide support within 3 seconds. If this place were breached, then the human race would be finished. Lu Xinghe was secretly astonished. The security level here was exaggerated hundreds of times compared to a nuclear arsenal from his past life. The two arrived before the treasure trove's gigantic unknown metal door. A cold mechanical synthesized voice swept over them. Identity scan completed. Visitor Luo Tian permission level SS level. Visitor Lu Xinghe permission level SS level. Access granted. Lu Xinghe was slightly taken aback. Luo Lao, my permission level is actually as high as yours. Luo Tian laughed heartily, giving Lu Xing's shoulder a hearty pat. You are the future seed of the human race. The higher-ups have placed all their hopes on you. Lu Xinghe felt the weight on his shoulder, and his gaze gradually deepened. Though he was stingy, cunning, and profit-driven, the higher-ups of the human race's unconditional protection and resource allocation genuinely touched the softest part of his heart. Don't worry. Once my strength is sufficient, I will effortlessly crush those 4 great alien races into dust and slap the dogs that pass by them. The human race needs to recuperate for a few 100,000 years. Lu Xinghe made a firm decision. Rumble. The heavy metallic giant door slowly slid open. An ancient primal aura rushed toward them. Lu Xinghe looked up. The treasure hall was as enormous as a small independent galaxy. In the void, countless glowing orbs were quietly suspended. Each orb contained a supreme technique or divine weapon capable of stirring up a storm of blood in the outside world. Luo Tian pointed at the glowing orbs and began to expertly introduce them. Pay attention to the colors of the glowing orbs. Black represents low quality, 6th tier. Bronze is mid quality. Silver is high quality, and gold represents the pinnacle, 6th tier. As for the rarest 7-colored ones, those are the precious 7th tier items. Luo Tian looked at the eager Lu Xinghe and reminded, soon you can call upon the supreme main brain to help you search accurately. Remember, don't just greedily pursue high levels. There is no strongest technique in this world, only the technique that suits you best. Deep within the martial god treasury, a massive sphere of light floated like a star. Lu Xinghe crossed his arms and looked up at the immense supreme brain of the human race. He muttered to himself, this big light sphere looks quite impressive. The special effects are maxed out. However, compared to my 7th level intelligent brain granted by the system, the technology tree is clearly a bit skewed. The emotionless mechanical voice of the supreme brain resonated throughout the treasury. Respected S-level genius Lu Xinghe, please issue a search command. Lu Xinghe instinctively rubbed the joint of his index finger with his thumb, making a bold request. My requirement is simple. Give me an extreme technique that can enhance energy absorption speed, along with the top-tier gun techniques, body techniques, flame abilities, and defensive martial arts. He emphasized his words. Prioritize the highest grade options. Anything below that is not acceptable. With hundreds of thousands of soul reserves at his disposal, it was like having a gigantic reservoir. All he needed was a super high power pump to extract all that energy. The light screen flickered as a vast amount of data cascaded down like a waterfall. The supreme brain quickly generated a list of qualified techniques. Ranked first, energy conversion, low grade, 7th level. This technique can convert lightning light energy and even radiation into source power for absorption. Lu Xinghe glanced at it and disdainfully curled his lips. Converting electrical energy into source power. Do you really think I'm a human-shaped generator? This thing is only suitable for those unfortunate souls nearly starving on desolate planets. He crossed out that technique. He'll wait until I reach the edge of the universe and can't squeeze any more benefits from the system before considering upgrading it. Shifting his gaze down, he looked at the second technique. Frenzied absorption. Lu Xinghe read the name of the technique and continued to look at the description. It can forcibly devour and accelerate any energy body, but the maximum safe multiplier is only 13 times. If it exceeds 13 times, the frenzied energy will tear apart the meridians, seriously damaging the soul, which is why it has been downgraded. Upon reading these lines, a terrifying light suddenly erupted from Lu Xinghe's eyes. He was so excited that his entire body trembled, and he couldn't contain a low laugh from his throat. Meridians bursting. Soul damage. This could be a lethal flaw for others, but for me, it's simply with my SS level indestructible body, I was